And the Warriors are going to get a big win here at Crypto.com Arena. There's the horn. The Warriors win it 134-120, and they secure the tiebreaker with the Lakers, who are without Anthony Davis tonight.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Oh, baby! I don't care who's on the damn court. I don't care who's wearing a Laker jersey. It could be Sedell Threatt, Cedric Ceballos, Rui Hachimura. I don't care. Whenever you beat the LA Lakers, it feels good, and it felt good last night as the Warriors. They set a record for season highs all across the board. Their season high, 9 games over 500. They hit a season high 26 threes. They shoot a season high 58.8% from the floor. They shoot a season high from the three-point line when it comes to percentage. Hell, they set an NBA record when it comes to percentage in a game. First team to hit at least 25 threes, and shoot over 60% from the three-point line. Injected all of them to my veins. The big three, 16 to 23 from three. Steph's rolling 9 shots, 23 points. You talk about efficiency. Is it Draymond or Traymond? I forgot his name. 5 and 7 for the three-point line. How about them Dubs, folks?
As an out-of-shape old man, whenever I see like 30-day challenges, this is what you look like, fat and bloated 30 days ago, and this is how ripped and shredded you could be in 30 days with 7-minute abs. Like, I get very jealous. The Warriors 30 days ago, as opposed to where we are today, it's night and day. Look, was that the best second quarter, or I guess the best quarter of the season for Andrew Wiggins?
I mean, it was one of them.
Was that the best shooting game? Shooting, not game. Shooting from Draymond Green since Game 7, 2016?
It's been a while. Well, he had a game this season where he hit 5 threes against the Utah Jazz, believe it or not. He did have a game like that.
Okay.
But it's been far and in between. I mean, look,
but
he's
that's
wide open.
Utah Jazz. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the 5 threes is 5 threes from Draymond.
I don't care what Curry's stats were. Curry was dynamic yesterday.
He was masterful.
And Klay Thompson was brilliant in the first half. I thought he was really good late as well. TJD, he gets the block, the dunk, the block. I mean, are you kidding me?
How about Potts?
Well, speaking of Potts, I mean, our guy, Chris Haynes, can't even pronounce his name properly.
Do we have that?
We have to
real
find
quick,
that.
Bradley Position, he's been on me saying I better vote on him to be first team all rookie. Bradley Position.
That's got it. Put that in mispronunciation of the year. That's going in for the Doobies. Hear it one more time. It was hilarious.
Not Chris Haynes.
Sorry, lastly, real quick, Bradley Position, he's been on me saying I better vote on him to be first team all rookie.
That's better. That's better than the Moses Moody Kendrick Perkins. I don't care what anyone says. One more time.
Oh, no.
One more time.
Bradley Position.
Bradley Pajemski. Dude, it's so good. It's so good.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Why y'all got to do the brothers like that,
man? Did you see who got called up?
Who?
Jackson Holiday.
Did he get called up?
He did.
No wonder somebody in this fantasy league asked me to trade for him.
But I'm not done. I'm not done. Let's keep going because I want to rat-a-tat-tat
Can I pause you?
Bonte, I swear to God, if I hear about LeBron being 70% healthy one more time, my head's going to explode. Dude, first off, how did we come down on 70%? Are we sure it's not 73%? Are we sure it's not 62%? Oh, LeBron just gutting through it. He was crying the whole game.
That's the guy you want to go to say Warriors.
A little bit.
That's the guy you want to wear Warriors uniform.
Plastered into GP2. GP2 went flying. By the way, GP2, we're going to start calling him the custodian. The guy was all over the floor.
He was all over the floor.
All over the floor yesterday.
Blocking shots, hitting threes.
He was everywhere.
Eight different Warriors hit threes yesterday.
And then they called the most unbelievable foul on Draymond Green on the other end. I don't even know how it was a foul on Draymond Green. Then at some point, Draymond had to be separated. Yeah. It wasn't from Austin Reeves. It was from Youssef, the Steph Curry security guard.
And John Murray.
What was going on?
John Murray's he's a white guy. Youssef is Steph's guy with the braids. Youssef is a really good friend. He actually listens to the roast a lot. He actually
Youssef,
tipped me
you're
off.
The man.
He tipped me off when the Curry doc was coming off. I was like, hey, man. We got some cuts from you guys. We got some cuts, but no, Yusuf is good people. And look, it was a full Draymond Green experience.
He was incredible.
It was a full Draymond Green experience. It was why you love him. It's why you can't stand him sometimes. I mean, he takes the elbow from Austin Reeves, and we'll play the post-game sound coming up where he says, you know what, if that's me, I'm thrown in jail. So Draymond Green was holding court. He was holding court last night. The Warriors roll 26-41 from the three-point line. How about this? Their 35th game with 30 or more assists. 30 or more assists. Their 8th game this season with 20 or more threes. But they had it rolling. I thought that run in the second quarter, going on a 6-2 run, really separated them from the LA Lakers. And then a big stretch for me.
Which was
This was the game.
Yeah.
4:23 left in the third quarter.
Oh,
Lakers are making a run, 1984. Steve Kerr checks out Steph Curry, checks out Draymond Green, and he checks out GP2. So now you get a little bit of Kuminga, you get some Klay Thompson, you get some CP3 along TJD. Who's the other guy in that lineup? It could have been, I think it was Pods. Well, they in the third quarter. They in the third quarter on a 16-5 run to take control of the basketball game once again.
Pods, I believe, hit a couple of little floater threes. Kuminga was erratic early, and then I thought effective late. Because I could see where people, oh my God, Kuminga, he missed a couple of plays, and I thought he was really good late. Chris Paul was really good. And then there was at one point, it was like he got a flat tire running down. And I don't know, was he trying to tackle LeBron in space? What happened there?
I don't know. Well,
but they were great. They really galvanized the end of that quarter and helped solidify the lead.
LeBron acted like, Chris Paul just took the flesh out of him. I mean, just cut him like it was Wolverine. Dude, Chris Paul, though, off the bench, as you mentioned, 11 points and 9 assists. And during that run at the end of the third quarter, they defended. I thought the Warriors defended their ass off. I know the Lakers ended up with 120 points, but I thought in those stretches, those key stretches where you go to 16-2 run in the second quarter and you go to 16-5 run to end the third quarter and you go up 106-89 now. I know the Lakers scored the first 9 points of the fourth quarter. We're thinking, here we go again. Are the Warriors going to blow another 17-point lead? Well, they did not because Curry and Draymond got back in the game and they iced it. Curry, a perfect 6 for 6 from the three-point line. So the last 2 games down at Crypto.com Arena against the LA Lakers, Curry shot the lights out. No more questions about the backdrops or how spacious Staple or Crypto.com is. Steph Curry, 6 for 6 from the three-point line. And again, the big 3. 16-23, Shasky from 3.
I thought that they did a great job in particular sequences doing the high pick and roll for Steph Curry to get it just a wide open shot. I don't know what. Who goes under a screen on Steph Curry?
Nah, I mean, drop dead coverage. Jackson Hayes, Rui Hachimura. What are you doing?
Jackson Hayes was all over the place. And then he was chirping?
Oh, well,
who's he to chirp?
Well, the Lakers.
You've been on ice all year.
That's what they do.
Taurean Prince talking. I mean, there's just a lot of talking. At one point, Spencer Dinwiddie was going at it with CP3. I don't know what was going on there. Well, Spencer Dinwiddie, though, is a nice acquisition for them.
Well, he's okay. He's
off the bench.
He's a ball stopper. You never know what you're going to get from
threes.
him. We saw him a couple years ago in the Western Conference Finals against Dallas. He was MIA.
Yeah.
Spencer Dinwiddie. It's a reason why he's bouncing from team to team. He's okay. He's not bad. If he's not getting he doesn't play off the ball well. He doesn't set up his teammates well. I don't know. I don't get why the Lakers even just signed him. I really don't get it.
Vincent was hurt most of the year.
Yeah, but a lot of Laker fans were saying they were just like they couldn't stand it. I remember David Tell was like, man, why are we signing Spencer Dinwiddie? What is up with this move?
Tedla's a Laker fan?
Yeah, he's a big time
explains
Laker
a lot.
fan.
So let's go to our Laker correspondent. How you feeling this morning, Joe?
I mean, once AD was out of the game, my interest level was plummeted in the game because it was just obvious they were not going to win. Like, my interest level completely. I did on silent most of the time. I was not shocked. Were you guys shocked at that performance last night?
No, we cited the numbers with AD when he plays against the Golden State Warriors. AD is shooting 70% in the paint.
He's the
altering shots on the other end completely.
X-factor.
And it's just a weird season series. So the Warriors win the season series against the LA Lakers 3-1.
And should have won the game.
Well, the double overtime game when LeBron hits 2 free throws to win the game. However, Anthony Davis in that game got hurt. Remember I took the video with the cheerleaders performing and AD limping to the locker room like he died? A lot of people hit me up saying, great video, Bonte.
It was a great video.
Are you horny guys?
Almost as good as you dancing on stage with cheerleaders before the Super Bowl.
Oh, that was iconic. And then 4 hours later, there was no dancing going on in Las Vegas.
I know who the most jealous person on the planet was when that video came out. Guru.
No. I thought you were going to say Ryan Leong.
Oh my God, that is such a deep pull. I almost pulled my hamstring reaching for that one.
Ryan Leong is the king of taking
In
photos
a
with
satin
cheerleaders.
throwback
in
jacket.
a satin starter throwback, and he's got a throwback from every team. Denver, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
What do you think the percentage of our audience who even knows what you're talking about is?
I don't know.
12%?
Maybe. We got to get Ryan Leong to call. He could be our official sports update anchor.
I will say this. That win last night for me was very satisfying because all of a sudden in the middle of the game, we get the text from Bonte because I hadn't been charting it. I was going back and forth. Sometimes YouTube allows me to do the multi-view. Sometimes it doesn't. Last night, they did not allow it. So I got the Giants on the small phone. I got the Warrior game on the iPad.
Speaking of Giants.
But we'll get to them later. I don't want to waste my oxygen of positivity right now on them because they're 2 for 33 with runners in scoring position over the last 5 games. All right, they had bases loaded with no outs and didn't score.
They just lost the series to the Nationals.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
The Nationals are going to bring brooms to the yard today.
I don't even want to hear it. All right, but
Matt Chapman?
Ryan Walker. But no, honestly, I know that there was no Anthony Davis. I don't care. When I saw that the Kings were losing a lead to OKC late in that game,
no, it wasn't late in that game.
Galore.
It wasn't late in that game. The Kings were up 19 points at the half.
19.
I had the game on in the studio. I was like, all right, this is a big game. We kind of got a scoreboard watch here. And I saw Draper before the game. He was feeling good. I was like, oh, SGA's playing? He goes, yeah, it's Jalen Williams. And Jalen Williams.
Every time, I'm imagining him as a villain.
So I watched his post-game show. He was distraught and disheveled. My man was not feeling it. He goes, Bonte, I saw your tweet. Great news for Warrior fans. The Kings blow a 19-point lead. I don't know what I'm doing, but the Kings are essentially. So if we go through the tiebreaker situation, so the standings, a lot of people are going to see the standings this morning, and they're going to see a 10 next to the Golden State Warriors, as in 10th place in the West. However, once they beat the Portland Trailblazers Thursday, now it's going to be a big game up in the Motor Center. Listen,
my mom's going, by the way.
She's going to Portland?
Well, no, she's going to the game Friday.
Oh,
so they go Thursday and then Friday.
Yeah, against the Pelicans. Yeah, against the Pelicans.
So she'll be out there. So
tell her to come by and say hi.
That's the big game to me. But keep going.
Tell her to come by and say hi.
I am.
Now, the Blazers were up 3 at the half against the Pelicans yesterday. They got outscored 12 in the third quarter by 12. And they ended up losing 110 to 100. So it's a tough game at the Motor Center. They're playing hard.
Chauncey Billups fighting for his life.
They're playing hard for the Hall of Famer, Chauncey Billups.
I mean,
but DeAndre
playing hard. I hate when we do this for these also ran teams.
Listen, Chris Murray, you don't want to sleep on Thursday. You don't want to sleep on him.
Who's the guy Charlotte just fired? Who's the guy?
Oh, Steve Clifford.
Oh, Steve Clifford. He's a great X's and O's guy. You know, he's a lifer. Like, we sell these coaches that are garbage.
Well, listen, Scoot Henderson, 19 points, 15 assists last night. You don't want to sleep on him. I mean, come on, man. DeAndre 30 and 13 last night. He's He's playing well.
He's sleeping in his own bed.
The Blazers are playing spoiler. All right, so you don't want to sleep on them at the Motor Center. You don't want to sleep on them at the Motor Center.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm telling you, man, you cannot sleep.
You can sell water to a whale. I love you right now.
With the Warriors, with the way they've played this season, I'm not sleeping on Portland. This is 3 games in 4 nights. 3 games in 4 nights. It's coming down to the nitty gritty. So look, you're gonna wake up.
The Motor.
You're gonna wake up, dude. The Motor Center gonna be rocking on Thursday. I'm telling you, man. They get up for the Warriors. Listen. Warriors right now
Dewing in the front row, rooting for the Blazers.
I may go on with Chad Dewey and Dwight. What was it? Dwight Smith.
My stomach hurts.
No, Dwight James. Dwight James. He does radio with Chad Dewey. They're not doing morning drive up there at Rip City Radio. Anyway, the Warriors, the Warriors and Lakers are tied in the loss column with 35 losses apiece. However, if the Warriors beat the Blazers, they will leapfrog the LA Lakers and have total command of the 9th spot.
Command of the 9th spot.
So if the Warriors control,
I love that.
Listen, they go 3-0. They'll be 9th in the Western Conference. Right now, they're tied with the Lakers in the loss column.
So we're guaranteed, if we can get to 9, you guarantee yourself 1 home game.
1 home game at Chase Center.
I'll take it.
And it could be against the LA Lakers next week at Chase Center. All right? Elimination game. Now, the Sacramento Kings have 34 losses.
How many eyeballs will Cyclops have by then? Will Anthony Davis will he have full retina surgery by then?
He needs to wear goggles.
He needs to.
He's got to wear goggles.
Go hit up James. Go hit up Kareem.
I want him to wear, what was it, V. Stiviano, the shield that she was wearing. Remember?
By the way, you just brought it up. The headache and nausea.
Yeah, headache and nausea.
When I hear that, you know what that tells me?
There wasn't
That
too
he's
many.
pregnant?
No,
you
he
know
had
what
a concussion, and they're not reporting it. Is what that's telling me.
Or it
And they're
tells
not going.
me-
No, they're not going to protocol because they don't want him to be out for the playing game.
No, it just tells me that there was a shortage on Advil, Tylenol, and Excedrin at Crypto.com arena. That's what it tells me. Not enough headache medicine.
Really? That's what that tells you?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
He needed to pop some pills.
If he does have a headache and nausea, you're probably right.
Yes.
No doubt.
Like if that's the weakest. No. Like if he doesn't have a concussion, that's the weakest excuse I've ever heard in a game. That was the most important game up to this point. Like, come on. Seriously?
Hold on. With
You seem very disappointed.
No,
in him.
Anthony
No, I
Davis,
am.
did you
because
see the
that's
play
a
where
weak
he got
excuse.
hurt?
That's a weak
The play
excuse.
he got hurt, it looks like he hurt himself flopping. Is that good? Go watch the play. It was the soft ass hit to the head. And it looked like he flopped and got hurt on the way down.
We did this last year in the play-in series when he got hit in the elbow or someone elbowed him in the head.
Yeah.
He was like, that was soft. And there's like, I can't control what someone feels in their brain.
Well, and also, when you have repeated hits to the head, a small hit can trigger something.
Yeah, I guess you could.
you can get hit in the head.
I think when it comes to the brain, we have to be a little more sensitive.
I'll be
even though I
sensitive.
want to laugh.
I'll be sensitive.
But he was the guy wearing Cartier gold glasses on the sidelines a couple years ago. You might as well get the Cartier goggles.
Was he on the bench yesterday?
I don't think so.
No,
Am I saying that right? Cartier?
Yeah, Cartier. Yes, Cartier. You know what it is. You know
You
what
don't
Cartier
pronounce
is.
the
R. Okay,
Yeah, it's Cartier, baby.
okay.
Say it with your pinky up. Cartier. Lakers and
Say
Warriors.
it with your pinky up.
Lakers and Warriors, 35 losses. The Kings have 34 losses. However, if the Warriors and Kings finish in a dead heat and they finish tied in the regular season, the Kings will get the tiebreaker because they have a better division record than the Golden State Warriors, even though the season series is tied at 2 games apiece. Boy, could have used that game in which they blew a 24-point lead up in Sacramento at the G1C. But we move. We stay in the present. We look forward. We're not going to look back. We're not going to look behind us. Now, the Pelicans get a big win in Phoenix. That was huge for the Pelicans. Or excuse me, that was yesterday. They beat Portland, obviously. The Suns losing to the Clippers yesterday. They got outscored in the first quarter, 37-10. I don't know what's going on with Phoenix. Russell Westbrook had 15-15-15, 16-15-15, first player to ever do that. He was yelling and barking at Devin Booker. Russell Westbrook is in full villain ball right now. He's ready for the playoffs. So the Clippers right now in the 4th spot. The Mavericks are 5, 2 games behind the Clippers. And the Pelicans snuck up into the 6th spot. They're no longer in the box. So right now the box teams, Jasky, Phoenix, Sacramento, the Lakers, the Warriors. Warriors with the same amount of losses as the Lakers. They need the Kings to at least lose 2 of the next 3, and the Warriors will have to go undefeated to move up to 7-8.
Okay, so I'm very confused. Who do you want to play, and at what seed do you want the Warriors to get to?
I love the 18. I love to play either the Pelicans or the Suns. But it doesn't look like
Kevin Durant in a play-in game? That would be
fun, too.
Chef's kiss.
That would be fun, too, down in the Valley of the Sun. But I want to light the beam. I want to play Sacramento.
In the 9-10?
Well, you know what? If the Warriors do catch Sac would be in the 9-10.
Okay.
And they swept the Lakers this year. For some reason, AD does not play well against Domantas Sabonis. I don't know
Never
what it
beaten
is.
him. 0-10.
Haven't beaten him. Yeah. He's 0-10 against
impossible.
Sabonis. He's 0-10 against Sabonis.
Well,
and
they
this year,
probably never played in the playoffs because Sabonis disappears in the playoffs.
It's the Hollow Man versus the Glass Man.
Oh, my God. This sounds like a movie.
empty calories versus street clothes. You can't wear street clothes without empty calories, right? I don't know. I just make stuff up.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Yeah, that was a terrible joke. Hey, Pelicans right now, 32 losses.
The Hollow
32
Man
losses.
versus the
Now,
Glass Man.
there is a
That is such a great matchup.
there is a possibility that the Pelicans lose their remaining 3 games.
Who do they play?
Sacramento Thursday at the G1C.
Just stop with the
go to-
stadium. I'm already confused. Stop with the stadium names.
Well, they go to one center.
Yeah, okay.
So they play
Modus, go to
center.
one. The Smoothie Footprint Center. and
Yeah, well, the Smoothie King Center. We'll get to that in just a second.
The Talking Stick Center.
The G1C Thursday.
Barclays.
Up in Sacramento. Then the Pelicans have a back-to-back as the Warriors do, and the Pelicans come play the Warriors at Chase Center Friday night.
And we want to win that game.
You want to win that game?
Okay, I'm this
And then the Pelicans go back home to end the season hosting the LA Lakers at the Smoothie King
So
Center
who do we
down
wanna
in
win
New
that
Orleans.
game?
Well, if New Orleans is on the 2-game losing streak, and say if the Kings split their series, they're back-to-back with Phoenix and New Orleans, then you will want the Lakers to beat the Pelicans in the last game of the season. But the Lakers may say,
So
what?
who is giving you all this unbelievable information?
I just know it. I study the standings. And you read stuff.
They're calling you Rain Man.
It's called research.
So Rain Man is going to be the announcer for Mr. Glass
it's
versus
really
the
not
Hollow
that,
Man.
It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. Just, I know ADHD kicks in on this show from time to time, but it's not that hard.
From time to time, it's a constant.
Yeah, I know. I know. All right, by the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch.
Beating the Lakers feels so good.
But shout out to YouTube and Twitch. I love you guys. It's going to be a fun show. How about Klay Thompson? How about Draymond Green? How about Steph Curry? How about these dubs right now?
How about Bradley Pajemski?
How about the Warriors? How about the Warriors going 16-4 over their last 20 road games?
Bradley Pajemski.
16-4 over their last 20 road games.
That's vintage Warriors.
That's vintage Warriors. So don't let them sneak it. I heard some callers on Steiny and Guru talking championship. Bay Rob called.
No way.
Bay Rob called Steiny Guru.
Way.
I heard Bay Rob on Steiny and Guru. He goes, I'm telling y'all, don't let them get in. And you know what? I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to ride with Bay Rob. Don't let the Warriors get in.
Sell me on it on the other side.
I will sell you. You know, I can sell. I just sold you on the Portland game. Everybody's going to be tuned in on ABC Sports Bay Area. It's a big game at the Moda Center. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. All these games are big. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Can't you feel the intensity of the playoffs? We got playoff basketball. It's truly March Madness, even though we're in April. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And if you're going to call today in the roast, you better bring it. Where's that Laker fan, Demetrius? Because if you don't, where's Demetrius at? Let's flush his ass again in New York City. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Safeway. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Dave Fleming, 9:20. Warriors beat the Lakers. Giants, they've already lost the series against the Nets. A lot going on here on the Morning Roast, here on a Wednesday morning.
Bradley Pajemski.
This week at Safeway, get more savings when you buy more with your Safeway membership. Buy one, get one free on mix and match berries when you buy.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Brandon Kaczynski.
Draymond Green, 5 of 7 for the three-point line. All 7 of his attempts yesterday was from the three-point line. And, yesterday we were kind of going through the game and trying to preview the game. And it's no secret. We were both saying Draymond's got to be aggressive. Steve Kerr, he joined us last week and he said, look, he told Draymond he's got to be more aggressive, and he worked on his three. Now, some interesting splits when he does shoot the three. I'll have those for you right now. Draymond Green, three-point shooting this season. In the first half, Draymond Green is 46-90 from three. That's a 51% clip from the three-point line in the first half of games. That's insane, right? Those are great numbers.
Absolutely.
In the second half of games, he's 5 of 37. Shooting 13.5% from the three-point line. So he doesn't shoot them as frequent as he does in the first half, and he doesn't make them as frequent as he does in the first half. But overall, Draymond Green's having a career year from the three-point line. Starts off 5 for 5 yesterday from three. And this is what we touched on. The Lakers are going to leave him open. Teams are going to leave him open. He's going to have space to shoot. He's got to take those shots to open up the floor. And that's what happened. The Warriors ended up dropping 37 assists. The floor became opened up because if he's hitting the three, all of a sudden you got to honor him. And it leaves more space for Andrew Wiggins, leaves more space for Klay Thompson, leaves more space for Steph Curry, and the Warriors end up scoring 134.
I mean, that was vintage Warriors shooting, but I thought their defense was excellent as well, and that kind of gets masked in games like this. I thought
no doubt.
Their tempo was really good. Ball security was excellent as well. And then TJD, to me, where he had the dunk with the 2 blocks on either side of it. The dunk was like sandwiched in between the 2 blocks. I felt like a tone-setting type of a play from the young man. I mean, he had a block at the rim where I think it was Rui. They just they didn't have that in the bag the last couple of years as a defense.
Yep. 12 block shots for the Warriors overall. Brandon Podziemski, I thought in the first quarter, again, 10 points for him in the first quarter. How about this? Since the San Antonio game.
Yeah.
Because he was in that mini slump. Remember, he left the starting lineup. He was in the rut. He went 7-6-6. Yeah, he was bad for a second. He was 1-9 from three during the 4-game stretch. And in that last game in San Antonio, when he came in with Chris Paul, it brought a lot of energy. And you could see Chris Paul talking to him during every dead ball to kind of bring him up to speed and make sure the young man remained confident. Well, in the last 5 games, Brandon Podziemski, not only is he averaging 10 points, he's giving you 6.5 rebounds. He's giving you 4.5 assists in 27 minutes, but he's also shooting 58% from the three-point line and 51% from the floor. So now he's being more aggressive with his three-point shot. He's shooting it at a high clip, and this is a great sign going into the playoffs here. Podziemski, 7 of his last 12 from three. That's a high clip. And if he hits those shots, again, the experience him and TJD are getting right now with the experience is unbelievable. Podziemski last night did not look like the lights were too bright. And he's playing he's back to speed here. He's back to his regular form as a rookie. Last 5 games, he's been unbelievable for the Golden State Warriors.
He's been excellent. And that little push 3-point rhythm shot that he has where he'll catch, sometimes take one dribble on that left side beyond the elbow extended.
Yep.
It's been money, and it's been nothing but net.
He's got to hit that shot, too, and it's there, and it looks better. It's shooting in rhythm.
The only thing I worry about with him, and this is going to sound absurd, he fell 3 or 4 times so hard trying to fight for rebounds. I just worry he's going to fall and hurt a wrist or land on the side of his hip.
Gosh.
I mean, he got up in the air, and LeBron gave him one of those, old man, excuse me, hip checks. LeBron just was
you would be worried.
Was in full litigator
Only
mode.
You were worried about somebody getting some
GP2 was all over the floor.
Yeah, you got to get down and dirty. These are the playoffs, man. Play in. You got to get down and dirty. By the way, the Warriors improved to 134-29 when Draymond hits 2 or more threes in the game.
134-29
all time.
That's an incredible.
That doesn't include the playoffs. If you want to get to the playoffs here. In the playoffs.
Well, the one loss was Game 7.
Yeah, we know that. In the playoffs, 169-36. All right, when you include the playoffs, 169-36, 11-5 this season when he hits 2 or more threes. So Warriors are a better team when he hits 2 or more threes.
Is there any funnier thing when Draymond hits the second three and is doing like all of the arrogant shenanigans, which we all love, as he's like backpedaling down the court, talking smack, hand signals, and all the crazy, like it is a vibe. Draymond is a vibe. I sent to the group thread Kevin Harlan's reaction to one of the 3-pointers. It was hysterical, and I felt the exact same way.
Do you have that, Spinoni? Let me know when you have that. Let me know when you have that.
Hilarious.
Well, here's Draymond Green
and
after
Reggie Miller.
Here's Draymond Green.
Take a play off.
Here's Draymond Green. I'm putting in the work on the shot.
I kind of a couple weeks stretch where my shot didn't feel good at all, but really just standing in the gym, putting the work in, and taking what the defense gives me. If they're going to sag off like they were, I knew coming into this game that they were going to play like that. So I just wanted to come out, not hesitate to shoot, knowing that they're not going to close out, and just raise up and shoot it with confidence.
What kind of work did you do to work on your shot?
Interestingly enough, it was mind work and body work. Not necessarily. I mean, I did a lot of shooting. Myself and Travis. Travis put a lot of things in to work on my base, like how I'm getting in and out of my shot. Over the years, my shot took a dive, and it was in large part that I couldn't get in and out of my hips because my hips was messed up. And so it's been a process of getting my movement patterns right.
So that's Draymond Green out working on his 3-point shot.
Interesting. Sounds like me going to the chiropractor yesterday, working on my movement and my hip thrusting and all that.
Hey, I went to go for a nice little stretch. My flexibility is improving.
Really?
By the week. Oh, I felt, dude, I had things cracking in my hip. I've never heard crack before.
I've noticed the flexibility to be able to go from like the sadness of the Warriors season looking like it's not going to be good to all of a sudden now we're ready for a championship run. But I will say
thought you were talking about the Giants and the sadness starting off 4-8.
I think he could talk all about the mental, and I'm sure that that's an element of it. What I've seen is that the shot isn't as flat.
No,
he's getting better arc. And when he gets better arc, he does shoot the 3 decently. Like you can almost tell coming out of his hands whether he's got the appropriate arc or not. And when he's flat and he doesn't have the legs and that shot, like it just, I know there's a mental part of this, but yesterday it just looked so pure.
No, it is
the best it looked in a long time.
He's shooting at a high clip this season, no doubt. Let's get to Devontae in Mississippi. By the way, breaking news. In Brazil, the Eagles and Packers will open up in Brazil this season. São Paulo.
Eagles
Brazil.
And the Packers in Brazil.
Yeah, that's so strange.
Yeah. I wonder what streaming device they're going to make me sign into to watch that.
Yeah, I don't know. Devontae, my man Devontae, he told us last week you got to have faith in the Dubs. And you know what, Devontae? I'm with you. I got faith in the Dubs.
I was wrong. You were right. Great call.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. But I just want to know if everybody believes, at this point. I believe this is a We Believe season, I think me and Anakin, we're sitting here watching Miss Rachel as always, and they were singing this happy song, and it was cool. And then I was like, dang, Anakin, I wonder if we lose this game with Portland, will we go back and say, the season is over, But I think with Steph Curry, with Andrew Wiggins coming around, Draymond Green is, no matter if he can't shoot or not, the dude's defense is amazing. Anything that we can get on offense is just a plus for him. CP3, I already said, is still one of the greatest point guards to play of all time. I think we're looking at it all wrong. I feel like Jonathan Kuminga and all the young guys' athleticism is a plus for us. But what's going to win us the championship is basketball IQ when it counts in playoff time. I feel like the game slows down, and we have to think. Anakin agrees. He's talking back at me.
Yeah, I can hear him. Tell him he's the chosen one.
Yeah, but that's all I got to say, man.
Hey, you guys with Devontae? Are we on a We Believe like run?
You were the chosen one.
I heard Bay Rob yesterday. I heard some callers on Stardy Goo. I even believe Guru believes it.
Of course,
that if the Warriors get into the playoffs, they can do some damage.
Guru, like me, believes simultaneously they're cooked and they can win it all, depending on the minute.
How's Steiny this morning? Oh, he's going to have to deal with a lot. Warriors roll over the LA Lakers. They're tied. In my opinion, they're tied for the 9th spot because of the losses there. Now they're half game back because they played one less game than the LA Lakers. There's a lot going on here with tiebreaker purposes. I'll lay it all out for you guys on what we need to move forward here if the Warriors want to get to the 8th spot. If they want to get to the 8th spot, I'll lay that out on the other side. Warriors, they make a season-high 26 threes in this basketball game. NBA record, 63.4% from distance. Wow. Steph Curry hit all 6 of his three-point attempts. Second time in his career, he's gone perfect from 3. Last time he did that was back in 2010. More on that coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
He is a flamethrower. Words I thought I'd never say.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Kevin Harlan on the call for TNT. Draymond Green was a flamethrower last night. I don't know if it was Draymond and Draymond, but Day had the three-point shot rolling, 5 of 7 from the three-point line, played great defense. 8 Warriors hit a three-point shot last night. They hit a season high. 26 made threes, 26 of 41, which equals 63.4%, which is the highest in a single game in NBA history. It's unbelievable what the Warriors did last night to the LA Lakers. We get to the calls, 888-957-9570. Make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, period, every week, all season long, win or lose. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you listen to the podcast, and stop panicking about the Giants, although I feel like this next episode, there will be a lot of panic about the Giants, something we'll touch on a little later in the show.
Panic at the Disco.
Yeah, Panic at the Disco. I guess so.
You don't even know what that is.
I don't even know. Is that reference to the White Sox?
No.
White Sox game?
No.
Disco Derby? Disco Demolition?
No, that's it.
No. All right. Sorry.
Group.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
My bad. Segment sponsored
Snitching
by
music.
Golden State Lumber, serving
I
the
got
Bay
a joke
Area.
for you, Bonte.
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Actually, Big Pud just hit me up. He says, thank you. He loves the drop. He's getting blown up by it. So, Big Pud, thank you.
He's got a great voice for radio.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
He's like my life coach right now. Like all these, the big Puds of the world, the Worldwide Hefs, the Big Dog Cities, the Rob and Sam Brunos. They're like all my different life coaches. Just, what they say, it just resonates.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
What is Panic at the Disco's best song?
What is Panic at the Disco?
I Write Sins, Not Tragedies. That's probably their most famous one. That's their first hit one. That was when I was in middle school.
Okay. See, this is what you and my brother have very similar musical tastes, so that's why I appreciate having you right near the microphone.
I think he's more punk than I am.
He is
a little bit, yeah.
Sum 41, Blink 182.
See, I was a little young for those bands.
Yeah, but he's still like brand new and all that kind of stuff. You have no idea what we're talking about. And they got bangers, dude.
It's Bonte's Way or the Highway.
I know, seriously.
Like a cobra.
Hey, we're a 44-win team, dude.
Hey, they matched last season.
3-win team, dude.
We have 44 now.
Hey, no, they do. Hey, Nick and San Jose, they're a 44-win team, and they may win 47. They just match last season's win total. And they might not even be a 16. Last year, 44 wins got you a 16. They've got 44, and they're fighting for their lives in the play-in. Unbelievable. So Nick and San Jose, where is he at? Has he taken it? Is he excited?
I'm so upset.
All right, Draymond Green yesterday. It was a full Draymond Green experience, right? And obviously, second half, he got elbowed by Austin Reeves. And after the game, he was holding court. Remember, we played the Draymond Green interview. We went to Draymond. It sacked in my ear and goes, Draymond's still talking at the podium. He's still talking. I was like, I wonder what he's talking about. Well, he's talking about his conversation.
Talking to me.
He was discussing
comes back to that.
his conversation with the ref yesterday, Zach Zarba, who, of course, we did a breakdown with. Draymond Green on his conversation with Zach Zarba.
Yeah, it was cool. Steph was standing there, which was great because he heard how the referee talked to me, and he went immediately from talking to me to like, yo, you can't talk to him like that. And I think that's the wackest part about it. Like, you can say and speak to me however you feel, but if I say something back, it's attack. Like, that's whack to me. You miss a call, guy clubbed me across the face, and then you like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, get out of my face. Like, who are you? Like, don't just get to not talk. Like, you missed a call. You can't get mad because you missed a call, and so it's a little crazy. But I appreciate the guys being there because it's a bit frustrating. Like, Austin gashed his elbow, hit me in the teeth. It's no foul. I get hit in the face every single game, and I get no foul call. I hit somebody in the face, I get thrown under the jail. But when I get hit in the face, we don't see it. I don't. I get hit in the face every single night, like, and I'm not sure one time it's been called, but I blow my breath on somebody and we're reviewing it for a flagrant foul. I don't get it. It's crazy to me.
That is Draymond Green after the game. Now, Steph Curry. Hold on. It is Stephen Curry. He was asked about, being around Draymond Green and trying to make sure he stays calm during those situations.
We always talk about Draymond next to walking the line, whatever that means. Showing his competitive side, he thought he got hit, said something. There's a little quick wall that was put up by, I think it was Justin. And no, it was Jason, I think. But anyway, it was a conversation that I felt like was fair on both sides. And once Draymond moved away, it was just like, hey, don't let it be a reputation thing. He wasn't disrespectful. He was just demonstrative, and that's fair game for a lot of people in the league. And at the end of the day, just move on. That's a message for Draymond, but for us to have his back when he's walking the line the right way. And he did that tonight.
Then here's a follow-up question with that.
I'm not going to ever tell Draymond at that point, as long as he's not stepping overboard, don't talk. But there is a moment where, okay, you made yourself heard, and now let's play basketball. And he did that to perfection. So he doesn't need a babysitter in that respect. Don't get that twisted. But it's just trying to read the room, read the situation.
That's Stephen Curry as they were talking about the situation there. Draymond did get elbowed. He was down on the ground. Austin Reeves, I saw him immediately grab his elbow, damn, that hurt. So obviously he hit Draymond Green somewhere. And you know what? There may be a point to that. There may be a point to that where referees do ignore. He said he gets hit in the face every single game. Well, you know what? That's something I'm going to look for moving forward here. But Draymond Green, look, Steve Kerr said, hey, we want to play with that edge. It is what it is. You play with the edge. You didn't get tossed out. You didn't get a technical foul. John Murray, Yusuf, Steph Curry were all right there to make sure everything was okay. And you know what? We move forward to play basketball.
Well, that's what I want them to do, is just play basketball. Because if they miss a call, you berating the official isn't going to get them to change the call. It's just not. And so Draymond, it's just, the guy has one of the best games of the year offensively. And he just, he was in the Laker huddle. It was so odd. All I would say is this, Draymond, you have to be aware of where you are in the league. You have a highlight package that's 9 minutes long of you doing wild things on the court. Okay? So you can get hit in the face all you want. You also, this season, choked out Gobert. Within the same calendar year, you stomped on Sabonis. I mean, you've done some wild things. The Nurkic play. Look, you could say you got hit in the face. And on that particular play, you could be right. But you have to be self-aware to understand who you are and how you talk to officials. And there is going to be, whether he likes it or not, you have to understand, A, life isn't fair. And B, they're going to label you because of your prior history. That's just, just the reality.
You know what, though? I mean, he is right. If he elbows Austin Reeves in that same manner, he's probably tossed.
Yeah, because of his body of work.
I get the body of work, but I also, the referee did blow the call. And it was an obvious elbow. Everybody in the building saw it. So, Draymond Green, this is gamesmanship, Shasky. Go in after the podium and let the league know, hey, I get elbowed in the face every single game. So now, he's going to get a ref to look at things in the paint.
Every Warrior fan was thinking the same thing I was thinking. They're going to break. Draymond's on fire. He's playing amazing.
Do you hear me, though? This is when you go to the podium and you say things like that, we could all roll our eyes. We could all roll our eyes. All that stuff.
This is what
But this is gamesmanship. This is to let people know too. A part of it.
You really think? You
don't think Draymond is strategic and smart?
I think he thinks he's being strategic, but I personally
is. But he's
I don't think any official's opinion is changing off what Draymond Green says.
That may be true. That may be true, Shasky. But that's not my point. My point is, he's putting that out there to try to get the referees to make sure that, hey, I'm getting hit in the face every single game. So it may fall on deaf ears, but you may get a referee looking for that.
Fine.
And he may have that conversation before a game saying, hey, I'm getting hit in the face every single game. Watch for it. So when elbows are flying left and right and they go to the replay monitor, I'm innocent. My name is Bennett. I'm not in it. I'm just telling you.
He can have all those conversations he wants.
Coaches do it all the time.
Get a call, he's like,
Coaches do that all the time, though. The little gamesmanship or whatnot.
Yes, but those coaches have equity with the officials and a track record of respect that goes both ways.
You know what? The hell with these officials. Let's be real. These officials stink anyway.
If you're talking
you know what I'm saying?
All right, well then forget
what conversation we had yesterday.
These officials stink. After the NBA officials are awful.
Writes itself.
Right.
But Bonte, I don't care about the podium. This is what I cared about. This is what
but I'm
old Warrior
telling you
fans-
what he's trying to do there.
I get what he's trying to accomplish.
Right. You can
what I'm
disagree
saying
with
is
it,
I
but
think
I'm
it's going
telling
to
you.
fall on deaf ears.
Right. Well, that may be true.
So all I care about is this. He's bowling, hitting everything. We're up big. And him and Austin Reeves, it looks like they're going at it as they're going to commercial.
It was an obvious elbow.
No, I agree. Bunty, I agree. But this is what's going through the Warrior psyche, the fan, is, oh, come on, Draymond, don't do that. Just play basketball. We don't want you to get kicked out of this game because we don't want to blow this game, number one. And number two, I need you down the stretch. Don't do something that will make you unavailable. Then they come back from commercial, and I'm like, please. And Kevin Harlan's like, I don't know, something's going on near the Laker bench. As they're going to the break, they come back, and I'm saying to myself, like, oh no, there's Steph holding back Draymond. Please, hopefully nothing happened. All I care about is don't get suspended
He wasn't going to get
down the line.
suspended. He didn't even pick up a technical foul yesterday.
It's time for you to do the legal.
You're allowed to talk to, okay, football Mike. You're allowed to talk to the referees. We'll get to Cameron in just a second.
Cross your mind a little?
No, it did. What crossed my mind? What?
Like, to me, it's like, oh, please just don't get.
No, I wasn't worried about it.
You weren't worried at all?
No.
Well, I was.
Because I've seen this before. You always worry.
Yeah, but I've also seen
You're
him.
a worrier.
How many games has he missed
You're
this
worried
year?
about Podziemski hitting the court and hitting the ground.
Yeah, but this isn't-
oh my God, he may break his neck if he grabs a rebound and hit the floor. Nobody's worried.
This isn't a guy that's never gotten suspended. I mean,
no doubt. I don't worry about this stuff no more. I don't, because he's got to control that. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to watch a basketball game worried about Draymond Green getting kicked out. He knows what time it is.
Okay.
He knows. Look, how many years did Draymond Green push it to the line when it comes to the automatic technicals and the automatic suspension? Last year was the first time he got popped for that. Where you get 16 technicals.
The reason
Hold on,
they're
let me finish,
in the
man.
position
But
they're
you keep
in
cutting me
today
off.
is because
I
of
understand
the
all
things
that.
have happened.
I understand
this
all that,
year
Shasky.
Where he
I
can't
understand all
control
that shit.
himself.
I understand all that, Shasky.
There's a
I
fine
brought that
line.
and there is a fine line, but he's pushed that line so much to where he hasn't got popped for that single game, picking up 16 technicals. Yesterday, he's talking to the referee because he got elbowed. He got elbowed by Austin Reeves, and damn it, Austin Reeves gets away with that stuff all the time. How many times I watched Austin Reeves get away with flopping, jerking his head back, and Steph Curry was mocking him yesterday like, this guy's flopping left and right. Hollywood Lakers, this is what they do. They get away with elbows. They cry all the time. How many times LeBron James gets away with something? The hell with the Lakers and Austin Reeves. He got away with murder. I don't care if it was Draymond, Steph, Clay. I don't care if it was you. That was an elbow, and they missed it. That's the whole point of it. So Draymond Green is basically saying, you know what? I get hit in the face every game. Now, I don't know how true that is.
Players in the league need someone else's personal bodyguard to separate you from the other.
Those guys come on the court all the time.
Okay.
Yusuf and John Barry come on the court all the
stand
time.
down.
I mean, no, it's not about standing down. They knew how important. Hey, Draymond, come on, let's go. Now, the fact that you need Yusuf and John Barry to come out there, fine. Whatever. Steph did his job. They grabbed the referee. We play on, and the Warriors blow out the LA Lakers. So I'm not going to go into every game worried about whether or not Podziemski's going to hit the court and get hurt. I'm not going to worry about Draymond Green getting ejected. He knows what time it is. He knows. He's smart enough to know he cannot get kicked out of these basketball games. Now, does he need a little help sometimes getting pulled away? Well, you know what? Dennis Rodman did too. Ron Artest did too. That just comes with the territory, man. We've seen this in the NBA before, right? Have we not? You guys want choir boys? Choir boys don't always win. Go ask the 49ers. Cameron and Eddie, what's happening? Right. Cam, what's happening, man? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Boss? How you doing?
What's up, Cam?
I hope y'all doing.
What's up, Cam?
Doing cool. But, hey, we got to call this man out, man. You know, I've been calling for a long time talking about this man, Kerr. Why is Moody damn near getting DNP still after he been doing this thing? Like, this is crazy. How was a rookie in pods surpassing Moody? It doesn't make sense. Why is he icing Clay out in the fourth quarter, taking so long to bring him back in when Clay be on a burner? Why is he still taking Curry out when he going on a burner, making 3 after 3, and then he taking him out? Like, this doesn't make sense. When it's a close game, he takes Curry out. But when it's a blowout, he let Curry keep playing. Like last night, like, why you got the starters in when we up so much? Let these other guys get ready for the playoffs. Moody is a key piece. He needs to be ready for the playoffs.
Let me ask you, Cameron, because I do like Moses Moody. He only played a minute 47 yesterday.
It feels like GPT is a more trusted player than him by far.
Who are you playing Moody ahead of?
Pods.
Really?
Pods was good yesterday.
Pods has been really good the last 5 games.
Pods is always good, but he don't got the defense skills that Moody do. He don't got the eyesight that Moody do. He passes up passes to people all the time. He was making shit last night. My bad. He was making stuff last night.
Wake up, guys. We got Cam.
You're good, dog.
You're good, Cam. Keep cooking, man.
But sometimes Pods be making bad mistakes, and he don't give Moody the same type of the leeway. Like, why is his rotations? Why is you playing these guys? Why is CP3 and Curry playing at the same time? It doesn't make sense.
Because they want another. They want another ball handler. Like, hey, but can you just meet me here? Meet me here. They're gelling right now. They're balling. Yeah. It's one of the better wins of the year, AD or not. And we're a little frustrated with the rotations. Someone's going to have to be the odd man out. And in this particular situation, I feel like Podziemski was really good last night. So to nitpick the rotations feels a little off to me this morning.
I'm not playing.
I love you, Cam.
I love Moses Moody. I love Cam too. But Podziemski, the ball's moving. He's hitting the 3. The ball's hopping. He's rebounding well. He fits with CP3. He fits with Steph. He fits with these guys. I don't know who you're going to play. Are you going to play Moody ahead of Kuminga? I mean, Kuminga was down to 21 minutes yesterday. That's something to monitor. You're going to play him ahead of GP2? Obviously, GP2 has a role in this team.
You thought Kuminga's minutes were down?
Yeah, he only played 21-25 yesterday.
Well, I thought in the context of that game yesterday, he played more than I thought he would because it felt like they were going – I don't know. Early on, he was a little erratic, Jonathan Kuminga, and I was surprised that he ended up with more minutes than GP2 because I thought that – in the second quarter, I'm like, oh, well, maybe they're not going to go back to him in the second half.
He settled out. He settled out in the second half, and you need to go back to him. You need JK.
I agree.
You need JK.
I was surprised.
He was part of that run, that 16-5 run to end the third quarter, and the Warriors went up 17 going into the fourth quarter, really playing some good basketball. Your boy Rocco's texting us. This is the Draymond we need to win anything. This is the Draymond we need to win anything. You know what? It drives me crazy when he gets kicked out. Like he did against, trust me, it drives me crazy. I know he's going to talk to the referees. Steve Kerr, head coach, who just joined us last week, told us we need Draymond, or he told everybody, I need Draymond. We need that. He yelling at the refs as long as it doesn't go over the edge. This is what they need. Look at man, the Bulls dealt with this with Dennis Rodman.
I don't remember Rodman getting suspended for 25 games.
Rodman got popped. He was kicking cameramen, dog.
Well, that was
what are
one
you talking
incident.
About? Go look at Rodman's track record of ejections, technicals.
Well, Rasheed Wallace.
I watched Rodman as the San Antonio Spur backslap Carl Malone in the playoff game.
The Spurs went nowhere with him.
He was going to the second round.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he's still killing the Spurs.
That to me, that's excusing poor behavior. They need the guy on the floor.
I'm not excusing anything. I'm not excusing anything.
Like every Warrior fan feels the exact same way. As all the fire, all the guts, everything. Just don't.
I don't think you speak for Warrior fans. I don't think every Warrior fan feel like that.
What do you mean?
I think every Warrior fan doesn't feel like that. I think there's a segment of Warrior fans who said, "Yeah, we need that Draymond barking at refs, pushing that line, calming down." It was a full Draymond Green experience.
It didn't cross your mind for a split second that he could get thrown out of that game.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then we just watched different stuff.
No. He started barking at the ref after getting elbowed. The ref gave him some leeway. Once Steph and the security guards got there, I wasn't worried about it. I wasn't worried about it at all. At all. And then the security guards grabbed him to the bench, and it was play on. They calmed him down, and the rest is history. I wasn't worried about it. I don't worry. I don't worry when I watch sports. I watch it with some confidence. Be confident.
Except Shanahan in crucial.
Well, because we know how those stories end. And so, I do fear the Lakers.
What a pivot.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, the whole
What a win, though.
We've watched Draymond Green do this for 12 years. It's the full Draymond Green experience. It drives me crazy, yes. Has it driven me crazy?
You just said that it didn't bother you at all.
No, I'm saying in the past, it has driven me crazy. The fact that he's missed 17 games due to suspension, and we cited the numbers the other day, they're 11-14 when he misses games. 11-14. We look back and they get bounced into play, and we're going to all look back at the games he missed.
Yeah. We could be a 46-win team right now.
Could be a 47-win team. Could be a 48-win team. Could be chasing 50 wins by this weekend. But we're not because of suspensions and injuries. Why is my camera zoomed in here?
Steph Curry's left-handed pass was so sick last night.
Oh, the Klay Thompson?
That was so sick. Klay had a couple of just ridiculous drives to the hoop. Chris Paul had one late where no one even stayed with him on a high pick and roll. He went all the way, unimpeded to the lane, left-hand layup, boom. They were awesome last night. That was... I don't care if Anthony Davis is there or not. That was a fun win. Anytime you beat the Lakers.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM and AC1, San Francisco. I was trying to, but don't forget you can also watch this every single day on YouTube. It's Twitch streams as Love and shakes his head. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. As we've added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text Line. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Your phone calls coming up 888-957-9570. What's your main takeaway with the Golden State Warriors? Are you starting to feel like they can make a run at this thing if they get that 8 spot? Again, I'll lay it out here on the other side here. All the tiebreaker scenarios, the playoff scenarios for the Golden State Warriors. How can they move up to 8? That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time.
Hey Dub Nation, it's Brandon Wojemski, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Brandon Pajemski.
Hey, Pajemski's playing some good ball right now. 5th time this season he's had 10 points in the quarter. He's making a push for one of the all-rookie teams alongside TJD, who's playing great defense, contesting shots, 7.7 rebounds, 3 block shots. And the one thing Ron Adams said to us last week when he joined us, the assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, and it stuck with me ever since he said it. Ron Adams said the great thing that TJD does is when he blocks his shot, he keeps the ball in play. He doesn't try to swat it to the 10th row. And I noticed that yesterday when he swatted Hachimura, just slammed it on the backboard. He had another shot where he slammed it, and he kept it in play. His wherewithal, his instincts, man, TJD is hooping. Pods and TJD, man. What a rookie season for these two guys.
What about the GP2 block at the rim, too?
Oh, Hachimura?
That was sick.
That was nice.
Rui was in a blender yesterday, all over the place, and he missed a bunch of bunnies after that. He was not good, and normally I like his game.
Yeah, I was focused overall 12 block shots. Wiggins
12.
Season high 3 block shots.
Wiggins was awesome.
TJD 3 block shots. Pods was hooping 1 block shot, 13 points. Again, Brandon Pajemski is shooting 58% from 3 over his last 5 games.
Wow.
So he's on a heater right now going into the playoffs here. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about the Dubs? Was last night a performance? Because that's the question I have for you, Shasky. Is last night enough, even though AD didn't play, was last night enough to make you think and fantasize about a deep playoff run for the Golden State Warriors? We had Devontae in Mississippi say, this is We Believe all over again.
Well, I looked at the I don't know about that. I mean, We Believe it's different. Like, you don't become a We Believe team when you have Steph Curry.
Or have won 4 championships the last 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, like, so to me, like, categorically, they're just not comparable.
Right.
But that's fine. Whatever. Belief in, like, I think we can do something. I think 2 weeks ago, it was like, oh, the door is slightly ajar, and I want to stick my foot in there, to get through the door into the playoffs. Now, we're entrenched. I feel like we've got 1 foot into the playoffs. I want to get that other one in there. And once we do that, then I will fully believe. But last night, I still think it's a really nice win. Now, there's no Anthony Davis, so I have to also temper myself, and I'm trying to stay calculated on it. But I look at the form that the Warriors are playing in. This feels like the best basketball they've played in a long time. I don't know how long, a year, 2 years, I don't know. But just overall, like Wiggins was, I'm not hyperbolic. Second quarter was the best quarter of basketball I've seen from Wiggins all year.
Yep. I don't know if it was the best quarter all year, but I understand what you're saying. He was active on both ends of the floor.
The 2 threes.
Played very well. Block shots. I mean, 7 to 12 from the floor, efficient. And again, when he sees the ball early in the shot clock, now he's touching the ball early in the possession, it opens up the entire offense. Let's go to Phil Ball Mike here on the lines here. Phil Ball Mike, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, Bonte?
What up, Phil Ball?
What's up, Shasky?
What's up, dog?
Oh, man, I love that borderline Draymond Green. I mean, I know it's a wild ride that he'll take us on, but I love that borderline, almost finna get a technical foul. And for crying out loud, the next time he get hit in the head and people just don't do nothing at all, it's very disrespectful. I know it's coming from Draymond Green, but come on, man. If that was to happened to somebody else, people would stop the game and stuff. With that being said, Bonte, make sure you don't miss that break, bruh. Make sure you get to the break on time, for real, for real.
All right, Phil Ball, thank you. We got another drop there. We got another drop.
For real, for real.
For real, for real. For real, for real. Anybody worried about Draymond Green yesterday getting kicked out? I know there's a segment of Warrior fans like Phil Ball Mike who says, you need that type of Draymond Green. Remember I said this to you a few years ago. I said, man, he's just a better player when he's playing with that edge. It drives us crazy at times. Trust me. He drove the entire team crazy. Klay Thompson just sat down with him and said, dude, we need you on the floor. When we were going crazy during the suspension, I know everybody's like, oh, man, Ponte, you're flipping. I've been consistent with my Draymond critiques. When he told me that it was the most important season of his career, and he put it in one of his rings, said, I need the 5th. I said, okay, then. It's most important. Okay, let's go. Let's ball. And then you get popped 17 games for things that we all felt like, wow, you learn from that. Wow, what's going on? There's one of the clips that's circulated where people are trying to figure out what did Bonte say to piss off Draymond Green. Where I'm screaming into the microphone saying, I love Day-Day, but damn it, I'm disappointed because they need this guy. Because even last season, he made all defensive second team. The whole season was overshadowed because of what happened in training camp. Because of punching Jordan Poole. It overshadowed his good play on the floor.
Agreed.
It overshadowed his good defense on the floor. And the same damn thing happened this year. Why? Because it hurt the team. It hurt the team. But you can't say yesterday he's balling and that was a full Draymond experience. They don't win 4 championships without that Draymond.
Yeah, okay.
And we got to live with it, right? We have to live with it.
I don't want to adjudicate the whole thing over again.
I'm not adjudicating
I personally don't believe the two are correlated. You can play with fire and not cross the line in terms of if you could tell the official how you feel, but then you just
Did he cross the line last night?
Well, no, you just kept going at it, and it was like, all right, well, we need you. We're too late in the season. That's
he didn't
all.
even get a technical yesterday.
No,
did he not? He didn't get a technical yesterday. So I don't even know what we're talking about. He didn't get a technical.
They played great. And I don't want to spend time on this because they played great, and he was brilliant. And when he shoots the three like that, their offense is just unbelievably different. They just are. They're just a different offense when he's hitting that shot because now you have to come out and guard him, and now he can blow by you. It opens up the floor. It opens up baseline, backdoor plays. It opens up guys getting open on the skip passes. Everything opens up. I mean, you just saw so many walk-in threes off the high pick and roll for Steph Curry yesterday. Wiggins getting great looks. Clay getting great looks. What did Clay have, like 17 in the first half, 20 in the first half?
15.
Yeah, they were brilliant. So, like, I don't want it to overshadow. All I'm saying is like, yes, you told the referee your piece, and then once Curry comes over to grab you, all right, now walk to the bench. That's all.
Yep. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with the Warriors? All right, let's lay it out here. Let's lay it out. The Warriors right now, they're 44-35, 10th place in the Western Conference. However, they're half game behind the Lakers because they've played one less game. The Warriors and Lakers are tied in the loss column with 35 losses apiece. Warriors are the tiebreaker. They beat the Lakers 3 out of 4 games this season to win the season series. So if both these teams, the Lakers and Warriors, finish tied in the regular season with the same amount of wins and the same amount of losses, the Warriors would host the Lakers in a 9-10 play-in game. That's for the Warriors and Lakers. Now, can the Warriors move up in the standings? That's the big question around these parts. Right now, they're 1 game behind Sacramento in the loss column. However, Sacramento owns the tiebreaker over the Warriors due to their division record. The Warriors in the Pacific Division, they're 7-9. The Kings are 10-6. So the Kings, therefore, would get the tiebreaker against over the Golden State Warriors if they finish tied. So what do the Warriors need to do to finish 8th in the West? They need to go 3-0, beat Portland, New Orleans, and Utah. 2 of those feel like locks, but I'm not going to sleep on the Portland Trailblazers Thursday. I'm just not.
Why do you give Portland more love than Utah?
I mean, because Utah's purposely losing. Like, they've lost, how many games in a row? They've lost 13 games in a row. They're 3-24 in their last 27. No, they're coming back to chase it, or they're going to be chilling. They know better not to win that game. People will be fired. People wouldn't even make it back to Salt Lake City if they win that game.
They know better than to not win that game.
Will Hardy wins that game. Will Hardy wins that game.
It's unreal.
The Utah Jazz wins that game. People will be fired.
I like Will Hardy, too. I kind of feel bad that he's getting a raw deal out there.
Danny Ainge knows, hey, do not get the 30 wins, okay? So anyway, that's Utah. Now, Portland was up 3 on New Orleans at half yesterday. I'm just saying. Scoot Henderson, 15 assists, 8 and 30 and 13. I'm not going to sleep on the Blazers. I'm not taking the NBA. No. I'm not taking the NBA team lightly. I just don't do that. All right. So if the Warriors...
Utah.
Except Utah, who won 13 in a row. And I saw them last week. They were not trying to win that game. So the Warriors, if they want to move to 8th, they want to get into 8 and be in that 7-8 game, they need the Kings to lose 2 or 3. So the Kings would need to lose 2 of the remaining 3 games they have. And they play the Pelicans, the Phoenix Suns, and the Portland Trailblazers all at home at the G1C. Is that clear? You confused, Shasky?
No, I'm following along.
All right. So that's the scenario for the Golden State Warriors. If they want to finish 8th. They need Sacramento to lose 2 or 3, and the Warriors need to go 3-0.
So ideally, you're sitting here, and we've got, a week left in the season? You're pulling for what particular matchup? Is it in the 7-8 or the 9-10? Who is the team you're targeting?
I just need to get to 7-8.
Okay.
Not even targeting
I'm with you on that. It gives me
Give
two
me the 7-8.
shots.
Give me the 7-8.
So you don't care about team?
No. And right now, Denver and Minnesota have a huge game coming up. I think that's tonight. Huge game.
Minnesota!
Do you have a preference between New Orleans and Phoenix?
Yeah, I think we'd all love to play New Orleans.
As opposed to Phoenix. I would agree
We'd all
with
love
you
to
there.
play New Orleans.
Yeah, I would agree
However,
with
in
you.
those 4 games against Phoenix, all of them were tight. Warriors did beat Phoenix down the stretch, and they have a point guard issue. They do not execute down the stretch whatsoever. It's my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. So I don't. Doesn't matter to me.
The story of
the Warriors
KD's
can beat
career.
both these teams. The Warriors can beat both these teams. The Warriors are playing so well. They're 25-11 in their last 36. They've won 16-20 on the road. They go down to the Valley of the Sun. They'll beat Phoenix. They could beat Phoenix. I'm not worried about them.
Okay.
New Orleans will be the preferable spot, but then you got to take a flight all the way down to the Smoothie King Center and play the Big Easy.
Yeah, we don't know anything about Brandon Ingram yet. He might be done for the year. Like, we don't know. They say progressing,
sounds like
but it
sure sounds like it.
We just don't know.
A lot of injuries popping up right now. Giannis obviously doesn't have the Achilles injury, but there's a calf strain, and it's not good, but he's going to miss a little bit of time, but not a lot. I don't know. Bucks I think are in trouble.
So
it was a big win for them last night
against Boston.
And then
Huge
he gets
win.
hurt.
Yeah.
So that's all good. So if the Warriors get down there, and now you look at the top of the standings, there's a chance Minnesota clinches a 2 seed. Now they do have Karl Anthony Towns coming back.
Why does that matter to you?
Because I would much rather play Minnesota in the first round than I would the Denver Nuggets.
I think they present problems too, though.
They do.
Warrior killer Naz Reid.
They do. Trust me.
He wouldn't be the first guy on my scouting report, but
and
he's
there's
on
history there. There's history there. There is history.
But I would love to get Gobert in the playoffs.
Now there's another possibility here. Another possibility I didn't speak on because I don't know how possible it is. But what if Phoenix goes 0-3? Now, Phoenix's schedule, tonight, they play in LA against the same Clippers team that shelled them yesterday.
So are you rooting for the Clippers or the Phoenix Suns?
I want chaos. I'm rooting for the Clippers. So check out the Suns' last 3 games. Check out the Suns' last 3 games. Tonight against the Clippers, Crypto.com arena.
Which I don't know what to make of them.
I don't know what to get. But
I don't know what to make of the Clippers.
Westbrook was yelling and barking all day yesterday.
I don't even know.
All right. And then they go to Sacramento Friday night.
Oh, I mean, who am I rooting for there?
I don't know. It depends.
I'm probably rooting for Phoenix.
But Phoenix also plays in Minnesota on Sunday. And what if Minnesota needs that game to try to get the number 1 spot? If Phoenix goes 0-3. If Phoenix goes 0-3 and the Warriors go 3-0, the Warriors will guarantee themselves a spot in the 7-8 game.
Unlimited possibilities.
So right now, I feel really good about the Warriors and where they're at. I do. If you could get out that 9-10 range.
If they sneak in as the 7 seed, I guess you wouldn't sneak in. If they berate their way, like push their way through to the 7 seed, what an improbable finish to the season.
Wow. And then how you're feeling.
Well, I mean,
then how if the Warriors sneak in as a 7 seed and they're playing Minnesota in the first round, I'm with Bay Rob. I'm with Devontae, Mississippi.
Shocking.
I'm on the train, baby, and saying the Warriors can go on. They can go do some things.
And it's going to be fascinating, to your point, Minnesota versus Denver. Like, who are they going to face and stuff like that? There's so many things to shake out. This is what the NBA and Adam Silver envisioned when they had the plan. They wanted this chaos. The East is garbage. Like we've known like the crappy Hawks have been in for a while. It is a gauntlet in the West more so than ever this year. It is pretty wild. Like it's awesome. And they're rooting for either Steph or LeBron to be in that 7-8 spot, and then the other to be in that, because they want both of them to advance.
Give me your Laker point of view regarding the conversation Warrior fans are having this morning with seeds and whatnot.
Like, what do you mean? Like
how does this sound absurd?
No. I mean, this is what because I think Lakers fans and Warriors fans realize, because they have LeBron and Steph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Give me the Thunder or the Timberwolves, and I'll take my chances.
I kind of am with
I think that's where they're at.
Yep.
I would rather play the Timberwolves than the Thunder.
Now, do you fear the Lakers in a play-in scenario?
Not as much as I thought I did.
I know some people wanted the Warriors to punt the game yesterday.
Well, I'm glad they didn't. And considering what happened with the Kings, aren't we really glad they didn't? Now, you could go even a step further and say, boy, it would have been great to have won that Friday night game against the Dallas Mavericks. But whatever, that's happened. It's in the past. I'm glad they played that game. I feel significantly better in terms of team chemistry, ball movement, defense, just the way everyone's playing. Like I told you before, B, matchups, like we could isolate all these different games. Is the team playing good basketball together? And I feel like defensively they are. I feel like offensively they are. Yesterday, that late third quarter surge from the second unit was very inspiring. Yeah. Seeing the first quarter unit put up a good lead and seeing Steph and Clay. I mean, look at the stats, just the overall point totals from all the starters. How can you not feel great?
Well, Steph and Clay combined for 50 points. And they combined to go 11 to 16 for the 3-point line.
Vintage Splash Bros.
So, I'm not going to get into the Clay stuff today. Just saying he's playing very, very good basketball.
Playing amazing.
Amazing basketball.
And he had a couple of nice takes to the lane. He had a pass to TJD that was brilliant. So he's been really good.
So, call me a fool, but I've been tricked again by Killer Clay. Somebody texted in last week saying, hey, man, you tricked. You got tricked, man. That's just the Rockets. Well, then you hear it's just the Jazz. Well, is it just the Lakers? I don't know. Now, Michael Thompson did Joey Willard Dibs. I want to get into that at some point. Some interesting stuff there. But Killer Clay is on a heater right now.
Yeah, he looks great.
All right.
His legs look so fresh.
Dude, the guys, Clay's fine. He's going to get his $30 million per year from somebody. And we'll be talking about that all season. But 27 points. You get Steph Curry going 7-9, 6-6 from the 3-point line. First time he's gone perfect on at least 6 3-point attempts since 2010. 23 points for Steph. 8 assists, 7 rebounds. You get Draymond Green, scored 15, all 15 from the 3-point line. You get Andrew Wiggins, as you mentioned. He scores in double figures. You get CP3 playing the old man game with the big. And that was the biggest key to me. Not the 16-2 run. 16-2 run in the second quarter. Obviously, they got separation. But I was disappointed at the half in this sense. Lakers were only down 11.
That's what I'm saying. They cut it to 5?
Right, they cut it to 4. Was it 4?
Okay, I knew it was like close to 5 late in the third quarter.
Yeah, but 4:23 left. Okay. Steve Kerr checks out Steph, Dre, and GP2. It's 90-84.
It felt very on the edge.
Yeah. Lakers have all the momentum.
Would you call it the danger zone?
The danger zone.
I would agree with that.
And next thing you know, a 16-5 run. You got a little bit of CP3. You got some pods. Even got JK hitting the 3 during that stretch where he started to feel his rhythm, to feel his game. And next thing you know, you go in the fourth quarter of 17, and you feel good. Now, the Lakers did score the first 9 in the fourth quarter. We thought, here we go again, another blow, double-digit lead. But that didn't happen because Steph started hitting, CP3 started hitting, and the Warriors go 26 of 41 for the 3-point line. I mean, what a night down in L.A. And it makes you think if they could just get in. They're 16-4 in their last 20 road games. If they could just get in. Because, again, that was the first time they had been really healthy since the game against the Chicago Bulls. And then before that was November 28th.
I liked that he went with CP3 in this game. You had a lead, and you kind of took the air out of the basketball, slowing it down the stretch, executing in the half court, getting the ball to Steph and CP3. No silly turnovers. We're gonna run a methodical play here. We're gonna get a really good look. It felt like whatever was happening earlier in this year in terms of blown leads and erratic offensive half-court production late in games when things slow down, they've kind of stabilized some of that fourth quarter stuff. And they ran I keep going back to pick and rolls. They ran some high pick and rolls for Steph at like perfect times where he just walked into open threes, and he was hitting last night. I thought the numbers don't pop off at you because they're classic Steph numbers. I thought he was amazing last night.
He was amazing. The pass of Klay Thompson. He was in command. He was Showtime yesterday. He was Showtime yesterday. He scored 23 points on 9 shots. And we talked about his efficiency. I mean, 23 points on 9 shots.
You could try to do that in an empty gym.
Right. 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 32 minutes and 19 seconds. And you saw the playoff rotation. Here's the playoff rotation, folks. You got your starters. TJD, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, the Splash Brothers. Then your first 4 off the bench, GP2, Kuminga, Chris Paul, Brandon Podziemski. All right, Moses Moody, there's going to be an odd man out here.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But Moses Moody will stay ready because he will need to be ready. There's a game where somebody's going to get in foul trouble. There's a game where somebody may lip off the floor. Moses Moody will be needed. And I wouldn't close the book on Kevon Looney down the stretch here. I would not.
This is Kevon Looney.
The flip side to Loon Dog is I know he was struggling this season, but now he's off to the side working out. Now he's going to have fresh legs here, and everybody can laugh at that if you want to. But if you do run into Karl Anthony Towns, if you do run into Naz Reid, if you do run into Anthony Davis, you're going to have to dust off Loon Dog at some point to still 5 to 10 minutes in the game. The flip side to Looney getting all these DNPs and not playing, I'm sure he wants to play. He's a competitor. He's a warrior, a true warrior in the sense of the word warrior. He will be needed at some point, and I think his legs will be fresh. In a way, Shasky, this is a blessing in disguise for Kevon Looney because I do think the Warriors are going to have to dust him off at some point. And I'm not saying 30 minutes. I'm not saying even 20 minutes, but situational basketball. You may have to guard Jokic for a couple possessions. You may have to guard Nurkic for a couple possessions. You may have to guard Valanciunas for a couple possessions. Looney will be needed. Moody will be needed. So I wouldn't focus in. This is a playoff rotation, though. There's going to be some odd men out, and it is what it is.
When you win the way you did yesterday, I think the last thing that comes to my mind is worrying about Moody's minutes and where he fits in. Everything worked out fine yesterday, man. They looked really good. I want to get back to the TJD Draymond Green setup. I do feel like their defense has completely flipped since they've gone to that lineup.
No doubt.
Having the funneler, having the guy who could protect the rim, and he's not the biggest dude. I know he's thick, and he was 6'9". I mean, it's humongous by normal standards. NBA standards, not a traditional center. But he gets up off the ground, and his timing on these blocks and his ability to block a shot without fouling, he's been a revelation. I think what it has done is it allowed other guys to not worry about getting blown by, and I think it's made teams second guess attacking the rim when he blocks a couple shots in a row. And then like Draymond Green being able to roam the way that he has, that lineup has changed things for them.
No, it has. And the spacing's there. You got the shooters such as Splash Brothers. You have great screeners in TJD and Draymond Green, and it allows Wiggins to have more space to operate in.
Yeah.
Now you break up him and Kuminga, although that combination was working. You break up him and Kuminga, so now Wiggins has more space to operate when he wants to go to the mid-post, when he wants to go to the post, and he has that little baby jump hook. That's right there. I still want to see the Penny Hardaway step back. I don't think he's used that enough this season. We haven't seen that a lot for the mid-range.
And they got the little alley to TJD a couple times.
No doubt. So this is working. And then you bring in CP3. I can't get enough of Chris Paul. I really can't. And then you get Klay Thompson rolling off. You got Podziemski back in his groove. Get Podziemski the last 5 games. These guys are going to make all rookie teams. I mean, how fascinating is that? I thought Podziemski was going to be in Santa Cruz for most of the season.
Most of us
did. TJD, I didn't. What?
Remember when I was like you and I were opining for him early in the year, and it felt kind of like a pipe dream. Like, I mean,
I was telling you, I was like, I don't know about Podziemski.
Oh, he's been way better than any of us could have anticipated. Yeah, way better. The CP3 is interesting. Last year, turnovers were a huge problem. Synergy, second unit, stabilizing it, just the flow, the rhythm. It was the live ball and unforced turnovers that were driving everyone mad. Yep. It was Jordan Poole attacking the rim, getting blocked at the rim, and then boom, giving up a layup in the other direction. The team giving up a layup. There was one play where Andrew Wiggins, he had Kuminga on the right, he had Andrew Wiggins on his left, and Andrew Wiggins went to the hoop, and he thought he was going to pop out for like a fade to the corner, and he threw it away. And CP3 went, and he come over here, and he talked with Wiggins, and they got on the same page, and everyone was nodding their head, and then he turned to Kuminga, and he was explaining to Kuminga what he wanted on the next one. And then the very next possession comes down, and boom, he hits Wiggins, simple little layup. That's the difference between this year and last year. Yep. And I'm not trying to rip Jordan Poole. I want to make sure. But CP3 is a seasoned veteran.
No, he is. He calms everybody down. He stabilizes everybody. You see it in the San Antonio game with Pods. He's talking to him every dead ball. Look for this. Look for this. He's always coaching.
Yeah, he is.
He's bringing the ball up the floor. He's telling people to swing. He's got the gamesmanship, man. This guy is hooping right now. CP3 is really playing well. So I'm really impressed with what he's done with the Golden State Warriors. He plays well with Curry. He plays well with Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
He plays well with TJD.
Well, I mean, Klay was in that second unit.
With the 65 run, the end of the third quarter.
And he was cooking.
With that second unit. It was CP3, Klay, Pods.
Yes.
And he had a little bit of Kuminga. They were rolling right now. They are absolutely rolling. Love where they're at.
Excited
with the second unit. No, I'm fired up about this game.
What about if somebody says to you, well, Anthony Davis didn't play, and the Lakers are a garbage team. Doesn't the form of the Warriors matter more than the opponent?
It matters to me more. Absolutely.
The chemistry?
Absolutely. Getting the rotations right. getting the chemistry right, getting your starting unit right, figuring out game by game who's going to close it. And in the fourth quarter, you saw Kuminga was out there with CP3, Wiggins, Draymond, Curry. So Clay wasn't even really in that fourth quarter, not that much. So you know what, man? It's I feel really good about this team right now. I was listening to Steiny and Guru yesterday, all these calls, and they won yesterday. And I saw a Guru's tweet, and I heard your voice. I could hear your voice through the text messages. You're excited about it. Spinotti's down in the dumps. I could hear him on the pregame show.
Shut up. You want to talk to someone ripping referees. LeBron was crying
that's what he
because
does.
he played at 70%. You know, the nobility. And, I mean, look at the valor of LeBron fighting through 70% health.
I got some LeBron sound.
He's 39 years old. He's doing things we've never seen before.
No, he's incredible. But you don't have to tell me. You're suited up, dog. We know you're out there.
They asked him the questions. He's answering
70%, not 80.
You guys just don't like what he has to say.
No. You got flu-like systems. You're sick. Why are you holding court in front of media members? You're going to get everybody sick. How about you go to the trainer's room and get your medicine and go home? Like, straight up.
That's on them.
You want to be a professional and talk? Now you're getting Dave McMahon sick. He's not going to be able to work on ESPN for the next 3 days.
Dave McMahon will be like, it's an honor to have LeBron get me sick.
Joe Von Buchholz's got to wear a mask because LeBron's sick. Man, go home. You're sick. He's one of the Laker beat writers. Let's go to Hoot Marin. Hoot. What's up, Hoot?
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up, baby?
You guys are looking at this all wrong. I think you're looking at it all wrong as far as I know everybody wants to talk about Moses Moody, but when a guy plays 20 minutes and he's one of your most consistent players, 0 turnovers except for last night in the last 3 or 4 games, and he relegated back to the bench, that's a problem. That's a bipolar coaching problem. And I think it's what's going to sink the Warriors. I hate to say that.
But who does he jump? Explain to me. I want to hear the solution of who he jumps in the rotation.
It's not a jump. He was established. He was playing 19 and 20 minutes, and he was solid. You don't sit there and jerk a guy around like that. The only reason that he's okay with it is because of his personality. Any other player on the Warriors, any other player in the NBA would be all up in Kerr's grill, saying, what are you doing to me? Why are you detonating my career like this?
Hoot, I hear you. Listen, Hoot, I'm going to let you finish. I love Moses Moody. He should be playing. But again, when you go to a playoff rotation, you got to shorten this bad boy up. You got to shorten it up.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, you got to play 9 guys. Who is he going to play over right now?
Saric was getting major run earlier this year. I haven't heard a peep from him.
From who?
From Saric, for example. He hasn't said anything. He hasn't played in weeks.
Well, he was hot garbage for the time that he was playing, too. Moody goes in and he plays solid.
So
man.
Again, so who are you taking? But who are you taking minutes away from?
It's a I agree with your caller Cameron before 100%. Podziemski is going to detonate and he's going to turn the ball over 4 times in a quarter when you need it the most. Maybe the play-in game. When the 3-pointers aren't falling, and you guys know as well as anybody, you live and you die by the 3. Last night they were living in a penthouse, right? They were making every 3 that they looked at. The play-in game could be a different story. So where do you turn? You need somebody who's consistent and solid. Podziemski is not consistent and he's not solid.
Well, Hoot, what if I told you, Hoot? I would say, Hoot, hold on. What if I told you Podziemski hasn't committed more than 2 turnovers in a game since February 12th? What if I told you that? Because that's what's been happening.
I believe you. But he also, like your caller Cameron said earlier, he doesn't find the open man. There's people wide open, and he's doing his one-on-one thing.
All right.
It happens every game. Focus on him on the next game.
All right. I focus on him every game, but okay, I'll let you go. Wow, that's another caller, anti-Podziemski.
What? But what?
So
what is it about Podziemski that is very polarizing?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
Some either love him or
I don't know.
Some are like despising him.
We always got to point the finger at somebody.
Well, so I would just say,
Mike Krzyzewski had 2 hits yesterday. I'm waiting for a Giants fan to come in here and say Mike Krzyzewski is the reason why they got smoked by the Nats for the second game in a row.
No one is saying.
You know what I'm saying? My point is, we're always blaming somebody. We just beat the damn Lakers. We smoked the Lakers. Set a 3-point percentage record. No team has ever made 25 threes and shot over 60% from the 3-point line in a single game.
But we're
out here worried about minutes.
But let's really quickly.
What? What is wrong with some of you guys?
What is Moses? He's a wing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So ahead of him on the hierarchy are what wings?
Clay.
1.
Wiggins.
2.
Kuminga.
3.
GP2.
4.
And now Pods.
And I would put even Curry and
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul, because they're more traditional point guard, but wing, if you will. So, again, they're going to trust Gary Payton II. That's just the team trusts him. The coach trusts him. So really, we're talking about Kuminga and GP2 in terms of Moody cutting into the minutes. Podziemski, they trust too. He's another ball handler. They want a ball handler. They want a guy who he also rebounds really well.
He does.
I think for his size, he's a great rebounder.
He does, man.
And then, in terms of ball security, I think he's done a great job protecting the ball.
Dude, he averages 6 rebounds a game. And again, I just told you the numbers here, Shasky.
But I get wanting to play Moody.
No, I get wanting to play Moody too, but here's the whole Pat Riley theory that I love this quote from Pat Riley.
Yeah, give it to me.
In the playoffs, his postseason recipe. You use 8, rotate 7, play 6, and trust 5. Now, Steve Kerr's playing 9 guys.
It's probably 1 or 2 more, too many.
He's rotating the 9 guys.
Yeah.
He's mixing and matching. He probably trusts about 6, 7 guys in the closing lineup. But he's playing basically 9 guys now. And GP2, the 9th guy who's playing, he's only playing 13 minutes a game. Look at the minute allocation. Hold on, let me go.
Yeah.
Let me go to minute
At one point,
allocation.
he was at 7 minutes until the fourth quarter. Or
Andrew Wiggins yesterday, 28 minutes and 32 seconds. Draymond Green, 32 minutes, 10 seconds. Trace Jackson Davis, 24 minutes, 44 seconds.
Wow.
Klay Thompson, 33 minutes, a team high.
Yeah.
Stephen Curry, 32 minutes, 19 seconds. Jonathan Kuminga, 21-25.
Yeah.
Brandon Podziemski, 20 minutes and 21 seconds. Chris Paul, 25 minutes. And GP2, 13 minutes and 37 seconds.
And a lot of that was in the fourth quarter.
Right. So, I mean, they just beat the Lakers. They shot 58.8% from the floor, and we're worried about somebody's minutes. Moody will be ready. But you know what? This is the problem when you have too many guys. Somebody's going to be the odd man out, and it just happens to be Moses Moody. Antonio in Oakland, what's happening?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. And me personally, I'm a Moody guy. You know, of course, I want a minimum. Podziemski, man, he's another floor general. He can pass. A little guy like that who can rebound. He be snatching from the bigs. We need that in the freaking play-in/postseason, man. We need that grittiness. You know, like I said, we got 9. We can go 10 deep. But whoever Kerr decides, as far as Podziemski or Moody, man, I'm down with either one. Podziemski gets the edge, man, because he just can breathe. He can just do a lot of stuff. He's an underrated defender too, good team defender, man. And I just love Trace Jackson at the 5, man. We rolling. I think we're gonna maybe win a round in a postseason. I think
You got a second round playoff team, Antonio. You usually super optimistic about your teams. Second round playoffs.
Oh yeah, we making it to the second round. I guarantee it, baby.
I like that. I like that guarantee.
You're going to love it. I guarantee. What was that, Paul from the Diamond Center?
Yeah,
Men's
Paul.
Warehouse.
Men's Warehouse. That's what it was.
Didn't Paul do Diamond Center too?
Might have.
No, who's the credit man?
Who was the credit man?
Yeah, I'm the credit man. And he had all the ladies holding him up. What a spot for him.
That was such a classic 80s, 90s commercial.
The credit. I'm the
Dude, I love how
credit
you do the
man.
dance. You're so right. He had the beard like Al Borland.
Dude, he looked like a creeper, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He did. He looked like a fun guy,
you
man.
know,
I would party with him.
Can anyone pronounce Podziemski's name appropriately?
Podziemski.
Brandon Podziemski.
I mean, is he Polish American? I'm Polish. You got the SKI thing going on.
Yeah.
Brandon Podziemski, correct?
Yes.
Pods, if you just want to shorten it.
Pods. There you go. AirPods. Call them AirPods.
Brandon Podziemski.
Brandon Podziemski.
Was that Klay Thompson?
Give it to me one more time.
That was, back in November trying to pronounce his name.
Brandon Podziemski.
Brandon Podziemski.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Brandon Podziemski.
So we got plenty of nominees for the Doobie Awards for mispronunciations. Damn. Who's going to win that award?
His little push 3-point shot, it looks really good right now.
Last 5 games, Shasky. Last 5 games, he's shooting 58% from 3 in the last 5 games. 7-12. So I don't know. Does anybody else have a problem with the rotations? 888-957-9570. When I walked in this morning and I watched the game,
I was in a great mood.
I did not think that fans would be thinking, boy, Moses Moody only 1 minute and 47 seconds. I get it. I feel bad for the young man. He's played well. But you have this hierarchy right now, and I just don't see anybody he's going to replace in the rotation right now.
Well,
but he's going to be needed, Chasky. Let's believe that.
No, I'm with you. The only thing I was thinking regarding minute allocation, this is during the game. I was like, oh, Kerr might not go back to Kuminga in the second half. That's what I was thinking. And then he did. And I was like, I'm not mad at that because I thought Kuminga proved that he belonged out on the floor at that second time out in the second half and was a big part of why they stabilized that lead.
Yep. Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry in the city before we get to the injury report. Larry, what's happening? You're on the road.
Larry?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. Look, that last caller, he needs to go back and do his Warriors if he have any. You know, when we had Jamal Wilkes, a rookie, and the Warriors won the championship in '75. I was around when we had Clifford Ray and Nate Thurman and all them. But the point I'm trying to make is Rick Barry. Oh, absolutely. I was thinking about something else, but I can't do that on this call. But anyway, what I want to say is the Warriors got something that we never had before. We actually got a power forward and a center with the Curry and the Thompsons out there shooting them three like it's nobody. That's double jeopardy to any team that faces the Warriors in the playoffs. I'm sorry. I look for the Warriors to go deep in this playoff. They may not win the championship, but I'm betting that our rookies will turn up big. And for that caller, he needs to go do his homework on the Warriors as a team in championship before the championships. We were terrible. We had great players, but couldn't ever win. Yep. Now that we got great players and winning, he needs to look at that. With that, I'm out.
Wow. Larry saying the Warriors can make a deep run. The Warriors are on the cusp of making a deep run.
Larry's seen some things.
Sign me up for it. God knows we don't want the Warriors season to end next week, and we'd be stuck with Giants baseball right now.
Because Bonte's the credit man.
I do want that song.
Tell me we found it.
We got time for one more call. All right, let's go to Larry in L.A. Larry in L.A., what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, I just want to make one comment. I really enjoy you guys' show.
Thank
you.
But
the last couple of days, you're welcome. Everybody's been saying, hey, we got to get rid of CP3 because, the cap and he's $35 million. But to me, when I listened to Joe Lacob a month ago or whatever, he says, hey, if I have to go over the cap to make this team great, it's an option. Everything is an option. And when I look at CP3, he's training those three kids. He's working with Clay and feeding the ball. How much is it worth to invest money to make your team great? So I'm just saying there's a good point that, hey, they'll pay him what they think, and don't be surprised if you see CP3 on the team next year.
Hey, he's played well as a Warrior. I don't know what it looks like. I ain't mad at CP3, though. CP3's balling right now, man. I can't believe we had CP3.
I love our callers. Every time I see Rocco's wife, Johanna, she goes to me and goes, you guys have the best callers of any show ever.
Let's Steiny and Goo get great calls.
No, I'm not saying they do. Yeah. I just think the station as a whole.
Yeah, no doubt.
We have such an eclectic group of callers. I love it.
I do love it.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
Oh, we haven't heard from that guy.
888-957-9570. Well, whenever Clay has a good game, he doesn't.
Draymond.
The
Draymond's got nothing left. Please search the database for that. It's one of the great drops of all time. Draymond's got nothing left. He's cooked.
I think that was the old building, right? Is it? It's the old building.
I found the Diamond Center commercial and I sent it to the group thread.
Oh my gosh,
we're playing that on the other side.
Man. Diamond Center, credit man.
I'm the credit man. I think we're messing the jingle up.
And we probably are. We mess everything up. But we don't get injured. Well.
Ow! Ow!
Oh, scary moment occurred in last night's Bucks-Celtics game. By the way, shout out to Nikki Diaz. She always sends me this good information. It's great. We're morning show hosts. I used to have to do all these research for stats, but the listeners are always sending me stuff, keeping me informed, keeping me up to date. Nikki Diaz, is this stat correct? I thought the Warriors already did this. The Bucks and Celtics combined for 2 free throw attempts. Celtics are the first team in NBA history to attempt 0 free throws in a basketball game. That is insane. Not one call, not one free throw attempt. Oh, Joe Mazzulla in Boston's ticked off right now. Hate to see it. Well, the scary moment did occur in last night's Bucks-Celtics game when Giannis Antetokounmpo went down with a left leg injury. I did have his totals in Prize Picks, so didn't hit that parlay. But he left with a left leg injury in the third quarter and had to be carried off the court. Good news was that the Bucks quickly ruled out any damage to Giannis's Achilles tendon. Achilles tendon, saying that he is dealing with a left calf strain. He'll undergo an MRI on the calf today, and that will determine how soon he can be back on the court. This is a massive, massive blow for the Bucks. They don't have Giannis. They may play Philadelphia or Miami in the first round. No Giannis, no playoff wins for the Bucks. It's that simple. Huge injury. By the way, the streets are telling me that Dibs and Willard were poo-pooed by Giannis Antetokounmpo take yesterday by just saying, watch the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, well.
Like, hey.
So what?
Earth the Willard and Dibs. Joe Lacob's always stargazing. Once you get Kevin Durant to come in the offseason to join your team, anything's on the table, buddy. Anything.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Guards in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping agent workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. 2 quick questions. 1, do you have a problem with the rotations? Warriors just won by 14, but there's people who have an issue with Moses Moody not playing. I would love to hear from you. And question number 2, are the Warriors on the cusp of a big-time Western Conference run? I wonder. Spinoni's miserable.
Does your heart long to wander? To discover the deep secrets of coral reefs?
That's how I'm feeling this morning. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, all the highway patrol, California highway patrol officers, all the cops, all the overnight dancers, all the carpenters, all the bar conductors, all the security guards, the ushers, everybody out there, you know who you are, all the teachers teaching these kids and getting them to crack them damn books. Shout out to you guys. Good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line as well. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to go call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We'll get to everything. We got LeBron sound, we got Draymond sound, we got Clay. Warriors win 134-120. We'll get to the Giants in the 9 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570. 2 questions for the audience out there. You can go any direction you want to go to. But we are getting calls about rotations. You have a problem? We're back to that. Even after a win. Even after winning 8 of your last 9 games. Warriors have won 8 of 9. All right? They've won 44 games. They've already matched last season's win total with 3 to play. So maybe they are a 47-win team, dude. Like Nick in San Jose would say. Playing their best ball, possibly of the season. Their form looks good. The rotation is set. But does anybody have a problem with the rotations? 888-957-9570. Because apparently some people do. Then the other question is, and this started with Stardy Guru and company. When Bay Rob, I was in the car when Bay Rob called, and then somebody else called after. And they said, don't get it twisted. The Warriors are winning the title. They're making a deep run to winning the title. I heard that. I almost wrecked. I said, whoa, Bay Rob. Where's Bay Rob been at? He just called and goes, I'm telling y'all, don't let them get into the playoffs. Special things will happen. Is that where Warrior fans are at this morning? 888-957-9570. Is that where you're at, Shasky? By the way, somebody on YouTube said I need to come out with a disclaimer that whenever I have a Warriors take, I should mention that I work for the Warriors. Hey, smart guy. I work for NBC at 95.7 The Game, which happens to be partners with the Golden State Warriors. But the Warriors, me working at 95.7 The Game at NBC and being a partner with the Golden State Warriors, has never influenced my takes.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just well-rounded.
You're not like certain Clutch employees who are on the payroll and the media. That is not you.
Not dressing things up. Tell it like it is. It is what it is. So, there's people go hate. It's all good.
Braun's good. He's like 70%. If I hear that one more time about last night's game, I will say LeBron James is amazing, doing what he's doing at his age. God, it feels great to beat him.
All right, here we go. What went on to play? What went on with him deciding to play last night? Here's LeBron James.
Try to get as much rest as I could, stay hydrated as much as I could, man. Give my team as much as I could today. I came in, it was a Sunday before my normal prep day, for the Minnesota game, and started to get worse. But as the minutes went on, so I went home, and pretty much today was like one of the first days I was able to get out of the room, get out of bed, and feel a little bit of energy, and I guess well enough to be able to come here and try to help the team.
All right, when did he start feeling bad?
When I got to the arena on Sunday. I do my normal prep, but like I said, I was getting worse as the minutes was going on, as I was prepping for the game. And I know me more than anybody. There was no way in hell I was going to be able to play in that game on Sunday. I just didn't feel right at all, so probably about 55 on the clock, 60 on the clock, around the time I got here, I guess. I don't know.
LeBron James, despite being 70%, went 14-22. 33 points, 11 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 or 4 from the three-point line.
Just imagine if he was 100%.
I mean,
dude,
talking about a flu game.
This guy, dude.
A flu game in the last regular season game.
They're calling it the left flu game.
Hey, honestly, LeBron James, Laker fans, I'll never forget, Shasky, the LeFleur game. I never forget.
Why does he have to put it on so thick?
You want to deal with this next year with the Warriors?
Syrupy.
This is what I'm talking about. It's not the guy's incredible on the court. It's this stuff.
It's so syrupy. I couldn't even get out of bed. It's like, why are you here then? Like, okay, what are the office protocols these days? If you're not feeling well, stay home so you don't give everybody else whatever variant. Like, not that we're COVID crazy like we were a couple years ago, but like, we don't want anyone to get any other variant. Like, we all know how it is. Like, just be reasonable. Oh, I was so valiant. I couldn't get out of bed.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, in fairness, it was flu-like symptoms. So, again, going back to The Last Dance, could have been a bad pizza slice. He likes Taco Tuesday. Who knows?
Yeah, here's the problem. He was slurping his own you-know-what.
Whoa!
And he got himself sick.
Slurping his own pizza?
I mean, God.
Slurping what?
The guy wants to narrate his
what?
His own clippings, press clippings.
Big pause. I know where you're going.
That's how he got sick?
Dude, he's just... The problem with LeBron is that everyone thinks he's great, and he has to create over the top. Like, we already know you're great, but I was more great than you're giving me credit for. I had a hangnail. It's just ridiculous.
So now you're coming to my world.
The most painful hangnail.
Yeah, but there's two different questions. Like, I'd still take him.
Yes,
on
no
my
doubt.
team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I said that,
and I would be right there with him. If he was wearing a Warrior uniform, I'd be like, oh, he did that at 70%.
He's trying to have his flu game in a 9-10 matchup.
Come on,
before
dog.
the playoffs.
Come on, dog.
Dude, but I was going to say this.
It does feel like he's done with Anthony Davis.
But I was going to say this though. Remember, we were in Philadelphia. We were in the elevator. We ran into a Laker fan.
Oh,
and he goes,
I remember.
I have not been to a Laker game since LeBron James signed with the LA Lakers. Laker fans don't feel LeBron like that. They don't. He wants to be accepted like Kobe. Kobe spent 20 years there.
He'll never be like, come on.
But he thinks
he'll
that.
Never be accepted.
He thinks that he should get a statue. No, you shouldn't. Not in L.A.
I mean, who knows?
Not
in
statue, but he'll get something.
Yeah, not a
He'll get a jersey retired. Even then, I question that.
He won a championship.
The Mickey Mouse ring. All right, here's LeBron James. Says tip your cap to the Warriors.
They have the ability to do that, so not surprising. Obviously, Day got it going early, had the 5 for 5 from 3, and you have to tip your cap to him, tip your cap to them. You go out with a game plan, and when they exploit the game plan, you tip your cap. And Day definitely messed with our game plan with him shooting the ball he did in the first half, and but you give a team that shoots 23, makes 26 threes, it's gonna be hard to beat them.
And that's the thing we were discussing yesterday in this game. We all assumed that Anthony Davis was playing, and if Anthony Davis played, he would have gave Draymond Green the same space. Obviously, it was their game plan to make Draymond Green shoot it or make a decision at the top of the key. Well, when he's aggressive offensively, we keep talking about this. For the last 5 years, we've talked about this when it comes to Draymond Green. When he's aggressive offensively, this team is just different. They're a lot more explosive offensively because a coach can't draw up plays to get you that wide open.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Steph is looking at Draymond Green like, dude, now Steph did have a wide open 3 yesterday from the top of the key. He was like, what? Nobody's around me? Easiest 3 he's made all season. But when Draymond's aggressive and he hits those shots and he at least takes them. Now, yesterday he made them. Now the defense has to honor them. They just do. And now it opens up more lanes for Andrew Wiggins. It opens up Clay, backdoor cuts, layups, TJD going above the rim. This is a different team when he's aggressive offensively. Steve Kerr talked about Draymond Green working on his 3-point shot.
He worked really hard last summer on his shot. He knew that he would be asked to take more threes. We anticipated playing him at the 4 more often this year with Loon and then eventually with Trace. And so he worked hard at it. I mean, the guy makes shots, you just credit him for making them, but for putting the work in and I think really getting his mind right coming into the season.
Well, Shasky, I know you're wondering, like me, what type of work did he put in to get his shot rolling? Here's Draymond Green on the work he put in the offseason.
Interestingly enough, it was mind work and body work. Not necessarily. I mean, I did a lot of shooting. Myself and Travis. Travis put a lot of things in to work on my base, like how I'm getting in and out of my shot. Over the years, my shot took a dive, and it was in large part that I couldn't get in and out of my hips because my hips was messed up. And so it's been a process of getting my movement patterns right.
That's Draymond Green.
He has been shooting the top of the key 3-pointer much better. If he was looking for one thing, like a wrinkle to add to his game to continue the, stretch the floor for the team, the corner 3 would be the one area that I would like to see him improve on. But to me, it's not about necessarily the raw makes. It's
Yeah.
about attempting those
Attempting
shots
them. Yep.
and being a threat. It's very simple to me. You can clearly tell from LeBron James's point of view, they're going to give Draymond that top of the key three almost every time by design. And if Draymond beats them to his point of tipping the cap like he's Mike Krukow, you tip the cap.
You know, a lot of people didn't believe Draymond Green could get back to 38.8% from the three-point line. Remember he did that in 2015-16. Year before he shot 33.7. I thought, man, can he get to 33?
Well, he had
Remember
the
we had a
shoulder
conversation.
injury.
Yeah, he had the shoulder injury.
He had the shoulder injury. They played in the Olympics. Like there was a lot of
there's a lot to back
rehab.
or whatnot.
Yeah, there was
but
a lot of
still,
stuff.
it's just taking a shot. I want you to take the shot. I remember when D. Wright and I got to the parking lot, I told you the story. I think I told the Roasters a story where he pulled up on us and we're talking about Dillon Brooks, and I was like, man, let that thing fly. Now, this is before
I love
the
how
whole
you-
fun game.
yeah.
It's all before
Shooting
the fun
coach
game.
Bonte Hill. Let
No.
that thing fly.
So I was
working with Rick Celebrini and Bonte Hill about my mentals.
Draymond did wasn't shocked I was talking to him. Maybe he's
It's always a fun game.
But listen, he's at 39.5% for the three-point line this season.
What is it?
39.5%.
Wow. The results speak for themselves.
The guy might walk out of this season shooting 40%.
That's
out of
his
nowhere.
best three-point shooting in his career, too.
Well, yes,
now,
by a long shot.
2016 was 38, 37%?
2015-16 was 38.8%.
That's wow. And that was with Luke Walton, where he was really focused on ripping those shots. I think that's Draymond's best season, just period, of basketball.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you there.
I mean,
He
think about
averaged-
it, that's
he averaged
8 years
14.
ago.
He averaged 14, 9.5, 7.5. That is 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And then
what was he at? 17 points and 16 what?
Yeah, 14 points, 9.5
I thought it
rebounds,
was a little
7
higher.
assists.
Still a great year.
That was an amazing year. Amazing year. Then he had a block and a half per game, a steal and a half per game. I mean, he's had some monster numbers. This is by far his best offensive season since 2015-16.
I think the only way it works offensively with TJD and Draymond Green on the floor is if Draymond is shooting that shot.
Exactly.
If he is taking that shot. Now we're getting in the weeds of the X's and O's and the spacing and half-court offense and whatnot,
No,
but
people
the only
understand.
way that works, TJD and him, is you got to be a threat across the board. And with the one guy, the big, being the roller and the high screener and being active and whatnot. So I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that the percentage is that high.
Right, no doubt. And look, we know about the first half splits and the second half splits. He doesn't take them in the second half. In the first half, his percentage, Draymond Green this year, this is some crazy splits. First half of games, Draymond Green is 46 and 90 from three, shooting 51% from the three-point line.
Okay, 90 attempts. Okay.
90 attempts. In the second half, just 37 attempts, 5 of 37, 13.5%. And yesterday, he didn't hit the three in the second half, but he didn't need to. You get your bonus right there.
Yeah.
5 threes in the first half, you take that all game and walk into the locker room with 15 points from Draymond Green. Let's get back to the lines here. Oreo Cookie in Oakland has something different out of Golden State Warriors. What up, Oreo Cookie?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, hell of a show. I love this. Last night, man, we could have beat anybody the way we were shooting. It don't matter if they didn't have AD or if they did. But one stat that I did see, that we are leading the NBA in rebounding, and that's a want-to stat. You can't teach that. That's something that you want to do as a team. And going forward, if we keep that same mentality, man, and we're in it, bro, you know, we believe is back. One thing I did want to request from you guys do an excellent show, but these old guys balling, man, it reminds me back to an old school song from Yuck Mouth in Oakland.
Yeah.
It's called Still Balling.
Oh, yeah.
We're
still balling.
That's what they're doing right now, man.
I like
yeah,
that.
all that IQ is coming back, and we doing it right now.
Tupac was still balling.
That was Yuck Mouth.
Yuck Mouth had a moment.
He had a moment.
That was when his voice was different.
Yeah, he had the voice. Was it because of the gold teeth? What happened with his voice?
I
Did he
don't,
do
I
that?
don't,
How
I
did
don't
that
even want to
happen?
speculate.
All right.
You got to Google
No
it.
speculation.
That was when he was a part of Rap a Lot.
No
or was it
speculation,
Smoke a Lot?
sensation?
I don't know if it was Smoke a Lot or Rap a Lot. But what's the guy who runs that label?
Oh, Jay Prince.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with him.
We still ballin'.
You don't want to mess with Jay Prince.
I still contend Godzilla is Yuck Mouth's greatest album.
Jay Prince also had his fingerprints in boxing as well. Don't mess with Jay Prince. No. Let's go to Ben in Oakland. Ben, what's happening? What up, Big Ben? You're on the roast.
Hey, I've been wanting to call you Vontae because I was hoping you could pass this along to Draymond. Shatsky, you're going to like this. I'm a coach.
Oh, I don't know where this is going. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, he loves
I don't know if I can pass it. Hey, Ben, I don't know if I can pass things along to Draymond Green. I can go through other avenues to get it to Draymond Green. I can try that
message might be left unread.
Yeah, he'll get over it. But hey, so with Draymond, it's all about his hard focus on the rim. So he lives in his soft focus with his peripheral vision, with his defense being the safety, with his offense, with all the assists. When he misses shots, he usually stays in his soft focus, where he doesn't get his eyes on rim before he starts his shot. So when he misses those bunnies, it's the same thing every time.
Mm-hmm.
If I could work with Draymond for 5 minutes, he'll score 20 points a game. I know
5 minutes.
Crazy.
Are you an Instagram trainer?
No, I'm a baseball coach. I have a baseball academy in Oakland, Oakland Hills. Future Star Baseball.
Well, DM me, bro. Let's hook up.
I'll give you a coaching clinic.
Wait, hold on. Forget the baseball stuff. You just derailed the conversation.
No, hit me up.
I want to know.
Get my program.
No. Forget all that. I want to know how Ben, in 5 minutes, can turn Draymond Green into a 20-point per game scorer. That's what I got. Go ahead, Ben. I want to hear this one.
Please explain.
I'll let you know. In baseball, your vision is so much more important because you're dealing with the ball going 100 miles an hour. So there's soft focus and hard focus. Yep. And soft focus is your peripheral vision. Hard focus is like what your nose is pointing at. So Draymond, almost every shot he ever missed, he doesn't really look at the rim, or he starts his shot and then looks at the rim. You got it. Your body needs to know where it's going. Go back and look at the video of all those threes. As soon as he gets it, eyes on the rim, drains it. He doesn't have bad mechanics in his shot. Also, it drives me crazy on his layups when he misses layups. Sometimes he makes it, but he's just throwing it up and hoping. He's not shooting it specifically at the right part of the rim. So if we did a little baseball vision training with him, I think that it would change his game completely because, again, he doesn't have a bad shot. He's super smart. He's always in the right place, and he doesn't take bad shots. He never takes bad shots. It's just that he's not getting his hard focus on the rim, just like when the kids don't keep their hard focus on the fastball, the curveball, the changeup, and that's when you're like, how do you miss that pitch? And so it's just a vision thing. And it's basically, again, the way he lives in his game is mostly soft focus. That's why he's able to see the whole court at all times, offensively and defensively. But if he just switches that over when he shoots more quickly, I think his shooting percentage and everything would go way up.
Before you get on out of here, best youth baseball park in Oakland?
In Oakland, youth, Laney College is Bishop O'Dowd plays there, but Piedmont High is the Cathedral.
Yeah.
So that's where we do our summer camps. If anybody wants to sign up,
hit me up.
Golf grass. Yeah. I'll
hit me up too, Ben.
But I'll try to find the DM.
Ben, I want to know if you can make me a 5-point per game score in the Warriors World Tournament coming into August. That's what I need from you, Ben.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen you play, Bonte. You do have good size, though.
Yeah, I do have good size. I'm a little out of shape right now, a little overweight, but my flexibility is coming back.
Piedmont has the purple uniforms, correct? Because they played at Oracle.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago when I believe they went up against University. It was University versus Piedmont. Piedmont was good.
Yeah.
I think they have purple uniforms.
You believe, Ben, he could turn Draymond into a 20-point per game score in 5 minutes?
I mean, and a 5-point per game score for you, too.
Yeah. What's
more likely? Ben can do Draymond to 20 points or you to 5?
I mean, Bonte is going to eat a lot of like around the rim stuff because I've seen he's got nice hands around the rim.
You like that? You like those soft hands?
You do.
Nice
I give you credit.
Seal,
you know?
Well, we saw Bonte's ability to shoot at the knockout tournament. You know, you could drain some buckets.
I did make the Final Four.
I lost. I'm out.
Then I ran out of gas.
I think Ben can get you to 10 points. To be honest, I think you're shorting yourself.
5's only a couple layups. I think you can do that.
Couple threes, layups.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to play with Trevor Dunbar, setting him up.
Oh, well, I'm gonna get some more ringers this year. Trust me.
And you got the size too to get bang around inside.
I got more ringers coming for the Warriors.
I'm surprised they don't have you, being hoisted up by everyone as the king, so that the alley-oop goes right to you as everyone lifts you up in the air like you're Bill Walsh.
Don't need that.
Just make sure you're 100%, not 70%.
Yeah, well, you know what? Aunt Will on YouTube, Morning Roast needs to have an annual pickup game. I'm cool with that. We got some things planned in the offseason.
Yeah, we do
have some good things planned with the roasters. You guys will be involved. Make sure you stay in shape. Make sure you stay in shape because we got some fun things planned.
You know what?
But you're going to need to be active, roasters. Can't come out there high, eating, out of shape, not stretching. They're going to be in tip-top shape for what's happening this summer with the
I had never done foam roller stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Until yesterday.
Yeah.
My lats are killing me.
See, the foam roller stuff that LeBron and them do before the game. KD, I'm telling you.
My whole entire side.
What did I say? When I'm doing the foam roller, I feel like I'm one of those players on the court before a game.
Alyssa at Shift Movement, she worked the lats and whatnot.
I need to go there.
Let me tell you, dude. Go see Dr. Joe. I don't know why. Right there across from 1985 in Westlake.
Go see
Shift Movement. I'm telling you, dude, I did the foam roller stuff. Wow.
Can Mike Yastrzemski be
I was
fixed?
in pain.
Hey, Mike Yastrzemski had 2 hits yesterday. Let's go to Dex into town. Dex into town real quick. Oh, wait, we got to hit a break. Hey, Dex into town. Hang tight. Steve in San Jose and Areshi, I see you all on hold. Yeah, I don't want to miss the break, Dex. I don't want to miss the break. All right? 888-957-9570. Got a problem with the rotations? It is a game like last night. Give you the faith and the belief that the Warriors are playing their game. They could beat anybody in the West. Or are we just dreaming? You like that? You like that, Sasky?
B, I can't argue with you.
That's brought to you by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water.
At Crystal Geyser, we're committed to using recycled plastic in all of our bottles. So when you enjoy our natural
baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a win for the Warriors last night down at Crypto.com Arena. They win the season series 3-1 against the LA Lakers. Now, they need a little help for the 8 seed, but it is possible. Phoenix, it's possible they lose 3 straight games. It really is. It's possible. The Kings lose 2 or 3. It's possible. The Pelicans lose all 3. Can the Warriors get up to 8? Because right now they're tied with the Lakers in the loss column. I just saw text, Shasky. This is unbelievable. I love our roasters. I love our callers. There's nobody like them. Warriors are 25-11 in their last 36 games. Sky 925, Xfinity Mobile text line. I just ran 6 miles. High AF. High as you know what. There's levels to this stoner stuff, Bonte.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know what it has to do with anything. Oh, because I was just saying before the break how you better be in shape this offseason because we have some great things planned for the for the roasters here in the summertime.
That guy texting was actually Ricky Williams, I'm being told.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, Ricky, one of the most underrated 30 for 30s up there in the Sacramento area, smoking big fat joints, playing blackjack and poker.
Let him smoke.
He does, what was it, Andrea, the meteorologist? What was her?
Oh, yeah, Andrea, the astrologer.
She's
still on Twitter.
Totally different from
She's still on Twitter.
He does astrology, Ricky Williams.
Does he now?
Yeah, there's a website and everything. You can hit him up and yeah.
Yeah. No, I listen, guys. You guys, I don't do shows high at all. Absolutely not. Never. I'm a professional. Hell, I don't even do drugs. Warriors have won 16 of the last 20 games on the road.
I saw it's legal. I saw.
Yeah, it is legal, but I don't do it.
Mayor London Breed was at a weed thing, and it was just funny. It was just really funny. It was funny to see. In a campaign year, you know?
Drugs are bad. They're not good.
Did you see that 420? They couldn't get the right sponsorship for...
Go to Gay Park?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't do drugs, folks. You kids, you better crack them books. Crack them damn books out there, kids. 16-20 on the road. The Warriors have won 16-20 on the road. They've won 24 games this year on the road.
What is 25 going on 11 here?
Their
Do
last
kids even
36.
use books in school?
They better.
They use like iPads and stuff.
They better.
Surfaces.
Well, the books are on the tablets.
That's what I'm saying.
Digital books. I mean, that still counts.
I used to have to go back to the locker to grab books. I remember we'd have backpacks that were like filled to the brim because you had quadruple thick social study books. Kids have no idea what it was like back in the day.
No idea.
Sport.
Walking 8 miles in the snow in San Francisco just to get to school.
Uphill both ways.
Catching Muni is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
Would you let baby Ches catch public transportation?
No, she's getting a ride to school.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Because God knows we won't be waking up this early in about who knows.
Dude, the ride to school on the bus, but in high school is
my gosh,
unlike anything else.
When you go to a public school, you get the kids who really like to tease you. You know, Washington High School, you had to learn how to clap back.
What was the bus you took to school?
Well, I used to take the 5 Fulton because I wanted to avoid the 31 Balboa because that's where all the kids, when you wear something wrong, or if you got, some a rip in your pants, somebody would just find a way to cap on you. Oh, man, look at, hey, boss, get to the back, and then you start teasing you, and you start laughing. You start letting out cap these days.
Cap back then was that you cap on someone, you insulted someone, you made fun of them.
You joke.
It was a total different slang.
Yeah. So you joke about them. And, you can get your feelings hurt, man. And you try to laugh it off, and they just keep going.
No, you had to be quick with it.
And the worst part is, the people who would joke about you knew how to fight, too. So if you get mad, because they're talking about you, well, you couldn't fight them because they'd kick your ass. It's like, damn, I can't win in this situation. So I would figure out which bus to catch with all the kids. So the 5 was a little more, subdued. I walked the hills up to 30th Avenue.
I appreciate the honesty, though.
Yeah, you got to.
I do.
Yeah, got to. You got to know which bus now. Sometimes you get on the bus, you're like, damn it, this guy's on the bus. Oh, no, it's all trouble. And you're going to be the joke of the entire bus ride, all through the avenues, all through Fillmore. And then you get off the bus and be like, thank God.
Last time you took Muni?
I took Muni. Last time I took Muni was going to the old building, I believe. I used to take the express bus when I worked afternoons.
Whoa.
They said the express bus is right down the street from my house. Yeah. No stops. The first stop was downtown.
You want to see where his progress in the industry goes from his first job riding the bus to work to now where he's at, where the red carpet gets rolled out and the guy's got the Kobe helicopter dropping him off at the top of the building.
That all sounds fine and dandy, but we work at 6 in the morning.
That's true.
There's no Muni buses running unless you get on the 91 now, and I don't live in the city no more.
You know what I did today?
So when's the last time you caught Muni?
Oh, last time I caught Muni.
See, and this is where Shasky, it all comes back full circle.
What? I was asking you a question.
Like
now you're asking me a question.
And I remember things. Yesterday he flexed off somebody saying, I'm working on my 3rd house. Right?
Yeah, that was just
so we all know Shasky hasn't caught Muni since he was 11 years old.
No, that's not true. I would say the last time I caught Muni was to a Giants game a couple of years ago, pre-COVID. It's been a minute.
It's been a long time.
I will admit that.
I've gotten on Caltrain.
It's been a minute.
I've gotten on Caltrain.
Bart and Caltrain aren't Muni. Muni's a total different, thing. So you asked and I answered.
Someone's phone is playing something, by the way.
Yeah, that was my laptop.
Oh, we're good.
Well, the other thing is I took a gamble today. Kind of like tipping the cap like LeBron did, where you take a gamble, LeBron James did, where you take a gamble of letting Draymond shoot. I parked on the street nearby today because my normal parking spot garage was not open early and I was going for an early workout. And I said, let's roll the dice.
Wow.
So I rolled the dice. We'll see. I'll report back tomorrow.
But no red carpet for me. I got to drive everywhere. I just live in San Bruno. There's not all the buses.
Driver.
Yeah, I wish I had a driver. I can't wait for that day. If I ever become a millionaire, I'm definitely getting a driver. Chilling, sleeping, on my phone, making bets.
Getting Alfred.
Man, shout out to Premier Limos, my boy Steve, man. They're doing a hell of a job.
Fonte Wayne having an Alfred. That is hilarious.
I would love that. I mean, it would also be nice to be working on my 3rd house.
Does that make me Robin?
No, you working on your 3rd house. You're the Batman of the show.
Give me the adult. Was it Nightwing?
Nightwing. I mean, that is like...
Yeah, let's go Dex in the town. Let's get back on track. Let's get back on track here. This show's going sideways in a hurry. Dex in the town. What's
like the old Muni, we
all the way
off the tracks.
What's up, Dex?
Man, anyone calling to hate on Kerr today, y'all need to tell them to shut the hell up.
Dude,
I really do.
Should we just flush him? Should we just flush him?
Kerr has used pods as a chess piece, and it's really a testament to Pod's ability to play alongside anyone, in particular CP3. And with CP3, who is known to play at a slower pace, to offset that, Kerr has made a concerted effort to make sure to get Pods the ball in transition, or really any time we're not taking the ball out of the basket. And what that does is that does two things. Obviously, it creates easy opportunities in transition, but when those easy opportunities aren't there, it puts CP3 as your trail man. And CP3, one of the best point guards who have ever played the game, when you get the ball to him at the top of the key going against a broken defense, it's lethal. And that's the reason why our second unit has been lethal. It's the reason why we need to give Kerr his flowers. It's a reason why we need to give Pods his flowers. And it took a while for me to get here. All year, it took a while for me to get here. But I'll say this, if we do make it into the playoffs, it's going to be 7 games of hell for whoever we play.
I like that. Dex in the town. He's a believer. It's going to be hell for anybody in a 7-game series to Golden State Warriors if they can get there to that point. Now, they're tied with the Lakers in the loss column. They win against Portland, they'll have the tiebreaker over the Lakers. They beat them 3 out of 4 this season. So if the Warriors went out, they will be guaranteed a 9th spot in the Western Conference, which guarantees them a home game at Chase Center. Can they move up to 8? How can they move up to 8? Well, let's just take the Sacramento Kings for this exercise. Sacramento's 1 game up on the Warriors in the loss column. If they finish tied, Sac will get the tiebreaker due to the better division record. Sacramento's been better against the Pacific Division opponents, a division in which the Clippers won.
I mean, you want to talk about divisions not mattering.
Yeah, it does.
If I polled 100 NBA fans and said, who won the Pacific?
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone would answer the Clippers.
Russell Westbrook got asked a question last night by the sideline reporter for the Clippers because guys haven't won the Pacific Division in 10 years. And Westbrook said, oh, man, that's amazing. Like, he didn't care. Yeah.
Like, if you asked me how many times the Warriors have won the Pacific, I would have no answer.
Yeah, no. I mean, but if Sac loses 2 or 3, and the Warriors go undefeated and run the table, they will be the 8th seed, which is important because you can win that game. But even if you lost that game, you get the next game at home. You have 2 chances. But if you play in that 9-10 game, You're one and done if you lose, buddy. So anything can happen here, but there is a shot for the Warriors to get that AC. Let's go back out to the line.
I want it. I want the AC bad. I'm glad they didn't tank. Yeah. I'm glad they suited everyone up. I'm glad they didn't roll over.
Wait, tanking? What do you mean tank?
Well, there was suggestions, and I get the thought process behind, maybe not wanting to play the Lakers. Don't you feel so much better that you suited up, you were at full strength, you played unbelievable basketball, connectivity on both ends of the floor, Draymond feeling as good as he's ever felt offensively, Wiggins having an unbelievable impact, Chris Paul, handprint all over the winning, Steph Curry being Steph Curry, Clay playing the way. Aren't we glad?
Absolutely. I would hope so. Well, some people are pissed off with Steve Kerr's rotations, which is absurd to me. Absolutely absurd. Let's go to Steve in San Jose. Steve, what's happening?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Steve?
Hey, just wanted to say this first-time caller, but I'm just reinvigorated today.
Oh, I love
after that win last night, I'm just so excited about these playoffs. These boys are going to, I'm reinvigorated. They're going to take it to the next level. I'm loving, 1 through 8, all the rookies, even CP3. Man, I never was a CP3 fan, but, man, he's fitting into the Warriors just great. And these rookies are just doing excellent.
Kind of like the Warriors season. You were on the brink there. And you finished strong.
You did finish strong.
You were going to get the flush. Spadoni had his hand. He had his hand all over the button, all over the board.
He had a Spadoni pregame show pause there. I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah. I thought he was Kolsky for a second.
No, it's Kolsky.
But I knew it wasn't Kolsky because he didn't laugh at his own
Kolsky
show.
Alone. He would. I know that's a Kolsky special.
Oh,
but I knew his pauses. People were like, how come you work so well with Kolsky? Because I knew his cadence so well that those long pauses, I just jump right in, get a quick little take in, and then he continued.
He had to fire off his own break.
How do you think me and him... Oh, God, we had a show one time. And I love Kolsky. He knows I love him. The ski team, Dibley, wherever you're at. One night,
the ski team.
Yeah, it was really good.
What do you mean, the
Kolsky
ski team?
and Shasky.
Yeah.
The
I
ski
thought
team.
you
It was pretty fun.
It was something else.
Yeah, no, we're not hitting the slopes. Crack, crack, crack. But there was one night we're sitting there and I was all fired up. You know me, Mr. Interruption. And
oh my gosh,
Kolsky's like, let me finish. I'm like, well, hurry it up then.
Oh my gosh,
because he pregnant paused about 10 times, and I gave him the wrap it up like I was pounding my hand. It was early Wild Wild West Shasky on the radio. Let's just say that I was not a great.
Was it like 12-4 on a Saturday too? I think.
No, I think it was in the afternoon. I don't even know when it was.
Kolsky's pregnant pauses. Shasky's interruptions. And then Shasky yesterday, pause was the word of the day. I guess pause has made a comeback because of Cam Mace. But Shasky, I couldn't believe it yesterday. Shasky was like, I want you to pause for a second here. I'm going to pause you for a second. His way of interrupting. It's just like, damn, can we get some takes off?
What was the show where the guys were pretending to be police officers and they were going to pull someone over? You don't know the movie? Where they were going to try to say a certain word as many times as they possibly could while they pulled those people over.
Gosh.
Super Troopers or whatever it was.
The Reno 9/11 guys?
No, Super Troopers.
Yeah, Super Troopers.
Yeah, they pulls them over. That's what I felt like with pause. I was trying
right meow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Sac fans are in the chat, man. Don't be mad at us.
Of course Sacramento's mad.
Y'all blew a 19-point halftime lead.
Coming.
Y'all had a 19-point halftime lead.
Their season's about to be ended by the Warriors again.
Empty calories and bonus. Oh, man.
Some think, not you, Bonte, some think Sabonis was stat hunting at the expense of winning games.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
I can't wait for Mr. Glass versus the Hollow Man in the playoffs.
You're not supposed to bring that stuff up. That's the stuff you're not supposed to bring up.
Yeah, he'll get over it.
You got to leave that. That's the stuff you can't bring up. But I'll tell you that one. Some people thinking he's standing. Those people listen to the show, dude.
Well, tell them I said thanks.
No, don't bring it up.
We recycle and compost all good takes on this show.
I just can't tell you everything. This is what I can do.
Lucky us.
Lucky us. Anyway,
I want the Kings so bad.
You know what? The Kings.
Look at you.
The Kings. Actually, this is what I want. Before we go back out to the line, this is what I want.
Give it to me.
This is my plan.
In your most... villainous way.
I know exactly what you want.
What?
You want either the loser or the winner of the Kings-Lakers to play. You want Kings-Lakers. One of them gets knocked out. One of them's feeling all high and mighty. The other one's really sad. And then they come and play the Warriors and then lose.
You know, Domantas Sabonis, it is what it is with him. Listen, listen, man. This is what I want. I want the Warriors.
You got the cheap on me, bro.
I really want the Warriors in a 7-8 game. I do want the Kings and Lakers in a 9-10 game. I want them in the double elimination game to get to the A seed. But this is what I want. This is what I want to do. I wasn't even going to go there. I want the Warriors to wrap up the 7-8 game, be secure with 7, play the T-Wolves in the first round of the playoffs, and knock out A.E., Anthony Edwards, and Punk Nas Reed. Even though that's
what about Gobert?
Oh, Gobert, come on.
By the way, the report this morning from Shams Charania at The Athletic, Cat will be playing in one of these next 3 games.
Yeah, he's
perfect.
Back. He's
working
back.
himself into rhythm in round 1.
Yes. Wrecking all their rhythm. Repping up.
No
I
one
love
takes more ill-advised shots on a winning team than him.
He's a damn good 3-point shooter, though. But I want that game, and I want the Warriors to win it. Damn. That wouldn't be able to work. So, that's not going to work. Because I wanted to go, what I want to do is go to a Sacramento play-in game, elimination game, and drive it to Sac. And I was hoping it was on a Friday night. So it'd be like, it would have to be Warriors and Sac in 7-8. And Suns, Lakers at 9-10, which is kind of possible. I mean, the Suns would have to lose all 3 of their games.
Anything is possible, Kevin Garnett.
And then the Warriors beat the Kings, and then the Kings would have to host either the Suns or the Lakers, and I would like to attend that basketball game up at the Go-to-One Center, the G1C, and then feel how tight every King fan in that building would be. Oh, Katie and D'Lo. They wouldn't be wearing Gucci's that night. That's an Air Force One game.
Knowing your sights are way too low on Kenny and D'Lo, and I love those two. We both love those two. You'd be staring right into the soul of Vivek Ranadide, or however you pronounce his name. Put me down for mispronunciation of the year.
Of all the play-in teams remaining, who do you think has the most pressure on them? Like, is it the Lakers because LeBron? Is it the Warriors? Because it feels like those 2 injuries that the Kings have had. Phoenix?
I think it's Phoenix because Phoenix basically sacrificed everything to put this team together, and they've been a massive disappointment.
Well, Sacramento, I was talking to Draper yesterday on this show. He goes, people are already calling about Mike Brown being fired.
What?
So if they don't make the playoffs after breaking their drought last season, Mike Brown's seat could be a little hot, which is crazy.
Come on down to the Warriors bench.
That's how Vivek runs his business. You know, that's why the Kings can't stay consistent. This is why they're laughing.
He's going to hire Mark Kotze next.
Oh,
big win for the A's last night in Texas.
Hey, Shea Langeliers.
3 bombs, baby.
3 bombs, baby, in Texas.
But I can't reply to the A's because they turn replies off.
You can quote tweet them.
Oh, they turn their replies off?
Yeah, even for a Shea Langeliers 3-run
my
bomb.
gosh. Let's go to BPA. We never turn off replies on. BPA. What's happening?
Hey, pal.
Not much. Just watching some Clay shooting highlights right now.
That's good.
I was inspired to call it. Hey, he's shooting great. If he continues to shoot like that, they really are a threat, right, in the playoffs. By the way, Vivek, gutless, feckless, juiceless. I mean, you talk about a founder with many in Silicon Valley, billionaire who has absolutely no juice in the valley. That's Vivek. So he's no one gives a damn who Vivek is in Silicon Valley. Just let you know. And he knows,
are you?
I've actually heard.
Are you a mover and a shaker down there?
I've actually heard.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just Shasky. I'm just a man.
Yeah. No. Hey, you know what? BPA. Hey, BPA. Real quick. I've heard those stories about Vivek.
What did you hear?
You're not lying.
What did you hear?
You know,
he's not who he's cracked up to be.
He ran this company that was like a successful company, but like nobody cared, really gave a damn about him. It's just what he is, right? He wants to be someone in the valley that is, iconic, and he's not. He's never going to be, and so that's his whole gig in Sacramento. Right?
I heard he founded a company, got fired from the Shea Company.
No,
a company he founded.
I have not heard that. I'm just telling the truth. Look, Vivek, if he's listening, he knows.
I'm kidding.
He knows it, right? He knows exactly who he is. Anyway,
I'm kidding.
My point is, I called in recently, and I was like, hey, Kuminga's backsliding, and I was right. And so
Wait, BPA. Let me stop you for a second.
Might be your all-time best call.
I want you to get optimistic. I see the caption says optimistic about the Warriors, and you're right about JK.
Oh, yeah.
JK just came off a double-double in his first game back. He was 9 of 11.
I know, but look, the team has gelled and come together to a level in which they have not approached in a long time, and he has not been a part of that, right? So this late run where he was obviously, right, sitting it out, even though the training staff said he could play, but he didn't want to. And so, look, here's a reality, right? At this point, packaging Kuminga in the offseason for a second star is on the table. You know it's on the table. And let's just acknowledge, right?
All right, what are you optimistic about? Don't bring me down right now. What are you optimistic about? Bring me back up, man.
Yeah, I mean, if they look with Trace in that lineup, and look, that's where like you have to play Clay with that lineup, right? From a shooting standpoint, I don't think you need Draymond to make 5 threes a game for it to work. But like, yeah, Trace with that lineup from a defensive standpoint, there's far better defensively.
Change the
rebounding
team
and all the rest. Yeah, change the team, and like that's what I'm talking. I mean, I'll get off Kuminga, but like, you know, like. Yeah, I mean, he was awful last night, let's be honest. But I'd rather see Moody than that version of JK, right? But yeah, I think, obviously they've set themselves up in these play-in scenarios, right, where there's like, you know, it's hard to fathom that they could make a true run. But, you know, if they continue to play like this and Clay can continue to shoot, not even at that level, but shoot at like a pretty high level, yeah, I think they could do some damage. But it's obviously you could point back to like Sixers.
Why'd you flush him?
He was just rambling at that point. We heard 50 likes.
Hey, BPA.
I love you, BPA.
BPA? That was Shasky.
Your Vivek material was incredible. I mean, incredible.
And then it was sideways when you start talking about treating JK. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll get BPA.
We let him go about 30 seconds longer than he could have.
Yeah, that's the second time he's been flushed in a week.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
He's in the league lead for getting flushed.
He's like Joe DiMaggio. He's got a 56-game hitting streak going on right now. Brett Favre.
How's Kuminga backsliding? He just dropped the double-double with 9 for 11. We're all talking about, Kuminga fifth. Wow, look at the double-double.
It wasn't a great performance in the first half. I thought he completely salvaged it in the late third quarter.
And what star are you getting from JK in the trade?
Dude, him talking about Vivek was just, I'm in tears.
Vivek ain't that dude that you guys, Vivek is something else, man. Boy, oh boy. Sacramento, boy, you better make the playoffs, Manuel Rodriguez.
Is that the greatest PR hit in a positive way for Sutter Health ever? Sutter Health's name has been just thrown around.
Destroyed.
You want to talk about sponsoring a team and getting bang for the buck. When they signed that deal with the AAA team, they had no idea their name would be plastered everywhere.
Hey, you know what, though? Sutter Health is a good hospital.
No, I'm not denying it.
Yeah, let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene in Oakland.
Hey, Uncle Gene.
Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Okay, so to avoid getting flushed, I want to tell you the vision I've been sitting here with. I'm envisioning you, Bonte, sitting in the back of a stretch limo with your sunglasses on your iPad, doing multi-million-dollar deals as you're driving to work. So
I like that.
Anyways,
that's a hell of a vision. Hey, Uncle Gene. I think about that every day.
And am I panhandling at the light as he comes to a stop?
Hey, Uncle Gene, I did have an epiphany that I was going to win the lottery, and I was going to come on the show and just start dropping F-bombs and quit. I'll have a big mansion. I'll podcast from my basement. I'll have my own personal trainer.
You said
I'll have
you
my
weren't
own
podcasting.
Chef. Yeah, I probably would. If I was rich, I podcasted. I'd air out everybody. Oh, my God. I'd air out the radio industry. I'd air out Shasky, Steiny, Guru. Oh, my God. It'd be must listen.
All right. Hold those thoughts. Anyways, quickly on the playoffs here. I mean, I'm kind of with you, Bonte. I don't much care, or I care a lot less about who they play. In fact, I'd rather they play the best teams first, either, Denver or Minnesota, get it out of the way, which brings me to my main concern, and that's fatigue, which has been my concern for years now. I mean, going back to the championship year 2 years ago, they they were gassed during a fair amount of that, that run. There was at least one game, as I recall, in every series that they came out and they were just getting run early, and they basically said, "Okay, we'll live to play another game." Next game, they came out and they were just fine. And then you look at last year, by the time they got to playing the Lakers, Clay was he didn't have any legs left. He was exhausted. So, anyways, so towards that end, I want to see them get up as high as they can so they can limit the number of games, and we're going to have to rely on those young legs to help the old guys out if we're going to get through this.
No doubt. Hey, good call, Uncle G. Listen, I don't want to play the Denver Nuggets in the first round. I'm not going to lie to you. They've beat the Warriors the last, they've won 10 straight against the Dubs? Now, these games were close. You give up a 25-4 run and get a double-digit lead in the other game at Chase Center. You play them tough on Christmas. You have Draymond Green for 3 of the games. So things could happen. I'm sure Denver wouldn't be thrilled to play the Warriors in the first round. That's a hell of a tough series. Now,
I don't think any of those teams want to play the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, Uncle Looney asked me what the podcast name would be. If I did quit, you said I wouldn't podcast. I probably would because I'd air out everybody.
Thank you. At least now you've admitted
I got
it.
the podcast name. Getting High on the Hill. Getting High on the Hill.
I thought you don't do drugs.
I don't. But I would do drugs as a millionaire. What else would I do?
Is
if I'm a
anything
millionaire.
that comes out of your mouth true today?
Yes. What's not true? What's not true?
When does that crack come into play?
See, the difference between me and Bonte, even if I hit the lottery, I'd still be coming in.
No,
I would never sacrifice the
that's
seat.
a cap and a half right there.
What do you mean?
I'm out. You're telling me you want to you'll be in a multi-millionaire waking up at 4:30 in the morning?
Jesse's going to come into work to let everybody know that he's no longer coming
You guys
to work.
would never see me again.
Oh my gosh.
You'd see
I
me.
would be wiping my booty with $20 bills left and right. Said, that joker's got to get up at 4:30 in the morning.
Nah, man, I'd still show up because I have to do something. You got to do something.
Oh, I
man.
would do something.
I love the grind.
You can do a lot of things with $1 million.
I need. Where would I be able to rant about the Giants last night having the bases loaded with no outs and not scoring a run?
So
where else would I be able to rant?
This is what you do. I tell you where you'd be able to rant. You put your iPhone up, you twist it, you do the video, you post it on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok,
yeah, but I don't want
Threads.
to do all that.
No, you're going to be on a mountaintop, too, overlooking like wherever you're at, Kilimanjaro or something.
I'll do like
I'll be at Monte Rio.
I'll do a contributor deal with 95.7 a game. I'll just do social posts.
Contributor.
You'd be like OJ?
Now
How's
our
it going,
Odyssey
Twitter world?
Insider.
Yeah. And then you'll see me courtside for every single Warriors game.
It's yours truly, Ponte Hill.
I'll buy courtside seats. I'll be at every game courtside.
Right next to Joe Lacob?
Yep. Nah, maybe a couple seats down.
You'd want to be where 40 Water is.
No, not there.
You'd be like LeBron
like
and
that
Jeannie
seat.
Buss. You'd be hanging out with them.
No.
Or do the Jack Nicholson thing and sit next to the opposing team bench?
No, you know what? I would get the seats next to the broadcaster's booth. So when ESPN comes in, I'm right there. Mike Breed's got to look over my head.
Did they put the ESPN banner in front of you when they don't like the people behind them?
No,
doing
I wouldn't
stuff?
be behind him. I'd be right next to him.
Oh, right.
Say hi to Bob Myers again.
I would. Saw Bob Myers not too long ago. I'm on the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron. Yes, I would be. That's what I would do. Hey, there's no chance in hell I'm getting up at 4:30 in the morning if I'm making multi-millions.
All the celebs out there, Meg the Stallion.
Oh my
out
God,
there.
be at the Chase Club, JP Chase Club. Hey, Eddie, you want to sit this game out?
See,
sure,
this
why
all
not?
sounds good and dandy until that one day Bonte sees Trey Lance balling in a cowboy uniform. He would be rushing the studio to get in to do 10 uninterrupted hours of I Told You So.
That's one of those contributor days.
Yeah, that is, exactly. Contributor. On call. I'll be on call. By the way, did you see Trey Lance at the Mavericks game?
No.
Say what's up to Steph Curry?
No, I didn't.
I saw Tyler Miller on Instagram.
I didn't see that.
And I saw a few people, a few of our
Tyler has
roasters.
that.
A few of our roasters
Tyler
were sharing.
had that exclusive.
They were
Ghost of
Trey Lance inside
They were
of Tyler
sharing
Miller.
the Trey Lance photo of him getting a jersey from Stephen Curry down at the Dallas game. They were saying what's up to each other. And Trey Lance was rocking a number 77 Luka Doncic jersey.
That's when you know that Trey is out of sight, out of mind, because David Lombardi did not have that on his particular timeline.
Some people said the podcast name will be Bumps with Bonte.
Oh, that's not.
That's pretty
That's
funny.
not good.
That's not. I wouldn't be.
When does crack, now, so the cocaine's happening, when does that crack come into play for you?
Oh, man.
You can tell when there's no boss man here.
This would be one of the more, look, they are champions, so it's different. But to have the season turn around the way that it has And if they win some play-in games, they get into the playoffs, and even, let's say, hypothetically, they knock off the T-Wolves. I'm just picking them. They get the 7th spot. Boom. They take the number 2 team on, and they beat them. That would be the most improbable win of all their series wins. I mean, even the Celtic series, that's a young Celtic team when they beat them in the finals, and that championship was improbable. But I'm talking about just pure wins. Minnesota's been one of the best teams in the NBA all year. The Warriors have not looked like that team. It would be a very improbable, given the context of the season, it would be an improbable win. You could make the argument it'd be one of their best series wins of this core.
No doubt. Now, what is success for this team moving forward? Now that they're rolling, they're 25-11 in the last 36 games.
Can I stop you there? I want to stop you there.
It's time for you to do the legal.
Well, for that reason, too.
No, it wasn't the reason. You just want to stop.
25-11.
Yeah.
You keep telling me that if they don't get the suspensions, they're a team that could be in the 5th or 6th spot, and we look at everything different.
Absolutely.
So given everything we know, hypothetically, they lose one of these playing games and they don't qualify for the playoffs. Can't you make the argument to just run it back? Because why?
No.
Why?
No.
Why does one or 2 games of that sample diminish everything that they've accomplished the last couple of months?
Because you have the most expensive roster in basketball, and it just, no matter what, you can't spin it forward as saying, you know what, we could just run it back because if we had Draymond not be suspended, that's baked into the equation. Things happen with Draymond Green. Also baked into the equation that Wiggins left for personal reasons for 3 games. And you got Steph Curry to play the most regular season games he's played in 10 years. Last time he played this many games in a regular season, he was 28 years old. He's 36 now. All right? Then you got the money aspect. You got to get under the second apron. What are you going to do with Klay Thompson? What are you going to do with CP3? If you don't make the playoffs, there's no chance in hell Joe Lacob's running his back. No chance in hell. Because now you got to think about this. Dallas will be better. Minnesota will be better. Mm-hmm. Denver's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. You know the Lakers are going to make some moves.
There's a lot of young
Clippers
teams.
Are going to make some moves.
Point.
You know, as much as I talk trash about the Memphis Grizzlies, John Morant will be back. Marcus Smart and John Morant will be back for the Memphis Grizzlies. And they're a totally different team with Ja's playing. They were the 2 seed last year in Memphis. They were the 3 seed before that. So, no, you can't run it back because other teams in the West will be better. Hell, Houston Rockets, who are just on the Warriors' heels, they will be better. Nah, you can't run it back.
So what if you win 1 series?
Depends how it looks.
Okay.
How does that series loss look?
And if you win 2?
You win 2, now we're having a conversation.
Okay.
I think if they upset the Denver Nuggets in round 1 but don't make it all the way, I think that's a successful season.
What about Minnesota?
No, I'm saying, but like he was asking me, do you run it back?
As in no major changes. You sign Klay, whatever, and you hope CP3 opts in or you figure out some sort of an extension. You relatively keep the roster the same.
I don't know.
Because for the longest all season, I thought it's not good enough.
Yeah,
but then you keep telling me 25-11, and I have to say, I am bought in recently that they are better than what I thought they were all year.
How does this run look?
Is it good enough?
They're all going to be a year older. I don't know. That's a tough question. It's a tough question. I'm glad I don't have to answer down at the Warriors facility.
No, aren't you glad I interrupted you?
Not really, because you blew my train of thought of something I was going to bring up. But now it's irrelevant. By the way, Dave Fleming is going to join us at 9:20 to talk about the Giants. Bruce Frazier, assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors, 9:35. So we have back-to-back guests.
That's
Get right
BS,
back to the Warriors.
Man.
We'll spend 10 minutes on the Giants. I know, Flem. They're bad right now.
Typically, I don't make decisions in a vacuum. Like, we're talking about Chase Young, right? Chase Young had a great Super Bowl. Do you re-sign him? And I always tell you, I'm not signing or not signing someone based off one game. It's the body of work.
Yeah.
The Warriors lose 2 playing games. I think it's different in this equation because I look at the totality of the season. Yes, the finish was really, really good, and you can make that argument. But all those things you referenced baked in, is Steph going to be this healthy?
Well, inconsistent play, the blown leads, guys being injured. You got to bake that into the equation when you talk like GP2's had injury concerns.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, he's had injury concerns. Draymond Green's got a bulky back right now. It is what it is.
Yeah.
They're getting older.
It's tender.
It's Stephen Curry. We got a healthy Steph Curry this year. Healthy. And in the West, you see this. They've got 44 wins. Last year, they would have been a 6 seed.
So what's the only scenario that you see them not making significant changes? Lay it out for me.
A Western Conference final run at least.
Okay.
At least before you even have that conversation.
Gotcha.
That conversation to me is off the table unless you make the West Finals.
Gotcha.
That's just my opinion.
Gotcha.
I don't. It's tough because when you see them play this well, you're like, damn, they could beat anybody.
When I see this Wiggins, I say to myself, wow, it reminds me of the Wiggins that they had in 2022. This is what made them so different.
And then when you get Draymond hitting his threes.
Well, you got to take the shots that are presented. And I thought tonight no one had to do too much. And we played a really great brand of collective basketball. And really helps when Draymond is just without hesitation shooting that shot. Guy has great form, great shooter. And he really was a catalyst in the first half to our big night of scoring, I think.
That was huge. Now, you mentioned the 8 seed and the play scenario. Here's what Klay Thompson said about the seeding here in the Western Conference.
It would be nice to get to 8, but if we don't, it's not the end of the world. At the end of the day, we got to play whoever's in front of us, and we take a lot of motivation from the Heat last year, who I think had to play 2 playing games, and they made a run all the way to the finals. So I think we're capable of a run like that. Obviously, can't look ahead, but whatever happens, we'll all be ready, and we all know that it can be done. There's no task too tall for us. I really believe that.
So last year, 2 play-in teams, one advanced to the Western Conference Finals, one advanced to the NBA Finals. Of course, that was the LA Lakers, and that was the Miami Heat. And obviously, the Warriors were a 6 seed. They made the second round. They barely got above that play-in tournament last year. So it is possible. Here's what LeBron had to say about the Warriors and Lakers being in the 9th spot. This is crazy.
It means we're a really good conference. A lot of good teams. From top to bottom, seriously, that can compete with any team in the league.
The fact that he had to say seriously makes me call cap on LeBron.
Do you think, just a brief aside, do you think LeBron on some level regrets going to the West? I know that there's all the financial stuff and the family and the lifestyle, and he did win the 1 ring.
I don't know. It's a great question.
His path to getting to where he wants to go is
so much more. If he was in the Eastern Conference,
that's what I'm saying.
And you got the Boston Celtics as a top team, LeBron could be Boston by himself.
Well, I don't know if I'm going that far, but I get what you're saying.
I mean, if he's on, say, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they make the moves around him, they're the best team in the East. LeBron is the odds-on favorite to go to the finals in the East. Like if the Lakers, you took the Lakers and say, move out of L.A., we're going to, I don't know, Richmond, Virginia. They're going to play the Eastern Conference. The Lakers will be a top 3 team in the East.
Probably right.
They will probably be the favorite to go to the finals. Like, if you had LeBron and this AD. Lakers team, AD, in the Eastern Conference.
That's a good point.
And they're playing the Celtics in a 1-2 matchup. I'm taking the Lakers. It's crazy. It's crazy that I say that.
They have personnel, like the guy they got from Miami, Gabe Vincent, did really well against Boston defensively, and it has been a terror defensively when healthy, but he hasn't been healthy. Dinwiddie is, I know you don't think as high as I think he's perfect off the bench. He's a lighted up guy, I think he's a nice piece. That's, it's interesting. I'm looking at his LA tenure, LeBron's, and look, on one level, it's been very successful because they won a championship. And that's really what he's going to be, at this point in his career, judged about. But on another level, I feel like it hasn't been anywhere near as successful as I think he thought it would be.
Yeah, I didn't think I thought it would be tough for the LeBron in the West. West is just different.
See,
West is deeper, it's different, it's longer. Guys are playing hard. The pace of play. The Eastern Conference, Orlando's the 5th seed. They can't shoot worth the damn.
What, he missed the playoffs his first year? They trade for AD the second year. Both of them are hurt approximately around when COVID comes. They get all that time to rest. They win the championship. AD has outlier shooting from the outside that he's never had. And then they've lost in the playoffs the other times.
I mean, before the pandemic, though, they were one of the top seeds.
What were they, 3?
I think they were, and they had just beaten like a huge win against the Milwaukee Bucks, who were like the 1 seed at the time. So,
and in year 1, they were the 5th seed before he got hurt.
Correct. I remember they beat the Warriors on Christmas, but he got hurt. Yeah,
the quad or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then the season fell off.
But you're a Laker fan. Has it been as fruitful as you anticipated?
No, it's been weird. It's like, why does a team with LeBron James struggle to get to the playoffs? Outside of that one season, the COVID year, when they were one of the best teams, they failed to put the right pieces around them. And when they had the right pieces, you move off of Caruso, you sign Taylor Horton-Tucker, little stuff like that. And then AD just is getting hurt.
They did make the West Finals last year.
They did. That's the thing. So
and according to Windhorst, it was the most impressive sweep in NBA history.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Oh my God. I agree. They got swept. I've never seen.
There was a lot of close games in all those ones, though.
I've never seen a more impressive sweep.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game. We're late. KGMG FM in West San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on the YouTube and Twitch streams. I'm blaming Chasky on that one. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game.
Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. As we have added the QR code on both pages, Xfinity Mobile Text Lines. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Coming up, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department. Let's talk some baseball for 10 minutes with Dave Fleming. What the heck's going on with the Giants?
Want a career with purpose?
Shohei's not going to jail.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Little Hall of Notes. Feeling good. Feeling good. Warriors get the big win over the LA Lakers. We'll get right back into them with Bruce Frazier, the man they call Q, the assistant head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He'll join us at 9:35. But first, let's talk about the Gigantes. We've been heavy Warriors today, and we appreciate all the calls. Warriors are hot right now, no doubt about that. Team that's now hot are the Giants. Now, they did win the series against the Padres. Not the season series, but the series against the Padres, 2 out of 3. But we all admit that their offense has been struggling a bit. They're scuffling right now.
2 for 33 with runners in scoring position the last 5 games.
Last 5 games. And now you got the Nationals come to town. They've already won the series. And now today you're trying to avoid the sweep on getaway day before you go out to Florida to take out the Rays and the Marlins. So let's talk to Dave Fleming, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants. He'll join us right now live from the park. He's probably at the yard right now getting ready for this day game as the Giants try to salvage a game. Oh, no, he's not there. He's in Augusta, for crying out loud. How can I forget? Flem, what's happening, man? What's going on in Georgia?
I can't believe you forgot that. Seriously, of all weeks.
I'm caught up with the Warriors, Flem, the Giants and everything like that. It's just, Bonte, the Masters. Flem is at the Masters. I'd rather talk about that right now than what happened last night at the yard.
I think I would too. So
we want to talk golf. Let's talk some golf here. No, seriously, it's obviously the concern right now are the bats. The bats just haven't got going yet with the Giants, whether it's Mike Yastrzemski, whether it's Matt Chapman, whether it's Soler. They're just not hitting right now. That's got to turn around here. But the pitcher's got to keep them in games as well. What's your overall take in these last 2 games against the Nats?
Well, I mean, look, I think everybody's frustrated, and you can see that starting to bubble to the surface. I thought in the first road trip when you and I talked last week, I thought that, the spirits were pretty high, even though they went 2-5. I really thought coming back from the road trip that everybody had their head held high and the body language was really good and the confidence level was still high. And I think these last couple nights you started to see something a little different. And, maybe part of that is the pressure of some expectations, pressure of playing at home, and then you finally get somebody other than the Dodgers and the Padres, and the games aren't going. It's only 2 games, but it does feel like you got to take advantage of those games against teams you should beat, and the Nationals are a team the Giants should beat. So I think that does sort of ratchet up the feeling of pressure.
What's going on with the bullpen? Just overall, I'll get into what I'm seeing last night. Like last night, you scratch and claw to tie the game. You get Harrison off the hook. You go to Ryan Walker in the 7th. Now, we can nitpick. It's early in the season, whatever. But in my mind, it's like, 7th inning, one of the Rogers brothers is going to come up. But then later on in the game, you see both Rogerses, and they don't look sharp. Like, is this just a matter of guys aren't executing? Is Bob filling out different roles? What's going on with the bullpen right now?
I think it's probably a combo of those 2 things. I definitely think a new manager, a totally new bullpen, even though he's seen a lot of those guys up close for years on the other side. So it's not like he doesn't know those pitchers. But I do think when you're a new manager, there is an element of trying to kind of figure out, okay, how and when can I use guys to get the best out of them? You think that should be simple, but I don't think it's always that simple. So I think that is probably a little part of what's going on. And I think, you circle the Rogers brothers. We all love them. They've been big parts of this team. They have long, successful track records. But those guys are really important to this bullpen. Like, you got a lot of other young guys. You got a closer in the 9th inning who's not going to be used in a different role than that. So you got those 2 as sort of your veteran anchors. You're counting on them. And if they're not performing well, there's probably like a cascade effect and not in a good way. And that's not to single them out or say that, the whole season depends on them. But if you're not getting consistent performance from those 2, the whole thing looks a lot different.
No doubt. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every single week to talk a little Giants. We also got the Masters as Dave is live in Augusta, Georgia for the Masters this season. Of course, that begins tomorrow in the morning here. But looking at the at-bats, Patrick Bailey, he's been the top of the conversation. Obviously, a lot of fans are on Yastrzemski. 2 for 3 yesterday. You got to tip your cap to him. Starting to grind out some at-bats here. Mike Yastrzemski. But Patrick Bailey, he's been a little off, especially behind the plate. What is your take on Patrick Bailey? Is it just a slow start? Is he just getting the cobwebs out? What's your take on Patrick Bailey here, Flip?
I don't know. I mean, Patrick is a very talented guy, and I'm certainly not putting him on notice. But I do think, at the end of last year, the defense really slipped, and his game is predicated on that. Like, he's got to, I think last year, in a way, like whether the reason was the fatigue or whatever it was, I think that last year's staff kind of let a lot of that stuff go. Some sloppy throws, some sloppiness, handling, framing pitches. I do think a lot of that stuff down the stretch sort of just went unaddressed. And, Patrick knows. Patrick is a very proud guy. He really cares a lot about his defense and working with those pitchers. But, he's not going to be considered one of the greats of the game if that sloppiness continues. So I think he's fine. I think he's going to be a really high-level defensive catcher all year long. But those little mistakes, if you want to be the best of the best, if you want to be considered Gold Glove quality, it can't be all the good and then a lot of that stuff. It's got to be more well-rounded.
Yeah. Can't miss tags. I mean, he had a ball in foul territory yesterday. He makes the catch and dropped it on the exchange, and I didn't see the replay. I was like, I'm kind of glad they didn't challenge that because it was close, and it's a gimme type of a play. To that same degree, I'm looking at Matt Chapman. He's playing excellent defense. I mean, the guy, he does something at least once a night where you're like, wow. I mean, Pablo played a great third base. Longoria played a great third base. They just don't have that in the bag like what he's got. But again, last night, I know bases loaded situation, grounds into the double play late. He's just not driving the ball, and the at-bats are just, they're looking a little rough right now. What are you seeing from Matt Chapman offensively specifically?
Yeah, the at-bats don't look great. I mean, they don't. He's hitting the ball hard. Like, his hard hit metrics are good. But I think, number one, this was a weird offseason for him. And, a lot of expectation about what the contract was going to look like and where he was going to land. And I think he's really happy that he landed here. I mean, I think this is where he wants to be and wanted to be. But it would be impossible to believe that there isn't some pressure on him to really perform, to turn what he signed into a longer, bigger deal. And I'm sure he's feeling a little bit of that. I'm sure he is. And I'm sure he wants to impress Bob Melvin, who went out on a limb on his behalf and impress Giants fans, who are watching him up close for the first time. So let's give Matt Chapman some time because the track record's just too good. The defense is too good. He's helping the Giants big time with the defense already. Like, he has made them such a better defensive team, just him alone. So I'm going to give him some time. But I do think, like last year, the one little underlying thing in all those numbers for him last year was the hard hit rate almost came too skewed towards the opposite field. Like, we need to see, for him to really be a star level player, that pull side power in the air needs to show up again. Like, not just ground balls to the pull side, but the power, the line drive power to his pull side needs to be there.
Flem, I'm looking at Shasky cited the numbers of the runners in left in scoring position. What was it, Shasky? 2 for the last 33?
2 for 33 in their last 5 games, runners in scoring position.
2 for 33. But not only that, you watch the Nationals, Flem, and you see C.J. Abrams, and you see them all running around. They befuddled the Giants over the last 2 seasons, but their athleticism. And we all can agree that the Giants are more athletic than they were a season ago. But it hasn't translated on the base pass. No stolen bases yet this season through 12 games. And maybe I overrated the speed on this baseball team, but Flip, it looks like they're going to have to create some things here on the base paths to get some more runs going in until the big bats start going.
Yeah, it's a concern for sure. Like, now I will say this. Teams, if you look across the game, there are a few teams that are running wild. There are a few individuals who are running wild, but the stolen base success rate has gone down here in the early season. It's only a couple weeks, but I do think after last year, teams are prioritizing quicker moves to the plate, better pitcher awareness. I think that has been a reason why the Giants have hardly even attempted a steal, is a lot of the pitchers that they're facing are doing a really good job of getting it to the plate quickly. Mm-hmm. And so part of when you don't have a big base stealing team, your opportunity to steal or run often just comes from the stopwatch. Like, what does the stopwatch say? If this guy's slow, we're going to go. If he's not, we're not. And I think you're seeing more attention to detail across the game in that way. So I think you're right. Like, some of that has to show up. You can't just be totally station to station. And they're not that. Jung-Hoo Lee's had some really nice base running, not base stealing. Matt Chapman had that dash to the plate on opening day where he ran, about as fast as any Giant did all last year. But I would also point out this. So the runners in scoring position number, brutally ugly. No steals all year. That's kind of crazy. But here we are. It's 5-game homestand, and they haven't hit a home run. So if you're gonna not be a fast team, and we know the runners in scoring position thing can come and go, right? Some of that is just that ebbs and flows naturally, even for the very best of teams. You got to be able to every once in a while hit it over the fence. Like, I know it's cold, it's early in the season, the ballpark's not a home run ballpark, but you go a homestand, if they don't hit a home run today, you go a homestand without hitting one, you're not going to win many of those games. You're just not. And so they have to tap into some power, like Conforto, Soler, Chapman, Yastrzemski. They've got enough guys who can do it. Lamont Wade has a really nice swing going, but it's like a low line drive kind of swing, a single sort of swing. They need some power from this group.
No doubt. I mean, Estrada has been really quiet. He was a catalyst last year. He led the team in stolen bases, 24, stolen bases by a wide margin last year. He was a catalyst. And seeing Abrams hit that home run yesterday, I'm like, God, I would love us to hit that point at AT&T Park. But let's get into the Masters real quick because you're there. I know I'm losing my mind with the Giants. But Flem, it feels to me the biggest storyline isn't the course. It isn't the individual players. Rory going for the Grand Slam, or Rahm, or Spieth with the wrist injury. It feels like it's LIV versus PGA, and everyone on both sides, plus the fans, being frustrated that it's not united. Is that the feeling you have on the grounds at Augusta?
It is not the feeling on the grounds. I think you're exactly right. That is the feeling everywhere else. On the grounds, I think the feeling is, wow, it's the Masters, it's Augusta, it's the springtime, it's the world's greatest players, and it's the world's greatest tournament. So the feeling here, when you're here, is exactly like a normal Masters. The egg salad sandwiches taste the same. the 12th green looks the same. Like, it just is, it's spectacular here. So the feeling here is great for golf, and it's a beautiful day today, and the place is just packed. And so it is a week where I think everybody's just focused on the golf here, but you're right. The game has massive issues. And, this is a tournament, and it's a golf club that helps to shape the world of golf. And I think they're trying their best to do what they can to alleviate some of those problems. Those are big problems. So we'll see. I think I hope we have a great Masters, and it leads into a season of majors that are really competitive and fun, because the rest of the PGA Tour is struggling right now. It is.
No doubt. And hopefully the weather holds up down there in Augusta, Georgia. I heard the weather's supposed to be bad tomorrow, but hopefully it holds up over the weekend. You have a great time down there. We'll talk to you next week.
Just tomorrow morning.
Just tomorrow morning.
So, because you guys got to get up really early if you want to catch my whole coverage, because we come on first, like 4, 5, and 6. Holes 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
Our coverage comes on first thing in the morning. We're the first live golf coverage you see every day. Tomorrow, though, you might not have to wake up as early. I'm thinking noonish, probably the rain will be gone, and they'll try to get everything started sometime around there. That's just a pure guess based on the forecast, but it's going to rain a lot overnight and in the morning. And then from there on, it's supposed to be a spectacular weekend. I tell you what, it's going to blow. The wind is going to be a factor, at least for the first couple days. It is playing very firm and fast right now. So the rain's going to tamp that down. It'll be interesting to see how quickly it dries up again, and how the course plays, say, like Friday morning and beyond. The weekend could be one of those weekends where the putts are rolling like extremely fast, even by Masters standards.
How many times you played Augusta, Flem?
I've played 3 rounds on the big boy course.
Oh.
That was the most incredible flex.
Well, you asked
of all
him. He
time.
gave you a
I'm
truthful
jealous.
answer. Gave you a true. We'll get out there.
What's your best score? Let's hear it.
My best score was probably like an 83. I didn't play. I just didn't putt. The whole thing is the putting, and I didn't putt beautifully here, as you could probably guess.
Yeah.
My caddy, after watching me 3-putt one last time, my caddy looked at me and just went, "God dang." He was so disgusted with me.
Of all, how much merch did you buy?
I didn't buy it. I try not to go crazy, man. You could buy everything in there. I've got a really nice Masters polo or a pullover, like quarter zip on right now. Yeah. Okay. You put your order in with me. I'll go stop by for you. What size?
A large. I'll text you on the side.
What color scheme do you like?
Hey, user's choice. I trust your style. I've seen you out in the wild.
What will look good out at West Sunset?
Yeah. I love you, Dave.
Oh my God!
Bonte's so sick to his stomach right now.
Oh my gosh! We'll get him out. We'll get Shasky out to Augusta. We'll get him out there one day. One day.
I doubt that.
Yeah, we'll spend his whole paycheck.
Have a good one, buddy. And these Giants will win one. I'm feeling today.
They're gonna be just fine. I promise. They are. They're gonna be a good team still.
You hear that, Lubman? The Giants are gonna be just fine.
Lubman's losing it.
Yeah, they're losing. No, Flip. Shasky and Lubman are losing. You should have seen them yesterday. Oh my God, they were going crazy. It's like, dude, we're 11 games in.
We care.
You're fine. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I saw Will Zalatoris maybe a half hour ago, and he just walked right up to me. He was playing the 17th. He walked right up to me. He goes, "Runners in scoring position. Come on, man."
I love him. See you, Dave.
Right, you should root for him. See you guys.
All right, man. See you later.
I love that man.
Oh my gosh.
If there's one broadcaster who I'd like to be, it'd be him. Think of he does basketball, football, he does the Giants, he does golf. Like, he's got the resume I'm looking for.
We're calling Bruce Frazier right now, Q, because we're a minute late with him.
My bad. I apologize for that.
Beckett, you could have texted Flip on the side. Beckett, man. It's so uncomfortable.
What? The merch? You got the Masters
Have
merch.
you played the Masters yet? Of course Flip's played the Masters.
Do you know how hard it is to get out there?
Yeah,
I mean, Iguodala did an entire podcast about how difficult it was to get on.
I understand. It's not for everybody.
It's not about like, oh, you just know somebody. Like, you have to have the red carpet pulled out for you.
That's BS, man.
It is BS. All right, Bruce Frazier, get back into the Warriors. They're playing well. 25-11 in the last 36 games. 16-4 in their last 20 road games. Yesterday, just all kind of records shattered. All right, 35th game this season with 30 or more assists. 8th game this season with 20 or more threes. Season high threes yesterday, 26 made threes. First team to make 25 threes and shoot over 60% from the three-point line. An NBA record there. Kendra Andrews had the tweet yesterday from ESPN, 63.4%, highest three-point percentage in a game in NBA history. NBA history. They have a 70-point half, 7 times this season. Clay, 30th 20-point game. He had 27. Potts, 5th time with 10 points in the quarter. We go all down the list here. Season high for Wiggs, 3 blocks. Season high, 9 games over 500. Where's the roller right now? What does that mean moving forward? Can they get to 8? Can they get to the 8 spot? Huge game tomorrow night at the Moda Center against the Portland Trailblazers, Shasky. Huge.
So excited for this one. And it feels like to me, my novice eye, having TJD in that starting lineup with Draymond Green it's really changed a lot of things. It's enabled a lot of guys to play up on their guy that they're defending, and they've got a guy that they can funnel a driver to, and he's altering shots at the rim. He's allowed the lob threat on offense in the half court. It's been a revelation having him in the lineup, and he's just been such an energy.
No, he has been great. He has been great. And you know what? The Kuminga thing, Kuminga's going to be fine. Kuminga's going to be fine. This team is rolling right now. CP3, he'll get Kuminga right. Kuminga's been fine all year. He had 9 of 11 Sunday against the Utah Jazz. So I think the Warriors are still in LA. I'm not 100% sure. But Q, Bruce Frazier, 4-time champ, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. What up, Q?
What's happening, guys?
Oh, man, you guys still in LA right now, or are you guys back in the Bay?
No, we're still in LA. And then obviously we played here last night. Kind of have morning off, and then we fly to Portland. We play in Portland tomorrow night.
Yeah, the sneaky Portland Trailblazers don't want to sleep on that. But, hey, Q, last night I thought defensively you guys were solid. Offensively, obviously, you shot the lights out. And for like the third time all season, you guys are completely healthy. But Draymond Green, let's start there because we've always discussed this, and I'm sure you guys have discussed this ad nauseum. When he's open like that on the three-point line, I know you guys encourage him to shoot it, but when he's aggressive offensively, it feels like it takes you guys into another dimension. The offense is so wide open. All of a sudden, the spacing is there. The Splash Brothers are cutting. When Draymond is playing like that offensively, how much better are you guys when he is making his outside shots, or at least attempting his outside shots?
Yeah, we're much better when he's aggressive, and in the old days, in our early runs, he shot it much more and was more aggressive like that. Then as we, gained, more weapons to KD and others, Draymond started taking less shots. So for no real reason, but just I think he was sharing the ball more, and So anyway, back to the point, he's with him aggressive and him making shots like that, it changes our team, and he's obviously an elite defender too. So with him on the floor, we're always much better, both sides of the ball.
It feels like because of necessity with availability of guys, you guys went to TJD in the starting lineup, and you've experimented with lots of different lineups this year. But the one that was really cooking for you guys is that starting one where you have Draymond and TJD alongside of each other. What does that do for the entire defense, having TJD out there?
Well, the bigs in this league kind of control your defense, and they're a staple with it. And Trace has learned through Draymond, and so those two together are kind of the control center for us, and they eliminate a lot of problems. And Trace's size at the rim now gives us, some substance down there, and even if we're spaced out, Trace is always looming to help on any problems. And Draymond's, like I just said, elite. So Trace has grown into a really good, defender for us and an offensive weapon with his, kind of vertical spacing, if that term's not overused. But he gives us, dives to the rim and problems there that create, a lot of opportunities for our shooters. So he's coming along. He wasn't elite last night with his defense, but he's still that lineup, like you said, has been really good for us.
Q, I'm just looking at Brendan Podolski. We get a lot of calls about Pods, and he's pretty polarizing for being a rookie. Now, he's going to make a push for one of the all-rookie teams. I think he's played that well. Obviously, 17, 10, 5, and 5 games, but he just went through a slump. And over the last 5 games, he's shooting 58% from the three-point line. He's giving you guys 10, 4, and 6 rebounds. What do you say to a guy like Potts who's going through this for the first time in his career, has never played this many games in a season, when he is going through a slump? What was the message to him? Because it seems like he snapped out of it over the last 5 games, starting with that road game in San Antonio.
Well, he's pretty hard on himself, as in a good way. He doesn't like, I wouldn't say failure, but he doesn't like missing shots. He doesn't like, missing kind of reads and plays. And so he's hard on himself, and he's vocal about it. To some of us, especially to me. So, there's no, it's a kind of a rookie thing where they go up and down a little bit. It's even, young players, not just rookies, but young players in general can have dips in the season. But, there's not like you need to do this, you need to do this, keep your elbow in. I think that stuff's overrated. I have a simple answer for him, and just say you're human. Get him off his rant, a little bit. Which is true. These guys are young and human, and they're going to make mistakes and go through ups and downs. And he's a very, very capable player and sees the game very well. He has all the ingredients that are hard to teach that make him a really potent weapon, especially when he's shooting it well. So he's gonna miss some shots. He's gonna miss some plays, but he's starting to you're starting to see real signs of this guy's a really good piece for us. So he's a vital part of our team and one of the better rookies in the league.
The team feels so united right now and so re-energized just in general. What was the vibe like in that locker room after that win? Because I know it's not on the level of winning a championship. No one's saying that. But for this season, that felt about as high of the united stand base by the entire team as I've seen all year.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe's been really good with our team. And to be honest, like, it's the one thing that we've been able to hold on to this whole year is we have good chemistry, and our guys have been connected all year. We haven't had the performances, both individually and collectively, in some of the games, and we've lost some heartbreakers along the way. But we've never fractured, and the chemistry and the culture of this team is really good. So I think what's helping now, aside from obviously the wins, is just we're getting performances which lead to wins from people. From all of them. And you saw it last night with just the way we shot it. Now, I don't expect to shoot it like that every night, but we're getting performances now, and consistent sort of performances. What you're saying, okay, these guys have something. So we've always had that something. I hate to be redundant, but we're just getting performances now out of Clay and Wiggs and Podziemski last night, and Trace has made a big difference, and Draymond, and so we don't have to rely as much on Steph as we were at times during the year. So it's an exciting, we're seeing exciting things, and it's I think it's a good sign for us as we go here.
Talking to Bruce Frazier, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, a 4-time champ, the man they call Q. And the Warriors roll last night, making 26 threes, a season high. They shoot a season high 58.8% from the floor. Their 25-plus threes and 60% percentage from the three-point line is an NBA record. No team has ever done that in NBA history. No team has ever shot 63.4% from three in NBA history here. But you're talking about the lineup here. And look, Steph was masterful last night, 23 points on 9 shots, the 8 assists to 7 rebounds. But Jonathan Kuminga is also another topic here in sports radio. Kuminga's had an exceptional season, Q. You know that. We all know that. He's coming off the bench now after starting 29 straight games and then missing the 6 games with knee tendonitis. I think he's just fine mentally. But what if you guys told Kuminga about this role change here? Really, he's going to see 20-plus minutes a night, but obviously the allure of not starting. What was the message to Kuminga knowing that, hey, we're rolling with TJD, but we still need you, JK. You're still important to this team. How do you relay that message to a young man like him who has had success starting with this team?
Well, I think you say it just like you did. And to be honest, it's kind of what we've done as a team and staff over the years. It sort of just naturally evolved because of his injury. And so when we started Trace and JK was out and Wiggs was back in, we've been playing so well with that lineup that we always have done this. Even when other guys come back, it's just, we just stick with what's working. And that's also the message, is like, well, you're going to be fine. JK is going to help us a ton, and he could be back in the lineup. Like, right. We've done this historically, where, especially in the playoffs, where it's very matchup based, and so you could see some lineup changes just based on the matchups, and you've seen it over the years with what we've done with Andre Iguodala starting a long time ago in the Cleveland series, and GP, and just not to go into all that stuff. You could see lineup changes. So everyone's valuable to us in the playoffs because you need different weapons. And JK is a really elite weapon for us with his versatility and his physicality, and he's a threat at the rim. So he's a good weapon. He's not gonna be out of any rotations or lineups.
You guys always talk about sticking with what's working. We never talk about these, but these inbound plays after timeouts that you guys come up with, whether it's the sideline ones or the blobs, the baseline ones, who's coming up with that Rolodex, and who's on that staff picking which ones to utilize in a given moment? Because I feel like it's one of the most efficient ways that you guys get buckets easily, and we never talk about them in these 2 and 3 possession games, and yet it always comes down to easy buckets that you guys are getting out of those.
I'm glad you brought that up, because those are all my plays.
Let's go. Take that, Steve.
I've been waiting to get some credit here, but no, Steve's really good, with those. He has been historically with, you know, he's a bright mind in many ways. And then, you know, our staff, even our young video guys at times have ideas. So he's always receptive to, you know, some of the guys, all of our ideas, and he's really good himself. And then I think, you know, to put it all together, he has a really good feel for, you know, what might work at that time. And so we may hand him plays before games or along, you know, throughout the weeks and think of things, but he's the one that, you know, kind of decides and has a really good feel for that. So it's a collective effort, but he's the chief and he's been really good at it. And then then I'm kind of giving all the coaches this incredible credit, but the guys got to go out and execute it, right? And we have good players and smart players and skilled players. So those guys, you know, I know that sounds a little sappy, but they make big shots. And, you know, Draymond, Steph, Clay have played together so long that they understand each other really well. And then the others fall in line. And CP is a really good, you know, has added a dimension of a bright playmaking mind. So we've had success. Doesn't mean we're invincible with that stuff, but yeah, that we have a good feel for that.
Yeah, the big three who you cited there, Q, they combined for 65 points last night, 13 rebounds, 18 assists, a couple steals, a couple blocks. I mean, they go 16 to 23 for the three-point line, so a great night for them, but a great night overall for all you guys. Q, beating the Lakers, winning the season series, and now let's see if you guys can move up to 8. I know you guys need a little help, but we are scoreboard watching right now, Q, so good luck in Portland tomorrow night. I know you guys won't sleep on the Blazers like my man Shasky over here, so good luck tomorrow night. We'll be watching. Get some rest, man.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
See you, anytime, buddy. Bruce Frazier here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. The Moda Center is going to be rocking, Shasky. I circled this game.
We don't talk enough about their
ATLs.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because they run some stuff they've been running for 4 or 5 years, which is the basic stuff, but I see unique wrinkles constantly. You know, Dre's the inbounder, Steph's the inbounder. They're running misdirection. You think it's going to Steph, but it's to set up a layup over the top to the other one. Like, I don't know. I love the X's and O's, and I get a good kick out of it. I don't know how many fans do.
No, I think a lot of fans
do. But they get a lot of cheap. I call them cheap. They're not cheap. They're well-designed, shrewd, smart moves. They get a lot of easy buckets, and to me, that's coaching. And I don't think we give, as we critique rotations and all these different, give the guy some love on these inbound plays.
The guy doesn't help you win 4 championships without being a good coach. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Not only that, you know, you talk about the ATOs, and it comes off the ball movement. All the motions they run, the read and react offense. Watching the national championship, I know we'll get to Fast Five in a second. UConn and Purdue. The difference in that basketball game. Every action UConn ran was off the ball movement. Everybody was coming off screens, cuts. They were screening, high ball screens, motion offense. That's why the whole thing was like, just put the ball in Steph's hands and let him cook. No, the reading, reacting, but offense here, that's how you wear teams down. You don't know where guys are going. So you see the ball movement there. The ATL is a great point. They've always had the ATLs under Steve Kerr for like a decade. They've
run these like double circle plays over and over. And they did it the other day and then had TJD be the lob, and they just threw it. It was wide open. They just threw it right over to the top. And I was like, dude, do you know how hard it is to come up with a play that sophisticated? And the play was to fake you out. All right. I'm sorry. We're up against it.
Oh.
So my final thought is, I don't know who LeBron's been working with. Dr. Rosanelli, Joe Buck and the hair plugs. I don't know. But LeBron needed to go home. Now he's got just a little divot. Like I've got the divot too. We've all got the divot in the back of the head. I'm talking about, you know, losing a little bit of that hair. Somehow though, it's gotten a little more full up top and in the front. And I don't think it's natural.
Just shows that money could buy everything.
Found the right formula.
Performance-enhancing hair stuff going on.
Don't hate the game.
When it comes to LeBron.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, man. If you had the money, you do it too. If I had the money, my hairline would never be leaving me. It'd be looking like Jalen Rose every day up until I'm 70 years old.
Jalen Rose going to be very upset you said Jalen and not Goo.
Jalen paints it.
Goo paints it too.
Whoa!
Why are you doing that?
No, I'm kidding. I'm just taking a shot at him. He knows.
So that podcast.
He knows it's all love. Jesus,
I am
love
the
it.
system
Getting
of
us
this
a fast
show.
5 for this. Jeez, we still got minutes left.
Bonte's disgusted.
We were out
actually
here
have 1 minute
cooking.
left in the show.
We're out here cooking.
One thing I would say.
Fast 5. Like we have something riveting to say in Fast 5.
One thing I
Sometimes
see
we do.
a lot of basketball coaches do is they steal plays from other people and then they just kind of switch things around based on the personnel they have. Watching Caitlin Clark do a lot of the inbound plays that they were doing, using her as the one to put the ball in play, they took a lot of that stuff from Steph. It's really cool. It's really cool to see the game kind of cross over like that.
Everybody knows LeBron has fake hair. That's what Worldwide Have says. The biggest LeBron fan I know.
It's fake hair?
Of course
Well,
it
I
is.
figured it was enhanced. I didn't know it was
it's
fake.
not real. I mean, whatever it is, it's not real. It's not his real
when you
hairline.
get hair plugs, that is your real hair.
That's what I thought,
follicle.
yeah.
So he's got the money to do that procedure, whatever it is.
Yeah, who knows? Who cares? I mean,
I love
It's
how
not
Worldwide
Carlos
have-
Boozer. It's not going shoe polish.
Yeah, he's not doing the Troy Polamalu Head and Shoulders commercial. We know that. I mean, let's
he could.
pump the brakes.
He could. No,
that's Jalen
My
Brunson's
final thought.
back.
My final thought are with the Giants right now, believe it or not. I am locked into this afternoon game while I'll be poolside with Baby Chaz. We'll be jumping in and out the water. We won't have a worry in the world. But if the Giants lose, I will be worried about Shasky and Lutman tomorrow morning. You thought they were freaking out yesterday about a 4-7 start.
Stop!
Don't let them get swept by the Nationals.
Stop it.
My final thought is I could not be cooler and calmer about this Giants team right now. I am not taking any
I call cap on that.
Firm declarations about this team after 12 games. Like, come on, can we let's be grown-ups with how we watch this Giants. I'm not calling out you, Bonte. I'm just saying in general.
No, I had the video of you
calm.
yesterday. I had a video of you
What
yesterday
video?
losing your mind over Bob Melvin yesterday.
What video? You don't have any video. You
I
took
got
no
evidence.
video.
I got evidence.
You have no evidence.
I have evidence of you losing your mind before the show yesterday
that
about
is
Bob
not-
Melvin.
You want,
That's not cap. Shasky was right there.
It is total cap. I
seen
told
it.
you. I
Hey,
said
Snitcher Shasky,
this is
come
something
on.
that
I
Bob
seen
Melvin
it.
said, and then you lost your mind over
I
it.
didn't lose
and
my
then I'm
mind.
sitting there
I
thinking,
was-
like, why are you yelling at me? I'm
I
just the
lost my
messenger.
mind. You guys are
So, and then
pretty
you start
red
making
over
up
Mike
lies about
Krzyzewski.
how I'm
You're
losing my
your mind right now.
In the
I am
words
not
of my
okay.
wife,
Whatever.
your
Yeah,
value
I
is
will come on.
raising.
Everybody
You're raising
panic.
your
Just
voice.
give up
No,
on the season.
you
Everything is
are.
done. It's all awful.
Calm
We're
down.
all miserable.
Look
Is
at
that what you want,
You're
Bonte?
losing your
Is that what
mind.
you want to hear?
No, I don't want that.
I'm losing.
It's
You're putting
exactly-
words in my mouth. You're
It's
Mark
the opposite
Willard-ing
of
me.
what I want.
Words.
You lost your mind before the show yesterday
show's
about
over,
Bob
Bonte.
Melvin. And then
He
Shasky lost
just
his
did a
mind.
walk-off
And then
on you.
Shasky lost his
He
mind
said
about
the
Mike
show's
Krzyzewski.
over.
And then he lost his mind about Mike Krzyzewski.
I love Sam so much.
You guys are the one. All right, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity iHome.
You just got served, bro.
You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Just because you get louder doesn't mean you win an argument. You got to have facts in those arguments, and those
I
are
learned from
empty
the best.
calories. Demonis Bogus, a.k.a. Sam Lubbock.
Glass Man versus Hollow Man, coming to a plane near you.
It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies...
Austin, don't tell.
Yay!
Hey.
All righty, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Yes.
Warriors beat the Lakers last night, 134-120. And that means they control the 9 spot right now. If they win out,
wow,
their last 3 games, they're the 9th seed.
Who they got? At Portland, home against, well, I'll be at the game. Nobody cares. New Orleans, and then Sunday, Utah, at home.
Exactly. So the Warriors, big win last night. They set an NBA record, 26 for 41 from three-point range. Best shooting night in NBA history from beyond the arc with at least 40 attempts.
Led by Day-Day. He couldn't miss.
Yeah.
5 of 5 in the first half. But where the hell was Anthony Davis? But the Warriors don't care, right? We don't care because now it's Operation 9th. And there's a little itty-bitty chance, Donnie, they might get 8th or could get 8th if Sac were to go, 0-3.
Yeah, the Sacramento Kings, they lost last night to Oklahoma City. Right now, let me take a look at this.
Yeah, they were up 20 in that game.
Figure this out.
Mike Brown, I love you,
right
man.
Here. You know what? That's the one thing I didn't print out is the playoff standings in terms of what the Warriors have to do. So the Warriors right now a game behind Sac, so they need to win out.
Yeah, and have Sac go 1-2.
Yeah, exactly. And they go 1-2.
Could you imagine that getting that 9th life in regard to all right, whoever we play, if we lose, we got another shot at it.
Yeah,
damn.
And here's the one thing I was thinking, if you're a Warrior fan, because we've talked about this play-in game. So I'm going to do something backwards here.
Go ahead.
And because I want to know how committed Warrior fans are one way or the other. So we all know that because of the play-in game, the Warriors are going to, it looks like, have to play 2 games, and they have to win them both to make the playoffs. Right. Okay? So that's just the situation they find themselves in. They're probably going to have to play 2 elimination games. So we know in the NBA that, you can be playing great basketball and just get beat one night, or you can be playing great basketball and just not be able to make threes one night and you get knocked off, or you're playing in the play-in game and maybe somebody tweaks an ankle and they're not 100% and you get beat.
Giannis.
So my question is this: if you the Golden State Warriors were 19-24. They're 25-11 since then. So they're for almost half the season now. They've played on a 50-plus win pace, 55-ish.
Yeah.
So my question then, and again, I'm going backwards, is who cares what happens in the play-in game? Who cares if you just get beat? If you play one bad game. You play one bad game and you get eliminated, unfortunately. It happens sometimes. So what do you do with the 25-11? Like, what do you do with the 25-11 and 11? So you were 19-24. You made a bunch of changes that worked. You're 25-11. But what if you get upset in that play-in game? How do you judge the season? How do you judge it? Are you a 48-win team, or are you a 55-win team, or are you just a plain old 10th seed, and how does that impact what you do moving forward?
Well,
how much does 25-11 mean to you?
Well, I told you yesterday, if the team got to a playoff series, a 7-game series, that would constitute a successful season for me. We talked about it. But Steiny, you said what Joe Lacob said, if somehow they were to not get past the play-in game, big changes were on the horizon. But I was trying to pitch to you and the listeners yesterday that it's tangible. That 25-11 is real. And if you're going to go there, allow me to talk about the Draymond Green suspension, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I just feel differently and positive about this team.
But why don't you? Okay, so I'll make you feel more positively. They're 25-11 over their last 36. If they had Draymond Green, maybe they'd be 29-7.
Yeah, we talked about it.
So my question is, are you ready to let one game or 2 games now, which is what the Warriors are going to play? And again, I'm just asking. So what happens in a play-in game or 2, should that dictate the offseason at this point? In other words, if you just, Phoenix beats you in a play-in game or the Kings beat you in Sacramento, it's not going to take away from the fact that you were 28 or 27-12 over almost half the season. So how do you assess what may happen in the play-in with what's happened over the last 40 games, what's happened over the last season?
Have you changed your mind? Because it sounds like you have, and it's okay.
I don't have a mind to change.
Well, yeah, you were saying, it all depends on the playoffs and the play-in a couple days ago, just yesterday.
Well, now I'm saying, what about 25-11? I'm asking how you judge that.
So I
don't have an answer.
No, I'm just saying you could see how.
I'm not a fan.
If somebody said that, you're okay with it now.
I'm okay with anything.
A couple days ago, you hadn't been. So I feel like, and that's good.
No, I don't know if you noticed when I said it, I've always said Joe Lacob. It's what Joe Lacob may think. So I'd ask Joe Lacob if he were listening. Mm-hmm. Does 25-11, does 26-12, does 27-11 or 28-11?
So now we're talking about running back.
Does that supersede stubbing your toe in the postseason in either a play-in game or getting beat in the first round? It's 36 games right now. So that's kind of what I'm wondering at 888-957-9570. What do you place the most importance on in this season? They were 19-24 after 43. They're 25-11 since. They're still in 10th, but they're moving up. They got a shot to move up to 9 or 8. So if you view the whole season as just one, do you view yourselves as a 10th seed? Do you view yourselves as a 3 or 4 seed, which 25-11 would extrapolate over? Or do you just say, you know what? Let's see what happens in the playoffs and the play-in, and if we lose in the play-in, we'll do something drastic or we'll make big changes. If we don't do something in the play-in, or rather if we do something in the play-in, maybe we'll sit tight. So I'm wondering how you view where this team is right now in the context of the entire season as we move into the postseason.
But we can't get your answer.
To what?
The last couple of days, so now you're saying you were looking at it through the prism of Joe Lacob, but what's Matthew J. Steinmetz feel? You have to have it. You got a mic in front of you.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, but how do you feel? You got to answer these questions. Nobody's beyond asking a question, Steiny, and not answering it. It's okay. I feel like I got your answer. You're my radio best friend. The last 2 days, you have said there's good the play-in and goo. If you see tangible stuff, it still can't supersede what happens in the play-in or the playoffs. Now I feel like you've come to the side, and I'm happy where
I don't come to any side. I'm just asking a question. If they're 25, I'm looking at the standings. If you're 25-11 over the last 36, and that's the second best record in the NBA, would that supersede stubbing your toe in the play-in game? Or is it all about the play-in and the playoffs? How do you assess what happened the first half of the season at 19-24? Then they may, and we're going to talk about why they may, what has changed for this team from 19-24 to 25-11. So, you guys make it clear. I'm not a fan. So
I'm still have an opinion.
I don't right now on this one. It's a tough one. So that's kind of why I'm asking it. City Boy, what's going on, City? How you doing, man?
Morning, fellas. It's a good day in San Francisco, man. I'm happy today.
It's nice out there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful day. And especially after beating the Lakers like that. That was just a fun watch. And they got back to Warriors basketball. And the thing I wanted to say, Matt, and to your point, I called you guys about a month ago, and no one should remember, but I brought up the fact that they weren't really running the read and react motion offense all the time. And they were kind of like caught in between with some of these young players and the ball sticking. And it just didn't look like Warriors basketball. Well, I think what we're seeing now is an evolution or an acclimation by the young players to the system. And we're seeing them play with the vets together, and
right.
they're getting back to, like, last night when you watched that game, that was Warriors basketball. The ball was moving. Hey, Pods, I love Pods. The ball was sticking with him early in the season, and he did a lot of good things with charges and rebounding, but the ball would stick. Did you see how decisive Pods was last night? He was making his decisions fast, and that's what read and react is all about. Make your decision, cut, pass, shoot, right? And, I mean, the Warriors were doing that. It was crisp. And that's Warriors basketball. And that's why, Matt, to your point about the 25 and 11 or whatever, I don't think it's smoke and mirrors. I think it's the young players learning how to play in Steve Kerr's system. And also Draymond not being suspended helps in that respect. But this team is on the upswing, and whether they stub their toe or not, I think this is a sign of things to come. Now, yes, the core three are getting older, but the young players are ascending, and they're learning how to play in the system. So, whether they stub their toe or not, I think this team is on the upswing going forward. They're going to limit guys' minutes. Steph, Clay, and Dre are going to, start playing 28 minutes or something like that, and they'll tweak some things. But this team, I mean, if they get into a playoff series, all bets are off. They could go all the way. I mean, they could. I'm not saying they will, but I'm here to watch it.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. It feels like we've been on this roller coaster for a few months, and so now there's some tangible numbers out there. So is 25 like if the Warriors, if it's true that if they don't, I guess what I'm saying is if it's true that they get beat in the play-in, and then do we now automatically go to, if they lose the play-in, big changes are coming? Like, I'm just asking, does 25 and 11 change your mind on that at all? And I'm not saying it should or it shouldn't. I could see how it could or it couldn't either way. Like, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going to today. You there, City? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm there. I didn't know if you were going to, yeah. I'm with you, but I don't think big changes are coming. I think they're going to re-sign Clay. And I think that they're going to, I don't think big changes are coming. I just don't. I think they're going to ride with what they got. And Kuminga's going to be better next year, by the way, too. I mean, he's going to improve a lot, I think, over the next year or two. So I think they're banking on that. And, I understand if they do lose in the play-in and if it doesn't look good, I could see Lacob making changes, but
hey, let's put the rat on the table, Jay. Let's talk about our correspondence on social media last night when I put out, this has a strength in numbers 2.0 feel to it. And to Steiny's point, I feel like whatever happens in the play-in, it does not take away what we've seen and extenuating circumstances that they've had to overcome. I mean, the second unit is a pleasure to watch again, man. So I don't feel like, Joe Lacob can do what he wants, and we know what he said. But to Steiny's question, the answer for me, Bud, is I've seen some tangible stuff to where I'm with the callers. Nobody wants to see the Warriors in a 7-game series. If they don't get there, I think a reset, a non-Draymond Green suspension, with this team has action, and they're proving it.
Appreciate
That's exactly right. And what you saw, okay.
No, go ahead, finish up.
I was just going to say, you also saw last night Steph Curry be really efficient. And the reason he was so efficient was that he was trusting his teammates.
Yeah. Well, hey, here's a question for you. But I got to ask that nobody looks it up. Nobody looks it up.
We don't cheat on this show.
When the Warriors were at their season low, hey, Hawks, step in there. Put your headset on. Because I want to make sure you don't look. I'm asking each of the three.
I believe that was 19 and 24.
19 and 24.
Go!
The Warriors, at that point, used the same starting lineup in 3 consecutive games. So, in other words, what was the starting lineup they were using at 19 and 24?
I'm going to go first.
Go ahead.
Steph, Clay, Dre.
Nope.
Why am I mad, Spadoni? Go ahead.
The lineup the Warriors were using when they were 19 and 24.
Can I get the date?
Look at my guy.
43 games into the season.
That doesn't help me.
Draymond was back.
He was
suspension.
back. I still got it.
He was back.
Steph, Draymond.
Nope.
Oh,
Joe Hawks.
I didn't know. Okay.
I'm
Draymond
shocked.
Green was back.
Mr. Hawks.
But he was
Joe
still
Hawks.
coming off the. Okay.
Correct.
I didn't know if it was him
But
or Clay.
I'll give you that factoid and give you okay. Knowing that Draymond was coming off the
out
bench.
with me. Yeah.
Draymond was coming off the bench. Goo, I'll give you another chance because Joe's not ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Trying to find headphones for
So
him.
it's me.
Yes.
Steph.
Correct.
Clay.
Correct.
Wiggins.
Correct.
Kuminga.
Wrong. Spadone.
I forgot he was mad.
Steph.
Yes.
Learn from me.
Clay.
Yes.
Pajemski.
No.
Dude, that was my
You know
I
what?
can't wait to hear this one.
We could do this. We could do
Was
this.
Saric on there?
Yes.
Okay, Saric.
boy.
They use this lineup.
CP3.
Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Saric, Looney.
Loon dog.
Looney.
Yeah, I didn't like. Yeah.
God, they've had so many different.
Yeah, I don't
lineups.
like that
They've
one.
had a
That well,
lot of-
obviously.
How many? Like
Dario.
26 or something?
Yeah.
So that was 19 and 24, and then at that point, Saric started coming out of the lineup a little bit more. Then Looney ended up not going in the lineup, and
Now
the bottom line is when they went away from those veterans, those two at least, and started to emphasize the kids a little bit more. That's when this uptick started.
And what about the guy that I'm serious, man. I really have to apologize. And I mean, he was good last night. Everybody was good last night. And I'm talking about Chris Paul, but he solidified that second unit, man. And he knows how to get TJD involved before he was inserted into the starting lineup. Bastani, we've been rocking 6 years. I've never put words in your mouth. You put them in mine, and then I spit them out. But I just feel like you're seeing, tell me if I'm wrong, you're seeing something now to where if the team doesn't make big changes and runs it back, is it fair for me to say you kind of could understand that now with this 26 and 11?
I mean, I could understand why the Warriors would have moved off Draymond. I can understand why they didn't move off Draymond. I'll understand whatever they do if in the offseason.
Because they got something working now, man. And real quick about last night, shout out Rob Lowe. What if I told you everything last night in the association that didn't happen for him in Dallas Friday night with everybody losing and them letting that one get away, that they got that back last night? What would you say to that? Because they do control their own.
Well, they would have had a shot at the Pelicans if the Pelicans would have somehow lost to the Blazers.
Well,
now the Pelicans are 3 ahead.
They got a game tonight, though, the Pelicans. Against Phoenix.
No,
but they control their own destiny to have that game home here against the Lakers or whoever. It chase. And then I do wonder, is that good?
So, no, the question is okay, 650. I adamantly disagree about the Warriors having a better record if Draymond Green wasn't suspended. I don't think they would have pivoted to using the young guys as much as they have. It's actually a very interesting point.
We hadn't heard that.
It's a very interesting point.
But at this point, it's about wins, right? So had they done that and he had been available, I'm just saying on the low end, give me 5 more wins to this total that might be 50 wins. If they win the next 3, that's 47. If Draymond didn't get suspended, 5 would be 50.
What he's saying is, if Draymond doesn't get suspended,
you don't get your
Trace Jackson Davis is not the player he was last night, or he's not the player he is now. It's a very interesting point. I think there may be something to that.
Where are you at? I'm all over, but I'm happy, Steiny. I like this team, and I told you, and I feel it. But what if I said this might be one of Steve Kerr's best coaching jobs?
I would say that.
But then where do you veer off when you say, well, or anybody, Goo, had Dre not got suspended, TJD wouldn't have got that. You know how? Because at the end of the day, I'm fair, and Kerr has. Look at it right now. Look what's manifested. Some people could be like, well, it only did that because this and that, but at the end of the day, the ship's flying in the right direction.
888-957-9570 is the number. Feels like we do this a lot, but it feels like today's a real good day to do it. Where are you at with the Golden State Warriors? They're still in 10th place, but they have the front row to the 9 spot. If they win out, they're 9. It's that simple with 3 games left. We've talked about this team all year. They were 19-24 at one point.
Worst.
They've been 25. They're 25-11 since. Joe Lacob has seemed to suggest that he said if this team kind of fades out or fizzles out, obviously we'll have big changes. But what if you go 27-12 to finish out the season, but you don't get out of the play-in just because maybe you picked the wrong night to play the wrong game? How much do you weigh this 25-11 versus what happens from the time the season is over in terms of the regular season until the playoffs are over?
You know where your partner stands, though, right? Because I've been saying that before. Well, you know my answer. I was saying this 2 days ago. Like, I've seen enough, Steiny, and I know I sounded like a defeatist attitude, but I saw a couple games ago, and I feel good about where they're going, even if it doesn't culminate in the 7-game series. I'll be disappointed as hell, but they got something. And now it's that what thing you've been looking for, that infusion of youth and that balance of the OGs. I think it's working perfect right now.
Okay, so my question then to Warrior fans is, are we headed toward running it back?
I think
just
so.
25-11.
Wow.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. You go 25-11. If half the people say, let's say they finish 27-12. If you finish the second half of the season 27-12 and you somehow get upset in the play-in game, like, why wouldn't you run it back? You're going to let one game dictate the fact that now you're going to make big changes? Or what if you go 27-12 and get beat? And Joe Lacob says 27-12 is a mirage. How do you know what's real and what's not, and how you go into the offseason? And are you really going to get to the play-in, maybe having won 28 of 39? You can't tell me the entire offseason is going to be based on 2 play-in games, can you? I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, the owner alluded to.
I think it's an interesting question. How you judge this season and how you judge the last 3 games. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also get into the Giants. They got beat again last night, 5-3 to the Nationals. 4-8 so far to start the season. And they finish up their homestand today against the Washington Nationals. Also took a look at some crowd numbers and the series against the Nationals.
It wasn't what it was. Real quick, Stats, we can't get away from last night, too, in regard to the I don't remember a Warrior team shooting like they did last night.
It was an NBA record.
Damn,
26
man.
for 41.
Everybody was hitting.
An NBA record shooting percentage for threes when you take 40 or more. It's sponsored by Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Valley Heating.
noche in Los Angeles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I flunked Spanish, so I'm going to just throw it to you. Did you understand all that?
Warriors win 134-120 over the Lakers. No, I didn't.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, well, I flunked Spanish.
Warriors now control the 9.
I think you said Draymond's 5 for 5.
Oh, okay. No. Talk to me.
I have no idea. What's Levendar? Raise?
Gotta Google it.
Stoney, and go ahead, man.
No,
because you said I'm the fan and I wear the cape. But I know you threw out that question, but it's about last night too, man. That was a moment. We don't know where it's going, but that was a TNT national game. So if the people want to call and just to feel good about last night, we're here.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Okay.
In fact, I was getting my coffee, and Joe Hawks, the great Joe Hawks, came over and said, "Hey, Stein, I got a question for you." And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Like, truthfully, really? How much did last night's game, like, how much do you think? How much did it really matter?" And I said, ask somebody else. We're not doing that today. The Warriors are 25-11 in their last 36. So you tell me how important last night's game was.
I don't want to speak for Joe Steiny. Maybe he was saying because there was no AD, but the bottom line is the fallout. And now, like you said, Operation 9 or possible 8th seed when we thought this team was cemented at the 10th. So I'm juiced just from that standpoint. I sure didn't see him making 26 NBA record, 26 3-pointers.
La verdad means the truth. According to Oscar in the East Palo Alto.
EPA.
I mean, I look at stuff a little differently. As nice as that win was last night, to me, the win against the Mavericks at home was, believe it or not, more impressive. To me, when you make 26 of 41, you're gonna look great.
I got you.
I thought I was more impressed with when the Warriors, Steph and Clay went 10 for 32, and they won against the Mavericks. Like, that to me was. Not that last night wasn't impressive.
But, I'm too excited. You're going to think I'm crazy. Just give me a letter grade for this take. What if I told you there were so many threes going in, it kind of took away from the defensive effort with 11 blocks because the story was going to be the Warriors couldn't miss a thing. But I know the Lakers cut it to 6 at the end of the third and a bad substitution by Darvin Scam. But I hate and I love the fact they made all those threes, but the threes kind of took away from a great defensive effort, I thought. They had 11 blocks. You ain't going to lose many games making 26 threes. I guess. Now, Anthony Davis plays, and that's what scares me about if the Lakers and Warriors hook up, it's going to be night and day. Shout out Al B. Sure. But you win, took care of business.
That's for sure. And now they have the 9th in their sights. Warriors have 3. Yes, Spadone.
Well, it just does feel like that fear factor that Guru's alluding to. Like, Warriors fans don't have that anymore with Los Angeles. Like, that was the one team he plays. Like, the Lakers just have our number.
But are we sure, Spadone, not to cut you off? AD didn't play the last 2.
He might get hurt next game if they play in the play-in game. Like, you can't, like, that's on them. Like, you can't control that sort of thing. So, yeah, sure, if and when AD comes back. But the fact that you were in Los Angeles, I know he's a huge defensive presence. Yeah. The fact that Klay Thompson saw shots going in, the fact that Stephen Curry has seen a lot of his shots going, like, that's the thing. Like, even with AD, like, wasn't playing in the past, they still couldn't shoot there. But now it seems like they can. Draymond Green was en fuego, as you heard from Kevin Dana there. He was probably even more offensive because he knew he could score. There was no AD anywhere and stuff like that. That's why I felt like he was.
He said that after the game to give Drake credit, Stoney.
I mean, the bottom line is I looked at a bunch of the box scores and stuff from early in the season. And when the Warriors were 19 and 20, the reality of the situation is, and I think this is the one thing that Steve Kerr alluded to 6 weeks ago, was this team started to take off when they got off their so-called team of 2 years ago that Kerr wanted to give another crack at, along with Saric. And it's unbelievable to me because I hadn't even realized, I'd forgotten that Saric and Looney started games together. Wow. So Saric is out, Looney's out. Who's in? a young player, Trace Jackson-Davis. Who else is in more? Kuminga, who is coming off the bench. Who else has now solidified himself in the rotation? Podziemski. Moody still, he didn't play last night, but he's a guy who, when called upon, I just think that the thing that I've seen with this team is the minute you finally gave in and said, let's give the young guys more of a responsibility on this team, that it got better.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is, I think there's a lot of Warrior fans that they don't want to see that, or they equate limiting the big three more, or playing them less, or integrating the young guys more with the veterans as a negative. And the bottom line is, if this year has proven anything, it's that the big three and the veteran players can no longer handle a 35-minute a game workload, or a 35-minute a game workload. This team started taking off when it finally gave in, whether it had to out of necessity or choice.
Wow.
Playing younger players and getting some energy here where there hadn't been any energy before.
Yeah. So I hear every word you speak. 20 hours a week, Stoney. And I'll say this because I keep going back to, and I can and we can, the Draymond suspension. But just hearing you talk right there, I guess, as crazy as this sounds, partner, that might have been a godsend in regard to Kerr, by necessity, having to depend on the youngsters.
I mean,
and here we are.
They both said that in the wake of when he came back, that it may have been a blessing in disguise. So maybe now we're seeing that it's the case. 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. The Warriors have been extraordinarily lucky. A lot of their opponents have been missing key players. I have a bridge you might want to buy. Blow them up. Blow them up.
Oh,
okay.
whoa.
Well, they're 25-11. Those are the numbers.
Yeah.
So,
and they might be an 8th seed by the end of Sunday night.
Maybe so. Malik's in Union City.
The Union.
What's up, Malik? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey,
Guru, I'm from Union City too, man. So shout out to our Union City partners.
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir. Hey, I wanted to touch on the subject of the 25-11 that you guys had going on. I'm really positive about the Warriors and excited for the future. But personally, I think outside of a finals run, we shouldn't bring the exact same team back. I mean, we've kind of seen the flaws and the deficiencies in the team. And I kind of liken it to, having a bad relationship. And, sometimes things are good. You guys, are smiling sometimes, but then you argue and there's fights every other time. And then you go back and you remember all the good times. And you're like, man, it's a really great time right now. I should stay with this person. And then you get back to arguing and figure out, okay, this is why I wasn't with this person in the beginning, or why this relationship didn't work. And that's kind of with us. We kind of see a lot of our team is relying on Andrew Wiggins, being consistent. And he's being consistent right now. That's why we're partly good. Klay Thompson, hitting shots. He's hitting shots right now. That's why we're really good. But when those two guys aren't hitting shots like they were early in the season, what are we, right? We're relying on Pods to go do things. We're relying on JK to go do things, and they aren't at that level yet to exceed kind of where their station and their play is at right now. And so I think, next year we got to make sure to get number 2 and have somebody that is consistent next to Steph so that we are moving ourselves into a championship team. Because right now, the record would be good if we, had Draymond back and everything was working. But at the same time, are we going for a record or are we going for championship? Like the prettiest record or the prettiest other championship? And to get to a championship team, I don't think this team, as it stands, is good enough to, make it all the way there next year if we just run it back. So, yeah, Bob, Joe and Mike need to get on their business and start making those moves in the summer.
Appreciate the call, Malik.
Thank you, man.
All right, so Malik's not
sold
on the and I'll tell you who else isn't either. Pierce Evans on the YouTube chat.
What'd he say?
Well, I want to go back to a couple. He, look, this is exactly what I was asking. Does 25-11 offset? Maybe you get bit in a play-in game. And the question I have for Warrior fans is, now I'm looking at this season. You're 45 45 and 34, or no, 44 and 35, whatever, 44 and 35. Mm-hmm. You got a chance to win 47 games. If you win 47 games, that puts you at 28 and 11 over the last 39, or 39. Right now, they're 25 and 11 in their last 36 games. So it got me to thinking, well, man, that's almost half a season of playing pretty well at over a 50-win pace. Well, now I look at things from the other side. Is it fair that you may make your off-season decisions based on a play-in game that maybe you just get upset in it? Maybe you just get upset in a play-in game. Well, how much good did the last 2 months do, if any?
Well,
and Pierce Evans is saying, well, he says, let's ignore, and I'm just going to throw this to the equation. He says, I guess we have to ignore that we've played the Jazz 3 times with one upcoming game. We've played Memphis 3 times. We've played San Antonio 3 times. We've played the Hawks, Nets, Wizards, Hornets twice, and here comes Portland. I'm sure there's some truth to the second half of the season has been easier than the first half of the season. I mean, it must be because they haven't played Oklahoma City in a while. They haven't played Denver in a while. Doesn't feel like they played Minnesota in a while, even Phoenix. So, yeah, okay. It stands to reason that the schedule in the second half of the season was probably easier than the first half of the season. All right, so how do you weigh it all when you assess this team, which you're going to have to do either in a week, 2 weeks, or a month, or 2 months?
Well, I keep going to when Joe Lacob joined Bonte and Butch, and we had a chance to talk to him and Raymond Ritter. The glow he had that I saw, Snotty, and how he was talking about the team and Chris Paul was through a championship prism and not to do last year's win total of 44. So they got a chance to do that. And I'm just telling you, that's the $1 million question. If it's about championships and they lose in the play-in, maybe that's not suffice. But if it's about, hey, take a step back, all we had to deal with, blah, 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 and we got something here, let's run it back. We'll see. But Klay Thompson's the big hit. It ain't about what they did. Steiner, he may, and we're going to play some sound. His dad joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. But, I mean, Klay is a big piece right now, man. He's playing great basketball. 27 points last night. So what if he decides he wants to take his services elsewhere? That's a big deal.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors win 134-120. They make 26 threes, 26 for 41. That's an all-time best shooting percentage from three-point range in NBA history with at least 40 attempts.
12 blocks.
This team is now 25-11 after a 19-24 start. They have the 9th seed at their disposal. If they win out, they're guaranteed the 9th seed, which would mean that they have a home game at Chase.
Wow, man.
So my question to Warrior fans, we've been talking about this high and low, this roller coaster all season long, and my question to Warrior fan is, has the second half of the season been good enough for you that you're not going to judge it on a play-in game or 2? You're going to judge it on the last 10 weeks of the season, which have the Warriors on a 50-win pace, and then some. 25-11, extrapolated over 82 games, is 55 wins plus.
Damn.
So is that the Warriors? We know they're not the 19-24 team anymore. So how do you weigh everything, and how much does what happened in the final 3 games and the play-in, and then perhaps the subsequent playoffs? How much does it all mean when you're making your off-season decisions? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to, let's hear a little Klay Thompson. This is on the game last night.
Well, you got to take the shots that are presented, and I thought tonight no one had to do too much, and we played a really great brand of collective basketball, and really helps when Draymond is just, without hesitation, shooting that shot. Guy has great form, great shooter, and he really was a catalyst in the first half to our big night of scoring, I think.
That's Klay Thompson on Draymond Green making 5 threes, 5 for 5 from three-point range in the first half for the Golden State Warriors. Set the tone. Shaka in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Guy.
Hey, man, what's up with y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's
Fired
going
up,
on?
baby.
All right. Hey, man, you got to run it back, man. My thoughts are you got to run it back. You got to stop looking at the record. We letting the record mean too much. Just put the record aside and just look at what you've been seeing the last month and a half. You're seeing Kuminga blooming. You're seeing the center, the youngster, left hand, hot, blooming, flourishing in front of our faces. The other guys from Santa Clara getting rebounds. Yeah. Just look at that. That's not even. Then you got 4 Hall of Fame. You got 3 Hall of Famers. You seeing? I mean, let's put the rat on the table, man. Let's put the Dre. Hey, them balling, man. We all we don't want Dre. Look how he come back. That's why I rock with Dre, man. Look how he come back, man.
Yeah.
Pushing that ball, playing defense. Look at GP. Look at GP. Why ain't nobody saying nothing about what he did?
No,
man.
I
Did
hear
you see
you.
that clip moment when you 6'8", 6'9", tall guys at the rim? Then Clay with the dagger. Hey, Goo.
No, I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you, and I see the same thing, man. I really do. And Hachimura, you got to dunk that ball, Steiny. I mean, they had 12 blocks, and it's just that I'm telling you, that's what I've been most impressed with too, with this metamorphosis by the whole team, is defensively. The ball pressure's been there, the hands. When they were down 16 early against Dallas, every time a big has or somebody has a ball in the paint, they're slapping it out, going the other way. So we'll see how sustainable it is. But, Steiny, I love that everybody's kind of feeling the way I am, in the sense that if you ran it back, and the day is about last night, I know, but if you decided to run it back, there's a lot to be excited about moving forward. And this is what I really want to point out, the guy. You know, Steiny, I know you and I'm 50-50 on plus minus, and it's a gauge. But for Brandon Podziemski as a rookie to lead this team with the IQ veterans that they have, that means a lot, man. And it seems like last night he was as fresh as a loaf of Wonder Bread, and I got to salute that kid for leading the Warriors. And Draymond gave him some love in the post-game presser, talking to Chris Haynes, TNT's own, about that. And it just speaks to how smart of a player and cerebral he is, man. And he hit his 3-pointers last night. He hit 3, along with everybody else. So I'm excited as I've ever been about the future of this team. And I came in, you cool you down. But Steiny, things change.
You just brought up Chris Haynes. I need to bring it up. You guys heard his interview yesterday on TNT with Draymond Green?
No, I didn't.
Let me just play it real quick and see if you notice anything.
That's right. Lastly, real quick, Brandon Podziemski, he's been on me saying I better vote on him to be first team all rookie.
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Give it to me. Give it to us one more time.
Brandon Podziemski.
Bradley Podziemski?
I thought it was
pretty close.
Brandon Podziemski.
Come on, it's not that hard. Brandon Podziemski.
It's not that hard.
It was Podziemski.
Once you've watched him for a season.
Lastly, real quick, Brandon Podziemski, he's been on me.
It's not that
saying,
bad.
I better bet.
No, it's AJ Podziemski he's thinking of, former Giants catcher and World Series champion.
I'm the real Joe
The bottom line is
as much as I butcher stuff.
You need to watch him play all year, and then you realize it's not that hard. Podziemski.
How many games have the Warriors been on TNT with Chris Haynes?
Yeah.
Come on.
Brandon Podziemski.
But don't be calling him in the office.
So I'm asking Warrior fans, are you on Shaka's side, which is you got to run it back, or are you still hedging a little like our guy Pierce Evans? I mean, he's just dropping facts right now on the YouTube chat. And this one says, since this February run, 0-1 versus Denver, 0-1 versus Minnesota, 0-1 versus the Clippers, 1-2 versus the Mavs. So that's still all through this streak. They've still struggled to beat really good teams. And it sounds to me, if I'm not mistaken, Pierce, you feel like the Warriors may be schnookering us a little bit with this 25-11 run. And that's the question I'm asking Warrior fans. How do you lump in the extremes of this season And then how do you figure out what to make of it?
I'll say this to that, though, if you allow me to present this to the jury. I mean, let's just be careful because they've earned that. And you're right. That record, it bothers me against good teams, Stoney. But they're not getting ran out the gym when they play. We just saw Minnesota. Minnesota closed it. Warriors, substitution gate, Steph out a little minute or two. But the bottom line is this team also leads. This is what I'm presenting to the jury. They lead the league in the most 12-point blown leads. So I know it's a game of runs, guys, but when you look at that record,
like you look at that as a positive.
No, I look at it as how competitive are we with those good teams? They're not just slapping us and knocking us out. That's all.
Well, that's me, Stein, for
real.
Do you think it's a possibility that good teams now look at the Warriors as a team who they can let hang around for a while, like the Warriors used to let other teams hang around for a while, and then come fourth quarter, you turn it on, and then you beat them. I don't know how. You telling me the Warriors have lost a ton of 12, 15-point leads? I would say so has a lot of teams in the NBA. And I would say I think part of the reason for that's because the roster construction has a lot of young guys and some older guys, but
who are finding their traction, though.
Marvin in San Francisco. What's up, Marvin? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good. Thank you for getting me on. I think the Warriors are going to do a lot better than you think. You're thinking they're going to be lucky to get into 9 as opposed to 10, but Sacramento is a one game lead on us. Who has the home court advantage between Sacramento and Golden State?
They do.
Golden State does?
No, they don't.
Do?
The Kings do. They split the series, and the Warriors have a worse conference record.
That is wow, the conference record.
Okay, but think about this. Sacramento lost to Oklahoma, so they have New Orleans and Phoenix next 2 games. Phoenix plays the Clippers tonight. They got destroyed last night. Then they have Sacramento and Minnesota on the road, and the Warriors have Portland and Utah sandwiched around New Orleans. They have one big game, but then they have 2 games against teams they got to win. If they do that and they get into the 8th place and they win that first game, they start the playoffs in the 7th position, and it means also that they get 3 days off before they begin the playoffs. That's critical for them, I think, to go deep in the playoffs.
Appreciate the call.
And all this is going to change.
They still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and the Pelicans, Steiny, can come in here Friday night and need that game to not be a part of the play-in.
Exactly.
So I'm just saying incentive for New Orleans on 1,000 and appropriate fear, but that's the game for the Warriors because they need to go 3-0. That scares me. Steiny, are we going to celebrate? Because it sounds like you said that I won the road bet for the Warriors.
I'm giving you that.
Wow, Spadoni! He's giving it to me.
Yeah, we split. We split the 2 bets.
That was sack. Last night was, did you get old Warrior vibes last night?
No.
With everybody making contribution?
I had some TV trouble last night.
Well, you got to tell us about it.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
What happened?
I didn't see you on the Vine.
Is this a tease for the other side?
Yeah, you got a tease.
It wasn't on
yeah, the NBC.
NBC Sports.
It was TNT.
Was it?
Nope.
Yeah.
You don't have Turner?
You should have hit us up. I'd have gave you the login.
Well, that's fine. You tune in to 95.7 The Game with the Odyssey app, and that's all you really need.
I need that Dana call again. The Ocho Cinco.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Savala, I see Roy, Joel, Mike's in Oakland. We'll talk Golden State Warrior basketball. 25-11 in the last 36. Fool's gold or the real deal? That segment was brought to you by let's do Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water. Yay!
At Crystal Geyser, we're committed to using recycled plastic in all of our bottles. So when you enjoy our natural Alpine Spring Water, you're drinking a bottle made of 50% rPET. Crystal Geyser Natural Alpine Spring Water, bottled at the source.
Life doesn't.
Cisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
The Lakers stink!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Or Steiny. Turn it on, Goo.
Warriors 134, Lakers 120. Warriors still in 10th, but they control the 9th spot because they've played one fewer game than the Los Angeles Lakers. But even if the Lakers win out, if the Warriors win out, they're 9 at this point.
Yeah.
And we'll find out more about Sacramento and the Suns and the Pelicans. But right now, Warriors control 9. And I guess the question becomes, can they somehow get up to 8, which would then ensure them. No, it actually would not ensure them a home game. That would not ensure them a home game.
You're on the road. Yeah,
it would ensure them.
You got 9 losses.
It would ensure you a game after you lost.
Yes, sir. If you did.
Let's go out to Savala. Savala's in Richmond. How you doing, Savala?
Hey, I'm so good. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a couple things I want to say, but first, I feel like, Steiny, you just need to let the joy roll over you a little bit more. Like, last night was a beautiful game, and I feel like you're not allowing yourself to soak that up as fully as you could. So that's just kind of an aside. But when it comes to, like, when it comes to what happens if, you know, we lose real fast in the play-in, I feel like it depends on the loss. You know, if it's a clutch game and we just lose in those last few seconds by a point or two, you know, we had that a lot this year, and we're hitting our stride now, and I feel like that's a sign that you just tinker at the edges, but you keep the basic roster in place. You keep the basic core going into next season. If it's a blowout, then I think you take it down to the studs, right? Because there's also been so much unpredictability in this season that, like, if they just can't come correct, like, at all, and they get totally washed, then bye-bye. The other thing that's a factor for me is Klay. Like, if Klay decides that he wants to go somewhere else, then you take it down to the studs too, because he's too important in terms of the points he puts up, in terms of, you know, the chemistry that he has with the other players. And I think that's part of why they're playing better at the second half of the season. It's just there's a chemistry and a flow between the players. So if Klay wants to go, then, like, you blow it up. You blow the whole thing apart. If Klay's willing to stay and take a little less money, then for me it's like that clutch loss. Like, then you just tinker at the edges, and, like, yeah, our guys are getting older. All the other older guys on other teams are getting older too. And, you know, our young folks will be a little bit better, a little more seasoned. The chemistry is coming together, and I think you tinker at the edges in those scenarios. And either way, Steiny, like, let the sun shine on you after that beautiful win a little bit.
Well, I can just tell you that I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and a lot of callers are agreeing with your take on the Golden State Warriors and maybe how they should approach the offseason. Yes, a lot of people have said, great caller. I agree. And caller Hall of Fame from Quinn Thompson. So, I mean, I don't know if I would. I mean, if you happen to get,
See, I know my answer already. That's why I'm not. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, no, and Savala, I love you, but I'm already drunk on what I've seen. It doesn't, and this is going to sound crazy. Joe Lacob and company, they're Microsoft-like execs. This is $1 billion business. They better already know which way they're going. Like, I don't think it's, hey, if we, now, you know, I could totally be wrong, Steiny, but I think you should already, guys in their position should already know what they really are. But I don't want to do this today because I've been saying Steiny's about last night, just like our young lady just called. But Klay Thompson holds the keys to a lot of excitement and this newness about his new play and him getting his groove back. And that'll be handled July and so forth. But if he were to decide not to come back, those are big changes that didn't go your way. Before it was like, dude, we want him. Now it's like, does he want us? And I mean, he was 27 points last night again, Steiny. He's just playing relaxed basketball. And I swear, I feel like I got a third eye. Steiny, he's putting that ball going to the basket more now than I've ever seen him do. And, I'm not saying every shot's going in, but you could just tell he's out there free. That's all.
I mean, the reason this is such a tricky area is because, Savala said, well, if we get blown out in a play-in game, then I think you got to make big changes. And, that to me sounds a little drastic to put all your eggs in. Can this team win 2 play-in games and then make a run? Yeah. What I'm asking Warrior fans is, how do you measure the fact that they're 25-11? Now, the other thing is, and we've got people on the other side saying, be careful falling for this because we still can't beat good teams. The Warriors have not beaten good teams consistently. And so you go into the play-in and you make it, and you make it into the postseason, and you lose to Denver, let's say, in 5. Well, now you got to take a good hard look at, we're 1-12 against Denver in the last 2 years. We're not as good as Oklahoma City. We couldn't beat Minnesota this year. How do you weigh the fact that you're about 1-11 against the top 3 teams in the West, but you are making some hay on the other end? Let's go to Roy. Roy's in Dublin. Hey, Roy, how you doing?
Hey, good morning. I'm good.
Good.
How are you?
All right.
Doing well.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
So, yeah, I believe Steve Kerr finally figured out the rotation and combination. Warriors not only have this fastball, they do have the curveball, the changeup, the splitter. And, yeah, Warriors are making noise now.
The Warriors are making nice. They're playing nice.
Are they making nice or noise?
I thought he said noise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're making noise.
Nice.
A little bit of accent.
I like the picture analogy. They got some stuff. And can you believe this? I don't know how much you heard of our guys in the morning, Butch and Bonte Stein. They had people calling in mad at the rotation still after last night's big win. Like Kuminga was on the short end of this. Like I'm like, are you kidding me? At this point, nobody is before the team. It's working. It's perking. Well, now you got to keep jerking and see what you got come next Wednesday.
Well, rest assured that if the Warriors get beat and Jonathan Kuminga plays like the amount of minutes he played last night, people are going to come out of the woodwork. Like it's all about the team.
You wonder if he'll be one of them.
Until Jonathan Kuminga plays 17 minutes in a loss. Then we're going to be talking about what's going on again. So that's the one thing. I mean, right now Kuminga's coming off the bench. He said he's not concerned about coming off the bench.
Yep, good stuff.
So it looks like Jonathan Kuminga will be coming off the bench for this team. How many minutes did he play last night? I didn't
Jonathan
take a look.
Kuminga, Steiny, Deion Sanders, 21 minutes.
Well, that's not enough.
And he was 2 of 8 from the field, 1 of 3 from 3, plus 10 though. 6 rebounds, sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors beat the Lakers last night. They were clicking, especially from 3. Here's Steve Kerr talking about the threes.
That was the game, basically, because I didn't feel like we played that well, but we made, a million threes. And so the ball was going in, but I didn't think we were sharp. A lot of possessions where we just, weren't quite locked in, or our passing was off target and we were a little disjointed, but the ball kept going on. I mean, Draymond going 5 for 5 in a half. You don't see that often, but everybody got going, and to shoot 63% from 3, that's crazy.
That was Steve Kerr talking about the 26 3-pointers made by the Warriors last night. They shot 26 for 41, best 3-point percentage in history.
That's incredible. And I'll give Curry his flowers for this, Donnie. I feel like he's saying, and he did say it, that the threes, the success that they had from deep masked other areas because late that game, late third quarter, LeBron went on a run. The Lakers did. They cut it to 6, and then Darvin Ham just made a terrible substitution. But, again, I don't want the Lakers to have to play the Warriors because the Warriors – the last 2 games, there was no Anthony Davis. And I just think, Steiny, I know he's a game changer. And, you know, you feel like, hey, Spadoni was like, what? They got some success and some mental confidence. I think that goes out the window if they were to hook up with L.A. and now Anthony Davis reappears. And then it's like, oh, boy. So I hope they get to 8th. I hope they get to 9th to where that game is. I've just decided, Steiny. Lucky you. I just decided. You got to want that game. That if they're 9th, you got to want that home game. F what your record's being in the regular season during the regular season. You got to want that at home.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, their season, the regular season coming to an end. They've got 3 more games. And right now they're sitting in the 10th seed. The 10th spot, but they can get to 9 if they run the table. They're guaranteed to get 9 if they can run the table, and if they run the table, they could even move up higher than 9. And so my question for Warrior fans is, at some point, don't you have to take a look at the number, which is 25-11? It's almost half an NBA season that the Warriors have been playing at a 55-plus win pace. How do you put that into the equation when you're judging this team knowing that they're still going to have to play in the play-in game, even though they've been the best team in the Western Conference for almost half the year? So you've been the best team in the Western Conference for half the year. And my thinking is, man, you can't let a loss in a play-in game take precedent over half a season, could you? And I'm just thinking the Warriors, where they're at right now, it's just kind of, it depends on what you think of them as a fan.
They put up 38 points in the first quarter last night. Man.
Mike's in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you doing? You what? I knew you was going to wait till I fill up my mouth, 90. Come get me. I knew you was going to do that. Okay, this is my opinion about the Warriors. I'm following. I think they're a great team. I don't see a lot of weakness there. I can't really see where they can improve at just thinking about it. So they have the right pieces, in my opinion. If you don't turn the ball over, you win all these games that you're losing. And also, I don't know if I change the thought. I'm sorry, I'm still swallowing here. I apologize.
What you got, a Snicker? What you eating, Mike? What you eating right now, baby?
I'm eating a Wendy's Baconator.
Look at you, double patty.
Double patty, baby. Okay, so the Warriors are a great team. And Sonny, this is how I look at the beginning of the season.
All right.
They were trying to figure out what to do. So they weren't good. But yet they were still competitive, Sonny. If they were getting blown out by 40 by these good teams, I can see the attitude you have about the Warriors would really be worthy of, thinking about. But they're 1 and 2 point games, 3 point games. Those are easily winnable by us too.
Yeah.
Just cut down on the turnover. So that's what makes me think that the Warriors are a good team. And if you can tell me where they can improve at other than turnovers, I sure would like to hear it because I'm listening. Thanks, Steiny. Thanks, Guru.
Yeah, and we haven't once mentioned, Steiny. I need to check myself, man. I've been better of late. This team is the best rebounding team in the league. And that's Valentine's Day. I mean, that's nothing but heart. Like, I come in here every time, but you like that. Hey, I come in here every time talking about their size, and we never give them flowers team-wide. We see it with Pods. They lead the league, the association, in rebounding. Go figure.
Yeah, they do. They do, and they're not the worst turnover team in the league. Like people think.
I didn't like you doing that yesterday when you were talking about Goo. This is Curry's best assisted turn. I was like, but Steiny, I think theirs rear their head at the worst times. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. The big three have been more healthy than they've been in years. If you're banking on that going forward, that's a big mistake. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Draymond Green certainly looks like he's pretty fresh, and Clay looks pretty good too now. And Steph's got to come back a little bit off his little slump, but
he was 6-6 from deep last night, Curry.
Yep. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
You just played the Steve Kerr
making threes
soundbite after the game. Yeah. So that concerned me because he said that the team didn't play good, and I'm concerned. Well, aren't you the head coach? And then not only that, but he mentioned that. So when he said they didn't play good, to me it seems like the 3-point is not sustainable, and eventually it's going to go down. At least it's not. But he's saying they didn't play good. The way I don't know what his definition of playing, but he's the head coach, so I'm a little concerned about his take on that, and why is they not playing good? You're the head coach, you got a raise. So and then the other thing that concerned me is Chris Paul. Chris Paul, those turnovers, with his veteran leadership, is supposed to clean that up when he come in the game, and he's making some boneheaded turnovers. So. What do you guys think about Steve Kerr saying the team didn't play well, and when he's the head coach, why are you not getting the team to play well? And then those 3 points are not sustainable. Thanks for taking my call.
CP3 with 3 turnovers. Steiner, he tried the fast break one where you just throw it down the old Kevin Love, and he got picked off. Then he tested Verdi, but I'm happy with Chris Paul. And again, I know this is not the show about the offseason. I would love for him to come back, but I know that's a pipe dream. But you got to give Kerr his credit for opening himself up for saying, you know what, we hit threes, but there were some elements to the game that I didn't like.
I don't understand what Kerr's supposed to say.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying to the call.
Like they could have maybe played their worst defensive game of the year. They still would have won.
No doubt.
That's all he's saying. I mean, I wouldn't read too much into what Kerr's saying other than he's saying there are different phases to basketball, and we did one thing so well tonight that it allowed us.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jason in San Jose. What's up, Jace? How you doing, man?
Thank you for taking the call. I guess the first thing I want to do is just remind everyone what we sound like after they lose a game, because we sound totally different after they win a game. And I will say, yes, they are peaking now because I think they've got Jackson Davis in the lineup and they actually have a 5 now for the first time in forever. But they're still the same team that can't beat anybody that's healthy. So when you said 25-11, I was trying to think, who did they beat that was good and healthy? And I think I might think 2 teams. And I think I heard earlier, not here, but earlier, that they had one of the most favorable second halves of the season in terms of who they had to play and the record of the people that they had to play of any team. So I think they're peaking, which gives them a puncher's shot. But on the day-to-day, the defense is not always there. It's definitely peaking. And they got too much sloppiness in their offense and in their defense. I'm happy to see Draymond playing well. I'm happy to see Clay have good nights. I'm more than happy to see Wiggins playing hard. Whatever he does, if he plays hard, good things happen. So all that is peaking,
ask him what he wants
but
to
I
do.
don't see it.
Hey, Jace, here. Let me just throw some teams at you. So they were 19-24, and they lost to the Lakers in that double. They lost 2 one-point games back-to-back against the Kings and the Lakers. Remember?
Yeah.
All right. Then they beat the Sixers at home. They beat.
Who's healthy?
Embiid played 30 minutes that night, but he was not very good. It's right before he ended up taking time off. They won at Memphis. Then they lost at Atlanta, and then here they go. You ready? At Brooklyn, at Philly, at Indiana, Phoenix, at Utah. They won all 5 of those games.
I got Indiana playing fairly well and fairly healthy, although I don't remember them having all their players either.
But Jason, what does that do for you right now? What is that? Because we could do every team. We could do an autopsy on every team right now. I kind of get your point, but they just beat the Lakers. Not their fault. AD didn't play. They're playing better, and they're a week away from their playoff lives. If they make it, why?
Well, what I'm saying, they'll make it. They'll make it.
All right.
But look at the 5 teams, 1 through 5, where they are health-wise, and tell me who they can beat.
Well, right now, I think they can beat anybody.
Okay. All right. I don't see it, and I don't see the evidence of it, but okay.
Thanks, Chase. Appreciate the call.
Well, yeah, there was 90. To his point, there is no evidence because they haven't done it, but that's the excitement, at least for me, is when you get them again, and it's the most important time that you play them.
Right, but what he's saying is...
It hasn't been done.
Yeah, it hasn't. I mean... Like what?
I guess like last night was. I know what he was saying. I'm like, it's not about who they've played. It's about how we're playing.
Right, but they haven't had a chance to really prove that they're playing well against good teams.
And AD, I was going to ask you this earlier, just real quick. So AD out, and the Warriors are 10 games over.
You judge that.
No, I'm
like asking. I don't know what to say with that.
The Lakers are 9th seed. Does that constitute? Their record, they're 10 games over, but because they're a 9th seed, I'm asking you in the masses, did you quantify that as a win against a top-tier team? Or are they 9th good? No, they're not. I did, but there was no AD, and that's what kind of took a little off of it.
Yeah, so then you're talking about a 9th seed without their second best player.
Or their best player.
Yeah. Or their best player, so...
I was just curious.
That's up to a Warrior fan to decide how big of a win that was last night.
This does feel, though, like this will be the hardest that the big three, like the run, if they're going to go on a true run, this is going to be their toughest test they've ever had to have, right? Like, I know last year, like, they were coming off a title, so maybe, like, and they were tired. Obviously, the punch, that kind of changed everything. But where they are right now, and the teams that are stacked up in the West, like that title run in 2022, like, you can say... Ja got hurt. It was Luka and who else? No Jamal Murray in the first round, a young Celtics team. But this year, you got the defending champs. You've got the Minnesota Timberwolves who are going to get healthy because Cat's playing in one of these next 3 games.
Right.
Thunder are coming. You got Luka and Kyrie both healthy. You got the Clippers. I don't know. Is Kawhi healthy? Clippers always get hurt in the playoffs, so we'll see with them. But, like, that is a stacked top 5 in the West.
Yes, and you have the Golden State Warriors who are 2 years older than last year. With Steph and Clay having played, they're going to have just finished 75-game seasons, when 2 years ago, one guy only played 32 regular season games, and the other guy, I don't think there's, and listen, Clay, Clay's playing terrific. I'm not taking anything away from Clay, but I don't think there's a secret to why Draymond Green has picked up, or it looks like he's fresh for the last 10 games. I mean, to me, the reason he's fresh or has looked fresh for the last 10 games is because he got time off for his suspension. Yeah. So, to me, it does remain to be seen how Steph and Clay play after full seasons and they go into a play-in and then possibly a playoff scenario. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors beat the Lakers last night, 134-120. How you feeling about this squad today after they've won 25 of their last 36 games? Are you buying? Are you buying that 25-11 record since essentially just over the halfway point of the year? That segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Say hello to spring at the
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They've won 8 of 9. They're 9 games over 500, and they now control the number 9 spot in the Western Conference playoff picture. So I was just thinking about this team from start to finish, and they've been all over the map. So if they've been all over the map, are you just basing what you think of this team on where they're at right now? Is that all that matters? Where they're at right now, and right now they're playing well, and they've got play-in aspirations, and we'll see. But I was thinking about some stuff, Goo, and this is kind of why I came in asking these questions today. So this team has been all over the place. First of all, they're the only second team in NBA history that's going to be essentially better on the road than at home, which is very unusual. 1 year after being great at home and terrible on the road. So they've switched that back. So even if you're looking at the last 2 years, how do you kind of explain that? And then I'm seeing two schools of thought here. One is this team can make a run, this team can be dangerous, but then there's some other numbers that I think are important. They're 0-3 against Minnesota. They're 1-3 against Dallas. They're 0-4 against Denver. They're 1-3 against Oklahoma City. They're 1-3 against Phoenix, and they're 1-3 against the Los Angeles Clippers. So they're 4-19 against the top 6 teams in the Western Conference. So where are you on this team? If you say, hey, they can make a run, well, how do you make a run when you're going to play a team that you're 4-19 against teams of that caliber?
All right.
Or again, do you say, well, they haven't seen this Warrior team yet?
Boy, you just took it. You hit the nail on the head. And I'll say this on top of that, because that's where I'm at. Something is different. We can all agree they're playing better. They've blown leads, but at the end of the day, it's the finality aspect of it. It's when we hook up with one of those teams, Steiny, and hopefully you do, we have figured enough out to where we will not collapse. We will sustain leads if we happen to get them. And now we are the best version. We're whole. We are whole. And we are the best version of ourselves. So you're right. I can do nothing right now, or the Warriors can't, about those numbers against better teams. But now if you just take a step back and scratch your head and say, okay, hey, we know this. We're not getting blown out when we play top-tier teams for the most part. We're playing this is it. Let's go. So I expect that to change and the tides to turn if you get that opportunity to play, a Denver, a Minnesota, or a OKC. But, boy, I'm getting so enticed and excited about they got to handle their business to get that opportunity of 7 games. But I heard a caller call in to Shasky and Bonte this morning. I forget his name, but he's like, if we get that 7-game series against the Warriors, it's going to be hell. And that's how I'm feeling.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you're a Warrior fan, where how do you judge where the team is now, where it's come from? Is this? Are you starting to get the feeling that this team is poised to make a run? They may be sitting with the home playoff game right now.
What do you think?
If they can win their final 3 games. I hesitate to say they can make a run because the play-in game is just one game and anything can happen.
But remember just a week ago, Steiny, you were saying, Goo, you're telling me, you didn't say they couldn't do it, but the daunting task of winning 2 road games, now it looks like that may be just 1 road game.
That would help. There's a big difference among 7, 8, 9, 10.
Looks like the Clippers
games.
are resting people tonight, so you think Phoenix would get that win. If they did, now it's about, to me, Steiny, it's going to be Lakers-Warriors just about where.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Free from Oakland. What's up, Free? How you doing, man?
What's going on, man? You always call me free and free. Just free, though, man.
What's up, baby?
What's going on? Hey, I want to tell a lady that was saying, Steiny, that, you be, like, upset. She got to get the sign for the show. Goo is the guy that's excited and fake gullible to certain situations. Oh. And Steiny is the old grumpy guy that's kind of just mundane. He's been here. He's seen it all before. Right. So anybody that's listening, get this show. Goo is the exciting young guy that's happy and love the game and just want to see people win. And Steiny is guy like, calm down. Right. I've seen this before.
All right. Hey, but last night was big. You said it. Go ahead before you start. You said watch out. Hey, yeah.
That's what I told you. I said, if you look at Klay, anybody that's watching the game, if you look at Klay, he looks different. He looks fresh. He looks like he's ready to go out there and play. And most guys in the NBA, the young guys that look up to the Warriors, they was happy to see Klay in that good old slump because they feel defeatable. Now, Klay ain't, Steph got his running mate. Now they seeing Klay back in his rhythm. He coming out, he going to give you 20-something per night. And with Steph, he going to have a big game. If you don't know when that's going to come. And Draymond, his legs back, and he's feeling himself. Man. Now, Draymond is excited. Jackson, the way he playing defense is starting to rub off on the younger players. You see how Kuminga ran down that court and got LeBron James when he got on that fast break, and Kuminga broke. So you got to actually see that the Warriors is a different squad. And Steiny, you talking about the teams we lost to in the past. I'm telling you, the difference is Klay Thompson. We got to forget the essence of the Warriors. It's Klay Thompson, Steph, and Draymond. And when one of them guys is having they was the bench. Klay was talking about his contract. He was in a dark place. He out of that place now. And if we get into the playoffs, I'm not going to jump too far ahead like I did yesterday, but if we get into the playoffs, you're going to see a different team, Steiny. You're going to see that the Warriors get out. They're going to beat Denver. Well, they're going to beat Denver because they shooting guard, he's staying hurt right about now.
Murray.
They're going to beat Denver and Minnesota. And most of them young guys, let me just get this last thing off. Most of them young guys are into fashion, hanging out with different girls and enjoying their life. They're not basketball junkies. We talking about guys that wanted to play this game since they're young kids, even though they all have wanted to play, but most of them guys are into Instagram and doing other things. We got some guys that's on the Warriors that's basketball junkies, and all the basketball guards always bless those type of guys. So if the Warriors get up in there, 9 times out of 10, they're going to get to a championship, and it's going to be the greatest season probably of all of them.
Wow, look at him.
Appreciate the call, Flea.
Everything but fake gullible, Steiny. Yeah. I didn't like that one.
Here's Curry on the team's confidence.
I think this whole year we've maintained confidence that we can be the team that we're showing we are right now. We obviously have a lot of work to do, but it's nice to have good vibes rolling into this part of the year, try to finish the year strong. A lot can happen with the seeding and all that, but we know it's going to come down to probably 2 games next week that can give us a chance to kind of reset and go win a playoff series. But, it's the way that we're doing it, the way that we're playing at a consistent level. It's inspiring. Now we just kind of ride the wave until next week.
Wow, man. They like you said, Steiny, I told you, I have nothing for you or anybody with the Warriors against good teams in that record, but I will interest you in the blown leads. And also there was one play that just, to me, captivates where the Warriors are. I believe it was Hachimura or D'Lo had a breakaway, and Wiggins ran his ass down when normally he could have gave up, fouled him, Steiny, and it was just oozing off my TV like they're already in playoff mode, but Wiggins to demonstrate that athleticism and hustle to run he could have just gave up the layup, but he fouled him, Steiny, and it was like, the Warriors are so locked in. It's like, go make those 2 points. Go make those 2 free throws. But I'm sitting there like, they're in go mode, Steiny. They are in go mode.
You were talking about Steve Kerr and the coaching job he did this year. Here's what Steph Curry said about Steve Kerr.
It's a very difficult job for sure. We have It's a very difficult job for sure. We have a lot of options. I think for 3 years now, we've been talking about the vets and the championship core and the young guys and trying to mix and match and put the right lineups out there. Like you say, you dealt with availability problems all year, whether it's Draymond's situation or whether it's injuries. And you could probably argue that there's 8 or 9 guys that could be in, closing lineups, could be in starting lineups. You got Trace in there now. The way JK's come on, there's just so many things to balance, and I don't envy that job at all because it's difficult, and it's about managing people and keeping people, motivated to say, hey, whatever you're asked to do, go do it, and it helps the team. And he's very consistent with that message. So at the end of the day, I'd say he's done a great job of, balancing it all. And we're not in the best of situations, obviously, knowing where we are in the seeding, but the way that we've kind of tried to turn the season around and give ourselves something to play for has a lot to do with Steve.
I mean, the one thing that's not entirely accurate is they have not had injuries. The Warriors have not had injuries. There is no fan, nor would Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy or anybody on the coaching staff would turn down these numbers. If I said, okay, here's at the beginning of the year, Curry's going to play 75 games. Mm-hmm. I'll just say 74. I'm going to give him a miss, just to give him a miss the next 3 games. Curry's going to play 74. Clay's already played 75. Kuminga's played 72. Podziemski's played 71. Wiggins has played 68. Draymond Green got suspended. He played 54, but that's not an injury. And then Chris Paul. Chris Paul was out he's going to play about 60 games. So Chris Paul is going to miss about 20 games. You could make a case. You could make a case that they've been healthier than anybody possibly could have imagined they'd be. If any time, from now until the day they retire, if you tell me you can get 135 or 140 games out of Steph and Clay in the backcourt, you're taking that 99 out of 100. So let's just be clear that he didn't really have to reconfigure a lot because of injury. He had to reconfigure a lot because they were experimenting and because Draymond missed 20 to 25 games because of suspension. But this team has been...
Had he not.
I wonder if this team's been healthier than just about any team in the league, if you think about it, which nobody would have expected. But then you know what? You know what I would say? Yeah, one of the reasons they're among the healthiest teams in the league is because they finally said we can't play our starters as many minutes as we've been playing them their entire careers. We have to,
but
out of
doing
necessity.
That with Clay and Steph.
But their minutes are reduced.
Oh, okay.
Their minutes are down to 30, 32.
Okay. But they lead the team in the minutes. Steph and Clay.
Right, but they're lower. My point is they've never played this few minutes in each game before. They're down to the low 30s right now, and it's been it's been not extreme, but it's been always in the low 30s the last 2 or 3 weeks. So maybe that's got something to do with it. In fact, I would say, of course it is.
Yeah,
of course it is. Maybe one of the reasons that Steph and Clay haven't gotten hurt this year is because Steph's minutes are a little bit lower than they have been in the past, and Clay was playing less intense minutes coming off the bench, and overall he's down too. I mean, you could make a case. I wonder if we would have started this a couple years ago, or at least last year, with some of the younger guys. Would they have been able to do it, or is it because Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis are 2 young players who are ready to step in right away? I'm kind of interested. I guess my question is this to Warrior fans as it relates to, let's say, Podziemski and Jackson Davis. And he Kuminga a little bit, but let's just say the 2 rookies. Are those 2 rookies playing now because they're the only 2 rookies that the Warriors essentially have drafted in the last 10 years who deserve to be playing 20 minutes a night and 18 minutes a night? Or are they playing that much as rookies because it's the first time that the Warriors have had rookies on the team where the veterans had to have help? They just had to have help, and it's absolutely so apparent that guess what? If let's say Wiseman would have been here this year as a rookie, would he be getting 15 to 20 minutes a game because the older guys finally got to a point where you couldn't keep playing them as much as you were? Like I wonder what some Warrior fans would think about that. 888-957-9570. What do you think about that? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, let's say 3 years ago, would Podziemski and Davis be playing as much? Jackson Davis.
I'm going to say no. And I'm going to say no because 3 years ago, Andre Iguodala and Steph did a podcast together. We heard it. And I don't think they were in the clique where Steph and the OGs were willing to not say you can't play for us, but they didn't need it. It wasn't a necessity. And I think that was a good word you used. I think right now they're playing because they needed it. Draymond was gone. So we heard Steph Curry say into a microphone along with Iggy again, hey, they don't know how ownership doesn't know how hard it is to do what we do and to rely on young players. And they were kind of lobbying for more seasoned guys. So my answer is, Steiny, they had to, this is not, hey, and I got to give Pods and TJD their props. Their IQ is higher than any of the other guys that were kind of raw, and that's why they've kind of, been able to take this Warrior system and understand it more than the others. But there's a lot to me to have to do with necessity.
Yeah, I want to throw that out to Warrior fans. I'm actually gonna leave it open-ended. And what I mean by that is I'm going to kind of leave it open-ended so that you can say whatever you want. But I'll set it up this way. I think we can agree they've got 2 rookies in the rotation. That's got to be the first time that's happened in 10 years to the Warriors. I mean, with the Warriors and where they've been and where they've, their titles and stuff like that. So you got 2 rookies who are in the rotation and playing consistently. And you've got a 21-year-old in Kuminga who's playing probably more than any other 21-year-old. I guess my question is why? And I'm leaving it open-ended. And I'll throw this to Grandy real quick because you just answered it, Goo. Why are the young guys playing for the Warriors when they haven't played, let's say, in the last 10 years?
The reason that they're playing and continue to play is because they're pretty good. The reason they got the chance in the first place is because the veterans let them down. Steve Kerr even admitted early in the season that they expected nothing from both of the rookies. They went into the season planning to get nothing from those guys. The veterans struggled, and Steve said, well, you know what? We might as well try it. It's worked out, so he's stuck with it. But they're playing, and they're continuing to play because they're pretty good, and they're helping them win games. But they needed to try something else because what they started the season with just simply wasn't working.
Do you agree with that, Goo?
Yeah. And you played the sound where Kerr said, I went with the old portfolio, and I had to change it when it wasn't working. And Saric, Looney, I'll throw Sarge in there, and people are having fun with me. No, I don't miss him, but I'm just saying, Grandy was right. They ran out the old recipe, KFC, and it wasn't working. It was stale, and now here comes TJD blocking shots, giving you rim protection, Pods, making the beautiful passes, rebounding. I mean, those 2 dudes are going to be on the all-rookie team. Just think about that.
This from the 415, Mike from the 415. Steiny, you're reaching now. What am I reaching about? It's obvious that Pods and TJD are good enough to play 20 minutes a night. I think that's why they're playing, because they're above average rookies, and they also fit well. I believe it's a combination. Okay, so my question is, were there rookies 3 years ago on this team that could have or should have been playing 15 or 20 minutes a night? Or was one of the reasons they're playing now because we're not where we were?
Well, we had one show us he couldn't play, and that was the number 2, James Wiseman. He got inherited. They gave him a skull. He was the starter. He couldn't handle it.
Well, did they have less patience back then because the titles were more in front of their nose? And if Wiseman would have happened to get drafted this year, I don't know what the answers are. I'm just throwing it out there. I wonder if James Wiseman, if this were his rookie year, if he might have gotten more of a chance than he did when he was drafted. That's all I'm asking. Do you think philosophically the Warriors are at a different place right now than maybe they were when can't even remember some of the guys' names. What's his name? Patrick Baldwin Jr. Ryan
Rollins.
Ryan Rollins. Guys like that. Just kind of throwing it out there on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. James is in the city. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. I'm gonna hang up and let you guys on the radio. So you guys mentioned a little bit earlier that the Warriors are really healthy, but I want to talk about how much experience they have in the playoffs and how many rings they have. I think you go up and down that roster, and I bet there's no other team that are like them. So I'm gonna hang up and let you guys talk about that for a sec.
Yeah, they probably have. The Warriors probably have more combined rings than any other team.
It's real. But at the end of the day, to the caller's point, they got to win hopefully one game to get in, but 2 games to use that. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll be able to tap into that game because it's going to be a game 7 if you're the 9th or 10th seed in that playing game. And maybe you can use that and tap into that as far as what I call a game 7 mentality, because that's what it's going to be if you're part of the 9-10 game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors are 25-11 in their last 36. You tell me why. What has been the biggest turnaround for the Golden State Warriors? Why in your mind have they gone from 19-24 to 25-11 over the last 36? And how much stock do you put in the 25-11 versus the overall, well, we're still the 10th seed? 888-957-9570. We do want to play this one. Draymond Green made 5 threes. Let's listen to Steve Kerr talk about the work that Draymond's put in.
I kind of a couple weeks stretch where my shot didn't feel good at all, but really just standing in the gym, putting the work in and, taking what the defense gives me. If they're going to sag off like they were, I knew coming into this game that they were going to play like that. So I just wanted to come out, not hesitate to shoot, knowing that they're not going to close out and just raise up and shoot it with confidence.
That was obviously Draymond Green talking about working on his 3-point shot. And I do think some of it had to do with the fact that he just knew he wasn't going to be guarded. So he just let it fly.
He did.
He just let it fly.
Kevin Harlan, when he was running down court, basically gave him some love. Stoney was saying, 2 words I never thought I would say, kind of paraphrasing. Can we hear it real quick before? Let's hear it, Grandy.
Why not?
It's another flame for Green. Not? He is a flamethrower. Words I thought I'd never say.
Shout out TNT. Boy, he was hot.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're trying to pick apart this Warrior season, which just has 3 more games left.
Man.
Started 19-24. They've gone 25-11 since. They're better on the road than they are at home. They may have found something here late. Where are you with the Golden State Warriors, and what's been the difference between their start and the way they played the second part of this season? 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
This week at Safeway, get more savings when you buy more with your Safeway membership. Buy 1, get 1 free on Mix and Match berries when you buy 2. Also stop by for Mix and Match soda. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
From the 925 Goo, the worst Warrior games are the ones not broadcast by NBC Sports Bay Area. The amount of times Harland and who was he on the game with?
Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller mentioned LeBron being under the weather is ridiculous. And that Anthony Davis didn't play. Was it like that?
Had a tummy ache.
Did they keep mentioning that over and over again? That the Lakers were undermanned?
Well, 2 hours before the game, it looked like LeBron might not play. They were talking about he wasn't even at the arena. But
well, how come they weren't talking about him like being a gamer then?
I don't know. He was balling. I put out you would know. I got to give you credit, but people want you back on X. But listen, not the drugs, Donnie, the social media platform that was formerly known as Twitter.
Okay.
I tweeted, LeBron is amazing. Donnie, he is amazing, man. I hope they don't see him. I don't want the NBA. I want both these teams in the playoffs. How about that?
Then they're going to have to go through the play-in tournament.
Yeah, right.
And they got to avoid each other.
Yeah.
Somehow.
And the Pelicans Friday. I'm winning that. You going Friday?
No.
Tomorrow's at Portland.
Yeah.
Grandy, you on the pre and post tomorrow? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Look at Grandy.
That would make sense. Evan's gone this week. Grandy on the call. So, Grandy, they play, no, seriously, they play tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday?
Tomorrow, Friday, Sunday.
Tomorrow,
so
Friday,
they got a road home back-to-back in Portland, then at home.
And everybody's 12:30
New
Sunday. I like that. Some 10 o'clock on the East, but 10 to 12. Early.
Let's go to Peon. Is in San Leandro. What's up, man? How you doing? What do you got for us?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Last night, man, I was nervous. I was nervous wreck. But listen, the reason why LeBron played last night because of one thing he still has to put on his resume. He's trying to get that flu game, baby. He doesn't have a flu game. So he figured if he won last night, you could put that down and check that box as LeBron's flu game.
The flu game was in the playoffs. Yeah, go ahead, Peon.
And let me ask you this. Why do people say, I'm going to say this and I'm going to take my call off the air? Yeah, you are, because we're going to hang up on you after you say this in a few minutes. But anyway, so listen. Yes, I hate that we gave up on Baldwin Jr. because I think we got it. I think he was a steal, but I think to unload Poole's contract, it had to happen. But yes, I think the Warriors coaching staff and organization has evolved out of necessity. We couldn't go with the merging as planned, so we had to, they had to evolve a little bit. They had to see what would happen if we lose somebody for a prolonged period of time. Happened to be Draymond, but we figured it out. And I think, yes, going forward, hopefully, I think all the rookies are going to benefit from what is taking place now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you. I mean, I was kind of thinking about this too the other day. Is we've been, Draymond becomes a free agent and they re-sign him for 4 years, and everyone says, well, we're running it back. And now Clay's going to be a free agent. And let's just say they re-sign Clay for 2 or 3 more years, and okay, they're running it back. But you know what? You could make a case they're not running it back. They're already, and I think this is where what Grandy's talking about with the season's already been a success when he says that. They're not running it. They are in transition right now. Like the Golden State Warriors are in transition. That doesn't rule out that they could win another title or they may be the worst team in the league. But they're, in terms of beginning to move off the big three, yeah, I think we're taking the first baby steps toward that. And I get you're going to say, well, they just re-signed Draymond, they might re-sign Clay. Right. But they finally, for the first time, actually organizationally have, it feels like, acknowledged, hey, you know what? These guys can't do it forever. Like even up to last year, they were saying, these three they do it forever. And we're only ride, like, what did Kerr say last year? We're only going to ride as far as the big three. And I think whether the big three are here or not, obviously if Clay leaves, they're in transition. We all get that. But what I'm saying is, I think they're already in transition. It's just going to take another couple years to wean off of the big boys and start giving more and more responsibility to the young guys. But clearly, they've given the young guys more responsibility than they've ever given young players in the Steve Kerr era. So if you want to, we can question semantics, and I get they're still here, but the transition to me is already starting.
Well,
does that make you sad?
No, I don't know why we're discussing it. It's like the team is trying to get a championship, and we're focused on last night's win, and we're talking about a transition that hasn't happened. And teams
that's my point.
They go shopping with your draft picks to get new for the next, but it's still about the big three. That's all.
It is. What I'm saying is they've never even used young guys this much ever in their past. So while the guys may still be on the team, the big three, I think psychologically the organization is beginning to say these guys, we should recognize they're not going to play forever. And so the transition of using more young players, that part has started. Ray's in San Ramon. What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hey.
Sorry if I'm a little out of breath. I'm over here doing a quick exercise today. But great show. Steiny had asked about, what do we attribute the success? This All-Star break. I guess 8-1 in the last 9 games. Obviously, without stating the obvious, the defense is on a different level right now. I'm pretty sure you guys agree with that. Having the athletic big and TJD, the rim protection, Draymond has backup now, and then the wing defending's been outstanding. This is why I feel like we're going to be extremely dangerous. Klay Thompson, even in the press conference, said that he can compare this team to the Miami Heat that went all the way to the finals. So, I feel like if I'm going to go throwback, Tim Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, if they rode it for as long as they did, why not 2 of the best shooters that the world's ever seen and probably one of the best defenders the NBA's ever seen, top 5 of all time, in my opinion. So that's all I got for you guys. Let me know.
Wow.
Get it in, baby.
Yeah, we can't.
Wow.
We can't take a call like that anymore.
Yeah.
He was out of breath. He was absolutely out of breath. Here is, Draymond got into it a little bit last night, and here's what Steph Curry said about trying to keep Draymond engaged and positive when things aren't going great.
We always talk about Draymond, they say walking the line, whatever that means. Showing his competitive side, thought he got hit, said something. There's a little quick wall that was put up by, I think it was Justin, and no, it was Jason, I think. But anyway, it was a conversation that I felt like was fair on both sides. And once Draymond moved away, it was just like, hey, don't let it be a reputation thing. He wasn't disrespectful. He was just demonstrative, and that's fair game for a lot of people in the league. And at the end of the day, just move on. That's a message for Draymond, but for us to have his back when he's walking the line the right way. And he did that tonight.
Yeah, I don't think Draymond ever gets punished for being animated. I think he gets punished for the stuff he says, Goo.
Yeah, or the chokeholds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Shah's in Charleston. What's up, Shah? How you doing, man?
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Very good. So I want to speak on the rookies.
Okay.
I believe that Podziemski and Trace Jackson, I think those guys' IQ are very high for rookies. And I believe that's why Kuminga is back on the bench again, because he's very athletic, but I think his IQ, he needs to study a little bit more. And because he loses he loses like his defense on defense. He loses his man. His man is scoring constantly, and he needs to know how to respond, react. And I see that out of Podziemski. Podziemski has a swag anyway. And Trace, 4 years in Indiana. These guys are smart. And Warriors build their team around IQ more so than athletics, I believe. Just my opinion. I'm done.
No, great. Wow. Great call. And I'll pick it up from, that was a great call, Steiny. I'll say this about Kuminga. And I love what he's doing, even if he was, bitching behind closed doors about not starting. And I'm not saying he is. I love it because it's that time of year. It's about the name on the front, not the back. But let's put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO. If he were in Atlanta, Kuminga, or if he were in, give me another dump truck team. Charlotte, he could average 23 to 25 points already. But the playbook here in Golden State, that IQ has to be high. And I'm not saying he doesn't have it, but it's not as high as it possibly can be. But TJD with the 4 years in college, Pods, they've picked up this Warrior way, Stoney. There's no doubt about it. Just on what the young lady touched on, is their IQ, their natural IQ, was off the charts.
I know.
There's just no doubt about it. We can't front on that.
Well, I wish that when Kuminga's not playing, that people would acknowledge that one of the reasons he's not playing is because when it comes to defensive rotations and when it comes to knowing where to be and when it comes to IQ, he doesn't have the foundation.
Yeah. There's
because he picked up basketball late in his life.
No, man.
Well, that's
I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's kind of what everybody forgets when the Warriors are involved in a close, tight game. They feel like they have to win it. And it hasn't happened in half a season. Kuminga's played plenty.
Yeah.
But you start to realize right now, if this is the end of Kuminga's third year. It's the end of his third year, and now
but he's gonna get his
Shaw
chicken.
just called in and said, well, one of the reasons Kuminga's not playing is because TJD and Podziemski are just a little smarter, and you got to have them on the floor with their basketball IQ. And it's like, well, we might have to get used to Kuminga playing less right now because the games are the most important they've ever been.
Right.
And that's where I want to see, it's easy to say, well, we won last night and Kuminga only played 20 minutes, but let's let it play out and see what Kuminga's role is in an elimination play-in game or two.
No doubt about it.
What if he doesn't play? I'm not saying he'll be a DNP, but what if he plays 14 minutes a night?
And what if I was in his living room at home after the game? There's no doubt, we already know, Steiny, he would be pissed off, and rightfully so. All these dudes are competitors, but you can play and toe the company line for so long. But let's be honest, he was not happy the way he was used last year and pretty much was a nothing against the Lakers. And I just want to throw this to you. Do you think something happened when he missed those 6 games and the Warriors, forget who they played, something popped off? Or do you think that was just happenstance? And
it's not happenstance.
Yeah.
It's not. It can't be happenstance. I think everything's related in some way or the other. I mean, I told you what I thought. I think in a way,
him and Wiggins didn't cross game. You didn't have to deal with that. Go ahead. I just think that Kuminga is 21 and he's still, like all 21-year-olds, worried mostly about his own game and how his own game can kind of fit. It's just natural. It just is. He's not an established player, so he wants the Warriors to win, but he's trying to figure out his own game in the process. And sometimes if you have a guy who's trying to figure out his own game in the process of when a team's trying to win, I think he's a little bit high maintenance for teammates. Because Podziemski's 21 too, Stoney. But like you said, he played college. And,
right, but you don't have to.
My boy was in G League, Kuminga.
If you're not gonna get Jonathan Kuminga the ball, you may as well not even have him on the floor.
All right.
Podziemski, you can put on the floor and never even think about having to give him the ball.
I get that.
Yeah, so
that's a big deal.
The whole dynamic is different when, not to mention, you think about it, your best scorer, your top scorer is Steph Curry, 25 a game, whatever it is. Every time he starts with Jonathan Kuminga, I guarantee you the first thing Curry's thinking is, let's get Jonathan involved. Why? That's what point guards do.
You know what? No.
So, let's get Jonathan involved right off the bat. And I'm not blaming Jonathan Kuminga at all, but the dynamic is different without him.
Now, go ahead.
They also have the championship team from 2 years ago, the same one that struggled early, but they all know their roles on a team that was successful 2 years ago.
I can't stop thinking about me watching Pods in college with Lil Daryl. And I think I know, because I've been with you a while, Stoney, what you think about plus minus, but I just want to hone into this stat again, and I mentioned it earlier and didn't let you react to it. The fact that this is a dynasty, it's been a dynasty. You got the guys with 4 rings. You got a head coach with 4 rings, and you lead in plus minus as a rookie. I'm asking you, how impressive to you is that? Because I think it's gotten lost before you go. Stoney, think about what I did. A rookie on this team, first crack at it, leads in plus minus, and every time you look up, he's on the floor. He getting rebounds. Like, how impressive is that?
I mean, it's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
I mean, and that's why even if Podziemski's not playing well, I mean, he's plus minus has been good from the start of the season up until now. He's had a couple dips, but that's why when you have a number like that, Steve Kerr can always be right if he puts the kid on the floor.
It's just mine, and we're talking about Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul. Again, I know it's not an individual sport, but I just was hearing that last night, and I thought about it, and that's why I fool with Draymond when he's this Draymond, when he pointed that out about, do y'all know how hard that is? Like what you say, it's not nothing.
Right.
We need T-shirts. It's not nothing.
I'm looking at Kuminga's playoff numbers from last year. He barely played.
I know. We know he didn't. He was mad as hell.
Okay. And he's been starting virtually all year. But now he's coming off the bench.
Well, there's a difference now, though, Steiny. He got hurt.
But it doesn't matter. He's got to he's got to find a way to get back on the court. And I wouldn't touch the lineup the way they're rolling right now.
No,
Jonathan Kuminga, I think, is going to have to get back onto the playing surface from the bench.
Yeah.
And when you come off the bench, it means you're more at the mercy of what the starters do. And like it's no fault of Kuminga, but the reality of the situation is he and Wiggins have struggled to play together. And where the Warriors are right now, Wiggins has first crack at it. So I'm just, I don't know.
But there's a spot for him to get down, though, Steiny.
Yeah, for 18 minutes. Yeah, 16 or 18 minutes a night.
And I differ there.
Wiggins if Wiggins gets 30 to 32, it only leaves Kuminga 16 to 18 without them playing together. But if you don't think them playing together is a strength, then can you really play them together 10 minutes a night in a game that really is really, really, really important? That's, to me, the next thing I'm going to be looking for.
Wow. See, because I think it's by you play by how you play. It's the eye test. And, I think Jonathan Kuminga could be allocated 18 minutes in Kerr's mind. But if you see he has it going, that could get him to 25 or 30. And vice versa with Wiggins.
Does it come out of Wiggins' number?
I guess he would be the number one culprit. That's where I would go, depending on how Wiggins looks. Like, yeah, Wig, you're starting, and we haven't seen it in a while, a non-responsive Andrew Wiggins, because he's been great. But I am wondering how that thing is going to go. But at some point, Steiny, especially the playing game, the first one, I got to believe we're going to see them on the court together.
See, I don't.
Ooh.
I don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but I think this is the next thing I'm going to be looking for. If you're telling me that the Warriors have found something with Wiggins playing 32 minutes a night, but you're also leery of Jonathan Kuminga. Listen, you're not playing the Charlotte Hornets anymore.
Wow.
So,
wow.
It's great. You play the Charlotte Hornets, you play the I don't know,
Atlanta
Toronto Raptors. Yeah. You know what? You can play them both 30 minutes, keep them both happy, and probably win enough games. But Jonathan Kuminga right now is coming back. Wiggins is playing his best basketball of the season. So if you don't believe that Kuminga, and all I'm saying is what I heard Steve Kerr say midway through the season, which is there's some redundancy there. Anybody else a little worried about what the Warriors do there moving forward? And I'm talking about into the play-in and into the playoffs. Like that's what I'm going to be looking at with the Warriors. Yeah. And when they're in a must-win game, what do you do?
And I think last night was an example, Steiny. They didn't know Anthony Davis wasn't going to play, but I think that had he played, it would have jumped off and started just like that. And I kind of get it. Not kind of, I do get it, right?
Well,
everybody's got to, regardless, this could have been switched. This could have been Wiggins. Like, the team's rolling right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. I get it. It's all about the team, Warrior fans.
Yeah.
And the only thing that matters is how the team does. But we also know that Kuminga is one of the most he's the young player on the Warriors that more people have more interest in by far than any other player on the team. And we got 3 games left in the regular season. He's coming back from tendonitis. We all know they need him. Nobody's saying bench the guy and don't play him. I mean,
hell no.
It's not about extremes. But if we discovered over the last 3 weeks that Wiggins flourishes when Kuminga's not on the floor, well, there's 48 minutes in a game. Are you really telling me that JK's only going to play 16 or 18 minutes a night, in the next 4 games, or 4 or 5 games in the postseason? Like, I don't know if I want to see that. 888-957-9570. I mean, then, to me, if Jonathan Kuminga is only going to play when Wiggins doesn't play, then that's telling me the Warriors think they can make a deep run, a really deep run. Because why wouldn't you continue to prioritize Kuminga like you have for a lot of the year?
Yeah.
How do you handle the last 3 games, Warrior fans? I mean, I don't know.
No,
maybe I'm overthinking it.
And I just fantasize about matchups, and I look at the Boston Celtics, and the only way you're going to play them is if you get to the NBA Finals. But I just like to look at roster construction and duos, and I look at Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum on a good day, and how many teams have the luxury of having 2 wings like the Warriors do in Wiggins and Kuminga that could guard each one of those. And in a perfect world, you'd be like, you know what? How blessed are we as Warrior fans to have these 2 dudes to kind of match up on each of them, Kuminga on Tatum, vice versa, whatever. But unfortunately, Sonny, they can't coexist to the degree to where if that were ever to manifest and they were to play, you got to look at it like they just don't complement each other, and it kind of sucks.
Well, I mean, the nice thing that those 2 guys, they were able to grow together, and nobody's saying that Wiggins and Kuminga have a timeline to get this done by the end of this year, but maybe,
or do they?
Maybe Kuminga, just as the play-in comes and as the first playoff series possibly approaches, do you think we're looking at Kuminga taking less of a role like he had a little bit earlier in the season? And are you okay with that? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors. They're still in 10, but they control 9. They beat the Lakers last night, 134-120. And if they go 3-0, they will definitely be the 9 seed and then possibly higher than that, depending what Sacramento does. But there's 3 games remaining in the season, and they put on a clinic from three-point range last night, 26 for 41.
Speak on it.
60+%. The best, what was it, 62, 63? Anyway, it's the best three-point shooting percent, only in NBA history, with 40 attempts or more.
That's just, who saw that coming in the building? The Steph Curry, notoriously is not his best. 6 of 6. Clay, Draymond. I mean, oh my goodness. I don't know how many teams would have beat them last night shooting like that.
So if I ask Warrior fans right now,
Randy,
after 8 of 9, they've won 8 of their last 9.
All right.
What is the key? What do you need to see, or what do they have to either maintain or get better at, or get better than they are right now at, to make a run? What are some of the things you'd need to see, or that would have to happen for you to think they could really do it? Or is this good enough the way they're playing
This
now?
is good enough, and that's why I keep citing their defense. Donnie, I've seen enough, and we're not talking enough about 12 blocks. And the fact that the refs, Stoney, that game was like prison ball. The refs are allowing NBA teams to just, I don't know if they're trying to do the baseball, speed up the game, but it's helping the Warriors to me. And what they did to Rui Hachimura, Stoney, it was just a few times just batting his stuff. So now you're doing it on the offensive end. You're executing offensively, and you're flamethrowers collectively. But defensively, Gary Payton II, Steiny, Draymond, everybody's locked in. Wiggins, Curry, for that matter.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's where. I don't know. To me, in order to make a run, they still need some things to happen.
Give me one of them.
Steph and Clay have to be more consistent.
I was assuming
they have gone. Yeah. Well, they've had a lot. They've had a lot of long stretches this year where they have a good game, bad game, good game, so-so game, good game, so-so. They won't win a playoff series like that.
But last night they were on for the most part.
Right, but I think they've got to become. If you're going to make a deep playoff run, that's 15 to 20 games. Well, they're going to have to start putting 2 out of every 3 games together where they shoot the ball well.
Man.
I would say Draymond Green's ready to go. Like, he's playing at the level that you could expect him to play at. I'd also throw Chris Paul III in there.
I forgot about CP3.
The only way they're going to go on a long run, to me, is if Wiggins maintains his level of play and Jonathan Kuminga somehow, with 20 or 25 minutes a game, is back integrated, but far more than I know he had numbers the other night but you need Wiggins and Kuminga to be one really, really good player between them.
All right.
And that means if Wiggins is going to play 30 minutes a night, he needs to be Wiggins for 30 minutes. And if Kuminga's only going to play 18 minutes a night, he needs to be the guy who played 30 minutes, but be that guy in 18 minutes. He has to figure out a way to get more efficient, even though he's going to get less time.
Against good teams.
And then Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis, how do you live with the event? They're probably going to struggle a little in the postseason.
All right.
So you have to
pick them up.
Let's go to Sam's in Sonoma. What's up, Sam? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey.
Hey, I've been in and out of my car this morning, so I don't know how much you've talked about Kuminga. But I have to say this about him. Last night, every time he went in, he just didn't look engaged. Everybody else, as you said, was locked in. But Kuminga was not. And then at the end of the game, he's sitting on the bench. The game is virtually done, and he looks like he's sitting there pouting. Now, I think Steve Kerr and the coaching staff have to have a talk with him, man. I think it's I think it's a mental breakdown. I think it's a mental thing with Kuminga. I mean, he's a gifted, talented young player, no question. But I worry about his mental attitude. What do you guys? Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, I would be too if I were a Warrior fan. And it doesn't necessarily, to me, Goo, mean, well, he's got a bad attitude. It's not that at all. It's a young guy who's 21. He started to find his game this year. He had a lot of individual success, and he got banged up at the wrong time. He missed 5 or 6 games, and they just happened to play better without him. And now the nature of the game is he's got to figure out how to reintegrate himself and do more with less time.
Nick, what's beautiful about life is, when I said or thought I saw something in Wiggins' eye when Curry got hurt, that caller saw what he saw, and nobody's going to tell him any differently. Today is not the day for me to go there, and I'm not giving any passes, but I've seen some of it. But this was not a demotion. He got hurt. Wiggins was out, but Wiggins got reinserted. So it's just like the Klay Thompson thing. How much resentment, if any, is Kuminga holding? Is it affecting his play? I'm not saying it is at all, but just think about this if you're Kuminga. So I made these strides. Everybody talked about the strides that everybody saw. We're geared up for the playoffs, which I wasn't a big part of last year's rotation. And now you're telling me I'm going to be coming off the bench and my knees betrayed me or the tendonitis flared up at the most inopportune time. So I'm not making excuses, and I'm not saying this is what he's thinking. But when that caller says he didn't look that engaged, and I was looking at him on the bench, Steiny, like, what if I were him? I hope he can get over this in the next 3 games, and maybe he'll be reinserted in the starting lineup come next Wednesday if they're in the playing game. I'm just
Why
we don't know what Kerr's going to do. You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm not looking at you right now with your lovely jacket saying
really think they
Kuminga's
would put Kuminga
pouting, but you got to think about how do we maximize getting the most out of this dude when he's win vocal when he doesn't like it. So I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is he needs a hug somehow. And I'm not saying that means you go into the start lineup, but to the caller's point about a talk, maybe there is something there before it all starts because you're going to need him and he's a talent, man.
Well, I get you're going to need him, but I mean, you
don't want to lose him.
You cannot change the starting lineup right now, can you?
And I'm not. That's big.
Well, that's why when you were saying, maybe he starts next. I mean,
but what if you went back to that though with him, Wiggins?
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
So now you're playing the best. If you think you're playing the best basketball of the season,
no, you are.
Okay, well then,
all right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and put him back in the starting lineup like that. Then Kerr, to me, that would open up Kerr to unbelievable criticism.
Yeah.
But listen, they've got to figure out a way.
Do you think he cares he's not starting? Let's do just real quick.
I mean, why don't you answer that question? Right. He's 21.
We already know. He's went vocal with it before. I'm sure he's not happy. And do I sound like a hater for bringing that up at this? No, the caller said he looked like he wasn't engaged. He's 21. He's trying to get his chick in.
Yeah, he's in a contract year. You have a guy in a contract year, too, right now, who was having a breakout season as a starter, and now he's coming off the bench. I'm not even going to speak to his attitude. I don't know anything about Jonathan Kuminga's attitude, whether he has a bad attitude or not.
Uncle Looney said it's weird painting Kuminga as
No, I'm painting him as a third-year player
right.
who's about to get a contract, and any third-year player who's about to get a contract would be affected by what's going on no matter what, whether they had a good attitude or bad attitude. It's got nothing to do. I just want to make sure that nobody out there thinks I say Jonathan Kuminga has a bad attitude. It actually has nothing to do with his attitude and just has more to do with a guy who was playing 33 minutes a night 3 weeks ago, and now he may have more trouble getting onto the floor. We
got some sound, too, to play. Some Steph Curry sound.
Okay.
Or LeBron James sound on Steph Curry on his podcast with JJ Redick.
All right. Do we have that now or?
Yeah, you guys want me to play it?
Yeah. Sure.
This is from Mind the Game pod, LeBron and JJ Redick via Uninterrupted. Here's LeBron on Steph.
I had Steph in transition, and Steph cuts back door, and I'm body on body. I didn't look at the ball the whole time, and I know that goes against every coach. Ball, you basket, see the ball. The ball is the problem. The ball is not the problem with Steph Curry. He's the problem. Steph is most dangerous when he doesn't have the ball, which is not. It's not many guys all time in our league that's most dangerous without the ball. I'm telling them, listen, guys, I've been in more than enough wars with those guys. More than enough. I understand it, so I get it. I come from a different point of view, POV. But when Steph decides to cut inside the lane, don't relax. He's coming back up, but you have to have. That's reps and reps and reps and reps of actually guarding something that's uncomfortable. Guarding Steph is uncomfortable. And the problem with our guys in our league, they're not comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's why Steph and Golden State will always be relevant, because they play an uncomfortable style of play.
Thank you, Grandy. I like Steiny, who likes to be uncomfortable, but man, that's the style the King says they play.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for somebody to say that LeBron's giving him a backhanded compliment by saying he's the best player without the ball. Because what usually will that happen is like, no. What about when he's with the ball?
Now, I assumed he knows he's great with the rock.
Yeah, you wait.
You think so?
Yeah.
Wow, Steiny, I didn't catch that. Brandy, did you, no backhanded to me, did you catch?
I mean, I did kind of think what Steiny thought too. It's like, well, what does that mean about him with the ball? But
oh my goodness.
He's obviously great at both.
Well, LeBron did say it. Yeah.
Let's go to Brandon. Brandon's in American Canyon. We got Brandon. What's up, Brandon? Hey, Brandon, how you doing? I think we got some issues. All right, no Brandon. But you know what? The one thing I haven't heard today is, so they had Michael Thompson on.
Yeah. I heard the whole interview.
I didn't hear anything about his free agency. I don't necessarily want to change the subject to this. I just want to hear what it is because I haven't heard it.
I don't really talk to Clay about that because I don't want to put that kind of burden on him or pressure on him or bug him about it. I'm sure he thought about it enough, so he doesn't need to hear that from me. I just want him to have fun today, be in the present, and not worry about it. Just think about the game tonight to try to help get his team into the real playoffs, out of the play-in. So, no, we don't talk about that. I keep that business stuff, that side away from the family.
Huh.
What do you think?
I believe him. I bet they don't know.
I was going to say have a strong opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if he's saying they don't talk about it as a family, I believe it.
But I didn't hear Clay, my son's a Warrior for life. I think you could have broke us off some little sprinkles of that. He didn't do that. Well,
let's go out to Michael. Michael's in Hayward. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation about who should start, who should play, and all that, right?
Yeah.
And I've been watching it. I go to the games quite a bit. Like, I go to games. I've been in almost every home game, okay?
All right.
So I've been watching. Well, I'll tell you this. Curry does not really care who's starting and who's not starting. He just wants to get the most out he can get out of everybody. Kuminga's not really worried about if he's starting. He wants to win, okay? We always talk about, well, we need Wiggins to do this and Kuminga to do this. They do what they do. They got 10 or 11 people. They need them all to play well. That's what they need. They need everybody needs to contribute. Kuminga don't. He get 8 points. He blocked 3 or 4 shots. That's fine. Okay. Wiggins comes in. He's 17.
Kuminga's not going to do
better
that.
defense time. Right. I listened to what Curry said. He said they got a pulse now. They got a pulse. When you got a pulse, that means that you got a shot, right? That you're alive, right? That's all he's saying. And Kuminga already said on the post-game interviews, he's not worried about whether he's starting now. He's worried about contributing. He might be mad. He might be mad because he didn't play well last night. He upset with himself, but he ain't worried about whether he's starting now. I don't think so. I really doubt it.
I hear you.
All the games I've been watching.
Yeah.
I never said
Kuminga
that.
did say that too after the game, after the Utah game or before.
It was a caller.
That he wasn't tripping.
Caller. In fact, I specifically didn't talk about his attitude. But what I'm going to be watching for, and these are just a basketball thing. If a guy's playing 32 minutes a night and all of a sudden he starts playing 20,
gotcha.
You got to watch to see how he plays in the 20 minutes.
Right.
I mean, we all know what he needs to do. Yeah, he needs to be really good, and everybody needs to be really good in the time that they play. But maybe he's got to cram more positive into less playing time, Kuminga. Yeah. Ty's in Daly City. What's up, Ty?
So I like what the last caller was talking about. It's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking. I think that, if you watch Klay, it's only till when he started changing his attitude as far as what his views are coming off the bench, he changed his attitude and he started playing himself back into the starting lineup. I think that's what they need to do with what Kuminga needs to do. He needs to figure out what the team needs, not what he can do, what he's been doing. He needs to figure out what can I contribute to the team that they're going to need and start working on that and see if they can do it and work his way back into the lineup and have that same kind of attitude. And then, if he does that, he could do that. So
but is there enough time? Is there enough time for him to regain that?
It might not be enough time.
Okay.
It might not. So the thing is that he needs to change it. People need to change it. It's not up to the coaches to figure everything out. The player needs to do stuff. They know how they play. He needs to figure it out. Like, how can I fit in? Look at Podziemski. He's doing that. That's why he's in the starting lineup. He don't even need the ball. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
so that's the thing.
Yes.
To the team. And that's what I think. And just like Klay, he didn't like it at first, but look what happened. He changed his attitude. As soon as he changed his attitude, he performed, and next thing you know, he's back in the starting lineup.
Facts.
I agree. Yeah. Like, this is the part where it's not that hard. Kuminga, you want to start? You want to play more? Okay. Why don't you rebound? Get some rebounds. You don't rebound. Rebound. I'll bet you that gets you on the court. What else you got to do? Quit leaking out on the break. Rebounding is more of a priority than you leaking out on the break. All right, can you start doing that? Maybe if he does that, he gets more time. All right, your help defense. You lose focus a lot when you're not guarding the ball. Can you get better at that? Be better when you're not guarding the ball. Okay? Can every once in a while when you get the ball, maybe don't put it on the floor right away just, I don't know, 3 times a game. Catch it and just swing it. Just keep it moving. Don't let the ball stick in your hand as much. Like,
but right now, that's not his style.
Okay, well, then he can't play if it doesn't make you a better team.
Well.
And again, I don't want to say it's all or nothing.
But like what that caller and you were saying, I don't think there's enough time.
When is he rebounded?
Oh, well, no, I hear you. No doubt about it. And he had 6 last night to his credit, but I hear you.
Holly's in San Jose. I mean, like, it's now up to Kuminga to reemerge and be a positive factor on this team. It's pretty easy right now for him, I would think. Holly,
hey.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you today?
Hey, fired up.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. What a game last night, right?
Absolutely.
Man, I like seeing the Lakers go down. Hey, you know what? I gotta say, Steiny, I feel like you got it. I don't. I just Kuminga is so frustrating to me sometimes because I feel like there's no excuse for him not to be rebounding like crazy all the time. He's a beast. Why is he not rebounding? And he stands still so often. Like, move, buddy. Move. Like, you've got to move constantly. You should not be standing there looking around, ever. Move. It just drives me crazy. I'm screaming at my TV at him so often. But I can give Kuminga a lot of grace because he's so young. Wiggins drives me out of my mind also. Like, I know he drives a lot of people out of their minds. And I'm super glad to see him stepping up and being the Wiggs that we all want to see and that we need on the Warriors. But I'll tell you what, he's been the most frustrating player for me since the day I saw him walk onto the court. He has so much talent. I mean, the guy could be a superstar, and he just doesn't seem to have the drive. And I don't know how you build drive into a person. It's like you either have it or you don't. And he gets it spotty, like little spotty moments, and then I just hold my breath. Okay, is he back? Is he here? Are we going to get that Wiggins? And going into the postseason, I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I guess it's you put Wiggs out there, and if he starts to decline, what the answer truly is. I think that Co's doing his best.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Holly.
And he's going to get first crack at it, Holly, because he's been playing well, and it's just about, how long can he go, Steiny?
Who are we talking about?
Wiggins. She was talking about, he goes up and down, but right now it's up, and 2022, he went on a run and was consistent. So you hope everybody, for that matter, it starts next Wednesday.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors 134, Lakers 120. They have control over the ninth spot, and I just quick made a list of 4 things that I think would need to happen for the Warriors to make this thing more of a long-term thing. And I think, Steph and Clay have to play a little more consistently than they've played for most of the season. I think Draymond Green and Chris Paul basically have to stay at the same level they're playing. I think there's a reason they're playing at a high level, and it's because both guys missed significant time this year. They both missed 20 to 25 games. I think that's why Green and Chris Paul look good. Can Steph and Clay begin to reach that kind of level in terms of energy and efficiency? I think it's going to need to happen. I think the 4th thing that's going to need to happen is they've got to figure out a way to keep Kuminga involved, but have him playing at a highly effective level. And so far this year, they haven't figured out how to get Wiggins and Kuminga both playing at a high level when they play together. And so do you have to make a decision there of one guy plays, then the other guy doesn't, and vice versa? And then the last thing is, can Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis continue to contribute when these games get more and more and more important? Can they keep playing like they're playing now? That happens, maybe all bets are off for the Golden State Warriors, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. And I said next Wednesday. Is there a scenario to where they get 8th and that game is not on a Wednesday? I don't know if you know Grandy Steiny. Is there a chance? It's Wednesday for sure, right? Even if they're, I should know, if they're in this part of the 7th or 8th game, I do believe it's Wednesday, and then Friday would be the second part of that. But Steiny, this is exciting, man. And it's not just because the playing is upon us. For me, it's because I knew that I was seeing something that looked different, and now they're gelling, man. They are gelling. The refs are letting all these defenses play the thug life ball, and I think that's helped the Warriors, especially when you got the likes of a Draymond Green. Like, that's big. And this team last night had 12 effing blocks. Like, that's big. The Lakers were at the rim. I keep talking about Hachimura, Steiny. He got blocked a few times. Peyton caught him.
Does that mean that they're a good defensive team? Like,
they're playing better D, though. They're making the other team, to me, they're feeling them. Remember, I used to tell my son, make them feel you, and you still might give up the bucket, but make them feel you. The Warriors are playing team-wide defense, and Clay, for that matter, is moving his feet. Steiny, Wiggins, I'm excited, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they got Guru excited. They win 134-120.
Damn.
They control the 9th seed.
And by the way,
go ahead.
Really quick. So game 1, which is the 7 and 8 matchup in both conferences, the East and the West, the 7 and 8 games, that's on Tuesday.
Oh, boy.
And then both conferences 9 and 10 games are on Wednesday. And then the following games, depending on how those turn out, that's on Friday. So the Warriors, if they're in the 9-10, could play Wednesday and Friday.
But they would only get 2 days rest.
So they make sure the better seeds have 2 days.
Correct. The loser of the 7-8 game would have an extra day of rest versus the winner of the 9-10.
Thanks, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next is brought to you by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty.
bouncing it to Steph. Back to the basket, guarded by Dinwiddie. Gets a screen from Draymond. Spins baseline. Behind the back bounce pass to Green. Fires the three in the air and hits another one. He's 4 of 4 from downtown. The Warriors are 14 of 20 from deep. That's 70%. That's very good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It was Kevin Dan on the call,
Yes,
95.7 The Game. Warriors next game tomorrow from Portland. 7 o'clock start. 6 o'clock, Mark Grandy on the Warriors Live pregame show. And the Warriors have won 8 of 9.
Good God.
They are 25-11 in their last 36.
I'm going to steal from the great Dan Patrick. They're in fuego, Stein.
Yes, they are. What do you make of it? What do you make of it? Let's go 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Marika. Hopefully I'm saying that right, in San Francisco. Hey Marika, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great. You definitely got it right. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm representing the Dubs Divas out here in San Francisco, and I have to say we are with Guru all the way. This winning energy. Let the Warriors go the distance. They're getting hot at the right time. You have our young talent. You have Podziemski, Tracy Jackson Davis, and Kuminga. And you got our defenders and Draymond and Wiggs and GP2 and Trace 2, and they're just coming up. Plus with, we got Clay. It's like, I'm ready for the parade. I work in the public schools. I'm on spring break right now. Watching that game yesterday was fire. And now I'm just like, okay, I got 2 more months of school. After that, we're all going to go to the parade. And then, you know what? We're going to sign Clay after that. So I'm here for it.
There you go.
All right.
Dubs Divas.
Is that an official group or it's just part of a loose-knit group?
I guess we could have asked her.
Yeah, no. Hey, Steph and Clay.
Clay and
shoot
Steph.
the ball a little better than they have this season.
Boy.
Draymond Green and Chris Paul stay at their level. Kuminga somehow figures out a way to get back into this thing.
Because he got the opportunity. He's the first man off the bench. You know what I'm saying? Like, just master your thing right now, young man.
Let me look at let's go to Dylan in Santa Clara. What's up, Dylan? How you doing?
Dylan.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Yeah, I'm with Guru too, man. I'm excited. Anything can happen if we just get into the playoffs. But I just wanted to touch on the Kuminga situation and point out the fact that I think he may be feeling some resentment due to the fact that he's had 2 rookies get some time starting this season, and now TJD might be a permanent starter, which may have him feeling some kind of way because he had to kind of learn and work his way up the rotation. And I say that because when I was playing football at the College of San Mateo as a freshman, in my freshman season, when I would get more playing time or when I started a game, I kind of felt that resentment from my sophomore teammates who had been there for a few years. And regardless of the skill level, they kind of just think the longer you've been there, the more playing time you should get. So that's all I got.
There you go, buddy.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
510, I go crazy when Steiny and Goo make comments about Kuminga and Clay, saying stuff from months ago and ignoring JK and Clay's own subsequent comments about
I just cited Kuminga's comments after the game the other day.
Second-guessing their motivation.
Yeah, after the Utah game. He said he wasn't worried about starting. He was fine. I said that. Hello?
I don't know. What part about it has nothing to do with the guy's attitude did you not hear?
Oh, man.
I said this has it's about a guy who's 21 going from playing 30 minutes a night to maybe playing 18 to 20 minutes a night. And even if he has he doesn't just come back, and it's hard.
Well,
it's hard to make that adjustment, even if you have a great attitude. It's not about, nobody said anything about Kuminga's attitude.
Right. Thank you, Steiny.
I'm talking about Kuminga,
his mindset,
trying to put more productivity into less playing time, because that's what he may have to do if Wiggins is going to start playing 32 minutes a night.
There you go.
I mean, even Moses Moody, who's got the best attitude on the team, it's an adjustment.
No doubt.
When he plays 23 minutes one night, and then last night he doesn't get in.
You're right.
It's not. I purposely went out of my way to not say it's his attitude.
No doubt. Tell him, Steiny.
Dumbass.
Yeah.
650. Did you guys address who would win a 3-game tiebreaker between the Warriors, Kings, and Lakers? No, we didn't. We didn't. Maybe Grandy could.
Uh-oh, the Grandy man.
Give me a sec. I'll find the answer.
Look at it. I love it. Hey, Steiny, Norm, your pal, my dad, he had a saying, I can't say the second part, but don't be a chicken and it starts with an S. Am I doing that as a Warrior fan if I say I prefer the Warriors to play Team A in the play-in? Am I being a chicken?
I mean, I would say honestly.
I want sack. That's what I'm telling you.
Honestly, I would say that yesterday you would have been a CS, but today you're not.
Can you elaborate on that?
The reason you would have been a chicken S yesterday is because they were the 10th seed. And as a 10th seed, you felt like you were begging. Oh, I want it. But now you beat the Lakers. You have control of 9. You're putting pressure on 8. Yes, now you can start saying, I'd rather play this team, especially if you win 3 games in a row to move up. Yes. I mean, I wouldn't be offended or I wouldn't be if you're a Warrior, like, it makes sense to me why Warrior fans would want to play the Kings. Or I don't know. You tell me.
It's a better matchup.
I think Warrior fans would rather play the King, assuming everybody's at full. Well, the Kings aren't going to be. I mean, the Kings
I'd rather deal with Sabonis than Anthony Davis.
Okay.
And this, I don't know what you call these 2 wins over the Lakers. I'll call them victories. But not having Anthony Davis, could there be a bit of fool's gold? Not that the Warriors are going to, not attack, but you know what I'm saying, Stan? I don't like that they beat him without him. Then he comes back and he's like, he ends your season. So I don't want any part of that.
No, I understand if Warrior fans would rather have the Kings than the Lakers. But
Kings
I also
20-point lead up on OKC yesterday.
I also don't think that if you get the Kings, you can.
It's easy.
We're in the first round.
Right.
I mean, the Kings, they went to the playoffs too last year. Like, they lost the 7th game in heartbreaking fashion. They're good. Like, they're not a team that you just can't expel. The Kings, they're going to take the choke against the Warriors. I mean,
but there's no LeBron. I take Fox and Sabonis over LeBron and Davis, Donnie.
Sure, I get it.
Yeah,
not a crazy kind of way. Fox would worry me in a one game.
Speaking of worry,
series.
These 3 games, which one concerns you the most if you're a Warrior fan? To me, it's New Orleans Friday.
Sure.
That's it. You expect to handle business tomorrow in Portland, and then Utah. UI and Grandy could beat them.
Let's go to Fairfield Free. What's up, Fairfield Free? How you doing, man?
Lee, what's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up, man? Oh, Fairfield Lee. My bad.
Yeah, let me preface my thoughts by saying, hey, man, I love the Warriors and I like Kuminga, but I'm starting to worry about Kuminga. Just like that young man said, the last caller, watching the 2 rookies play a little bit more. Yeah. I just want Kuminga to be ready to go when we need him to be ready to go. And I don't want him to get out there and start to feel like I gotta play too hard. I gotta play better because I'm not sure if I'm gonna play. The other 2 young kids, they play, they go with the flow, they're not pressing. Kuminga, I stay worried about this kid because he wants to be a star so desperately, but he's not there yet. I'm still worried about Kuminga.
Look at him. Yes, he didn't have the best shooting night last night, but he was active. 2 of 8, but you just wonder, and how much of it is he pressing because of his situation, or is he, staying true to his word like he did after the Utah game or before when he spoke to the media and said, this is my role, this is what the team needs, and here we go.
You guys want the 3-way tiebreaker scenario? Yeah. So if the Warriors, Lakers, and Kings finish tied at the end of the regular season, it would go to the first tiebreaker is division winner. None of these teams will be a division winner because both the Clippers and the Suns are ahead of them. The second 3-way tiebreaker is better winning percentage in all games among the tied teams, and the Kings are currently 6-2 amongst the group that includes the Warriors and the Lakers. The Warriors are 5-3. The Lakers are just 1-7. So the Kings would win that 3-way tiebreaker.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Sack.
Yeah, and the other thing,
the tiebreaker over the Lakers too.
We're just talking about Kuminga and the fact that he's coming off the bench right now, and there's 3 games left in the regular season, and then we got maybe a couple elimination games, and there was something else that to me very significant happened last night, and that is if all things are equal, Moses Moody's not in. He's not going to be in the rotation. He will play Gary Payton II before Moses Moody. Mm-hmm. And I think that maybe not that dramatically because there aren't a lot of minutes to go to Gary Payton II regardless. But I think one choice that Steve Kerr's made is if Payton's healthy, I'm going to go with him over Moses Moody. And I think that he may have to make another decision that if there are 50 minutes at the small forward position or 50 minutes for Kuminga to share with Wiggins, how's he going to divvy up those minutes if he doesn't think he can get each guy 30? Yeah. And Kuminga's been playing 30 to 30-plus minutes a night since he got into the starting lineup after what happened earlier in the year. Like, I get Kuminga right now. I don't know what his average minutes are. Let me take a look. He's averaging
the most in his career.
Why can't I find the minutes? Anyway, but what I'm getting at is over the last 2 months, he's well over 30 minutes a night on average. So, how can Steve Kerr's got to figure that out. That's all I'm saying. Chewy's in Oakland. What's up, Chewy? How you doing?
Hey, man, thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Guru, everybody, for taking my call. I just hope that Kuminga's actually listening to this and just live by the Warrior motto. Just, trust the process, trust the strength of numbers, take it back and actually, stay being patient. Like, don't get ahead of yourself and don't listen to the naysayers. We had the Jordan Poole. He was good, but then he let people get into his head, I believe, and that's why stuff ended up like that. I know he wanted to be a superstar. He just be patient. Be like you said, Steiny. Be a Moses Moody. Be able to adjust and go on the fly. And just that's all I want. Just to continue living by the Warrior motto. Strength in numbers. That's it. Thank you, Steiny. Thank you, Guru.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Chewy.
Steiny, I feel like I can name you 10 guys that can make contributions like I would trust out there on the floor. So, I mean, I really believe strength in numbers is back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Seriously, man.
Yeah, and that's why, when I do look at this team and I know that we've been fixated on the offseason and what's going to happen with Clay and is Chris Paul going to be back and do we have to make a decision on Wiggins and Kuminga? The more I think about this team and where it was at the start of the year to where it is now, that obviously if and when the big 3 aren't here, it's going to be an unbelievable change. It's going to be over at that point. But the more I think about this year, I do think the transition has started. And the reason I say that is because there's never been a time in this dynasty when young players have had this big of a role as they do now. And again, the big 3 are still the most important guys on the team. You're still going to go as they go. But I do think that something happened midway through this season where the Warriors and the organization said, we've got to start thinking about this isn't going to last forever. And I think what happened is they started going to the young players, and lo and behold, they found out that that's the way to have the best team now, too. Maybe that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that in a winner-go-home scenario to where, they could play next Tuesday or Wednesday nights down right. And we see 35 or 36 minutes from the big 3 and, pods or what. Well, TJD starting, but I hear what you're saying.
Well, I don't know.
This is going to be their first, hopefully, postseason success, postseason experience.
I mean, that's let's say they have to win.
TJD's your starter now.
Yeah, let's say they have to win one game to make the postseason, to make
Pods is playing. Yeah.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 415, why do y'all keep saying he has a problem? Who's got a problem?
I would think I don't understand selective listening, but Kuminga maybe.
Oh, or maybe Steve Kerr's got a problem.
Oh.
It's a good problem. It's a good problem. He's already got something that's working. So if the other thing never works, he's still got something that works. And now he's got to figure out, Steve Kerr and the Warriors have to figure out if there's a way to get Kuminga and Wiggins playing well at the same time or in the same game. How do you do that? That, to me, is a big thing. Like, that's, I mean,
shouldn't you already know? You have that figured out, you would think.
I think they know that. I think they know the answer.
Okay.
That's what I think. I think the Warriors know the answer to how much Kuminga and Wiggins can really play together if you're playing a 7-game series against a really good team. And it's funny. People look at that as a problem. No, it's like if you're going to talk about the Warriors making a run, well, that's one of the things they're going to have to do. Wiggins has played well in stretches. Kuminga's played well in stretches. They've never really overlapped either on the court or when one has to sacrifice playing time. That's when they both haven't been at their best. Is it possible they can both be at their best when they're playing on the same court? That's one thing I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to be looking for, how much is Podziemski going to play if, let's say, they do get into a 7-game series? Does he lean more on like a Chris Paul, whose minutes have been really low outside last night and the night before, but he's been only playing like 20 minutes a night.
Yeah.
And so those are just some of the things that I'm going to be looking for as the Warriors head into the postseason. Here's Clay on what the Miami Heat did last year.
It would be nice to get to 8, but if we don't, it's not the end of the world. At the end of the day, we got to play whoever's in front of us, and we take a lot of motivation from the Heat last year, who I think had to play 2 play games, and they made a run all the way to the finals. So I think we're capable of a run like that. Obviously, can't look ahead, but whatever happens, we'll all be ready, and we all know that it can be done. There's no task too tall for us. I really believe that.
That's Klay Thompson saying they know that the Heat came from the 8 spot last year. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they beat the LA Lakers last night by 14, and they are now in control of the 9th spot if they want it. Draymond Green, he got into it a little bit last night with the official. What happened there? Let's listen to Draymond talk about it.
Yeah, it was cool. Steph was standing there, which was great because he heard how the referee talked to me, and he went immediately from talking to me to like, yo, you can't talk to him like that. And I think that's the wackest part about it. Like, you can say and speak to me however you feel, but if I say something back, it's attack. Like, that's whack to me. You miss a call, guy clubbed me across the face, and then you like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, get out my face. Like, who are you? Don't just get to not talk. Like, you missed a call. You can't get mad because you missed a call, and so it's a little crazy. But I appreciate the guys being there because it's a bit frustrating. Like, Austin gashed his elbow, hit me in the teeth. It's no foul. I get hit in the face every single game, and I get no foul call. I hit somebody in the face, I get thrown under the jail. But when I get hit in the face, we don't see it. I don't. I get hit in the face every single night, and I'm not sure one time it's been caught, but I blow my breath on somebody and we're reviewing it for a flagrant foul. I don't get it. It's crazy to me.
I will say this, Donnie. I have seen him get hit in the face. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No,
I've seen him get some inadvertent, if you want to call it that, but. Yeah.
So now they have 2 players who are the most hated upon by the refs.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying. One guy gets officiated the worst of any star, and now Jocko's in San. Okay, just want to make sure.
Jocko.
Now they have 2 players who are officiated unfairly. All right, Jocko's in San Francisco. What's up, Jocko? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, and poor boo-hoo, poor Draymond.
Unbelievable.
I'm just saying what I see, guys.
Yeah. Not a lot of sympathy there for him.
Clay, you're up next tomorrow.
Steiny, you're under my craw today with this Kuminga talk. And when did the season turn around this year? First time
when Kuminga started emerging.
Yeah, and it was with Wiggins. You guys are saying how Wiggins and Kuminga can't play together, but the lineup was with Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond at the 3-4-5, and that was when they went on the first initial winning
Dre
streak.
came back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why?
Then they were pretty hot, and then Kuminga got injured, and they inserted TJD, and now they've been hot again. But I think it's a myth that Kuminga and Wiggins can't play together. I think the issue is who they're playing with. So, there was a lot of talk about Draymond unlocking those two, but I think those two kind of unlocked Draymond as well because they are athletic and they space the floor a little bit more in different ways, vertically and with the three-point shot than when Draymond was out there with Looney initially.
All that being said, why then wouldn't you just play Wiggins and, once Kuminga's back, why do you think I'll put it this way, why do you think Kerr's not going back to Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond?
Well, I think they could against certain lineups, but I do think there is a benefit to TJD, and it's working so far, sparing Draymond from taking too much abuse at the 5. So I will admit that lineup has worked better than I thought. And I'm curious to see if in the play-in game, because they aren't going to guard Trace Jackson Davis, the opponents, and they aren't going to guard Draymond, even if he's hitting 5 out of 7 threes. They'd rather, pick their poison and let Draymond beat them than Steph and Clay. So I'll be curious to see if that lineup, minus a lot of court spacing, works in the play-in games.
I mean, that makes 2 of us, Jocko. That makes 2 of us. Because, now you think back to, I think back to Steve Kerr using the word, there's a little redundancy with Kuminga and Wiggins. And it's one thing to be in the course of a season and to try to see if you can nurse these guys through it and maybe you win some games in the process, but the one thing, I mean, if you want to talk about one thing that I think would be unbelievably interesting, it's that if the Warriors do make the playoffs and they do find themselves in a 5 or 6 game series, that's when we're going to find out what Steve Kerr really thinks. When you cannot afford to give up a game or you cannot afford to have certain combinations in if you think they're gonna hurt you. Yeah. So that's just the one, there's a lot of things I'm looking forward to in the last 3 games of the regular season and afterwards, and one of them is whether the Warriors, can unlock, and I'll use the word unlock, Wiggins and Kuminga at the same time. I think it's something that's going to happen for them to make the kind of run that we have people talking about. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next? Well, it's brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Move, buddy. Move.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors, they knock off the Lakers last night. They got Portland tomorrow, and they got action in the 9 seed. And maybe higher, depending on what Sack and the Pelicans do.
Yeah, Pelicans got a game tonight. I'll be watching.
Who do they play?
The Clippers. And the Clippers seem to be load managing.
And then who does Phoenix play?
Phoenix, that's tomorrow. Phoenix plays.
Oh, Phoenix play. I probably should have looked first.
No, I got
before
it.
We came back. No,
Phoenix play the Kings tomorrow.
Yeah, Phoenix and Clippers tonight.
Oh, so they're on a back-to-back. Phoenix and the Clippers are playing back-to-back.
Yeah. Pelicans play Phoenix tomorrow, and that'll be a big one.
Pelicans play Phoenix.
Yeah.
No, wait.
Tomorrow.
Pelicans play the Kings tomorrow.
Yeah, Phoenix played the Clippers last night, and they play them tonight. So, unless
no, you're right.
Anyway, the Warriors got to keep winning. Yeah. That's all they get. That's all the Warriors can
Suns
do.
Clippers tonight. We've got Timberwolves Nuggets tonight. We've got Grizzlies Cavaliers tonight. There's no Suns. Yeah. Or the Suns do play Clippers, correct? Yeah. But no Pelicans tonight.
Suns Clippers tonight.
Yeah.
And that's a game where I guess the
Clippers may punt on it, and that would help Phoenix.
Yeah, where is Phoenix right now? I mean, the Warriors can't catch Phoenix, can they?
No. I don't believe they can.
Mathematically, yes. They're only 2 games behind. The Suns have the tiebreaker. They'd have to lose out. Warriors would have to win out.
Gotcha.
Phoenix is 7th right now.
But I'm kind of with Goo. I see Phoenix winning tonight just because how do the Clippers stay interested on consecutive nights?
Oh, boy.
I mean, I don't know.
What did I want to Fillmore Mike wanted me to tell you, Stan, he played Bayview Golf Course in Milpitas.
Okay.
Is that any prestigious?
I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Bayview?
Yeah, in Milpitas. Bayview Golf Club. He sent some pictures, kind of tight.
Yeah, I haven't. But I know the guy we got coming in at 148 for the crossover will probably know. Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
He's the resident of golf. Yeah, he'll know about that. But
LeBron walked off the court, didn't say, didn't do any sportsmanship, just walked off. You care?
Not really, do you?
That's kind of weak.
Let's listen to LeBron now that you mentioned him. Talk about some of his post-game comments.
They have the ability to do that, so it's not surprising. Obviously, Day got it going early, had the 5 for 5 from 3, and you have to tip your cap to them. You go out with a game plan, and when they exploit the game plan, you tip your cap. And Day definitely messed with our game plan with him shooting the ball he did in the first half, and but you give a team that shoots 23, makes 26 threes, it's gonna be hard to beat them.
That was LeBron James.
You know how many 3-pointers, you and Grandy, see if you can guess this. How many 3-pointers are the Warriors averaging this season when they play the Lakers? 3-point makes. You guys probably know.
It's got to be up there because they had the double overtime game.
I need a number, Grandy.
That was the previous season.
I need a number.
Like average over the 4 games they played? Yeah. I don't know, 19 made threes on average.
Dude, what about you, Steiny?
20.
Oh, you got it. First, Steiny got it. You were close. 20. That's a lot. Maybe he ain't scared of L.A. 20. Barry Sanders.
How about, let's not forget Anthony Davis wasn't there. LeBron won't.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we know we're as good as any team in the league when we're whole. And when we're not, we can't. It's hard for us to make up, especially having a guy like AD, not playing. It's almost pretty much impossible to make up for what he provides for our ball club, both offensively and defensively.
Man, nausea and a headache he had, AD, is what kept him out. I thought about you last night. Okay, here we go. So this is a too short segment. We're almost out of here. Granny, can I get the theme show music? I got something for you, Steiny. I'm thinking about you at night.
All right.
So I need you and Granny to try to name the top 5 players with the most points in the association this year. The top 5 players. I'm looking at the answer. Can you and Grandy name the top 5 NBA ballers with the most points this season?
I'd say Steph Curry.
Give me a.
And what's he averaging? 27. So Steph's almost played a full season, averages 27 a game, and that doesn't get it there.
Nope.
We're talking about total points scored, not average.
Yeah.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. So,
well, Luka's up there.
So somebody's
he got Luka. He got one.
What I'm saying is, so Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, you got. All right, well, first let's do this. Luka's number 1.
Like Embiid is not going to be on the list.
No, you're right. So you guys got 2. Give me a no LeBron.
Who else? Let's see.
You got Luka and Shai.
Jokic?
Who you got, Stardy?
I'll guess.
3 more.
I'll guess.
Jalen Brunson.
You got him. He is number 2 with 1,275 points.
How about Anthony Edwards?
Steiny, he's number 3 with 1,268 points.
We got one more?
No, Katie. One more.
KD missed some time.
Yeah, there's one more guy.
Is Giannis up there?
Yes, Giannis. Yeah, with 1,263. Dude, that's a lot of points. So we got Luka, Brunson, Edwards, Giannis, and Shai. It's Shai's MVP to lose, not just because he's up here with points, just with OKC. He's getting it, right?
Wait, what's that?
Shai's getting the MVP. How can you not?
He's up there.
Yeah.
From the 954. So LeBron is admitting he can't beat Steph without AD. Yeah.
Well, no duh. Is that a secret?
I mean, I guess he's saying, so LeBron head-to-head can't beat Steph. Like, he needs AD.
Gotcha. Well, he beat him the 1 year. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I thought about you last night.
By the way, gotta give a tip of the hat to one of the greatest of all time who's walking away.
Well, I appreciate. Who?
Tara Vanderveer. 38 years at Stanford.
Wow.
One of the greatest coaches of all time.
Wonder when she decided, you know what, it's a wrap. Man, 38 years doing the same thing at the same locale. Make it 48.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Those
are going to be some brutal shoes to fill.
But somebody needs a job, Steiny. They're going to take it knowing I'm following a legend.
So, Granny, we're going to jump in there on the Tara Vanderveer stuff or no?
I was going to say I forget, I don't have her name on the top of my head. Their longtime assistant is going to take over as the new head coach. She's been there for like 20 years as well.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't take that job for less than 8 years. I need an 8-year contract, and it's going to be tough to follow that legend.
Kate Pay is her name.
Kate Pay.
Yeah,
her brother played football at Stanford, I believe.
Uh-oh.
It was a football, or did he play basketball? See who her husband is on Google. He went to Stanford, too. He was a great athlete. John Pay? Was it John Pay?
You say husband or brother?
Maybe it's her brother. I don't know.
I got a quick question before we go.
Yeah.
If you're a play-by-play guy or gal for a team, can you wear a hat in the booth? I don't think you can. I mean, you can, but you've taught me just Steiny, you can't. You got to have the professional attire.
So Kate Pay, the new head coach of Stanford women's basketball, her father was a running back for Stanford's football team, and her brother was a guard for Stanford's basketball team and a Quarterback for the Cardinal in the mid-'80s.
Thank you.
And later, her basketball coach at Menlo School. How about that?
What a hell of a pull.
Family's got some pedigree, it does. No doubt about it. All right, what's coming up next is a crossover, and it's brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
extra. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gig internet and Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Goo is the guy that's excited and fake gullible to certain situations.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The fake gullible. Boy. Oh, sorry, Steiny.
All right, it is the crossover. We're joined by Willard and Dibbs.
Whole gang all here.
What's up, gents?
Uh-oh.
We on, Grandy? There we
Hey,
go.
yeah.
Hello.
Hey, hello.
How we doing?
Hello, friends.
Hi.
Yeah.
Watch out!
Getting
Another
excited.
three-pointer went in. 26.
Dude.
Don't leave
Good
Draymond
God.
open.
That was amazing.
They gonna
Anybody in
get
the
you.
Warrior, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I liked it.
26.
The thought did go through my head because, believe me, that was a ton of fun to watch. But you're also sitting there going, dude, you probably should beat someone by 80 when you shoot like that.
Yep.
And the Lakers are still in the game, so I appreciated that Steve Kerr after the game was
He
like, we
did.
actually didn't play that well.
We talked about it.
It's just everything went in.
He kept it real.
I mean, my God, 26 for 41? Is that what they were?
Man.
Yeah.
What on earth is that?
And the Lakers got it to 6 late in the third.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Never felt, though, like that thing was in danger. It didn't feel like the earlier blown leads, like, oh, God, and that thing.
Here we go.
It was like careless mistake after careless mistake and then missed threes. And then next thing you know, you go from up 15 to down 4. It never got to that point.
Wow. Yeah.
It's the greatest three-point shooting game in the history of the NBA with 40 or more attempts. Right. Yeah. 60,
60%,
whatever
yeah.
it was, 62, 63.
They were all going in. JK threw one up in the fourth quarter. It was like bing, 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 up off the backboard. It goes in. It's just one of those nights, and
am I the only one that had the little dirty little thought of, not you want to save some, but what if you have to come back here and there's Anthony Davis, everything at stake, and you just have that game where you couldn't miss?
I still think it's incredibly probable. I think there's a fair chance it's here now.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
There's a very fair chance. I think,
they control their destiny. The Warriors do.
Two of these three games, I mean, famous last words, but when you get to the final week of the season, Portland and Utah are not playing anymore.
New Orleans needs
New Orleans is going to be playing that game because they're trying to stay the heck out of this play-in tournament.
Yeah.
And so that's the one. But if the Warriors can get it, then Chase Center will probably be all lit up a week from tonight.
Yeah.
And maybe you're waiting for the Beamers. The Beam might be coming in.
Maybe.
The Beam's only up by one game on you, and the Beam blew a big lead last night. Beamers had OKC. They had them by the short hairs. They had the Thunder down under, and then they let them go. They let them off the hook.
They're still going to have to lose two more.
Right.
For you to pass them.
But they have New Orleans, and they have Phoenix. They got Phoenix.
And they got the tiebreaker on you,
exactly.
too. I think Stoney.
But that's why you need to lose two.
Okay, all right.
If they lose one and you're tied, they beat you.
If you win out and Sacramento loses to both New Orleans and Phoenix, hello, 8 seed.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Could you imagine that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Starts tomorrow. Yeah.
So if you have to play a first game on the road, you would want it to be Sac, correct?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bus ride.
Sure. Say it louder so all the fans up there
what
get
about
really mad.
And so can
God, I hope they go to
No,
Sacramento.
because you told everyone you wanted them to kick yesterday.
No,
you were
I
talking
didn't.
about them punting it.
Hey, I heard
somebody said that.
My autobiography, you heard me wrong.
I know the title of the autobiography is I didn't say that.
Yeah.
And I already did this on the crossover yesterday.
I told him.
Thank you for telling him.
It was an intimation sensation.
Every time I turn the show on this week, I'm like, Willard wanted a tag.
He says it's Shasky.
My
He
God.
goes, it's not me. Go tell him. I said, I'll tell him.
I did not say that. And at no point did I even insinuate it. I did say, and I'll say it again, next week.
Say it with your chest.
Next week, you'd rather play the Kings than the Lakers.
There's no doubt.
Don't get into we beat them last night. Yeah, with 26 threes and no AD.
Right.
Okay. Like, you'd rather play the Kings than the Lakers.
Ooh, Kenny Carried Away is listening right now. He's coming for you.
Kenny,
Diddy. Yeah.
You'd rather play the adorable Kings.
They got bigger problems than us.
Send this to
They're
Sac,
turning
Randy.
on Mike Brown.
Okay.
Yeah, they're turning on Mike.
Yeah.
Some of them.
I mean, really? They're turning on Mike Brown? Yeah, it's Mike's fault that they have no Malik Monk. And it's Mike's fault that they don't have Herder.
Because they have such a tradition there.
Right.
They demand
Unlike any other.
But Herder used to hurt you, too. We can't forget about that.
Sure, but,
sometimes.
Two of your better 8 players are not on the team anymore. So, the fade is definitely Mike's fault. I get that.
My only point, and I said it 100 times in a row, but I know it ended up on Twitter. You want to win until you know what the other teams are going to do.
Yeah.
And I will maintain that last night could have ended up better as a loss for the Warriors if the Kings end up staying in front of you.
Yeah.
That's absolutely possible. There's all kinds of scenarios though. So obviously you don't mess with it. There is still, I don't want to call it realistic, but there's a puncher's chance the Warriors end up in the 8. And that's obviously better.
Well, they could end up in the 7 even.
Well, that's
highly
unlikely.
Correct, but it seemed highly unlikely they'd be the 8, and now here they are a game back.
Now you kind of need the Pelicans and the Kings to lose, and they play each other. And
the Suns.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
but the Suns also play the Kings. They can't all lose. They're all playing each other.
True.
So I think that's a little bit of a wild scenario, but yeah. They could end up the 8.
Yeah, you're hoping for the 8 at this point.
Obviously way better.
Yeah.
So the one thing we were kind of batting around today was the Warriors may be in this play-in game, and they might be playing well, but they may play one bad game. But you look, and they're 25-11 over the last 36, right? So let's say they finish 28-12 over the last 40. But they just play a bad game in the play, and they get upset. Now, Steph has a bad shooting night, or just something happens. Maybe a guy gets tweaked. Then how do you assess the season? Is it still a disaster when you played 55-win basketball for half of it?
This is the question.
I mean, seriously, at what
disaster is too strong?
At what point is a track record like a track record?
And I'm on record as saying I'm already. If you run it back next year, I'm juiced. So I've seen enough.
Here's the thing, though. This is the scenario that it's just so Warriors. But for them to sit here and be one of the top teams in the NBA in the second half of the season, now they're fully healthy, and everyone looks at them and goes, see, this is how dangerous, this is how good they are. And yes, a week from tonight, they lose. What do you do? Have you decided that, they're only a play-in team, and they lost in a one-and-done, and those Joe Lacob major changes are needed? Or do you hang on to the fact that for 2.5 months here down the stretch, when healthy, they played really, really well?
Or non-suspension. Yeah.
Well, and then sounds like something we can yell about all summer long.
Well, and then I was thinking about, let's take the last 2 years. 1 year, they're great at home. Then they can't, they're so, they're 20, they were 19-24. Now they're 25-11. Last year, they couldn't, win a road game. This year, they're 24 wins on the road already. They're kind of, I think they're still in some kind of transition because their young players are playing more than ever, under Steve Kerr. So they're just, the more I took a step back and just thought about where they were, it's just really an interesting spot. And I guess we'll find out what Joe Lacob thinks in the offseason. But, you could pluck any piece of evidence you want to make your point about where you think they are.
And they lost all those close games. And if those games, half of them were reversed, then you'd be the 6th seed. Maybe you'd be the 5 right now, but they aren't. And so you're not. And also, the other piece of information is you were healthy all year.
And he said that today.
And forget the Draymond Green self-imposed, self-inflicted tantrum, because that's going to happen because it's Draymond Green. But you know what didn't happen to Draymond Green? His neck and his back, or his knees that he ices up every time he comes off the floor. Clay was healthy. Steph was healthy. Wiggins was healthy. Wiggins missed 5 games because of personal issues, but other than that, he missed 2 games. Kuminga was healthy. They all were healthy. Yeah. Chris Paul missed time, but he won't be here next year anyway. So you're going to take a team. You're going to take a team that was about 92% healthy, and you're going to expect that they're going to be as healthy or healthier next year, even though they're 1 year older?
I'd argue
that to me is the fool's gold part of it.
You at least have to acknowledge, though, that they were physically healthy, but potentially not always mentally healthy. Klay
Steph
Thompson
was fine.
Steph was fine. Klay Thompson was not. Jonathan Kuminga was not. Draymond Green was not. Andrew Wiggins was not. So, I think
okay, so is Wiggins going to be more healthy next year?
I don't know.
I would guess no.
This
is 2 straight years of him being mentally,
I'm not
quote unquote unhealthy.
I'm not refuting what you're saying. It's like every single year is different. This is where I think it does end up going back to your question, Steiny. Just Joe Lacob being who he is, I got a hard time believing that if they don't win these games next week, that he's going to say, okay, let's do it again. It's too expensive. It's just too expensive. I actually think the middle ground, the real debatable spot, is if they do come out of the play-in tournament and then they lose in 5 to the Nuggets.
Okay.
Because then you're like, oh, but they made the playoffs and they're right there and they lost to the champs. Yes, but that's also are you really in it if the Nuggets just kind of flick you aside? That's the one where I think there would be a healthy debate.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I also think the other thing that's happening is if you look at the 2 old guys, relatively speaking, who are playing well, I don't think it's a coincidence that Chris Paul and Draymond are playing like they're playing, knowing that both of them, had 20, 25 games off in the middle of the season. There's something really, I think, important about that, and I think there's something to it. So if they get into the postseason, how are Steph and Klay? They're both going to man, I'm with Dibs. You would take that from now till the rest of their career. If you can give 140 plus games from the 2 of them together, I mean, boy, and yeah, I get it. They've been a little more inconsistent, but still at a pretty high level, 70 plus games. I mean, how do you prepare for the future with those 2 guys? Let's say you re-sign Klay. Do you go into next season saying, well, we expect him to play 70 again? Or do you say, we'll probably have to load manage him at some point? How do you move forward with that?
Yeah.
Maybe not questions for today.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've reached the spot of okay, they're pretty good right now. So let's dive into next week. Hopefully there are more weeks to come after that. And then some of these things will start to come into focus. But Klay is still, to me, is easily the most interesting one. I was struck by so many things that I heard yesterday, from Stephen A. Smith talking to his dad coming on our show and answering the questions in a way he's never answered them before, which it's not that I didn't expect that. For those that didn't hear it, he was just like, oh, we don't talk about, the future. And I'm like, yes, you do. I know you do. And I understand why he's not answering that question. But by the same token, did I sort of take something from that? Yes. I'm not saying Klay's leaving. I walked out of yesterday thinking it is much, much more on the table than I thought it was.
Wow. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Was that because of what Michael said or what Klay said to Draymond on Draymond's podcast? Or a little bit of both?
It's a little bit of both, but more Michael.
Okay.
More Michael. The complete and total, I have no idea about the future. We don't talk about that. We got to stay in the moment.
He was guarded.
No one's, and I get why. Yeah. Obviously, family members are not supposed to step in the mud and mess with this stuff. But I remind people, 6 months ago, he had no problem doing that. 6 months ago, he tweeted, Klay's not going anywhere. He's a Warrior. Yeah. He had no problem saying that on a public website in October. Yeah. Yesterday, it's we don't even talk about that. yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
And and you said it's about next week. It's about tomorrow in Portland. But when you think about Klay Thompson, Dibs, tell me if I'm wrong, Steiny, leverage, I always looked at it as if, do the Warriors want to invest in you with where you're at? And guess what? He got up off the mat. Now he's balling, and he's telling you he can still shoot. And Willard, I feel like now the leverage is kind of switched. Do you want to remain a Warrior? And when I heard you guys talking to Pops, I was like, Pops was holding on to something. And he wasn't sharing it like he did in October when Klay kind of was, do you want to? So now I'm getting a little nervous on, okay, so Klay could be looking at, they put me to the bench. You offered me 2 years, but you gave Dre 4.
Right.
So I'm doing Clay math, trying to stay in my lane, but I'm kind of biting my nails like, I wonder if he's irritated a bit at the org.
He's definitely irritated a bit.
Yeah.
And, we heard from the Draymond pod that Clay had to have 4 conversations with Steve Kerr.
That was the number.
And it's something we'll ask Steve Kerr about today, about what those heart-to-hearts were like.
Wow.
He had 4 conversations. Not 1, not 2, not 3.
Brett Favre.
It took, thank you, 4 conversations.
How many times did we pass the ball?
4. How many conversations do we need to have? 4. And it took 4 convos for him to kind of get out of his own way, get out of his own head, and realize, wow, I should just enjoy this, enjoy now, and enjoy the fact that I'm healthy enough to do what I'm doing. And he's played like he's actually put all that behind him.
No doubt.
So in terms of leverage, though, I don't think that there's much leverage on either side, because if I read Joe Lacob the way I've read it, which is we're staying out of the tax, every interview, every quote he's given, he talks about staying below the tax, which tells me they're going to have a hard number that they can pay Clay this upcoming year. And if Clay can get more elsewhere, I think he'll go elsewhere. That's kind of the way I read it.
I'm getting a little antsy on the whole offseason conversation. Like, I don't know.
We're not there yet.
No, well,
are you ready for it, or you're just like,
no?
Okay,
no, I'm ready for more of last night. Like, I'm not saying that last night changed my opinion on anything, but like, I don't know, man. This is going to be unbelievable theater next week.
They could go on a run.
I'm just saying.
So let's go ahead and let's put a pin in that and just pause that for a moment.
Well, I wonder what you guys.
Because I got a stat too. I don't want to deflate his balloon.
Well, I don't know.
But I'm going to.
I don't know what your stat is, but I wonder if it applies to this year. Can we all admit this is a pretty elite year in the Western Conference?
Oh man.
So Jeff Pearlman said something on Twitter yesterday. You guys know Jeff, great sports author, and I don't know if I fully agree with him. But he took a snapshot of the top 10 teams in the West, okay? Consider this now. The old format, a team that's 10 games over 500 would be out of the playoffs this year. The 9 seed, the Lakers are 10 over 500.
Right.
Would not be in the playoffs at all. That's crazy.
The West is private school.
And he took a snapshot and said, I don't know if I've ever seen this before. All 10 of these teams can make a legitimate argument that they have a shot to make the NBA Finals. I don't know if I agree with him. I don't know if I'd label the Kings or maybe the Pelicans that way, but I understand where he's coming from. These are not like, there's 4 good teams and then 5 strong ones.
The East.
Right. Have you seen the records of the 9 and 10 seed in the East?
Right. Pretty bad.
This is a little crazy, and I think that does need to be entered into this conversation. Because when we say you're the 10 seed, you are, but this is not a normal 10 seed.
Well,
it's not a normal 10 seed.
It's happened
about to
before.
Have more wins than last year.
I'll take you back to 2008, and I'll never forget it. I was working for another station, and we had a contest where I was going to shoot 3-pointers against a listener.
Shoot your shot.
And it happened to be on the final home game of the year, the Steiny penultimate game of the season in 2008. And they were playing, I believe, Denver, and the Warriors needed to win and get help to make the playoffs. They won. They didn't get help. They wound up 48-34.
Damn.
And they did not make the playoffs in 2008. And I shot threes. I went 1 of 9 against the listener, beat him 1-0.
Wow.
And I remember
pitcher's duel.
I remember Steiny telling me before I went out there that 3-pointer is further than you think. And as I went out there, a good friend, not a great friend, but a guy I know named Tom Tolbert was sitting along the baseline, holding his stomach, laughing as I'm hoisting airball after airball. And as I'm shooting threes, all I can think about is Steiny in my ear. That three's a little further than you think. And 5 airballs, 1 make. Point being, the Warriors went 48-34 and did not make the playoffs.
It happens every now and again.
Correct.
Like baseball version of 1993.
50-win teams only that year.
Yeah. I mean,
you had to win 50 games in the West to make the
50
postseason.
wins only in the West,
Yeah. But, I mean,
the
the
8
Warriors
seed was 50-32.
Well, the Warriors may end up with 47.
Yeah.
And
well, how do you measure that against last year?
Well, they've already matched last year's win total.
Yeah, you'd rather win 44 but be a 6.
And Steve has clearly stated that this team's better than last year.
But Lacob said,
and I think I agree.
Lacob said if they flame out in the play-in, The big changes are on the horizon.
And I think that he will play it that way. I think he will play it that way. But there is a fair and healthy conversation to where this team is right now. I don't know if they're great. They're good. They're good.
They're good against the bad, but against the good, they're bad. And this is what I was going to say to Goo.
The Lakers
not to deflate.
Yeah.
I don't know what their record is against the top 7 in the West, but I know what the Warriors is. They're 5-20.
The Lakers are a good team.
The Warriors are 5-20 against the top 7 seeds in the West. Not the top 2.
Right.
Not the top 4.
But the Lakers are not
the
in
top
that.
7.
But the Lakers are a good team.
No, but we're talking
And they
about
beat
them
them on
going
their
on a
floor.
run.
They beat LeBron.
And I don't think that the Warriors are going to go on a, quote, run when they're 5-20 against the top 7 in the West.
Probably not. But that's like, what is it? Again, everybody go on a run, and then everyone defines run differently.
They're not going to win a series.
Okay.
Well,
so
maybe they won't.
You need to win a series to go on a run. Can we all agree to that?
Yes, but
so sure if they get Minnesota?
That also doesn't mean that there isn't some value and conversation in that. You come out of the play-in tournament and take Minnesota or OKC or Denver to 6 or 7 games, there's a conversation about the state of the organization there. That's not an obvious answer.
And the fact,
to me, it's pretty obvious.
And the fact that they've blown all these 12-point leads, Dibs, you give us that record, and you state it as if they're not even qualified and belong on the same floor. The Warriors just got to learn how to close some of those games against the better teams, like Denver last time they seen them up 12 in the fourth.
Right.
So I'm just saying,
OKC
it's not
twice.
like you're
Sure.
outclassed.
No, but 25,
you know what I mean?
25
they lead the league
games
in
is
12-point blown leads.
That's not a small sample. 25 games is a big sample.
And who cares about the game, like the points? If the Warriors end up 8 and they play Denver and they lose in 5 games,
well, then
I'll look at it and say they're 1-12 against Denver in the last 2 years. So let's be realistic about how far we are from that particular team. Well, I don't know how far we are from Oklahoma City or Minnesota.
I hear that. That's championship you're looking at.
You haven't beaten Denver in 2 years. Like, there's a difference between if you can go 6 or 7 games with Denver or get beaten 4 or 5.
But see, this is so funny. We go, okay, we don't want to make it about one game, but then we do. And I sort of agree with you. There's a difference if they were to bow it in 5 versus 6.
Right. But
like there is. There's just a difference. That's what 6 is a long series. 5 is a gentleman's sweep.
Well, the Lakers don't get credit. The Warriors don't get credit for the Lakers. They lost in 6, and people act like it was.
Well, but they weren't.
Sweep.
That's different than like. It's not like they were going against the 1 seed.
And they had home court.
Like they were supposed to win that series. They were going against a lower seed.
And you got vanquished by, no disrespect to the pride of Reading, Pennsylvania, but Lonnie Walker the fourth.
Oh, fourth.
Yeah. I mean, no disrespect, but Lonnie Walker the fourth was the reason why you lost that first game. So,
what time you got Steve Kerr?
Steve Kerr will be on with us in an hour.
Let's go.
3:15.
We'll be listening.
Yeah.
And you know where he'll be? On 95.7, The Game.
Yeah, that's right.
Their longtime friend.
Challenge.
To whom?
All of us. I don't even know if I can accept this challenge.
All right.
I don't even know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do it. I'd like to issue a challenge.
I know what the challenge is going to be.
What do you think it's going to be?
Can we just all stay in the moment? Can I challenge all of you to put the off season where it belongs, in the off season? Can we all agree as Dub Nation to lock in on games 80, 81, 82, hopefully 83 and 84? Can I challenge all of you, all of us out there? Can we just stay in the gosh darn moment?
It's as if
How did I do?
It's as if you know me a little bit.
You and I. I'm starting to finish your sentences if you'd let me.
Well, that's definitely not happening.
Anyway, back to sleep. Go on.
Here's how I'd say it.
Can I issue you a challenge?
Do you think we could do this whole show today without talking about the off season?
I mean, we could try.
Who thinks they could do it?
Does that include the Steve Kerr interview? Steve, do we lose you?
Well,
because I mean,
that conversation will go. That'll go where it goes. That'll go where it goes. Although, what the hell is Steve Kerr really going to say about the offseason?
Can't wait to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Like
San Diego, here we come.
Got some Dodger tickets in July.
Oh, don't.
No. I don't think there's certainly not a whole lot he'll say. He might say a little. I don't know. I don't know how that conversation will go. But you think we could do it? You think we could do it? I got a different question that is about this season. And I wonder how each and every one of you would answer it. Here's the premise. The Warriors are now really good. Do we buy that?
Yeah. Oh, right now, really good.
Right now. The Warriors are really good. So, why are they the 10 seed? How would you answer that?
They can't beat good teams. They haven't beaten good teams. They're 5-20 against the top 7. And I guess I cherry-picked where I drew the line, but I kept going further down the standings to find where it would end, and it didn't end. Denver, OKC, Minnesota, the Clippers, Phoenix, New Orleans, they've all cuffed you around, and that's just the way it's gone this year. If you look at their record against the other teams in the association, they're winning 2 out of every 3.
Right.
If they were just decent against the good teams.
Well, this is why I did that. I did that take about a month and a half ago when I said that the Warriors run the risk of being the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA, and people were like, they won 4 rings, and I'm like, I'm talking about this year, defined by a team that largely builds its record by beating bad teams and can't beat good teams. And when you get to the playoffs, what happens to that team? You lose.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the Dallas Cowboys did. They got boat raced off their own field. That might happen. On the other hand, I like to try to at least acknowledge circumstance, process instead of result. Timing is everything. I think even you, Mr. Your record is what it is, would admit that the Warriors today, playing the Warriors today, is not the same challenge as it was in December. You'd admit that, right?
Yeah, they're much better now.
There you go. So they're a much better team. And they were on the road in Minnesota just a week and a half ago and led the whole way. Yes, they blew it. They do like to do that. They went to L.A. last night. I'm fully aware that Anthony Davis didn't play. That's still a good team. They shot the ball at an unbelievable clip. They won that basketball game. I don't think, let's put it this way, the Warriors are not going to get overwhelmed by any opponent right now. Not overwhelmed. Nobody out there would sweep the Warriors. You don't think that, do you?
Denver might.
Sweep?
Yeah, Denver might.
That surprises me. I don't think that Denver would sweep them.
And Steiny kind of had me back on my heels when he mentioned that they haven't beaten him in 2 years. They swept him this year, and they swept him last year.
Right.
In Denver. And here,
half court buzzer beater. Like let's get circumstance in there. And again, and those games were that Warriors team.
Sure.
And this is this Warriors team.
Right.
And this Warriors team is the one that gets to play next week.
But they have to play this Denver team, which is a better Denver team than that Denver team.
By the way, we don't know that at all.
No, but in this hypothetical, and you asked me who might sweep in the postseason. We're not talking about the offseason.
Warriors are not the only team trying to avoid Denver.
Of course. But you asked me who I think might sweep the Warriors. Okay. I think Denver would be a team that could sweep the Warriors.
Okay.
I think that Denver is better than the Warriors, and I think that the matchup is bad for the Warriors.
Oh, I don't think Denver is better than everybody in the Western Conference.
Exactly.
In my eyes.
Maybe second only to Boston in the association.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't think anybody else would sweep the Warriors.
Okay.
And if Denver and the Warriors face off in the playoffs and we do our Whitley Sandretto social media prediction thing, I will not predict Denver in 4.
What would you predict?
Denver in 5.
Denver in 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's only, by the way, it's only a gentleman's sweep when the team wins games 1, 2, and 3.
You're right.
I'm not educating you. I'm educating the audience because the audience seems to think that any 5-game series is a gentleman's sweep. It's not.
It's not.
It's only when the team wins 1, 2, and 3 and gives you 4 out of the kindness of their heart.
I like your Kyle Shanahan impersonation. I'm here to educate. The more questions, the better.
I'm trying.
I'm here to educate.
And stuff.
You know what that is?
It's an education sensation,
Good
Mark,
job.
is what it is.
Way to finish my sentence again.
Yeah, of course. I'm dialed in today. I'm feeling good.
You are. You're hot.
Hungry, but hot.
888-957-9570. Get this man a sandwich. You all should get over to YouTube and look at Dan Dibley.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Look.
Where are you? Dibley is gone. Gone. Today is a first. Today is a first. If you're in the YouTube audience, if you're on Twitch, this has never happened before.
Never.
And I'd lay some coin that it's never going to happen again.
Doubt it.
Today is the first edition ever of Willard and Dibs where both of us are wearing collars. I want to punch myself in the face right now.
Wow.
And
it's my fault.
It is your fault. I taught a class
You're
today.
a professional.
I taught a class.
I had a lunch.
But I have a class again tomorrow, which worries me. Are you going to show up in a collar again tomorrow?
No, I had a lunch today.
Why don't you tell everybody why you're wearing a collar?
Because I had a lunch at Perry's down there in the Embarcadero with an old and dear friend of mine. And I thought, you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling skinny. I'm going to go into my forbidden closet, the closet of shirts that don't fit. And I'm going to pull out one of my collared shirts. This is a shirt for those of you in the YouTube audience.
I've never seen that shirt before.
I've never worn it. I bought it about 3 years ago, and it was snug.
You didn't fit in it right away?
It was snug.
Okay.
And I thought, you know what? I can shed about 5, and I can wear this. 1 year by, 2 years go by, 3 years go by.
You are not a human being if you don't have an article of clothing in your closet that you should return, but you didn't because you looked at it and went, it's okay. I'm about to lose 7.
I'm going to get there.
I'm about to lose 7, and I'm going to wear you.
I have a whole drawer full of large T-shirts that I'm close to being able to fit in. So you're going to see a whole bunch of new T-shirts from your boy. Not new as in I just got them, but new as in I haven't worn them since 2019.
Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Very, very exciting. But let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Why are they the 10 seed? Let me throw this at you.
Okay.
Couple of things. First of all, I coined a new phrase for the Warriors. Ready for it?
Yep.
Let me see if you can make a T-shirt out of this. Size large. Ready?
You.
Okay. Golden State Warrior basketball. Weakness in numbers.
I don't like that.
Weakness in numbers.
I know what you're saying, but I don't like the slogan. But I know where you're going.
Here's where I'm going.
Too many mediocre players.
Well, you could use the word mediocre if you want.
I did.
I think that when people go, well, Draymond was suspended. Well, actually put that in a bucket with a bunch of stuff. And this is sort of fundamental to the point I've tried to make all year long about Steve Kerr, which is you all get mad at him, and I have sympathy for him. Because I look at that lineup and that group and who's available and who's not and who's consistent and who's not, and 8 players who could all be in a starting lineup or a finishing lineup. Some of them are rookies. 3 months ago, they were just learning, all wet behind the ears. Wiggins is now gone. Now he's back. Kuminga's got Shams on speed dial. Draymond is suspended. And Clay is on a mental journey. And all of you are like, duh, dude, get your rotation set. And I'm looking at this going, I don't know exactly how he's supposed to know from night to night who the hell's going to do what. So he's been tinkering the whole time. And now we've arrived at an answer, it appears.
Yeah.
Doesn't include Moses Moody, which is going to mess everybody's brain up again. And I understand that. But this has been very challenging rotationally. And Steph Curry spoke to it right after the game last night. We'll play that for you in a little bit. I thought he was spot on. But the reason I say, why are the Warriors the 10 seed? Weakness in numbers. This is one of the first years I've ever seen that when a team does have too many good players and, well, there's only one ball. Oh, that's a good problem to have. This year was actually a problem. It was actually a problem where you had too many people who could claim a starting or a finishing spot. Look at the first words that came out of Warriors camp this year. Chris Paul walked in. Malika Andrews goes, you ready to come off the bench? He goes, you coaching? And from that moment forward, that whole subject has been filled with angst all year long. All year long.
Not his fault.
No. He's only one of the characters in this show.
11 different guys have started.
There you go.
12 different Warriors have averaged more than 15 minutes a game.
They have lacked definition the whole time, and it has led to being 4, 5, 6, whatever, 7 games behind sort of the field where I think they would sit now in terms of their ability. So that's my answer. It's not an excuse. Doesn't mean they're not the 10 seed. They are. But I do think that as we sit here today, if you ask me if they're the 10th best team in the Western Conference today, oh, hell no.
No, of course not.
Not even close.
Probably 5th or 6th, to be honest, which ultimately will get resolved next week in the play-in. And I don't think that it's so much weakness in numbers as it is weakness in the players that they were banking on. Klay Thompson had 2 months where he was not Klay Thompson. He wasn't very good. Draymond Green had a month and a half where he was unavailable because he could not control himself. He couldn't control his temper. He couldn't control his fisticuffs. He couldn't control his chokehold, so he was unavailable. Andrew Wiggins had 2 months, maybe more, where he was not the Andrew Wiggins that he's been over the last 2 weeks. Chris Paul was not Chris Paul because he broke his hand, and he missed 6 weeks. So as you run down weakness in numbers...
But that's what I'm getting at.
But I don't think it's fair to look at the other guys like Pods and TJD and Kuminga and Moody
but they're
and
pups.
Looney.
They're all pups.
They're pups who had to come in and fill in for the guys who were supposed to carry the water.
Right.
So for me, it's not weakness in numbers. It's the stars were weak. That's the issue.
That's what I'm getting at. We're saying the exact same thing.
Right. I didn't know where you were directing directing the weakness, because to me, the biggest issue was it's Draymond, Klay, Chris, and Andrew.
These numbers didn't all fit, and a lot of the guys didn't handle it well. Jonathan Kuminga calls shams. Klay goes on a mental journey, needs 4 heart-to-hearts with Steve Kerr. Draymond goes sideways, gets suspended. Andrew Wiggins leaves again, even though only for a short period of time. You had all of these things happening at once. The only guy who handled it well is the guy who didn't end up getting into the final rotation, which is Moses Moody. But all of these guys spent time this year not handling the situation well, and therefore being either unavailable physically or mentally. And that's led to now. The good thing is now they're all handling it. Kuminga's happy. Klay's happy. Chris Paul's happy. Moses Moody probably not happy. But they're all... Andrew Wiggins, by the way, Andrew Wiggins starting to look like the guy that we've decided is never coming back again. They all look happy. They look comfortable. They have figured it out. It doesn't mean they're not going to lose next Wednesday night.
Of course.
But that's my answer as to why they ended up as the 10 seed, even though we all think they're better than 10th place in the West.
Well, they should be, but they're not, and they're not for obvious reasons. And you just laid it out, and you and I both laid out the reasons why you're the 10 seed, and that's why I ultimately lean on the fact that you are what your record says, because all those things happened.
We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. We'll go straight to the phones next. Joe, you're going to be first up. Stay right where you are. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your answer? If you all think the Warriors are better than 10th, why are they 10th? How did they end up here in your mind? Steve Kerr is going to join us in just about 45 minutes. You will not want to miss that. It's Willard and Dibbs.
A career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make a difference.
Water, bottled at the source.
Stephen Curry takes it over to the right side of the floor. A screen from Trace. Whips a pass to Draymond. Fires a left wing three. He's 2 for 2 from downtown. Draymond's got 6, and the Warriors back on top 8-5. 8:40 to go first quarter.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, he does, Dre, and he's going to do it pretty soon. Okay, about 42 minutes. Steve Kerr, right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. If anything weird happens, you get to see it when the radio audience doesn't. Plus, you can see Dibbs both his brand new collared shirt and his svelte midsection.
Oh, yeah.
You're not just losing weight, you're doing it like quickly.
Yeah.
Like fast. I know that we didn't see each other a whole lot last week. And
safely, though, about a half pound a day. But, once you lose that first.
But it's like noticeable. Fast.
Yeah.
How many are you down?
About 17.
That's a lot of weight.
It's good. And it's been, 4 weeks. So it's been consistent and it's been sustainable and it's exciting. And as you lose it and you start to be able to put things on that you haven't been able to wear before, and you feel better and you get compliments, and it kind of makes you want to keep doing it.
I have leftover pizza in here today. That's not a problem, is it?
Not a problem.
How's your willpower?
Pretty good, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Although if we get to the point where there are 7 pizzas in the common area here, as we want to do here in radio,
that does happen.
That's where it becomes tough. Like your leftovers, I'm not going to dip in, but you know how it is around here. Sometimes it's 7 leftover pizzas.
It just shows up, and it always shows up on the day when you don't want it to show up.
Exactly.
All right. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, you can now download the free Odyssey app just by scanning the QR code that's in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. So nice and easy there. Okay, let's go to Joe in Oakland. Hey, Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
How you doing?
Good, man.
Okay. I want to talk about, you said earlier, what's the turning point in the season for the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I want to know why they're the 10 seed, even if, we all think they're better than that.
Because you had more people that was contributing this year, a lot of young pups like you were talking about. Last year you had the Weissmans and the Pools and these guys with all these egos that knew they had good contracts coming up that didn't want to box out. This year you had, I forget what game it was, like the third or fourth game, Posminski was taking Mike Conley. He was taking him to the laundromat, and you had on the second unit you had Dario Saric, Posminski, Moody, and Kuminga along with Chris Paul.
Right.
And Chris Paul would huddle the team up and tell them, it looked like to me he was telling them that you guys are going to get playing time this year because it seems like you're on the same page. To me, that's the reason why the team is better this year, because you got a lot of players that want to play defense this year. Every time Golden State won a championship, you had a defensive ball club.
First of all, a couple things, Joe. You're talking about why they're better this year versus last year. I'm kind of talking about why are they better now versus earlier this year. In other words, when I say why are they the 10 seed, they're going to end up with a better record this year than they had last year. Last year, they're the 6. This year, the 10. In other words, when you look at this Warrior team, if we can all agree, and most of us can, that as we sit here today, this is one of the top 5 teams, 6 teams in the West. I think most agree with that right now. But why are they the 10 seed? What was it that held them back this year is maybe a better way to ask it.
Defense. Early on, they wasn't playing great defense. But you see, the switch came on about 5 games ago when you saw Draymond block that shot and everybody was on the same page against Dallas. You saw that. Okay, but you didn't have that type of switch come on earlier this season. Draymond was not Draymond. Clay was not Clay. But you had a bunch of pups, like you said, that wanted to contribute. And all they had to do was learn. So now you got Moody still in balls. You got Posminski taking charges as you hit. It's just a collective you don't have Sarek anymore, but other than that, those young players that Chris Paul huddled up. Now, the West, of course, they're winning games because they have a lot of offense. But as we go into the playoffs, who's playing defense? The West does not play great defense. Denver does not play great. If they didn't have Caldwell Pope, I don't see what kind of defense they play at all anyway.
Minnesota's the top-rated defensive team in the league.
Yeah.
But Joe, before you go, I have one other question. Who's your favorite current Warriors rookie?
Current rookie this year?
Yeah, your favorite one.
Posminski.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Joe.
Great answer, Joe.
Posminski.
It's the things that you do. The things that you do that are somewhat behind the scenes, but whether it's teeing up Jose, hey, Jose, and teeing him up for that's going to be a no for me, dog, or teeing up that caller to give us one more Posminski or
Posminski.
I didn't even need it, but I appreciate
it. He gave you about four. Let's just make sure we get a nice, clean smile on the way out the door.
Posminski.
Add it to the list.
It had been a minute. We'd been in a little bit of a lull.
It's been a lull, yeah.
And I don't know if it's a rut or if everybody just started to finally learn his name. But I'm really happy that story wasn't over yet. I needed a new Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yeah.
Or
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yeah, I needed a new
Pajowski.
Pozemski.
Yeah.
Posminski.
Podsminski.
I love it because he's heavy on the pods, which is right. Pods. And then the Minsky.
Oh,
Posminski.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
My luck, he was going to be like,
Joe.
well, Trace Jackson Davis.
I was waiting for it. You know?
I would have said then who's your second favorite
exactly.
rookie. Oh,
you teed him up. That was beautiful.
Posminski.
Yeah, Minnesota number one in the association in points allowed, 106.2. Denver is actually sixth.
Boston's 2. Yeah, so I mean, like
New York is 2, and this is just overall points.
Overall points. I'm talking about defensive rating.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, if I do NBA
advanced stats, D rating, Minnesota 1, Orlando 2.
Is it now Orlando 2?
According to Basketball Reference, which I love how defensive rating and offensive rating are different based on which source you go to.
I'm at NBA.com, has Boston 2 narrowly over Orlando 3.
Right, okay.
Miami 4, New Orleans has moved into the 5 hole.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City had been a top 5 team all year. They're fallen
8th.
to 6. I've got them at 6.
What's their number?
111.9.
Interesting.
Is their defensive rating.
Because they, according to Basketball Reference, 115.4. So I wonder how they
defensive
computed
rating or
115.4 defensive rating.
Their rating.
Correct.
Huh.
I wonder what the difference is between, you're at NBA.com.
NBA.com.
This is Basketball Reference. So.
/stats /teams /defense. And then I'm at defensive rating. Warriors right now, for those interested, 16th.
21st.
16th.
118.7.
114.6.
Okay.
Tied with the Los Angeles Clippers and right behind the adorable Kings.
I'm going to do some homework today, not during the show, but after, to figure out what the difference is in the computation of. It's a computation sensation is what it is.
Thank you.
The difference between the NBA.com and Basketball Reference, because clearly they're computing it in different ways.
Completely different ways. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to believe just, whichever website I'm on.
Of course.
And so I'm going to go with that. But I don't know what that means from nothing. So let's go to Ryan in Fremont. Hi, Ryan. Welcome to the show. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I was driving home from work. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for this year, being in the 10 seed, I think we could finish the year with a better record than last year, but all the other teams got better. So, it doesn't matter if we finish with the same record. We are where we are because other teams won more games than we won. We lost a ton of games by like 1 or 2 points. I think we have the record out of any team who lost the most games by a single digit, maybe even by just 1 point. And a lot of that has to do with missing a specific guy for many games who's really good at defense. And we all know, we probably could have won a lot of those games if Draymond was available, but he wasn't. So that we are where we are, and I think we could make a run here. if we have some magic in the play-in, but we're just kind of in control of where we're at. We got to hopefully win out and possibly steal the 8th seed, win one game. We'll see what happens.
Look, yeah, Ryan, thanks. There's no doubt about the fact that you have a point, and you can look at this a number of different ways. But the 10 seed in the East is 36-43. The Atlanta Hawks are 7 games under 500 and are 5 games clear of the next team in the 10 seed. The Bulls are the 9 seed. They are 5 games under 500. The Warriors are 44-35, and I would argue are very likely going to either end this season with 46 or 47 wins.
Right.
And if they end with 46, they're probably going to still be the 10 seed. Like 47 wins or 46 wins, and you're the 9 or the 10. In other words, the old NBA, you wouldn't have even made it. That's crazy. That's a really good record. So to leave that out of the conversation, I think is disingenuous. That's definitely part of it. Part of it is that the West this year has 10 really good basketball teams. They're all really good.
They're all good. I don't know if they're really good.
They're not all
Nobody's
great,
going to win 60. They're all good.
But that speaks to how good all of them are. No one's going to win 60 because they're all against each other all the time.
Right, but there's no one team that's really good. Like Boston in the East, I think they're going to win 65. They're really good.
You don't think Denver's really good? I think
they're the defending champs.
Yeah, I think they're really good.
They're good. They're not going to be the number 1 seed.
They might. They're tied for it now.
They might wind up as the 3 seed.
They could.
The point is, I think your point is that there's a lot of parity. If you go from 1 to 10 in the West, you're looking at about a 10 or 11 game differential between 10 teams. There are 10 teams who are mostly comparable to one another. The big difference is, for me, looking at the Warriors, if you take out the games that they've played against the top 7 teams, Minnesota, Denver, OKC, Clippers, Dallas, New Orleans, and Phoenix, if you take those 25 games away, they're 39-15. 39-15 against everybody else. And that includes the Kings, the Lakers, everybody in the East, 1 through 15, and the dregs of the West.
I'm not mad at that yet. Again, we've had this conversation.
I'm not mad at it at all.
No, but I mean, that's the whole
it's
Dallas.
Just a fact.
That's the Dallas Cowboys dynamic. It's a fact, but it doesn't necessarily tell the entire story of right now. Like, in other words, when you give that winning percentage, what's the winning percentage against the top teams?
5-20.
Okay, so their winning percentage is 20%.
Right.
Is it your belief that the way they are and who they are right now, that when they play one of those top teams, they've only got a 20% chance to win the game?
Probably a 20% chance to win the series, which would mean
That's different.
Well, they're not going to play those teams in a one-off. Unless they go up against the 7 seed, which would be Phoenix. They're gonna play a best of 7.
Right, but I mean, I think the only way you can win a series is if you make it a series.
Right.
And I don't think that the feeling right now is that the Warriors are going to get swept or just manhandled or overwhelmed in a series. I think that that's going to be the beauty of these playoffs. I think every series, and this is never the case in the NBA, every series is going to be hard. Minnesota and Oklahoma City are going to come right out of the gate and have a hard series that they have to win, and they might not win it right away. That's not normal for the 1s and the 2s. The 1s and the 2s can usually kind of sleepwalk through round 1. Not this year.
Right.
And so I look at the Warriors, the Lakers, Kings and Suns. All of these teams are going to have the ability to go up against the top teams and dude, grab game 1. And after 4 games, it's 2-2. Like, these could be long series. And then you get into the whole, how are you against good teams? Like, my contention is if you were playing all of those games with this version of the Warriors, the record would be better. I don't know if it'd be great. It'd be better. They're better than that now.
You would expect that, but even to your point about how well they've been playing, and you're not wrong, if you look at their run of games where they've been playing so much better, win over Charlotte, win over San Antonio, they did beat Dallas, you beat Houston, you lost to Dallas, you beat Utah. a lot of these wins that they've had over the course of this great run have been against Memphis and San Antonio. It's been a lot of games that they've won against teams that aren't necessarily the best in the association. And you can go as far back as you want to where they were 18-22 at one point, and they've gone on to go 26-13 since then. They've had some good wins. They've had some bad losses.
I mean, even just
and they've had a lot of wins against teams that aren't very good. In those 26 wins, since they were 3 or 4 games below 500, a lot of those wins are against teams that are below them.
Yes, but I mean, look, I guess this would be my point. And I know before everyone goes, well, but this guy was out in that game, and that guy, Luka didn't play, and AD didn't play. Since the start of March, they have beaten the Milwaukee Bucks. They have beaten the Lakers twice. They have beaten the Orlando Magic. They have beaten the Miami Heat. They have beaten the Dallas Mavericks. They're not all top of the standings, but everyone I just mentioned, these are playoff teams, and they're all good.
They've also lost to Dallas twice.
Yes, they have.
So 3 games against Dallas, they're 1-2.
Correct.
In that same stretch.
Ball in the air on the road just last week, could have won.
Sure, but didn't.
But that's in the playoffs right now, that's all that you take that. You take that. The Warriors are right now they're the 10 seed. They might end up the 9. Who knows? Maybe they end up the 8. But I mean, that's kind of the way I look at their chances now. It's a ball in the air 3-pointer with a hand in your face. That's a 35% proposition. But that's their chances. That's their chances to win one of these series. If they play Minnesota in a week and a half.
I think it's less than 35%.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. You take that. Some of these losses. I look at them and I think to myself, even the one
Chicago at home.
Yes, they've had bad losses, no doubt. But, at Minnesota, March 24th, a loss is a loss. But that game was tight the whole way.
Yeah.
That's just how I think these games are going to look. I'm with you. You're probably not going to win a playoff series. I'm with you. But
I hope they do.
Right.
But I'm looking at the math of it.
They're going to be a real tough out because everybody in the West is going to be a really tough out.
I would not guess that any of the first round Western Conference playoffs is a sweep. I would say there are 0 sweeps in those 4 first round series, and I would say that only one of them ends up in 5. You're probably looking at 3 or more that go 6.
There might be none that go 5. I'd actually bet on that.
That no series is in fewer games than 6.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'd bet on that.
I'll circle back to that when we get to the playoffs here in 9 days or so, because that would be unheard of for any playoff.
Correct.
But this is the kind of year where you could see that with so much parity and such a small difference between 1 and 8.
Denver is the one that you look at and you go, gosh, could you knock someone out in 5? They do have a matchup edge on certain teams.
And an altitude edge.
They have that. They're the best team in the West, I firmly believe. And they've got the altitude and the home court, and they're going against a play-in team that's going to have to do work next week. Then again, sometimes we watch this in all sports. Sometimes, and I guarantee you, if the Warriors can find their way out of this play-in tournament, it is something that we will talk about at the end of next week, which is to say, when teams take a big layoff, sometimes that team that's been playing versus a team that hasn't been playing, you can steal game 1 that way because the other team is out of sync. This was a huge talking point in baseball last year. Everybody was whining and complaining. And the violin, oh, God, we just sit here and wait because we're good. And then we were out of sync and we didn't win. I mean, this has been the Dodgers and all of these teams. And who knows? Maybe that's something that will help the Warriors or the Lakers or the Kings or the Suns or whoever ends up coming out of this thing. You're going against, especially if you get Minnesota or Oklahoma City, you're going against a team that's going to have pressure on them as a top seed for the first time in their lives. And you, in theory, will be going up against a team that's in sync.
Yes, but at the same time, you're an older team, and assuming that you need to win Wednesday and Friday and then turn around and play again on Sunday, you might be a little bit more fatigued than you'd rather be. And I think about the championship year of 2 years ago when you were able to rest Steph for the last month of the year, and you had guys coming in much fresher than they will be, especially if you're going to end up chasing the 8. And they got Portland tomorrow, and then you turn around Friday and Sunday, New Orleans and Utah at home. So you've got 3 games in 4 nights in 2 different cities, and you might need all of them to get the 8. And then you turn around after Sunday, and you'd have to play, if you're the 9 or the 10, you'd have to play Wednesday and then Friday. And if you win both, then you play Sunday, either in Denver or Minnesota or OKC. It's going to be tough for an older team to be fresh and be ready in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole rest versus rust thing. Yeah, Friday night is going to be the difficult one. Honestly, the way I feel the way this Warrior team is playing, I would be very, very surprised if they did not win tomorrow night. I will be locked down, shocked if they don't win Sunday.
Right.
Friday night's the one. Friday night's the one. You are not only on a back-to-back, you're on a plane trip back-to-back. You're up against a good, solid team that is going to need the game. And the fact that it's at home is not very comforting. Not as comforting as it usually is. New Orleans has not been playing great. They have not been playing great, but they're doing okay. They have won a couple in a row, and they have moved out of the play-in tournament, but it is razor thin.
Right.
And they're going to need that game. And New Orleans is it's been a while, but they've had your number when they've played you earlier this year. I think they've, remember, they came to Chase Center on January 10th and won by a tidy 36 points.
Yeah.
Just eked that one out. And then I think they played right out of the gate. Yeah, in New Orleans was the 3rd game of the year. Warriors blew them out. So that's been a weird matchup this year. Been a long time since the two have played. That's the one I'm circling. That's the difficult one. If the Warriors get that one, in my mind, they're at least the 9.
Yeah, it'd be great if they were the 9. That'd be a home gate for Joe Lacob and a home game for all of us to go out and watch in a one-and-done scenario. And you mentioned that January 10th game. No Draymond Green in that one when the Warriors got blown out by the Pels.
There wasn't much of anything in that game. That thing was over early. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll keep going with your Warrior phone calls. Why do you think they're the 10 seed? What happened this year that brought them to that spot, even though they are, as you see now, a pretty good team? So we can keep going with those calls. Steve Kerr in 20 minutes. The Giants have defeated the Nationals. Final outs with FP coming up next right here on Willard and Dibs.
But first, Dan Dibley here to tell you about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank, my bank with the family-owned feel, and I love that family-owned feel. When I walk in there, I'm not just a series of numbers or dollar signs. I'm a person, and their commitment is deep, and they're committed to contributing to my goals and empowering my community. They're proudly celebrating their 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, Fremont Bank set out to build a local ecosystem that's built on relationships, one that I cherish with my bank and one that benefits the Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent. They're members of our communities, and they support it with being one of the top local corporate philanthropists in the Bay Area. They contribute so much to the Bay Area, and they make the Bay Area better. And when I deposit my money there, I know that the dollars stay local, and it supports family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area. They support nonprofits, and they make many meaningful grants for the betterment of the Bay Area. It's Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these...
to center field. Jacobs make that Young going back, and he drops it. Here comes Chapman. He's going to score. Ahmed is headed to third, and this game is tied. Little broken back flare and a base hit, and the Giants take the lead.
And Fitzgerald's got his first hit of the year and his first RBI, and that was a big one.
And that's the ball game as Miller ends up striking out the side, and the Giants salvage a win in this 3-game series, and they end up going 3-3 on this homestand.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dubs fans, Steve Kerr in 13 minutes. But yeah, the plane flight out to Florida gets a little bit easier because of today's 7-1 victory for the Giants. Don't need to wait around for any reaction because right here on Willie and Dibby, we do final outs with FP. The final out has been recorded. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's FP. Hi, FP.
The final pitch, I think we should call it. Final pitch.
Why the hell didn't I think of that? For crying out loud, now I'm upset.
Let's call it the final pitch from now. How you guys doing?
Doing great, but the final pitch might actually not be an out, so I guess that actually works better in case it's a home team walk-off, then there would be no such thing as a final out. So there you go.
You just way overthought that.
Totally.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like how often does that happen? Final pitch. That's what FP stands for. Final pitch Santangelo.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the whole deal.
How about that final pitch, FP?
Well, the Giants were 6 for 8 with runners in scoring position today. How about that?
Good
and
Lord.
Tyler Fitzgerald and Nick Ahmed, 8 and 9, went 6 for 6. They drove in, 5 runs? They scored 5 runs together. It's amazing. Tyler Fitzgerald, I don't know if you guys got to see, got a broken bat single.
Ooh.
Yeah, broken bat single.
And all the bat died a hero. The broken bat single, and you get your first knock of the year, and you drive in around, you feel good about yourself. The double pump and fist. It was good to see the youth, the 26-year-old, the energy in the bottom of the order today. It was really cool. And then I don't know why there was some beanball stuff going on, but it was a feel-good day at the yard. Like you said, Mark, like getting on the plane, going to Tampa, a little momentum into an off day. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, can you help us with that, FP? What the hell happened with Jordan Hicks? Was something going on, or did the ball slip out of his hand? He threw a 95-mile-an-hour heater that would have hit the Durham Bull. For people who didn't see, what was that?
I don't know. His command has been pretty good this year. I don't know. I don't know if there was some things going on behind the scenes, and then Law felt like he had to send a message to Soler there at the end of the game, and he threw one behind Soler. And I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I've asked some broadcasters here in the booth, and everyone's scratching their head. So maybe if you have to think that hard about it, it's not that obvious. It was maybe something behind. Maybe it just got away from Hicks, but it's hard to believe at big league level that you throw way up the screen and it's not with some sort of intent. But anyways, a good 7-1 win. And here's the thing, you guys, Giants fans.
Oh boy! You know what? Hey, FP, I'm going to stop you. Lucas, can you see if we can reconnect at a better spot?
FP stands for funky phone.
No, I was going to say freaking phone, and you beat me to it.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
I had another F word I was going to choose, but
I did too.
I'm trying to stay out of hot water. Totally. Grady's got his finger on the button.
I got more questions.
I had it was more of a statement than a question, but congratulations to the right fielders with the Giants. 2 hits today.
And yesterday, Yaz had 2 hits yesterday too.
Slates with a hit, and then Lamont Wade Jr. pinch hitting with a hit as well. But suddenly, FP, the bats are hot. Am I right?
I don't know if they're hot. How am I sounding, guys? Is this better?
You sound great.
Right here in
you
this spot.
sound great.
I don't know if the bats are hot, but here's the thing, and this is going deep. Like when you're a new guy in a new team, you're trying to get your feet wet in a new ballpark with a new fan base and new teammates. Baseball's about rhythm. When you're trying to figure out how to drive to the ballpark, what my new uniform looks like, all this stuff into a season, it takes a while to get a rhythm. It's almost like being the new kid in class. So I think you're seeing a lot of the new guys kind of not panicking, but pressing a little bit just because they're the new guys. And all of a sudden you start to win some games. Just put it into perspective. If the Giants were 5-8 over a 13-game stretch in July, would we be reacting like this? But they're 5-8 right now. They haven't really swung the bats yet. There's been some good things, some bad things. Last night was pretty tough to swallow with the bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the ninth. I thought that was going to be a walk-off. But you're only as good as your last game, and they put up 7 runs today and finally got some big knocks with runners in scoring position. Just being around this club every day, you guys. I come to the ballpark at 3 o'clock every day. I'm talking to coaches. I'm talking to players. There's not a lot of panic. I mean, everyone's just doing their business, and it just feels normal. Whatever that means, it just really feels normal, and there's a great vibe around the club right now, even though they're probably not getting off to the great start they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, no, way too early to freak out. I do have one thing, though, that even though they won today, 3-3 homestand is not disastrous. But FP, are you kidding me? No home runs on the whole homestand? What the hell is that?
Well, if you watch Soler's at bat, he's late on everything. His foot's getting down late, and the fastball's getting deep on him, but he's tying himself up. He's getting that lean back thing going. He's trying to create space between the ball and his body because he's not on time right now. Once he gets that foot down a little earlier and sees some pitches and gets into a rhythm, he'll start catching those fastballs out in front and they'll go far. Right now, the only pitch he can hit out is a hanger, something that'll speed him up and get his bat head out in front. But he's letting the ball get really, really deep right now, and I think the more plate appearances, the more pitches he sees, the more adjustments he makes with Pat Burrell, they'll figure that thing out. But there's a lot of guys that their timing is just a little bit off right now. And when you don't have your timing and you're not barreling up baseballs in a ballpark that's not conducive to hitting home runs, you're not going to hit home runs. So you have to be multifaceted as a ball club when you're not scoring runs via the home run. You have to be able to steal a base. You have to be able to lay down a bunt. You have to be able to run the bases aggressively, intelligently. There has to be other ways that a team leans on to score runs. And if you're just built around hitting home runs, it's going to be like a three-point shooting team that can't hit their three-pointers. It's going to be hard to watch when they're cold. And right now, they're just not all locked in. And I feel like just give them some time for the guys to adjust to a new ball club, a new ballpark, a new city. Even driving your route to the ballpark used to be tough in April. Like, how do I get to the field? Where do I park? All these things you're thinking about. Baseball players are routine-oriented. Once you get into a routine, sometimes it takes you to like mid-May to just kind of slow everything down from opening day and being the new kid on a new team.
You mentioned the running game, and Tyler Fitzgerald today with 2 stolen bases. Chapman had one as well. Is Fitzgerald really pushing to make Bob Melvin find a spot for him to play more regularly?
Didn't it look like it today? I mean, just watching how energetic he was in his speed on the double, his speed on the stolen bases, the fist pump when he got to second base. You know, there's a lot of guys on this team that are super professional, and they're not really outwardly emotional guys. They're just even keel, no high highs, no low lows. You don't know whether they're 10 for 10 or 0 for 10. They're the same guy every day. But every once in a while as a fan, don't you love to see guys just like having a blast playing baseball, like playing for the love of the game and just going out there and smiling and firing a fist pump when you get to second base and getting dirty and not be that like stoic guy. I think I gravitate toward that as a fan. And I really love what I saw from Tyler Fitzgerald today. Hopefully, I'll tell you this, as a former utility guy, if you're hitting, they're going to find a position for you. If you do what he did today and you can play second, short, and third, center, left, and right, Bob Melvin's going to find a way to get that energy in the lineup. And coming up with this road trip, you guys, you're going to have to provide your own energy. Tampa is, nobody goes to those games. You got to, it's a lot of espressos in the clubhouse and Red Bulls. And then you go to Miami, it's the same thing, a lot of cafecitos and Red Bulls, because there's not going to be fans on the road supplying you any sort of adrenaline on this trip. So what are you going to do if you're Bob Melvin? You're going to find kids that are super anxious and they don't give a crap where they're playing.
Hey, FP, real quick, how about those Dubs?
Let's go. Hey, somebody last week said, don't give up on the Dubs. So don't give up on the Dubs, baby. They're not done yet. Let's go.
Who was that guy? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. Give me a whoop, 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 whoop.
Don't worry, we've already given you a bunch when you said you were at the ballpark talking to people every day.
I know, I heard it.
Okay, good.
I need that in my life.
Oh, well, aren't you about to get on the team plane?
I am. I got to go. Bus at 3:45. Okay, you guys there. Say hi to Steve Kerr. Say hi to Coach Kerr for me.
It will do.
We'll do.
Make a point of it.
There he is. Final pitch with FP. Thanks, buddy. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com. Today, we are also sponsored by Prize Picks. And, FP, week and a half ago, said, just play basketball, which is so much easier said than done.
Right.
But it does feel like that's what they've done. It's gotten a little drama-free, hasn't it?
For the most part. I mean, they've won now, you look at it, 8 of 9.
Yeah.
And, they feel like they're playing great. They're playing their best basketball of the year. You got a couple of games that should be won. a tough one. No matter what happens, you're going to be in the play-in. You're not going to be able to rise higher than 8th. It'd be a miracle if you got to 8, but you feel like coming up next Wednesday, 1 week from tonight, you're in a good spot to go out there and win a couple of games in the play-in.
All right, it is time. Get to Twitch, get to YouTube, get to the Odyssey app, get to your radio. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Dubs, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments.
58-41. Darvin Ham says, I want to take a timeout.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. It is that time. Let's talk to the coach. Steve Kerr is brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great, kind of like the three-point shooting of the Warriors last night. Steve Kerr joins us. Hey, Coach, how we doing?
Doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, but I'd love for you to explain to the audience why you thought the team actually didn't play that well last night.
Well, I mean, I always look at the process, not so much does the ball go in or not. We obviously shot it well. I mean, that was an incredible display of marksmanship, but didn't feel like it was our best defensive game for sure. And then offensively, I thought we could have passed the ball better, but I'm nitpicking. I mean, it was a great effort. You guys really competed, and a hell of a win.
37 assists, only 15 turnovers. I say only because, I mean, we've had games where there have been far more than 15. Other than the defense, is there anything process-wise that maybe irked you about the offense that put up 134?
I didn't like the passing early in the game. I thought we were making some careless passes and some that were just ill-timed or off target that took us a little bit out of rhythm. But, you know, our guys made up for it by knocking down so many shots.
I mean, honestly, Coach, are you now drawing up some plays to get Draymond more threes?
No, I don't need to do that. You know, he's going to be open. I mean, guys are, you know, the way teams defend us, and it makes sense, right? I mean, you're trying to take Steph and play away, and you know, so you have to offer help, and you have to try to clog the lane a little bit, and so people are going to leave Draymond open. He's used to it, and that's why, you know, when he takes him and he knocks him down, he makes sure to point at the other coach and talk a little trash. So,
yeah, Coach. Here's a question I really wanted to ask you, and something we're kicking around today, and really am looking forward to your perspective on this, because you look at this team right now. You guys look as good as anyone. You're playing fantastic. Second half of the year, you've been as good as anyone. So in your eyes, the journey you've been on, why are you guys the 10 seed?
Well, the number one reason is because the West is so damn good. I mean, that's really easy to figure out when you look at everybody's records and you know, how many talented teams that are out there that are absolutely going for it. You know, teams have sold out to put the best rosters together. And so there's just very little margin for error. You know, when you look at the top 10, 11 teams in the West, clearly three teams have been better than everybody else with, you know, OKC, Minnesota, and Denver, but everybody just seems so bunched together. And so every game's close. We played more close games than anybody in the league, and I think early in the season we lost more than our share of those, and we're trying to make up for it now, and we're winning some of the close ones.
Winning close ones and also playing great right now, and it feels like Andrew Wiggins is playing as well as you said that he was 8 weeks ago, and Klay Thompson, a little bit of a late season renaissance. What's the confidence level inside the locker room as you head down the stretch here? 3 games to go in the regular, and then play-in games yet to come.
Yeah, confidence level is really high, and you know, our guys are feeling good about themselves and about each other. There's a really good chemistry and commitment to one another on this team that's been there all year, and I think that's one of the things that's allowed us to get to this point and play through the adversity that we had early in the season between the injuries, the suspensions, even some of the just struggles with our play. The guys have stuck together throughout, and I'm really proud of them, and it's fun to watch them play. I thought Wiggs last night was key right away. He played a great game, and we had a lot of guys step up and play well.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, Steph said last night after the game he doesn't envy the job that you've had to have. I mean, everyone always says, oh, great problem to have with too many good players or a lot of depth. In this case, I wonder if you feel that way because of the math that has been difficult for you. How would you describe sort of the role and rotation dance that you've had to do this year?
Well, it's been a challenge, but I will 100% take this over the opposite and not having enough guys. We are, I think, one of the deepest teams in the league, maybe the deepest. And so what that's meant for us is that we've been able to survive, injuries and absences and also develop young players and accomplish a lot of things at once. Obviously, the goal is to win a championship, and we're still in the mix for that. But a lot of good things have happened because of our depth and because of the quality of the human beings involved. I mean, guys like Loon and Moody, who are really good players and have started games and, helped us win championships. I mean, for them to not be in the rotation last night, that's really tough. But they're such good people that they stay with it, put their work in every day as they're doing right now as we speak, and they stay ready for when their time comes. So we're lucky to have such good guys.
Do you feel like that now, 79 games in, you found your starting five with Draymond, Wiggs, TJD, Clay, and Steph?
I do, but these things always remain fluid. You just have to adapt and adjust, and be willing to do so at any moment's notice. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We obviously, we really want to finish these last 3 games off and maybe even move up to 8 potentially, give us 2 cracks at it in the play-in. But as we go, whether it's the play-in or, beyond that, if we get through into the first round, we've got to be ready to change lineups at any time because matchups often dictate that during the postseason.
Coach, obviously, you'd love to move up to 8. There's an advantage there. But if you end up in the 9-10 game, looking at the way you guys have played on the road, how important is 9 versus 10 to you?
Well, we want it. I mean, we really played well on the road, but you always would prefer to stay home. We feel really comfortable at Chase. It's nice not having to get on a plane. We got our home crowd, so we for sure want a home game. But the 8 is really the goal. I mean, if you can slide up to that 7-8 game, and all of a sudden you got 2 cracks at it instead of 1, it's obviously a huge difference.
Is there any matchup that you would prefer as you look at Sacramento or LA? Or are you just thinking more in terms of making sure your team is playing as well as it can be heading into that play-in here coming up a week from tonight?
The only focus, honestly, is winning every game, giving ourselves the best chance to move up. And so I'm much more focused on the seeding rather than the opponent. So if we can sneak into 8th, then I really don't care who we play. It's just a simple math equation. Get 2 bites of the apple instead of the 1.
Coach, you're clicking at the right time. What are the keys to that? How did you get to this level of basketball in your mind?
I think it's a number of things, guys. It's Draymond's return obviously changed our defense, after the suspension. But I think when you look at just the overall growth of the team, guys like Jonathan, Brandon, Trace, young guys, Moses, these guys, young guys who have progressed and become really important players for us in terms of winning and losing. That's been huge. And then I just think the vets have helped foster that environment. They've mentored these young guys really well. Having Chris Paul, to me, is such a huge advantage for our group. The non-Steph minutes, I've never been more comfortable with him than I am this year because of Chris. So, getting him back from injury, but also having him mentoring the younger group. It's a really, really good group of guys and a well-balanced roster. So we're healthy, and knock on wood, hopefully we'll stay that way.
Coach, do you look at any of those things as things that had to happen? Kuminga upset with his minutes, Clay going through kind of an evaluation of self, Draymond getting suspended, the journey, if you will. Did those things make you what you are today as a team?
Yeah, no question. I mean, if you could draw it up, everybody would just be happy and right from the beginning, and you just settle into roles and everyone supports each other. But that's not how life works. Every single one of these guys has a unique set of circumstances. They've all got incredible pressure on them from multiple directions. So, to me, coaching a team and coaching a season, what makes it so challenging, but also, so rewarding is that you're trying to get each guy to a place where he's improving and rewarded for efforts, and where the guys are all really looking across the locker room, playing for each other. And I think you have to go through stuff to get to that point.
Where is Jonathan Kuminga now in terms of him coming off the bench? 21 minutes last night, not as much as he had been playing when Andrew was out, and he had his knee tendonitis, and now he's working his way back. Is he comfortable with a role that maybe will include him being the seventh man?
Well, he's these are all different experiences for a young guy like J.K. For his 3 years, he's come so far. And then, you get to a point where you're starting and playing 35 minutes a night. You get comfortable with that. It's not easy going back. But that's all part of being, committed to a team and part of a winning team. The fact that Trace is playing so well and that our defense is at its best, really, with Trace and Draymond together in that starting lineup, that's what has dictated these sets of circumstances now for JK and for others. So it's not easy, but it's part of the job. And, he's continuing to work and put in the effort and make a big difference for us.
Coach, how much of the future organizational plan is based on how this postseason goes?
You're talking about like future, next year's roster? What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean you've got your 2-year extension now, and this team is playing so well, so there's this feeling of like, okay, this is who these guys are. Yet the reality is you guys are in one-and-done games, at least one game next week, and so I just feel like there's this possibility that what looks like a really good team has like a really quick exit. And so I wonder how much of what happens next is based on what happens next week.
Well, I think that's probably more of a question for Mike Dunleavy, but I think in this business you can't get too worried about all that stuff. You got to just play it and go through the season and see what happens and worry about that stuff next.
When you think about what's next, can you fathom a time when you don't have Steph, Clay, and Dre all on the roster together?
No, that's going to be really hard to imagine. I mean, those guys really are the franchise. I mean, that what they've done the last 12 to 15 years is very unique in NBA history. There's only been a few franchises that have, kind of accomplished, that type of run where you have the same core group, where a fan base gets to know those guys and gets to enjoy them for over a decade. It's incredibly unique, and that's why I think we are so insistent on keeping it together, because you don't just put something like this together randomly. It's just we're lucky to have those guys. They're still all really good players. We want to keep them together.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. Yeah, Clay is playing really well, and he opened up just this week on Draymond's podcast about what he said were 4 specific heart-to-heart conversations with you. What can you share with our listeners with regard to what Clay has been through mentally from the beginning of the year till now?
Well, I think everything goes back to the injuries. You have to, I think, to really understand Clay, you have to know how much he loves basketball and how much those injuries took from him. And I think this year for him has been about reconciling the fact that, yes, those injuries happened, You had 2 years of your prime completely wiped out and taken from you. But you can still move forward and have great moments ahead, and there's still plenty to look forward to. But if you get caught in the past, it's too difficult to overcome that and play well. And I think what I've noticed from him the last 6 weeks is just he's freed himself up. He's just enjoying the game. He's not worrying about anything. I think he's moved past the injuries, and he's just looking forward. And it's so great to see. I mean, it just makes me so happy to see him enjoying himself and playing with freedom and being himself. And that's the most important thing.
Have you had similar conversations with Steph or Draymond or even CP3 about, the deterioration of a pro career as a former pro yourself, and eventually you got to a spot where you weren't able to do what you were once able to do? Have any of these veterans leaned on you for advice about how it goes when it starts to slip away?
Well, every guy is different, and they all have unique circumstances. And I think that the guy who probably has had the closest sort of experience to Clay is Draymond. The last couple of years, just he relies so much on his physical ability to be the strongest, quickest guy out there, even though he's about 6'6" and he's playing against 7-footers and 6'10" guys, and that's not easy to do. He also relies on emotion and passion, and so when you have to do that 82 nights a year, and you've been doing it a dozen years, that's really hard. And so I think it's my job as coach to understand what every player is going through and try to help them through that and help them be the best versions of themselves.
Coach, you talked about at the beginning of the year the analytics that were showing that J.K. and Andrew were having a hard time on the court together, and now particularly with J.K. back, I wonder if you could give an update for how those two are doing together and how you sort of assess the minutes that each are going to get now that everyone's healthy.
I think we found something, when we started them together with Draymond at the 5. That's when things started to shift for those two guys in terms of their ability to play together. And by going small, it really opened up the floor for each of them. Playing with Steph and Clay or Brandon, we just had a lot of skill and a lot of space around those two guys, so they were able to thrive together. Now that we're going to Trace at the 5, it lessens the possibility that we're going to put those two guys in, like at the 2 and the 3, because those just aren't our best lineups. We need, a good combination of skill and spacing and athleticism, and that's why last night you saw us go back to, playing them more separately.
Just one more rotational one from me, Steve. 9 players last night in real minutes other than the garbage time. Is that about what you're looking for with GP and BP coming off the bench and Kuminga and Chris Paul as you head into the real high-leverage games?
Well, I think, yes, but with the caveat that, Loon could play depending on the matchup. He's been so effective for us these last few weeks, even with Trace. Every time we throw him out there, he gives us something positive. And so there could be matchups that, put Loon out there, Moses as well. When we go to him, he's always effective. We need a little shooting and spacing. We could go to him. This is, since we're healthy now, what you saw last night is, what we're planning on going forward with. But, it really is game to game, depending on how things are going.
Coach, I remember a few weeks ago you told us you hate it when the best player on the other team is out. But I wonder, with the specter of potentially playing the Lakers next week, how different of a challenge is it when AD is in versus out?
Oh, it's a massive difference. I mean, he's one of the best defensive players in the world. And when he's out there, it just changes the way their guards have to play. They can't rely on him at the rim to clean up any mistakes. And it makes the game easier no matter who they're playing. Their defense suffers without him. And, I like players to be healthy, not only for their own sake, but for the league's sake and really for our sake. I mean, it's you play your best and you get the most from your team when they're faced with the biggest challenge. That's when you get to really make the most improvement. And that's I thought we went through that in 22. In order to find the best version of ourselves that allowed us to beat Boston, we needed to play Memphis. We really did, because they were a team that gave us a lot of problems. And so as you go through this stuff, you might get a free pass once in a while and guys are injured or whatever, but in the big picture, it doesn't really do your team any good.
Well, Coach, I tell you what, this is exciting, but it's nerve-wracking. What you guys are about to do next week. You all seem pretty comfortable with it, though.
We do. Yeah, we're playing well. We're enjoying it, and we're just going to go one game at a time. And I know it's a cliche, but it's literally how we have to do it. But the guys are really enjoying each other and the process, and we're in a good place right now. So hopefully we can keep it going.
Okay, win these last three, and then we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Steve.
There he is, Steve Kerr.
Thanks.
Right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
Thanks.
I mean what I said there at the end. Like I've heard enough from the Warrior players where they're just like, maybe they're faking it, but like, we're so excited that we've got this opportunity next week.
Yeah.
And I do think that's what successful people do, is they look at stuff that's terrifying, but they look at it as an opportunity. And so I'm glad the Warriors are at least talking that way. But yeah, this is going to be it's going to be great theater.
Oh, yeah.
But this is tremendously nerve-wracking. All of the build-up to, they could go on a run, they could go on a run, they could go on a run, and like 48 minutes later, night-night,
right?
See you in October.
Or don't see you in October is the thing.
Or don't see it. A great point.
That, to me, is the real backdrop, because you've got 4 titles, so it's really not that pressurized as far as, hey, Super Bowl or bust, as we talk about the Niners. This is not NBA championship or else, because you've got 4. Yes, we all would love to see him play in May, go on a run, get out of the play-in, maybe win a series, have some fun in the end of April and see what you can do. But the backdrop of it is what comes next, which, CP, you're gone. Loon, I'm afraid, probably gone. Clay, do we lose you? So, I mean, for me, it's not about can you win a championship or not. It's if it ends, when it ends, how does it end, and what comes next?
Either next Wednesday or Friday. I mean, yes, they could end up the 8 and win that game and just be in.
Yeah.
So there is the way that they don't quote unquote face elimination next week, but it's very likely that they do. And that's a week to a week and a half away of so this could be Klay Thompson's last game in this jersey. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's just a lot to even say that. That's a lot. And it's likely that that's what we're looking at next week.
Right, and hopefully it's not that final as far as Klay's time with the Warriors, but it could be.
Could be.
And, whenever the season ends, all those questions will percolate to the top of mind. But for now, one thing you and I have done so well throughout the course of the last couple months is we're staying in the moment, and I'm excited about the Portland game, the last road game of the year, and possibly win number 25, which I think would win Guru's bet against Steiny.
Oh, I don't even remember what that bet is.
I thought it was 25 is what he needed.
Let's text
we'll do
him.
it tomorrow during the crossover.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Back to your calls coming up next. We have this huge show-long goal. Let's not have today's conversation turn into what do you want to do in the offseason. Let's do now. And the way we're doing that is to say, if you all think they're this good, then how'd they end up as the 10 seed? When you look at this season, how did they end up there, even though they've got it in their holster to look this good? 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Well, what they didn't do, Mark, is they didn't lay the lumber often enough. They didn't.
The only focus, honestly, is winning every game, giving ourselves the best chance to move up. And so I'm much more focused on the seeding rather than the opponent. So if we can sneak into 8th, then I really don't care who we play. It's just a simple math equation. Get 2 bites of the apple instead of the 1.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you are. And you were listening to Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs on a Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. In the conversation with Kerr, I referenced what Steph said last night about the job that he's doing. And we're going to go to the calls in a second, but I think it's important to actually play that for everybody and then discuss a little bit about what I think this means. Listen to Curry after the game last night when he's asked about the job that Steve Kerr has done.
It's a very difficult job for sure. We have a lot of options. I think for 3 years now we've been talking about the vets and the championship core and the young guys and trying to mix and match and put the right lineups out there. And like you said, you dealt with availability problems all year, whether it's Draymond's situation or whether it's injuries. And you could probably argue that there's 8 or 9 guys that could be in, closing lineups, could be in starting lineups. You got Trace in there now. The way JK's come on, there's just so many things to balance, and I don't envy that job at all because it's difficult and it's about managing people and keeping people, motivated to say, hey, whatever you're asked to do, go do it, and it helps the team. And he's very consistent with that message. So at the end of the day, I'd say he's done a great job of, balancing it all. And we're not in the best of situations, obviously, knowing where we are in the seeding, but the way that we've kind of tried to turn the season around and give ourselves something to play for has a lot to do with Steve.
Okay, I think this is really important, and this is part of why, and let's change it. When I said weakness in numbers, you're right, there's no ring to it. How about lack of strength in numbers? That's what I think got the Warriors this year, a lack of strength in numbers. In other words, they've got these numbers, and the puzzle pieces never fit, and some of that was because the players didn't handle their numbers well. In other words, Klay Thompson, he's going through whatever his mental struggles are as he goes to the twilight of his career. Can you come off the bench? Are you not a featured scorer anymore? Jonathan Kuminga, hey, agent, call Shams. I've had it. I don't trust Steve Kerr anymore. Draymond Green screams his way out of the NBA for a short period of time. And the list goes on and on. The Warriors have, as Steph said, maybe 8 players who could be starters, who could be closers. They also have 2 rookies who are better players now than they were 3 or 4 months ago. So I'm not saying that, these things were easy to handle, but largely this situation that was presented to the Warriors, they had players not handle it well. And that has led to the difficulty of Steve Kerr's job. I'm so glad this came from Steph. We've been saying it for weeks, but everybody else out there on Twitter or the phones wants to scream about Steve Kerr and his damn rotations. Nobody has the answer as to what was it he was actually supposed to do that makes sense and also is predictive in terms of what these players were going to do night in and night out. That's why the Warriors are the 10 seed. It's not Steve's fault. That's why the Warriors are the 10 seed, because it has taken them this long to figure out who they are.
Right, and I asked him that about, the rotation. Do you feel now like you've got your guys? And you look at last night's game against the Lakers, and you had a 9-man rotation, and you look at that 9, the new starting 5, which, as Steve said in our interview, it's pretty much going to be the 5 that they go with. And then off the bench, you got CP and GP and BP, and then you throw in
TJD.
Right, and TJD's in the starting lineup.
Podziemski.
Podziemski's in there. You got all the P's coming off the bench. You got C and B and G, and then you kind of have your 9-man rotation. And unfortunately for now, Moses Moody, Kevon Looney are on the outside, but as Steve said in his answer, those guys could come back in. And the good thing about Moses is he has shown a readiness this year, even though he's been out of the rotation and back in probably 8 different times. You don't feel like Moses is going to be not ready if his number is called upon again.
Can you finish every single player on the Warriors with that sound you were just making? You know, you said you got BP.
Yep.
And CP.
Yeah.
And GP.
Yeah.
KT.
Yeah.
Curry.
Yeah.
TJD.
D Green.
Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Wiggins is a problem.
Yeah.
And so's Kuminga.
Wiggy.
Johnny.
Moody.
Yeah. He don't get to play. Sorry, Moses.
Santos Kamagi.
We do yoga.
Yeah.
Looney.
Yeah.
Vince in the city. You're on with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Vince.
Nice.
What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just listening to you guys again, as usual, on my way home from work. But to answer your question, I think the reason why the Warriors have become the 10th seed, it does go with what you were saying, but as well as there was about 20, what was it? I forget the stat, but they kept bringing it up, how many close games the Warriors had been in where it was like 5 points or less in the last 5 minutes. And we pretty much under 500 in those games.
Vince, did we lose you? Well,
that's my line.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi, Vince.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm on the Richmond Bridge right now.
Can't trust the Richmond Bridge.
So you factor all that in, and then the other injuries with Chris Paul, I think that easily could be the reason why the Warriors end up in the 10 seed. But also, like you said, trying to figure out who they were. They didn't really have a direction that they were going. We had talked about it before in the middle of the season where there was no true identity for the team like there was in years past. So that was to answer your question. I wanted to ask, moving forward, if you guys had seen the JJ Redick podcast with LeBron, where they're breaking down the pick and roll between Steph and Draymond and how that effectively is their go-to get-a-bucket play, where it turns into, if you double the screen, now you end up with a 4-on-3 matchup where Draymond gets to pick and choose as a ball distributor. That was my question for you. And then just thinking about something during your call with Steve Kerr is, I don't know how many teams there are where there's been a core three that's been a part of one organization for that long. So I wonder, how do you rank the Warriors core?
Ooh, the bridge got him, but I think we got I wish you could have heard him answer how we rank the Warriors' big three versus what? Other dynasties? I mean, okay.
I think he was going to ask about other core threes.
Other core threes. But
Steve actually referenced the Spurs one.
Yeah, how many core threes have actually done this where it's all together and all in the same uniform and none of them have ever worn another uniform? Does that even exist?
I don't know. And Steve actually caught me flat-footed referencing Tony Parker playing for, was it Charlotte?
Yeah.
I had
true
forgotten
story.
that.
I know.
It's
pretty forgettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was at the end of his career.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess it was 1 year or maybe half a year. I'd have to look it up. But Steve referenced having, Duncan and Ginobili and Parker all spend more than 10 years with San Antonio and have that level of success. But as he mentioned, Tony Parker, even himself, wound up going and playing for Charlotte.
Yeah, 2018, 2019 season. Tony Parker, Charlotte Hornets.
I choose to forget that because Ginobili was from 02-03 to 17-18, all with the Spurs.
Right.
Tim Duncan, all with the Spurs. And Tony Parker, I still believe he was all with the Spurs.
Yeah.
You can't make me remember that.
But he wasn't.
I know. What was that, 17-18, or what year was that?
18-19.
18-19, okay.
18-19, yeah. Yeah, he was with the Spurs from 01 to 18. Long time. It's a long time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. And let's be honest, if I just asked you to place odds right now, odds on all three of them never putting on another jersey.
I would say the odds are pretty strong against that. I would say it would be plus probably 600, 6-1 odds.
That much?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Steph, you got to figure they're not going to let him ever go.
Well, he can choose to leave. He has 2 more years. He could choose to leave.
He could.
But I think Steph Curry will never wear another jersey.
And Draymond Green is signed beyond that.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I think that the team might they might be compelled at some point to give him the opportunity to play elsewhere. Klay is obviously the biggest piece in this conversation, and we promised to not talk about the offseason.
That's right.
But I'm going to put it at 6-1 odds that they all remain Warriors for their entire career.
It is challenging because in the end, guys want to keep playing. I know we're all sitting here going, well, retirement and the end of the era. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've said this yet. I don't think any one of them are anywhere near retirement. Not even close. LeBron's about to turn 40, and I get that he's special. But Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, in one way or another, have all shown you this year they are beyond still productive. They're all still really good. Mid-30s. Draymond signed for 3 more. Steph for 2 more. I don't think it's his last contract. And Klay Thompson has certainly insinuated that not only obviously does he want to keep playing, but I think he's contract searching. He has turned down an extension from the Golden State Warriors. These guys are going to play for a lot more years, and that makes it very difficult to keep them all together if you're also trying to stay relevant and light years ahead.
Right, especially if you're looking at Steph Curry, who's got 2 more years, and he's 36 right now. And if he wants to add a couple of years on top of that, most likely he's going to be making north of $50 million a year, which is what he's going to get for the next 2 seasons. Yep. So if Steph decides that he wants to keep playing and the Warriors want to keep having him play with the Warriors, I don't imagine that he'll want to, unless he goes Tom Brady and agrees to play for $20 million a year, he's going to be worth $50 million a year. So if he's making 50, and at that point Draymond's making almost 30, and Klay's making almost 30, that's $110 million for 3 guys. That doesn't make sense.
You're locked up
if you want to win.
Totally. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. How about Dirty Chai in Berkeley? What's up, Chai? What are you doing?
Hey, just chilling and listening in. I wanted to answer your kind of question about why are we the 10th seed?
Yeah.
I think it comes down to bias toward the old guys.
Okay, that's interesting.
I lived in San Antonio during that run, and when they had a young guy, 21 years old, come up and win Finals MVP, beat LeBron, name of Kawhi Leonard, they gracefully handed off the kind of mantle to the young guy. I think if he were on this Warriors team, he'd be fighting for minutes and talking to the press about his minutes.
Well, first of all, Kawhi wouldn't be talking to anyone. That's an absurd idea. You know that.
That's a good point. But my point is, like last night was a good game, right? And Klay had a good game offensively, but he had 0 rebounds, and his whole thing is he's kind of lost a step defensively, and that's okay if you're still a great shooter. But Podziemski's actually shooting better from 3 this season than Klay is, and Draymond's 2.5% better. So if your whole thing is you're a little slow defensively, but you can shoot it, I'm like, Podziemski's one of the best rebounders. He's got a top plus-minus. If he weren't so young, he would be a starter. Same thing happened with DiVincenzo. Look at him now. He's one of the league's leading three-point shooters on another team because we don't want to give him $11 million, where Klay thinks he's worth 25. I love Klay to death, rooted for him all my life. But you got to know when it's time to take a step back and take your kind of Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala years and let somebody else start.
I don't think that you're off here. I don't think that this is a bad point. I will say your comp is a little tough for me. Kawhi comes in, Finals MVP, he showed in that moment that he could handle the idea of being a 1. The Warriors do not have that. No matter how excited you are about Jonathan Kuminga, and actually you used Podziemski, or whatever his name is, Podzmensky or Poughkeepsie.
Podzmensky.
Thank you. You used him as an example, and I think it's tough to start going apples to apples here. Like, oh, Draymond Green's shooting better than Klay Thompson from 3. Well, sample size, Steve, that doesn't work. And you know why. Klay's shot 4 threes for everyone Draymond has. And we've reached the time in the year where I'm going to eliminate whatever the hell was going on in November and December. It's not relevant anymore. So I think you've got a fair point. I'm with you to the degree that the Warriors do need to start evolving their roles, but it's not a fair comp to the Spurs or other teams where you could say, time to gracefully hand the baton to another player who's shown that he can be your dog. Jonathan's not there yet. He's not.
And Kawhi got there over the course of a 23-game playoff run. If you look at his regular season, it was Kuminga-esque. And then you got to the playoffs, and he exploded on the scene and took that thing over and became the Finals MVP. So if Kuminga has a similar run through a postseason, this one or the next one,
then you'll have everyone's
then
attention.
you can hand the baton accordingly, because that team still had Tim Duncan and Parker and Manu and Danny Green and my guy Thiago Splitter, and they still had Marco Bellinelli. I love Thiago. I was a big Thiago Splitter guy.
That's a good name.
Yeah, and maybe that's why I loved him so much. But Kawhi took that thing over, and that's why the baton got handed.
Let's go to Mitra in San Carlos. Hi, Mitra. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm actually just hanging out. So here's my point. By the way, I love listening to you guys, and I learn a lot of basketball when I hear you guys talk every afternoon. But I disagree with your point that Klay and Dre are on their way out. When you just clearly heard the head coach basically say, look, he can't imagine a franchise without the big three. So, and I think the head coach has a lot of say in what happens next year, despite the fact that he punted to Mike Dunleavy. So, you know, I just my 2 cents. I think it's a lot of hay about nothing. And I can't wait to see these guys in Warriors uniforms next year.
Yeah, Mitra, listen. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for calling. I don't think, look, this is right where everyone is. And there's no wrong answer yet because we don't know how this is going to go. And she's obviously responding to your point, Dibbs, that you think either Draymond or Klay. And by the way, that point was made about at any point in the future, right? Not necessarily just next year. But I will say this. Steve Kerr did say on the conversation that we had an hour ago, he did say, I cannot imagine this team without Steph, Klay, and Dre. Let me add, he might be right. He also has no choice but to say that. Like, just always have it resonating in your mind. Who's talking and what's their way of handling the question that is in front of them? There's obviously, I mean, Kerr could have said, look, I can't imagine it. Then again, there are realities of the cap and all. He could have said that, and I don't even think he's afraid to say that, but not this week.
Exactly.
Not after you just beat the Lakers and you got a playoff, whatever, run, situation, something, postseason is about to unfold next week. You're going to do nothing but support your guys. And Steve's in a position where, as a head coach, he can say that, even if it's not true. Like, he can say, no, I can't imagine it. And then if it were to happen, he'd be like, but Mike Dunleavy could. So what the hell can I do?
Right,
That's
or Joe Lacob could, or Klay Thompson could.
I put that in the same bucket as Mike Dunleavy going, we expect Jordan Poole to be here for a long time, 3 days before he traded him.
Right, and I'm sure he did expect Jordan Poole to be there for a long time unless he was able to get a deal that would make it so Jordan Poole wasn't there for a long time. And the thing that I want to caution Mitra and everyone out there about is think about the history of players in the association who play more than 10 years in the league. There aren't a lot of them that spend an entire career, 10, 12, 14 years with one team.
No.
Those players are few and far between. And we know some of them by name. Kobe's one, the aforementioned Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Steph Curry's played 14 years. He's played with one team. Very few players either get or want the opportunity to play with one team their whole career.
Let me double down on what you're saying.
Double it.
It's not only rare for it to happen once, it's incredibly rare to the point of almost impossible for 3 of them to do it concurrently. It's too expensive. They're all legends. They're all headed to the Hall of Fame. They all want absolute top dollar and respect for what they've done. So it's as you just pointed out. I don't think anybody in the Warrior organization wants any of the 3 to ever wear another jersey. But I bet they also feel like, but we're not going on a retirement tour with them. We're not going to give them all of our salary cap money so that they can wave to the fans for the next 4 years as the curtain falls on their career. They're not going to do that. They've got a business to run.
Exactly.
So it's not. It's no emotional disrespect. It's almost impossible to keep them all for the rest of their career.
I'm looking at the top 10 all-time in the NBA in scoring. And you tell me who on this list is a one-team guy.
Top 10 all-time scoring?
Yeah. Number 1.
How many of them are there on the top 10?
Who have played for just one team?
Just one team.
I'm looking, and I think the answer is 2.
2. Is Kobe one of them?
Correct. And the other one is he's so forgettable, but he's one of the top 20 players of all time.
Jeez. One jersey.
Yeah.
I mean, was it Robert Parrish or something?
No, this player is the greatest European import in history.
Oh, Dirk.
Yes.
Okay.
Dirk. But beyond that, Kareem played for 2 teams.
2 teams.
Karl Malone.
Lakers.
Yeah. Kobe's number 4. Michael Jordan's number 5.
I believe he played for the Washington Wizards and the Birmingham Barons.
Dirk. The German Jesus. Wilt Chamberlain.
Extra jerseys.
Yep. Kevin Durant, who's number 8 all time.
All the jerseys.
Shaquille O'Neal is 9.
Every jersey.
And Carmelo Anthony.
All the jerseys.
Is 10.
Yeah.
Then you get to,
Kevin Durant is 8th all time?
In scoring, yeah. That happened quickly.
Good Lord.
And he's closing in on Wilt the Stilt.
How about the Captain Clay Report? It's brought to you by City Cruises. Plan a birthday, anniversary, or company party on a spectacular dining cruise at citycruises.com. Clay was awesome again last night. Who wasn't? They all scored. Team high 27, though, for Clay. 10 of 16 from the field, 5 of 10 from deep. Warriors beat the Lakers in L.A., and no matter what, that always feels and sounds good. Over his last 4 games, Klay Thompson, for everybody who thinks no one else will want Clay, last 4 games, 26 a night, 56% from the field, and 47.6 from beyond the arc. Holy hell, he's playing well.
Captain is playing awesome. And, man, not that this team goes as far as he takes them, but when he plays like this and Wiggins plays like he has, all of a sudden, nobody wants to face this Warrior team, Mark. You hate that.
Oh, God.
Holy cannoli.
Totally.
This is crazy, man.
He's been hot.
It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. You know, I've heard that next week the Warriors are going to get everybody's best shot.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
No doubt.
I don't know if it's true, but we'll find out when we get there. More of your calls, 888-957-9570. Why do you think the Warriors ended up as the 10 seed? Even though they definitely look better than that. Plus, if you missed any portion of Steve Kerr, sure, there's the Odyssey app and YouTube, but we'll have all of the key things that he said, including his answer to whether or not this has been challenging in terms of rotations. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Does your heart long to wander, to discover the
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Breaking news. Yeah?
All right, little mini sounder.
That's a little mini break. I mean, it's not local, but it's big. It's big, and it actually, I think that it gives you a little window into some things inside the NBA in terms of contractual gymnastics. The Boston Celtics and guard Drew Holiday have agreed on a 4-year, $135 million contract extension.
Major.
Okay. Holiday declines next year's $37.3 million option.
Okay. I thought it was 39.4, but go ahead.
7.3.
All right.
For next year. He declines that to sign a long-term deal that actually saves the Celtics several million on next year's cap. It will allow them to keep this particular group together for now because, again, you're also paying Tatum. You're also paying Jaylen Brown, who just got a huge contract. So that's 3 big bags. And Warriors fans know about that. The other thing that's interesting and potentially relevant to the Warriors is Drew Holiday in 2 months. You know what he'll be? The exact same age as Klay Thompson.
Wow.
Now, yes, he does not have 2 major lower body injuries in his past. But I just think that we have to remember, for instance, what Stephen A. Smith said yesterday. I do think a lot of people are still cruising around, and it's their own Warrior fandom and emotion that leads to this, so I get it. But we've known Klay Thompson to be one thing for a decade. Now he is a little bit of something else, a little bit lesser than what he was. And we have a hard time processing that. Oh, gosh, he's over the hill, and he's declining. Nobody is going to offer Klay $30 million a year. He's 34 and aging. Yeah, they will, because Klay Thompson is still really good. Still really productive player. Stephen A. Smith said yesterday 20 to 25 other teams will pursue or should want Klay Thompson if he becomes available on the open market. So Drew Holiday is essentially the same age. And Boston didn't even blink, just handed him 4 years on 135. And my quick math says that's what?
It's about 34 a year. Yep.
Yeah.
It's right there. I mean, Klay's not going to get that much. I think Drew Holiday right now is a better player overall than Klay Thompson.
Agreed.
But if
that's 34.
That's the ballpark that a 34-year-old who is a great player, and, you know, Holiday's a 2-time All-Star. He's been an All-Star more recently than Klay. Better defender than Klay.
Yes.
Overall better player than Klay.
More healthy than Klay. Not as old of a body, even though they're the same age. But yes, like you're right. If Drew's worth 34, Klay's not worth 20. He's not that much short of Drew.
Well, is Klay worth 24? And that becomes where things, and we're not going to get to the offseason because we're focused on game 80.
Good point.
But as we start to peel that back, this contract definitely sets some sort of a parameter for what's being doled out there.
I mean, if you're looking at 2 guards and wing players and whatnot, the comps are out there. Sorry, Jordan Poole makes like 28 a year. Sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing that Klay's agent shouldn't do about it. You should absolutely walk in and be like, not only is Jordan Poole making XYZ, you're the ones who gave it to him.
Exactly.
And you're going to tell me I'm only worth 22?
They actually never gave it to him, which is genius. They signed him to it and then never gave it to him. I think that will go down as one of the better contracts the Warriors have ever signed.
They signed it and then they got out from underneath it.
Exactly.
Right away.
Because they signed it, they were able to get something back for it. And, you know, I don't know if you're ready to now admit it, but Chris Paul has been a damn good Warrior.
No Jordan Poole.
Now, why would you frame it like that?
About you being ready to admit it? Because you were anti the move from the get-go.
But where have you been?
It turned your stomach,
for the last 6 weeks, I have fallen on that sword at least 4 times.
I thought maybe one more time would be appropriate.
What are you, off?
I must have been off that day.
What are you, off feeding the baby or something?
Totally.
Don't try to make me apologize again.
One more time.
I was wrong.
You love Chris Paul.
Chris Paul's been very good. Don't make me say that.
Okay. It's fun to watch Chris Paul play with this Golden State Warrior team. I've enjoyed it. I'll speak for myself.
That's not the word I would use. But it's impressive. There's an understanding. There is a respect level that surely was not there before, although I shouldn't even say it that way. I never didn't respect. Who thought Chris Paul wasn't good? We all knew Chris Paul's amazing.
Yeah.
I just didn't like watching him play basketball. And you get all triggered and bent out of shape, and he competes in a way that if you're rooting against him, it's very, very annoying. But at the same time, I've also never sat down and gone, let's watch 20 straight games of Chris Paul. Now I have. And do I have a further understanding and a further respect for what he does? No doubt. No doubt. And there's no arguing that he's been a very good 1-year acquisition for the Warriors.
Speaking of old expensive players, you guys want to play a little game here for a second?
I love games.
Don't look at Adrian Wojnarowski on Twitter because he just tweeted this out.
Okay,
Drew Holiday, with his contract extension, will become the 4th player to sign a fully guaranteed deal worth more than $100 million at 33 years or older. Can you name the other 3?
Now, you're talking about currently or ever?
Ever.
Oh, God.
They do all happen to be in the NBA right now.
Okay.
Older than 34.
33 or older.
33 or older.
$100 million contract, fully guaranteed.
And he's only one of 4.
Yes. Who are the other 3?
Can I bet if they can or can't get this? Because I don't think they'll.
Well, I'm gonna take the first guess, which I think is rather obvious because of what led us to this. I'm gonna say that one of them is Chris Paul.
Nope,
what?
That's wrong.
You duped me.
We're off to a great
Chip,
start.
I can't believe you, Chip. How could you do that to me?
Look at you going with the chipper. I like it. One of them has to be LeBron James.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I thought you were going to take the low-hanging fruit and go with LeBron James.
There's one other obvious one.
Well, how old was Steph when he signed his?
You take a guess if you want.
Wasn't Steph Curry?
Correct.
Chef! You got to do it right. The Jeff.
All right, so that's 2 of the 3. Those
Okay.
2, Steph, LeBron, and
one
Drew
more.
Holiday, and there's one other.
One more.
You guys can take some guesses. I guarantee you're not going to get it.
Oh, well, that's mean.
You have
That's
one
not
strike.
Fun. That's no fun.
He
Two
has
wrong
one
answers.
strike.
Yeah.
We have one strike.
Yeah, no, we're a team.
We're a team.
Stop it.
Sorry about that.
God dang it.
No Ian. Well, there's an Ian Dibley.
Yeah, there
and
is.
a couple in Willard.
A
bunch of them.
There's only one in Willard.
Williard. Man, who else would it be? Some old codger. He's currently in the association, right,
fully
Mark?
guaranteed,
That is
33
correct.
or older, fully guaranteed, $100 million or more.
Can I guess for
Go
us?
for it. Sure.
James Harden.
No. Now, remember now, he said that this is abstract. It's
Yeah,
like you're
okay.
not going to get it. You're not going to get it.
You guys want a major hint?
Sure.
All right, so of the 3 that you guys already know, Drew Holiday, Steph Curry, and LeBron James, this player, the 4th guy, is a teammate currently with one of these players.
He's a man of nuance.
What?
He's a teammate of one of those 3?
Currently.
So he's either a Celtic, a Laker, or a Warrior.
That is correct. That is what I'm saying.
Well done.
Okay.
Well
This is
judged.
good.
And it's
Thank
not
you.
Chris Paul.
Thank you. I got it right.
And it's not, Draymond signed it before he was that age. I think. Yeah, because
How about some guesses, boys?
How about Al?
How about a conversation,
Al
Lucas?
Horford. Hey! Boom! Boom!
Attaboy.
You definitely looked
That's
up
a
Lucas'
recovery.
Twitter.
No, I didn't. I did not. I did not look at Twitter.
He's not a cheater, Lucas.
Look, I just said the Celtics roster open. That's all I had.
there you go.
Doesn't have salaries on it, though.
Al Horford.
Al Horford.
Yeah, one of these guys are not like the others. Well, maybe 2 of them.
Yeah.
But
Al Horford.
It's interesting because Draymond is old enough to have qualified and he has $100 million, but he must not have signed that deal before he turned 33.
Oh, and I have to tell Drew down on YouTube. No, I didn't. He said, you saw me. I didn't look at YouTube.
You saw me.
I purposely didn't look at YouTube because people were going to be like throwing answers, and I wanted to do that honestly. I didn't want to cheat on Chip, even though if you're not cheating, you're not trying. But anyway, Al Horford, that's the answer. And yes, thank you to the people who are now texting in Al Horford.
Yeah.
Yes, no, well, we got it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Lil Bugs Love.
Yeah, whatever that name.
YouTube, on the tube.
All right, let's go back to the phones. How about Grant in San Jose? Hey, Grant, what are you doing?
Nothing much, just driving home from work. I just had a few thoughts on the Warriors on the 10 seed question.
Let's do it.
And I think, everybody can point to the inconsistent lineups and Kerr, and I think that is a big part of it. But I think our biggest problem, which I have seen in the Lakers game in the past couple of games we've improved on, is closing out games. I think we've blown 30-plus leads within 5 points, something crazy like that. The amount of close games we've been in is way higher than any other team in the NBA. We're also in a strong West, which sucks. If you look at the East, we'd be in a 4 seed in the East. But so I think there's a lot of factors, and I think we look a lot better. But I would say probably the ability to close games is something that we really need to be able to do in the next couple weeks, or we'll be bounced early.
Yeah, Grant, thanks. And they have done that a lot better. They're a lot better in the fourth quarter now. And again, I just think it all comes with definition. And if you want to be out and about and rip Steve Kerr for that, go right ahead. He waited too long with TJD and Moody and Kuminga, and he hates young people. If you want to do that, fine. I get it. I don't feel that way. I feel like this has been an incredibly difficult puzzle to finish. And maybe they finally have. And part of that has been availability. Part of that has been inconsistency. And part of that has just been growth. Don't tell me TJD was ready to fully look like this in November. He wasn't. And Draymond was unavailable, and Clay was on an ayahuasca journey or whatever was going on, right? This is all very difficult. That's all I would say. Steve Kerr will be the first to tell you he's made some mistakes this year.
Right.
I just wish everybody would meet him in the middle and admit that the job that he's had to do is really hard. And a lot of players actually made it harder on him.
Of course. And I'm looking at just Clay's early log, and the Warriors dropped 6 in a row. As you remember, they lost the opener. They won 6 of their next 7. And so everyone's, all right, the Warriors are humming. They are 6-2. They proceeded to lose 6 consecutive games, during which time Clay averaged 11 a night. He shot 31% from the floor, 28% from 3, and he was awful. And that was a big reason why the Warriors were struggling at that point. Remember, they lost a close one to Denver. They blew leads against OKC and lost back-to-back. They lost to Minnesota in back-to-back games. Yep. And the team was kind of in shambles. And I don't think that it was necessarily Steve Kerr's fault. You had your top-flight players not playing well. And all year, Steve had to struggle with, who do I play? Who's playing well? Who's not suspended? Who's healthy? Who doesn't have a broken hand? Pods was great, and then he hit the rookie wall, and at the same time, TJD emerged, and now you get to this point, 79 down, 3 to go, and it felt for the first time, Mark, yesterday, like he had a starting 5, he had a 4-man bench rotation. These are my 9 that I'm ready to take into next week.
Definition.
Right, finally, after 79 games.
By the way, here are the clutch stats. The Warriors do lead the league in the most clutch games. And again, that's correct me if I'm wrong. Is that defined by a 5-point game with 5 minutes or less?
Right.
Is that right? Okay. Warriors have 45 of those, but it's not that much more than everyone else in the league. In fact, they're only tied. The Atlanta Hawks have played the same number, 45 of those. So 45 out of their 79 have been clutch stat games, and the Warriors have climbed back to almost 500 in those games. They're 22-23. In those basketball games. You know what else jumps off the page? You know who one of the teams is that's played the least? They're not the lowest, but they're down there in a handful of teams near the very bottom in terms of the number of times they've done this. The Lakers. The Lakers have only played 32 clutch games, and you know what their record is? 23-9.
Wow.
23-9. If you want to do a metric dive, it will make you feel better about the Warrior-Laker matchup. I still don't, because it's just metrics. But in other words, the Warriors' point differential's better than the Lakers. They've beaten the Lakers 3 out of 4. They're a better defensive team. The Lakers have won all the close games. The Warriors have dropped a bunch of the close games. A couple things go this way, that way. The Warriors could be 7 or 8 games up front of the Lakers. They're not. To me, the equalizer, though, is just size. That's what bothers me about the Lakers. I feel like the Lakers against the Warriors can get easy baskets too often when they're in full health. And you'd think that next week they will be.
Yeah, but you never know. And last night was a great example of how the Lakers maybe won't be at full health because Anthony Davis unable to go due to a headache and nausea, depending on how you want to pronounce it. So the Anthony Davis factor makes it so there's no guarantee that he will be able to go next week or that they'll be at full health.
He's never a guarantey, even when he's totally guaranteed.
He's an ingrown nail away from missing 2 weeks.
5 minutes into the game, he's going to get knocked out because someone breathed on his ear. Yeah. Let's go to Ian in Hayward. Hi, Ian. What are you doing?
Hey, pretty good, man. How are you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. I know you are. Hey, I listened to you. Hey, I've been a little frustrated listening to the station over the year, and the only one time I ain't frustrated is when I'm listening to you guys because you guys don't knee jerk so much like they do in the morning and like they do in the noon time, and you guys aren't like hot take happy, so I really dig listening to you. But the reason I called was over the why are they in the 10th? And the funny thing is that I called with a kind of a similar take that you had. Rather than using the term definition, I just said none of us envisioned the Warriors team that will be playing its best basketball of the year would be this team now, where you're starting rookies. You're either starting Pachensky or you're starting, Trace Jackson Davis. And this business about, Kuminga, Kerr messed up. Why? Because they didn't play Kuminga in the playoffs last year. Kuminga is in his third year, and he came on fully in the middle of the third year. You're going to tell me they didn't develop him correctly? So, yeah, it's down to a matter basically of the team not really knowing, and this is not a knock on the coaching staff because it's incredibly complex, the franchise not really knowing how to max this team out, and the team is just now gelled. I mean, you go back to these old school terms. We just had to wait for him to gel, man. And that's it.
And what? There's a lot of truth in that. Ian, thank you so much. I will say this, though. This still, and I don't say this as a point as much as I do a question, because I find this head-scratching. There are a lot of people I know who I think that they know basketball, and they've got questions about the Warriors' talent development department.
Right.
But if you're going to point at the Warriors and say, you held Kuminga back, well then who gets credit for how he's playing now? It's like you can't say they didn't develop Kuminga and then look at Kuminga now and be like, see, he looks amazing. Well, who developed him?
Right.
And how do you know when was the right time to hit the go button? Because the go button can't just be hit whenever you want. Look at baseball. You can't just go to the minor leagues and be like, we think you're going to be good, so go. You'll ruin people if you do it too early.
And what is player development without the player getting better on their own? And that, to me, is always where I kind of bristle at this conversation. So the Warriors don't develop players, yet you look at Jordan Poole when he was here, and he developed into a great player so good that he got a 9-figure contract, and now he's gone to Washington, and he regressed, and now he's playing better. So where did that development come from? And Kevon Looney and Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, did they not develop James Wiseman? Well, he's gone to Detroit and been healthy and largely been the same player that he probably would have been here, which is not very good. So I always have a hard time, Mark, deciding between the development of a player and the player getting better on their own. It's kind of the whole thing with a quarterback in the system. Like, do we know if Trey Lance is a good quarterback or not? We won't really know until he goes somewhere else and gets a chance to play. And what we've discovered is his second team hasn't really so far seen him in a way that they want to play him either.
Yeah, I think, listen, I tend to lean in the direction of the players when somebody is not developing, because these teams, I mean, come hell or high water, that's all they want is for these players to shine. They put all of their stock in them. They put all of their money into them. They put their own reputation into these players, and then for some reason fans are like, stop holding them back. No, like nobody wants them to be good better than that front office. Nobody. It's egg on their face when it doesn't work. Wiseman and Lance and Joey Bart, that's egg on the face of the front offices. So nobody's more motivated. And by the way, I don't know this to be true. How many teams in the NBA have more homegrown players than the Warriors? It can't be many. There's Wiggins, there's Chris Paul, there's kind of GP2. What else? This whole team was drafted by the Warriors. And
a lot of them.
And I get that the big three, that was a different front office. I understand.
Right.
But were they not drafted and developed?
You got Šarić, CP3.
Šarić, but he doesn't play.
GP2. Man, that's it.
Yeah.
As far as the core goes.
Right? Clay, homegrown. Podziemski, Moody, Looney, Kuminga, TJD, Draymond, Steph. Like, nobody's got more homegrown of a core than the Golden State Warriors. I don't think. I'm trying to think of some of the other great teams out there. Boston's top two are, but now Drew Holiday. No. Dallas brings in Kyrie.
Kyrie, yeah.
The Clippers, I don't even think they draft teams. They just signed whatever they go. I've heard of him. Let's bring him in. You know? Minnesota's core, homegrown, but Gobert is there.
Yeah, the Thunder, other than Gilgeous-Alexander, who they got early.
The Lakers, not even close.
Right.
Just bouncing around. I mean, everybody's got a couple. I think the Warriors are as homegrown as any team in the league. But we
any good team, I would say, because if you look at a lot of the bad teams, they're just playing guys that are second-round draft picks and really undrafted players. Got teams like the Spurs, Blazers,
right? But
Hornets.
If I go to the East, does anybody have like key contributors, big time starters scoring a lot of points that are not homegrown? Boston's got Holiday, Milwaukee's got Lillard, the Knicks have Brunson. Minnesota's got Gobert. Denver feels pretty homegrown. Aaron Gordon's a big piece. That name pops out to me as someone who's not homegrown.
Right.
Magic are pretty homegrown.
But they're pups and haven't really achieved anything yet. But yeah, they're the 4 seed out there, 46 wins. Good team. Can't score, but good team.
OKC is the one that I would look at, but Gilgeous-Alexander did come from the Clippers, but everybody else, Jalen Williams, Holmgren, Dort, Giddey, all their other top players, they drafted him.
Well, and they've had more draft picks than anybody in the NBA.
Exactly.
They've been building that up. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I can fully go all in on this idea that the Warriors have a problem developing talent.
My thing is, if a player like Joey Bart, for example, in baseball is a great case. If he goes on and plays like he has of late in Pittsburgh, then I think you can look at the Giants and say, you didn't develop him. If Joey Bart has 18 homers this year and stays with Pittsburgh all year and turns out to be a really good major leaguer, well, you blew it by getting rid of him and you didn't develop him.
Well,
that to me is where the bar is set. So if Jordan Poole turns into an all-star, or if James Wiseman goes out and he's averaging double-doubles, then I would look at the Warriors and say, you didn't develop him.
Agreed, but at the same time, Joey had tons of chances, and someone at the exact same position got drafted later and flew right by him within the exact same system. I mean, we're getting I know where you're coming from, but the Joey Bart thing has gotten completely out of pocket because he's played 2 games with the Pirates.
That's my point, though. Is if he goes on to play like that, but for me, the question of development comes more from what players do after they leave your organization.
I agree.
That's when you can look at them and say, well, you didn't develop them.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We keep going with your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Why are the Warriors the 10 seed if they're so good? And our conversation with Steve Kerr will give you a lot of that coming up next hour as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Habit grown-up meal comes with a charburger, fries, drink, and gummy burger for just $6.
Dub Nation, is Chris Paul. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Give you a little preview? Because, about 20 minutes away, we'll let you hear the conversation with Steve Kerr again. Here's what he said when I told him, hey, your guy Steph said your job this year has been really hard. What do you think about your rotation job this year? This is what he said.
It's been a challenge, but I will 100% take this over the opposite and not having enough guys. You know, we are, I think, one of the deepest teams in the league, maybe the deepest. And so what that's meant for us is that we've been able to survive, injuries and absences and also develop young players and accomplish a lot of things at once. Obviously, the goal is to win a championship, and we're still in the mix for that. But a lot of good things have happened because of our depth and because of the quality of the human beings involved. I mean, guys like Loon and Moody, who are really good players and have started games and, helped us win championships. I mean, for them to not be in the rotation last night, that's really tough. But they're such good people that they stay with it, put their work in every day, as they're doing right now as we speak, and they stay ready for when their time comes. So we're lucky to have such good guys.
I kind of look at a lot of Warrior fans' assessment of Kerr the same way I look at people sitting at a table at a restaurant. And you just think your server should just be there all the time. Like, why is the food not here on time? Why is the server like, I need a fork, my napkin hit the ground, I need this. Why is this taking so long? It's like, you know what would happen if we just gave you a smock and a job for 6 minutes? Go back there. Go to the back of the house. See what's going on back there. See how many different things are going on for your server. The timing of the chef yelling at everybody.
The chef.
Thank you. Other servers back there. Who knows? Oh, gosh, we got everything ready, and then someone dropped one of the plates, and we want to bring this all out together. Boy, the person at the front of the house sat too many tables at the same time, and now I need to be in 5 places at once. Like, I would love for everybody who's like, this Kerr idiot who didn't go to TJD fast enough, and Kuminga and Moody, I'd love to see you coach one night.
It's not as hard as you're making it.
No, yes, it is.
Get me a fork. I'm sitting down here.
You're
I want to
talking about
eat.
the server part.
Talking about the Steve Kerr part, too.
Come on, man. There's no way. I love
play
this take.
Kuminga.
It's
not that hard. Play Kuminga.
Now,
coaching?
Thank you.
Exactly. I would be coaching. This team would not be where it is if I was coaching.
Is he rebounding?
Yeah, this year he has.
Okay.
And play Moody when he's playing well. And don't forget Kuminga.
Only when he's playing well.
Well, he's always playing well.
Does he have a sign on his forehead that will let us know when he's going to play well?
The biggest puzzle is Andrew Wiggins. Trying to figure out whether or not to play Andrew Wiggins and how to play Andrew Wiggins.
They're all puzzles. Clay might not be feeling himself. Draymond might get kicked out. Andrew this way or that way. Jonathan forever was like, I'll rebound maybe. I don't really think it's that important because I can dunk. I mean, come on. How's he supposed to know? How's he supposed to
play the good players? It's not that hard. Just play the good guys and let the other guys sit.
I think this is a great take. Listen to Frank in San Jose. Hi, Frank. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, I have 2 points. The first one was what I originally called about, like, we've all played fantasy football. We've all had those teams where you've got a roster full of number 2 guys, all of which could blow up on any given day, and you never seem to get it right. You only can start so many.
Tell Dibs right now, Frank. Tell him.
Frank, I'm mad at you right now because I had a whole season of that this year.
Tell him about how dumb he was to leave David Montgomery on the bench, and it ruined his whole season.
I'm angry,
Tell
Jeff.
him, Frank.
I mean, that's awesome. Honestly, if you had a roster that was full of must-start guys, it's a hell of a lot easier. But we don't have that, right? The other thing, though, I wanted to comment on something else you said after I initially called. And you were talking about the Warriors developing all their rookies and that they haven't done a bad job. The reality is that the Warriors haven't had a choice because they've been over the cap for so many years now that they haven't been able to go out and get free agents. So they've had to kind of sleep in the bed that they're made for themselves. And the hard part about Steve Kerr's job is that you can't take risk, right? You can't play Wembanyama every day because you're trying to win a championship. And you've got to find guys who are going to mesh with Steph and Draymond. And I mean, you got 2 must starts on this team, 2.5. Steph and Draymond and now Kuminga, right? Clay is in there, right? But everyone else is mix and match. And you've got to try and figure out who's going to make these guys a champion, give these guys a champion. And if you said to me, hey, you know what? Podziemski is an everyday starter on a championship caliber team, I'm going to say you're an idiot. If you say TJD is an everyday starter on a championship caliber team, I'm going to say you're wrong. And I'm going to say this. If you think you can start both of those guys every single day on a championship caliber team, you don't know basketball.
Frank, I think
you have to find ways to mix and match these guys.
It's a great call, Frank. Thank you. Like I sort of look at it this way: you can rip the team for developing, or you can rip them for drafting. You can't rip them for both. Like I hear that a lot. Oh, they didn't.
You can rip them for both.
They didn't develop Wiseman. No, he stinks.
Yeah, that's a little harsh, but yeah,
he stinks.
It's early in his career, but it's not looking good. He's not looking good for the young man.
Not that
this
early.
Is James Wiseman.
It's not that early.
He missed 2 full seasons, so
and now has played in 3.
He's played in a couple.
Yeah,
but
this is not that early. You can't win a job with the Pistons. You can't start for the Pistons.
They got a lot of bigs. He's buried on the depth chart. I'm with you though, as far as you can't.
You got to do one or the other. You can either say it was a bad pick or say that you couldn't develop him. You can't do both. You can't say you made a bad pick and you didn't develop him.
Well, you can say that if he goes on to play well elsewhere, and so far he hasn't.
Who has? Who's the young warrior where you're like, you didn't develop him and then he went somewhere else and now he's a star?
No player's gone out to be a star.
Nobody. Jordan Poole got worse. James Wiseman can't crack the Pistons rotation on most nights.
A lot of that is because of where you're drafting too. And,
for sure,
you've drafted guys at the end of the first round and in the second round, and James Wiseman's the big exception because he was a lottery pick and it was a bad pick. And whether or not you developed him or not is yet to be determined. It doesn't seem like he's developable, if I can create a word, because so far Detroit hasn't developed him, and they've got a great coach there.
And so who are their other 2 top 15 picks?
Kuminga and Moody.
There you go. And Jonathan Kuminga, would you say he has now been developed and is a hit at number 7?
Absolutely, he's a hit.
Okay, and Moses Moody, who is twice as many picks later.
Right. The jury's still out.
The jury's still out, but he can play.
He can play.
Moses Moody's got a job in the NBA, which at number 14, at minimum, it's not a miss. It's not a bust.
No.
Right?
And that to me will be interesting as far as development. If he eventually goes on and plays somewhere else, does he become a different player, more of a player for another team? Because here, it's been fits and starts.
Totally.
It's been, you're in the rotation, you're out of the rotation. Oh, we need you to start, get in there. Now you're back on the bench, and like where he sits right now, he's the 10th or 11th man.
And he's handled it very, very well.
He's been a pro.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gabe Kapler would love the guy because he's like a platoon player.
Totally.
Right? It's like, take 3 days off, now go get me a hit. And by the way, he largely does. Let's go to Tanner in Livermore. Hi, Tanner. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing today? Just making my way home from work. I got a hypothetical and a question. So the hypothetical is there's a lot going back and forth between Kuminga and Wiggins. Who's getting the playing time? Who's not? What's the production? But my thought is maybe it's more so who is putting Clay in the best position to continue on this heater. So that's my hypothetical. And the question for you guys is, after last night's performance, is he still a $25 million player?
And so when you say who's putting him in the best position, do you mean which team, Warriors or someone else?
Player individually. So is it Kuminga or Wiggins putting Clay in the best position to succeed right now?
Got it. Okay. Which other wing is helping him do that? Okay. Tanner, thanks. Okay. First of all, is he a $25 million player? I say yes.
Yeah.
Like, again, the framework of the league, if Drew Holiday is worth $34 million, yes, Klay Thompson is absolutely still worth $25, and I do believe that he will get $25 from someone. Hell, the Warriors already offered him $24,
right?
And he said no. So yeah, I think he'd get another $1 million.
I think so.
So that's now who puts him in the best position, Kuminga or Wiggins? That one's not as easy. I feel like I want to say Andrew Wiggins. I think Wiggins is a little bit more willing or seasoned of a passer. And also at this point, and this is not a compliment, but he's just more willing to defer. So maybe that's best for Klay, though what's best for the Warriors is for Wiggins to stop deferring so much and be more aggressive, which is what all of them have said over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't know the analytics to that, of Klay performs better with which one of those on the floor. I'm not sure, but I feel for my feel says Wiggins.
The numbers would tell you it's Kuminga.
Okay.
And I'm looking at 2-man combinations in the regular season.
Not 5-man with them both on the floor.
No, just the 2-man combo. Klay's best is with Draymond. His second best is with Kuminga.
Okay.
In terms of just raw plus minus, and then him with Chris Paul, and then he with Pods, and then he with Looney, then he with Curry, then Klay with Wiggins. They're a minus 4.4 together in 1,011 minutes this year.
Okay.
And that's just a 2-man combo. That's not extrapolating out the full 5-man.
And that rating is suggesting how the team is doing with them.
With just those two.
And the question is who puts him in his best position. I don't know. I sort of feel like maybe I don't understand the relevancy of the question, because you're talking about your other wing. I would much more rather talk about, like, for instance, which point guard or even point forward is out there with Klay Thompson and who's putting him in his best position there. Did you say Chris Paul is pretty high on the list?
Higher than Wiggins in just 2-man combinations.
Yeah. Okay. Willard and Dibbs, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steve Kerr in less than 10 minutes. Let's go to Mark in Oakland. Hi, Mark. What's up?
Hey, guys. Nothing. I'm just sitting here in traffic. I'm going to try to make a couple points really fast and concise. If I run out of time, just hang up on me. One, Warrior fans are crazy for complaining about where we're at. I think we're in a fantastic position. We're peaking. I think we are the number one sleeper team in the league. And quite honestly, if we got number 8 and we had to play Denver, I'm okay with that matchup. I know it's taking on Goliath straight out the box, but I think we can actually take them. I also want to say that we're really probably a 52 to 53 win team had we not had that horrendous first half. Clutch games, missing out on Draymond, as well as Wiggins being a no-show. But I feel like all those issues are maybe not entirely gone, but look at Wiggins. He's playing a lot better. Draymond, to me, is just an unheralded basketball player, albeit he's got problems. But he's playing phenomenal. And that shot, his shooting expedition last night was incredible. And my last point is we cannot talk about developing talent without recognizing that we are the only NBA team, as far as I understand, to draft 3 players and keep them for so long. And if we re-sign Klay, I mean, these guys could all finish their career with Golden State Warriors, which to me is unheard of. So developing talent to me is not an issue for this team, and I think we're in a good position.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. I largely agree. I tend to think, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush here, but the people I hear that from, I often feel like sort of make hypocritical points, or they make the opposite point at the same time. In other words, there's a very healthy, and I get it. These are some exciting young players. The Warriors had a good draft this year, but the same people that want to bang the drum about young players, get him in there. Come on, Kuminga, TJD, Poughkeepsie Kid. Put him in there more. Okay.
Posminski.
And then as they start looking really good and contributing, people will be like, see, these guys just refuse to develop young players. It's like, well, wait a minute, but don't you like what you see from them? Don't you like what that is development? Like the Warriors, I would argue, especially when you factor in that they were not even near the lottery. And what was Pajemski? 21? What was the draft number? Was he the 21st?
19.
19. Okay. So the Warriors are not in the top 15, And they have come away with, as you and I discussed yesterday, easily 2 of the top 15 rookies in the league. And they were nowhere near the top 15 picks. I could argue the Warriors, in terms of bang for buck, had the best draft of anyone in the NBA. And now both players are contributing at a very high level for a team that is postseason bound. Make the case that they're not developing young players.
Right.
Like that's exactly what this is.
And what is the timeline for developing young players? Is it 1 season? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Additionally, how do you balance the development of a young player with the goal that you have as a team when you've got 3 veterans who have been champions? You've got 4 or 5 veterans, actually, and a 39-year-old point guard who you acquired. So how do you balance the 2 things? You're trying to win, and you're also trying to develop young players. Well, your hand was forced this year because you needed the young players to play. Chris Paul was out for almost a couple of months with a broken hand. Draymond couldn't control himself and missed 15 games. Wiggins had an absence. Clay was in a slump. All these other things that kind of led you to need to play these guys, and they played well. So their development was accelerated by need and also by the fact that they both came into the league ready to go, much more ready than James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga were when they were rookies.
And I look at this Western Conference, and I know you joked earlier about the idea of, the Warriors being that team. Nobody wants to face them.
Right.
I don't know if anybody wants to face anybody, man. You look at these Western Conference, I really believe it. Like, these series are going to be long. They're going to be long. The fact that the 1 seed in the West has fit, like, no one's going to get 60 wins. So there is no one team that's just like, well, they'll dominate. I think everybody in the top 10 can at least hang with everybody in the top 10. At least hang. I'm not saying win. I'm not telling you the Kings or the Warriors or the Lakers could go beat Denver. I would highly doubt it. But I don't see a sweep. I don't see anybody dominating anybody. And so we set up for some of the best theater that the NBA playoffs have to offer. Unfortunately for us Warrior fans, you sort of end up in the cauldron right away and could end up on the chopping block right away, which would be tremendously disappointing.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be a great playoff experience. So I really hope the Warriors are a part of it.
Yeah, just get in and be a part of it. And even if you wind up as the 8 and you have to go up against Denver, OKC, Minnesota, whatever, but get in there and slug it out. At the very least, you're going to give the Poughkeepsie kid and TJD, at the very least, playoff experience. And Jonathan Kuminga is going to get playoff experience at that point as a real impactful player, unlike what he got in his first 2 years with the Warriors.
You know, what I was looking at here, because I know that our stock thing is to say that that Denver is going to end up as the 1 seed. We're leaving out what is a massive basketball game that starts in 2 hours. Minnesota is in Denver tonight. They are tied for the 1 seed, and they are tied head-to-head for the year. So not only does the winner move a game ahead, but the winner grabs the tiebreaker for this whole thing. So in other words, the winner probably has the 1 seed.
Right.
It's probably on the line tonight. Denver at home. And Minnesota right now actually has the tiebreaker, but it doesn't matter. Whoever wins this one tonight is going to get it. So I know it's sort of that stock feel. They're the champs. That Denver is going to be the number 1. That thing can still get thrown around all over the place. And so Minnesota's at Denver tonight, and then they're home for the rest of their schedule with the Hawks and the Suns. I think those are both pretty winnable games, but I haven't really looked at the schedules for these 3 teams the rest of the way to see how they are likely to go. Denver's schedule is very easy after this one, so I think we may get somewhat of an answer tonight. If Denver wins tonight, they're probably going to be the 1 seed.
Right.
Because then it's San Antonio and Memphis for them the rest of the way.
Should be easy pickings.
Yeah,
and if Minnesota wins, they'll probably be the 1 seed based on holding the tiebreaker over Denver, and then they'd have a 1-game lead as well.
All right, Steve Kerr joined us. Our conversation with Steve right here on Willard and Tibbs. Glad to bring it to you here once again. We started out by asking Coach why he thought, even though they won by double digits last night, that the team actually didn't play that well.
Well, Well, I mean, I always look at the process. Not so much does the ball go in or not. We obviously shot it well. I mean, that was an incredible display of marksmanship, but didn't feel like it was our best defensive game for sure. And then offensively, I thought we could have passed the ball better, but I'm nitpicking. I mean, it was a great effort. You guys really competed, and a hell of a win.
37 assists, only 15 turnovers. I say only because, I mean, we've had games where there have been far more than 15. Other than the defense, is there anything process-wise that maybe irked you about the offense that put up 134?
I didn't like the passing early in the game. I thought we were making some careless passes and some that were just ill-timed or off-target that took us a little bit out of rhythm. But, our guys made up for it by knocking down so many shots.
I mean, honestly, Coach, are you now drawing up some plays to get Draymond more threes?
No, I don't need to do that. He's going to be open. I mean, guys are the way teams defend us, and it makes sense, right? I mean, you're trying to take Steph and Clay away, and so you have to offer help, and you have to try to clog the lane a little bit, and so people are going to leave Draymond open. He's used to it, and that's why when he takes him and he knocks him down, he makes sure to point at the other coach and talk a little trash. So,
yeah, Coach. Here's a question I really wanted to ask you, and something we're kicking around today, and really am looking forward to your perspective on this, because you look at this team right now. You guys look as good as anyone. You're playing fantastic. Second half of the year, you've been as good as anyone. So in your eyes, the journey you've been on, why are you guys the 10 seed?
Well, the number one reason is because the West is so damn good. I mean, that's really easy to figure out when you look at everybody's records and how many talented teams that are out there that are absolutely going for it. Teams have sold out to put the best rosters together. And so there's just very little margin for error. When you look at the top 10, 11 teams in the West, clearly three teams have been better than everybody else with, OKC, Minnesota, and Denver. But everybody just seems so bunched together. And so every game's close. We've played more close games than anybody in the league. And I think early in the season, we lost more than our share of those, and we're trying to make up for it now, and we're winning some of the close ones.
Winning close ones and also playing great right now, and it feels like Andrew Wiggins is playing as well as you said that he was 8 weeks ago, and Klay Thompson, a little bit of a late-season renaissance. What's the confidence level inside the locker room as you head down the stretch here? 3 games to go in the regular, and then play-in games yet to come.
Yeah, confidence level is really high, and our guys are feeling good about themselves and about each other. There's a really good chemistry and commitment to one another on this team that's been there all year, and I think that's one of the things that's allowed us to get to this point and play through the adversity that we had early in the season between the injuries, the suspensions, even some of the just struggles with our play. The guys have stuck together throughout, and I'm really proud of them, and it's fun to watch them play. I thought Wiggs last night was key right away. He played a great game, and we had a lot of guys step up and play well.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, Steph said last night after the game he doesn't envy the job that you've had to have. I mean, everyone always says, great problem to have with too many good players or a lot of depth. In this case, I wonder if you feel that way because of the math that has been difficult for you. How would you describe sort of the role and rotation dance that you've had to do this year?
Well, it's been a challenge, but I will 100% take this over the opposite and not having enough guys. We are, I think, one of the deepest teams in the league, maybe the deepest. And so what that's meant for us is that we've been able to survive, injuries and absences and also develop young players, and accomplish a lot of things at once. Obviously the goal is to win a championship and we're still in the mix for that. But a lot of good things have happened because of our depth and because of the quality of the human beings involved. I mean, guys like Loon and Moody, who are really good players and have started games and, helped us win championships. I mean, for them to not be in the rotation last night, that's really tough. But they're such good people that they stay with it, put their work in every day, as they're doing right now as we speak, and they stay ready for when their time comes. So we're lucky to have such good guys.
Do you feel like that now, 79 games in, you found your starting five with Draymond, Wiggs, TJD, Clay, and Steph?
I do, but these things always remain fluid. You just have to adapt and adjust, and be willing to do so at any moment's notice. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We obviously, we really want to finish these last 3 games off and maybe even move up to 8 potentially, give us 2 cracks at it in the play-in. But as we go, whether it's the play-in or beyond that, if we get through into the first round, we've got to be ready to change lineups at any time, because matchups often dictate that during the postseason.
Coach, obviously, you'd love to move up to 8. There's an advantage there. But if you end up in the 9-10 game, looking at the way you guys have played on the road, how important is 9 versus 10 to you?
Well, we want it. I mean, we really played well on the road, but you always would prefer to stay home. We feel really comfortable at Chase. It's nice not having to get on a plane. We got our home crowd, so we for sure want a home game. But the 8 is really the goal. I mean, if you can slide up to that 7-8 game, and all of a sudden you got 2 cracks at it instead of 1, it's obviously a huge difference.
Is there any matchup that you would prefer as you look at Sacramento or LA? Or are you just thinking more in terms of making sure your team is playing as well as it can be heading into that play-in here coming up a week from tonight?
The only focus, honestly, is winning every game, giving ourselves the best chance to move up. And so I'm much more focused on the seeding rather than the opponent. So if we can sneak into 8, then I really don't care who we play. It's just a simple math equation. Get 2 bites of the apple instead of the 1.
Coach, you're clicking at the right time. What are the keys to that? How did you get to this level of basketball in your mind?
I think it's a number of things, guys. It's Draymond's return obviously changed our defense, after the suspension. But I think when you look at just the overall growth of the team, guys like Jonathan, Brandon, Trace, young guys, Moses, these guys, young guys who have progressed and become really important players for us in terms of winning and losing. That's been huge. And then I just think the vets have helped foster that environment. They've mentored these young guys really well. Having Chris Paul, to me, is such a huge advantage for our group. The non-Steph minutes, I've never been more comfortable with them than I am this year because of Chris. So, getting him back from injury, but also having him mentoring the younger group. It's a really, really good group of guys and a well-balanced roster. So we're healthy, and knock on wood, hopefully we'll stay that way.
Coach, do you look at any of those things as things that had to happen? Kuminga upset with his minutes, Clay going through kind of an evaluation of self, Draymond getting suspended, the journey, if you will. Did those things make you what you are today as a team?
Yeah, no question. I mean, if you could draw it up, everybody would just be happy and right from the beginning, and you just settle into roles and everyone supports each other. But that's not how life works. Every single one of these guys has a unique set of circumstances. They've all got incredible pressure on them from multiple directions. So, to me, coaching a team and coaching a season, what makes it so challenging, but also, so rewarding is that you're trying to get each guy to a place where he's improving and rewarded for efforts, and where the guys are all really looking across the locker room playing for each other. And I think you have to go through stuff to get to that point.
Where is Jonathan Kuminga now in terms of him coming off the bench? 21 minutes last night, not as much as he had been playing when Andrew was out, and he had his knee tendonitis, and now he's working his way back. Is he comfortable with a role that maybe will include him being the seventh man?
Well, he's these are all different experiences for a young guy like J.K. For his 3 years, he's come so far. And then, you get to a point where you're starting and playing 35 minutes a night. You get comfortable with that. It's not easy going back. But that's all part of being, committed to a team and part of a winning team. The fact that Trace is playing so well and that our defense is at its best, really, with Trace and Draymond together in that starting lineup, that's what has dictated these sets of circumstances now for JK and for others. So it's not easy, but it's part of the job. And, he's continuing to work and put in the effort and make a big difference for us.
Coach, how much of the future organizational plan is based on how this postseason goes?
You're talking about like future, next year's roster? What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean you've got your 2-year extension now, and this team is playing so well, so there's this feeling of like, okay, this is who these guys are. Yet the reality is you guys are in one-and-done games, at least one game next week, and so I just feel like there's this possibility that what looks like a really good team has like a really quick exit. And so I wonder how much of what happens next is based on what happens next week.
Well, I think that's probably more of a question for Mike Dunleavy, but I think in this business you can't get too worried about all that stuff. You got to just play it and go through the season and see what happens and worry about that stuff next.
When you think about what's next, can you fathom a time when you don't have Steph, Clay, and Dre all on the roster together?
No, that's going to be really hard to imagine. I mean, those guys really are the franchise. I mean, that what they've done the last 12 to 15 years is very unique in NBA history. There's only been a few franchises that have, kind of accomplished, that type of run where you have the same core group, where a fan base gets to know those guys and gets to enjoy them for over a decade. It's incredibly unique, and that's why I think we are so insistent on keeping it together, because you don't just put something like this together randomly. It's just we're lucky to have those guys. They're still all really good players. We want to keep them together.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. Yeah, Clay is playing really well, and he opened up just this week on Draymond's podcast about what he said were 4 specific heart-to-heart conversations with you. What can you share with our listeners with regard to what Clay has been through mentally from the beginning of the year till now?
Well, I think everything goes back to the injuries. You have to, I think, to really understand Clay, you have to know how much he loves basketball and how much those injuries took from him. And I think this year for him has been about reconciling the fact that, yes, those injuries happened. You had 2 years of your prime completely wiped out and taken from you. But you can still move forward and have great moments ahead, and there's still plenty to look forward to. But if you get caught in the past, it's too difficult to overcome that and play well. And I think what I've noticed from him the last 6 weeks is just he's freed himself up. He's just enjoying the game. He's not worrying about anything. I think he's moved past the injuries, and he's just looking forward, and it's so great to see. I mean, it just makes me so happy to see him enjoying himself and playing with freedom and being himself, and that's the most important thing.
Have you had similar conversations with Steph or Draymond or even CP3 about the deterioration of a pro career as a former pro yourself, and eventually you got to a spot where you weren't able to do what you were once able to do. Have any of these veterans leaned on you for advice about how it goes when it starts to slip away?
Well, every guy is different, and they all have unique circumstances. And I think that the guy who probably has had the closest sort of experience to Clay is Draymond. The last couple of years, just he relies so much on his physical ability to be the strongest, quickest guy out there, even though he's about 6'6" and he's playing against 7-footers and 6'10" guys, and that's not easy to do. He also relies on emotion and passion, and so when you have to do that 82 nights a year, and you've been doing it a dozen years, that's really hard. And so I think it's my job as coach to understand what every player is going through and try to help them through that and help them be the best versions of themselves.
Coach, you talked about at the beginning of the year the analytics that were showing that JK and Andrew were having a hard time on the court together. And now, particularly with JK back, I wonder if you could give an update for how those two are doing together and how you sort of assess the minutes that each are going to get now that everyone's healthy.
I think we found something, when we started them together with Draymond at the 5. That's when things started to shift for those two guys in terms of their ability to play together. And by going small, it really opened up the floor for each of them. Playing with Steph and Clay or Brandon, we just had a lot of skill and a lot of space around those two guys, so they were able to thrive together. Now that we're going to Trace at the 5, it lessens the possibility that we're going to put those two guys in, like at the 2 and the 3, because those just aren't our best lineups. We need, a good combination of skill and spacing and athleticism, and that's why last night you saw us go back to, playing them more separately.
Just one more rotational one from me, Steve. 9 players last night in real minutes other than the garbage time. Is that about what you're looking for with GP and BP coming off the bench and Kuminga and Chris Paul as you head into the real high-leverage games?
Well, I think, yes, but with the caveat that, Loon could play depending on the matchup. He's been so effective for us these last few weeks, even with Trace. Every time we throw him out there, he gives us something positive. And so there could be matchups that, put Loon out there, Moses as well. When we go to him, he's always effective. If we need a little shooting and spacing, we could go to him. This is, since we're healthy now, what you saw last night is, what we're planning on going forward with. But, it really is game to game, depending on how things are going.
Coach, I remember a few weeks ago you told us you hate it when the best player on the other team is out. But I wonder, with the specter of potentially playing the Lakers next week, how different of a challenge is it when AD is in versus out?
Oh, it's a massive difference. I mean, he's one of the best defensive players in the world. And when he's out there, it just changes the way their guards have to play. They can't rely on him at the rim to clean up any mistakes. And it makes the game easier no matter who they're playing. Their defense suffers without him. And, I like players to be healthy, not only for their own sake, but for the league's sake and really for our sake. I mean, it's you play your best and you get the most from your team when they're faced with the biggest challenge. That's when you get to really make the most improvement. And that's I thought we went through that in 22. In order to find the best version of ourselves that allowed us to beat Boston, we needed to play Memphis. We really did, because they were a team that gave us a lot of problems. And so as you go through this stuff, you might get a free pass once in a while and guys are injured or whatever, but in the big picture, it doesn't really do your team any good.
Well, Coach, I tell you what, this is exciting, but it's nerve-wracking. What you guys are about to do next week. You all seem pretty comfortable with it, though.
We do. Yeah, we're playing well. We're enjoying it, and we're just going to go one game at a time. And I know it's a cliche, but it's literally how we have to do it. But the guys are really enjoying each other and the process, and we're in a good place right now. So hopefully we can keep it going.
Okay, win these last 3, and then we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Steve.
Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs at 95.7 The Game. And I'm not kidding with what I said there at the end. The Warriors have made a point to sort of say over the last few weeks, especially Steve Kerr, really, really likes this team, really, really believes in this team. They're a better team than they were last year, all of those things. And I just keep getting struck by the fan experience here. Because all we do is sit on couches and eat. That's our experience to watch the game. We don't get our anxiety out by actually playing the game. And this is both going to be wonderful theater. And I'm just going to say it next week, Dibs. It's going to suck. This is like it's going to completely be, you know what I mean? Like normally you get to ease into the playoffs a little bit. You can lose game 1 and go, okay, I see you, Sacramento Kings. You got game 1. All right, we'll see you in a couple of nights. Not this time. You lose game 1, bye-bye.
Right. But that's you get what you get. Bye-bye. And you get what your record says you should get relative to your conference. And I know you might wind up with, 47 or 48 wins, and it feels like you should be a 5 seed or a 6 seed, and traditionally you are, but this year is totally different, and the West is stacked, and you could have been better had you not gonked off a bunch of games earlier in the year, and you gacked them away. And
what'd you call them?
Gonk them off.
You gonked?
Yeah. You kicked them. You gacked them away. And so you are what your record says you are, and here you are. You're the 10 seed, and you've earned it. You've earned being the 10 because you gonked off so many games.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know how relevant that is to Warrior basketball today. And that's why, and I know that I guess all of these teams sort of see it that way. There's more than one way to underachieve. Let's put it that way. And I don't follow every other team game by game. I don't know their story. Like, for instance, the Phoenix Suns. How do you feel Phoenix Suns fans feel about their season? I'm very surprised that they've been as bad as they have. And they're not that bad, but, like, they should be better.
Right.
That roster should be better. They've had some embarrassing games. They're fighting to end up not in the play-in tournament as well. I don't look at them as a team that's playing very well right now or all that scary in the playoffs. Do you feel like a Suns fan's going to look at this and go, if we had just really kind of, if this tweak had happened or that, we would be the 3 seed. I don't, in other words, know if other fan bases feel the same way Warriors fans do, which is to look at this and go, God, when you take the season as a whole, sure, you ended up in the 9 or the 10, but if you look at this thing right now, I don't know, where do you think the Warriors stack up if you just play that game?
Where they sit right now.
Right now. Forget seeding.
Yeah, forget record.
Right now. Best teams in the West, go.
I would put Denver ahead of them.
Okay.
I would put Minnesota ahead of them. I'd put OKC ahead of them. And then it gets to be kind of interesting on just right now. Throw the records out, as we like to say. Dallas has beaten you 2 of 3 times since March. So I'd put Dallas ahead of you too, just based on the way it's gone on the floor. Dallas has gotten 2 out of the 3 against you.
And they've won 9 of 10. Like they're playing very, very well.
Playing great. And then beyond that, I don't know the Clippers have had your number throughout the course of the year, but a lot of that was earlier in the year. I would put the Warriors right in that next group. But that's the thing about the West is it's a big pileup. If you go from 6 to 10, there are 5 teams separated by 3 games.
They might still be 6th, but yeah, they're at
probably
least
higher than 10th.
They're at least that. I think they're at least 6th. They're playing better than the Pelicans, playing better than the Suns. They're playing better than the Kings. They're playing better than the Lakers. Lakers are playing pretty well, but now they've lost a couple in a row. Yeah.
Your point about Phoenix is good because if you're a Phoenix Suns fan, you're disappointed with how this year has gone.
For sure.
Even though you're in a spot where you might avoid the play-in. Right now, you're the 7th seed, and I'm looking at the over-under for Phoenix at the start of the year for win total, and it was 51.5, and you had 4 legitimate great players on your team, and you thought, Western Conference Finals, we could be the team this year.
Absolutely.
And it's been that way for a number of years now for Phoenix.
I think they were the second favorite going in behind Denver.
Exactly. And yet,
yeah.
And I'm looking at their schedule, their game log. They're 2-1, and they have San Antonio in back-to-back games at home, and they lost them both. And then they lost at Philly to fall to 2-4, and you thought, okay, slow start, Phoenix will right the ship. And they've never righted the ship.
No, and the Pelicans are super, super upset with the Clippers tonight. I mean, the Pelicans are sitting here 1 game ahead of the Suns. Suns will play in L.A. against the Clippers tonight, and it caught my eye as I was scrolling around the NBA scoreboard that the Suns are an 11.5-point favorite at the Clippers tonight. And I'm like, oh, gosh, who's out? And then you looked it up.
Yep.
And the answer was everybody.
Except for Paul George, yeah. No, Paul George is out. I'm sorry.
All of them.
Harden
out.
Kawhi
out.
PG
out.
Westbrook is day to day.
Right.
He's expected to play.
Zubats.
Zubats is out.
Out.
Yeah, you're not playing.
I mean,
if you're Westbrook, these are the games you love because you can go for 47, 22, and 11
and lose by 13.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, whatever.
Get my numbers.
Well, the Clippers are
it's
pretty
a numbers
much
night.
Right. Clippers are pretty much locked into the 4. I don't see that changing a whole lot. Right now, they've kind of got, they're 3 games behind the Thunder, but they're 2 games clear of Dallas for that 4 seed. So they're probably going to get the 4. Dallas is almost assuredly going to be the 5. And then everything after that is kind of up in the air with the Pelicans, Suns, Kings, Lakers, Warriors, and a bunch of games against one another just between now and the weekend. Pelicans will come here. Pelicans will play the Kings. Suns have the game against the Clippers. All of it. I think the Suns play the Kings too. So it's going to get all sort of basketball incestuous here at the bottom of the Western Conference standings. And a lot of shuffling can still happen between now and Sunday night.
Yeah, and the Mavs up by 18 second quarter at Miami, and the Thunder all over the Spurs, up 34-11 after 1. Ooh. So OKC still with designs on the 1 seed. I know those games don't have any impact on Golden State, but it's a fun time to just scoreboard watch around the association.
Well, and the Thunder will catch whoever loses between the Wolves and Denver tonight. That's a hell of a game.
Yeah.
I can't wait. That's what a perfect game to have where the Warriors and Giants are both not playing tonight. You sit back and,
enjoy some ball.
A little popcorn.
Yeah.
And, but stress-free. Just kick the feet up and be like, whatever, dudes. I don't even know what I'm rooting for there.
Right.
I don't know, the Warriors could end up the 7. They could end up the 8. I don't know what I'm rooting for there. I think it's more likely that the Warriors end up the 8. So I guess pull for Minnesota. Is that what you would do tonight?
Yeah, because you want to face Minnesota if you're the 8.
Right.
That's my thinking. I've wanted them to face Minnesota. You're more of the mind of OKC. But if you knock Denver down, OKC wins, Denver loses, all of a sudden now they're tied in second. I don't know what their tiebreaker is, but Minnesota would be a game clear of both of them.
Can I take 3 minutes to just apparently we're going to have some fun with something that Grandy is cooking up here coming up in a handful of minutes.
Okay.
Here. Is that true?
Yeah. Really quick before you do transition, speaking of some injuries or guys not playing, we do have an injury report, a preliminary one for Warriors and Blazers tomorrow. A couple of key Blazers will not play as expected, Jeremy Grant and Anthony Simons. Draymond Green, though, is on the injury report with a right knee contusion. He is questionable for tomorrow.
Okay. That's interesting information.
Yep.
And the Warriors are probably favored by what? 13?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did you say a right 3 contusion or a right knee contusion?
I'll give you 3 for that.
I'll take a 3.
Right.
No, because his 3 is not contused at all. His 3 ball was spot on last night.
In the first half.
Yeah.
In the first half.
Whatever.
Was it you, Lucas, that was telling me the splits between Draymond in the first and second half?
It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. It's absolutely bananas.
I think he's maybe only made 2 threes in the second half all year.
He's shooting
all year.
I think it's 5. 5
is it like close to? Is he 40%?
He's over 50% in the first half.
Over 50% in the first half, and it's like 12 in the second half.
Close, 13.
13.
Could have just let me say it. It's all good.
I could have, but then you would have talked on the show.
Yeah, I can't.
And we don't want that. we don't want any of that.
I love when he talks though because I can't see him, and so it just kind of appears out of nowhere.
I can't
tickles me.
I can't find tomorrow night's spread.
Whoa.
I can't find tomorrow night's
spread. A lot of times they don't post them a day in advance.
Yeah, not up yet between the the Warriors and the Blazers. No, what I was going to say, though, real quick, is that I just wanted to borrow 2 minutes to I've heard it like twice myself, just driving around in the morning. I haven't heard it much, but some folks on YouTube clicked in about a half hour ago and said that apparently on the morning show, I've been doing nothing but catching strays for 2 straight days. That even long-haired Lubman has come in and started to throw shots my way because I quote-unquote wanted the Warriors to tank last night. Look, all I want to do is this. This is all I want to do. Sam and Bonte and Joe, if you are listening, congrats. That's all we need you to do. Just consider this an invitation to actually listen to the show. Get off of Twitter and tune into the show. And then maybe, just maybe, you won't spend 2 days doing a show on something that no one ever said. Just me. Just me. It's an invitation sensation. We love the hell out of all of you. Consider yourself invited to listen to the show, because then maybe you'll do shows on things we did say as opposed to things that we didn't say.
It's less fun to do that. It's more fun to just take a tweet and run with it.
That's fine. That's fine. It's Lucas's tweet.
Yeah.
Maybe we should be bad at you, Luke.
Maybe.
You're kind of a out of context tweeter sometimes.
Can I talk?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
No, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough of that.
Yeah, and just in unrelated news, I just saw a number for tomorrow. It's Warriors minus 14.5. At Portland, 14.5.
I was pretty close.
Yes, courtesy of ESPN.
All right, good. Okay, we're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Grandy has fun for us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Replace your worn-out brakes and save now on Brake Best Select. Brake Best Select Pro are import direct brake pads and rotors only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Across the timeline, Paul for Clay. Thought about the three, goes to Green, contested left wing three. 5 por 5 para Draymond Green. Verde es la verdad esta noche in Los Angeles.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you know what I find most exciting about that Kevin Dana call right here on 95.7 The Game? I actually understood what he said.
He was 5 for 5.
5 for 5.
Verde is green.
Green, Verde es la verdad.
Es la
verdad. Esta noche is the truth tonight.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah, boy.
Es la verdad.
Yeah.
You know what that would be?
It's a translation sensation is what that is, Grandy.
Actually, we'll went over my head for a second. It must be getting late in the show.
Yeah, a little bit. You've had a long day. Woo. Long day here.
Can I hear that one again? A little more. Es la verdad esta noche.
Across the timeline, Paul for Clay. Thought about the three, goes to Green, contested left wing three. 5 por 5 para Draymond Green. Verde es la verdad esta noche in Los Angeles.
There you go. I love that he does the whole thing in Spanish. And then he gets to the name of a Spanish-named city and just says Los Angeles. I mean, if you're going to go that far, Dana, give me a Los Angeles. Come on.
5 por 5. That's just great.
Es la verdad esta noche in Los Angeles.
Back to you, Jim.
That was great.
There's more, though.
Let's
You want to
go.
hear more?
More?
He also spoke another language.
Oh.
Here's more Kevin Dana.
And Chris Paul, the rebound and bring up a chance for a 2 for 1. Kuminga fires a left wing three. In and out and in. It goes for Jonathan Kuminga. A trois pois, as they'd say in the DRC. That's 3 points in French. 104-89. The lead is 15.
In the DRC.
A trois pois.
A trois pois. I don't care what that means. That's fun.
Trois is 3 and pois is points. A trois pois.
And then the is just what you say before you're going to say something in French.
I think is just a 3-pointer. A trois pois.
A 3-pointer. Granny's just got a blank stare.
Probably right.
I don't know.
I don't speak French.
All right.
I don't know.
He also spoke a different language.
And the DRC is the
Dominican Republic of the Congo, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. 3 different languages? And this
4 if you include English.
English, right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's the 4th language?
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Steph gets it back, gets a screen, launches a three. Gucci! Boa noite, as Gui Santos would say. That means good night in Portuguese, because this one is over.
Okay.
130 to 112 with 150 to go.
All right. Okay, now this was planned.
That's a flex.
This
it's
has
a
to be
Portuguese
planned.
flex.
There's
is what that
no
was.
way this guy put aside a bunch of phrases, although the green one had to be, because there's no way he could have known that Verde was going to be Es la verdad.
Right.
Esta noche. He did not know that was going to happen ahead of time. But I feel like he must have, the Kuminga one and the Gui Santos one, he might have filed for future use.
He may be fluent in French. I can't confirm it, but he's dropped some French before in a broadcast, I know. But the Portuguese, I think, is a rehearsed flex. He was waiting for
whenever the game's
for an
over.
Esta Noche, kind of a good night vibe.
Well, and Gui Santos isn't getting in the game unless that's what's happening one way
Right.
or the other.
Yeah. So that one,
somebody has ended the game.
can we get the Gui Santos one more time?
Esta noche.
Yeah, here it is. This is actually, it was a Steph 3, but he just brought up
Oh,
Gui
gotcha.
Santos,
Gui Santos.
for the hell
It
of
wasn't
it.
even on the floor yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
Steph gets it back, gets a screen, launches a three. Gucci! Boa noite, as Gui Santos would say. That means good night
Boa
in
noite.
Portuguese, because this one is over. 130 to 112 with 150 to go.
Boy and Nuts.
Over.
Gucci.
Perfect.
Those are all the languages, but there was one other really fun call.
Let's
That's
go.
I got to play.
Let's
This
go.
was the GP2 block that led to the dagger.
God, that was incredible.
Here it is.
Spencer Dinwiddie, length of the court pass to LeBron, feeds a cutting Hachimura, blocked by Payton. Oh, man, he stares back at him. The fans want to foul. They don't get it. Rui gets denied. Steph into the corner. Payton to Draymond to Clay. Catch and shoot left wing. Three! It's good. Timeout, Lakers. This one is very nearly over now. 127-110. The fans are booing. They're up in arms, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. This is, you know what?
So much there.
This now is giving me Andres Cantor feel, because it's how the hell did he have the breath to do that? He's running like he didn't take a breath.
Yeah.
Listen to the beginning of the Peyton, and then when it goes the other end of the floor, and he's trying to describe the block, and what Peyton is doing, he's looking at the opponent, and Hachimura, and yet the ball's at the other end of the floor, changing hands for Clay to nail a three. He never took a breath during any of that.
Spencer Dinwiddie, length of the court pass to LeBron, feeds a cutting Hachimura, is blocked by Payton. Oh, man, he stares back at him. The fans want a foul. They don't get it. Rui gets denied. Step into the corner. Payton to Draymond to Clay. Catch and shoot left wing. It's good. Timeout, Lakers. This one is very nearly over now.
Ooh-wee.
It's great.
He's having a good time.
Oh, so much fun.
He's having a very, very good time.
And
he's completely out of breath.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Oh, it's fun.
Oh, it's very fun. It's very fun. Look, I mean, this is going to sound like I'm, like it's next Wednesday and the Warriors are getting ready for battle, and it's not. We got more stories to unfold this week, but we've reached the final week of the regular season, and I've sort of reached maybe a different emotional thought process to this whole season, because I do think that the majority of this year for Warriors fans felt frustrating. It felt unknown. It felt frustrating. It felt like you couldn't figure out who was doing what, the stop-start nature of availability and consistency and rotations and all of that stuff. And so Warrior fans are left to just be like, come on. And you're either frustrated or you've just straight given up. And you're like, well, okay, they're old. So we're just moving on. And there's something about the last 4 weeks where the Warriors have played really good basketball. They've at least gotten themselves back into this mix and solidified something next week. And I think fostered a confidence that it's not crazy for them to come out of this and at least be noisy the week after that in the playoffs. And they've done it with familiarity. There was no trade at the deadline. They've done it with all of their guys, the fan base loves so much. So I sort of am just like, I've reached this spot where I'm like, I can't wait to see how this story ends, or if it ends at all. Like, it's very much chapter 17 of the book. And I haven't looked ahead to see if there's a chapter 18 or not.
Hopefully there is. And, hopefully this thing gets into May. We talked about this a couple months ago, how it would be a good season if they played basketball in May. That would mean you get through the play-in and you make it through the first round series, which I think ends on April 30th. Game 7 would be.
Do you still feel
that way? I do too.
Yeah, I still feel
Win
that
a series and I will feel like this is a successful year. But to your point about the frustration, this year has been tough because they were 10-14. They won 5 in a row, and it felt like, all right, the Dubs are back. Then they lost 8 of 11 after that. And there were a bunch of different periods this year where it felt like the Dubs had resurfaced and become the team that we remember, and then they went on a skid. Draymond was out. He came back. They won games when he came back, and then they went on a losing streak again. But you're right, Mark. The past 3 weeks, 4 weeks even, they've started to play more consistently. They've won more regularly, and it feels now that they've got some momentum heading into the play-in.
Yeah, the bad part of that is I feel, Warrior fans, like your hopes are up.
Yeah.
They got our hopes up.
No, let them get up.
I know you don't want them to not get up.
Right.
But you got to have a healthy thought in the back of your head of, like, it's not crazy to think that next week is going to be it. It's not crazy. In fact, as we always do, if a Vegas odds maker right now, today, is looking at this and going, Warriors to make the playoffs. Is that a better or worse than 50-50 proposition?
Oh, it's worse.
Worse.
No doubt.
Worse.
And there's 4 teams heading to the play-in, and only 2 of those teams get to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the likelihood of the 9 or the 10 seed, it's less likely that the 9 or the 10 get in than the 7 or 8, and that's the reality.
Here comes Grandy. Okay, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Full hour of the best of the game, the best content from the day. And he's going to start off with portions of our conversation with Steve Kerr. So good choice, Grandy. Good job.
Thanks.
You want to do this again tomorrow?
Absolutely.
All right, there it is. We'll do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Business,